Hello and welcome to the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour race. Behind me, everybody's been allocated their carts. They're going to strap the Nauseo panel on it and get themselves ready for practice. We're going to go and talk to them. So I'm joined by Mr. Butterworth.
Hello, Mr. Sullivan.
Good, Mr. Butterworth. Walk that way.
Let's go this way. Let's have a little wander through. So you join us at the final section of the track here at the minute. We've decided to vacate the pit lane and the dummy grid.
It's because the sun's come out.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between where the fuel bay is as well, which we're going to cover as part of our pit lane and pit stop guide that we've got. But that's the way over there. And then the actual pit lane where you do the driver changes is right the way down this way. So big significant gap and big drive that you've got between the two. We've got a minimum pit stop time here as well. So you cannot cross the exit of the pit lane line before that time expires. I believe it's 2 minutes. It's always been 2 minutes as far as I'm aware. From when you cross the pit lane line over here to when you cross the pit lane line again at the exit of the pit lane. It's got to be a minimum of 2 minutes. Let's go across here. David, I think, has found Core Blimey Racing.
I've found a team, although the guy I was going to speak to, he's run off, so someone else might have to step in. Just down here on the Core Blimey car, if we have a quick look, reigning British 24-hour champions, having won that last year at 24. In fact, he's back. Last time we saw you, you were crying at Teesside because you just won the British 24. So yeah, but hopes for this weekend. And granted, a lot of it is down. It's a random kart allocation. A lot of it's down. There's a little bit of luck to it. You know, but now you've got 20, you've got 2 hours or so to figure out and get it sorted.
Yeah, we'll sort of go through it as we normally do. We've got a set plan for practice, and we'll sort of work it out within the first sort of half an hour or so whether the kart's good, and then we'll go from there.
Not your first rodeo, is it? And you've got 3 teams as well.
No, got 3 teams. Got the reigning British champions 113. And then we've got 213 in Pro and 313 in Clubman. So
good. So
yeah.
One in every class, chance for a clean sweep. Wonderful. Good. I'm going to move the rest of your team, unfortunately, out of the way because I don't fancy walking over a cart. So I'm going to go this way because we've found Mr. Butterworth again. He's over there talking to somebody else.
I'm with Carl Vella. Newmarket Hornets wanted to come over because Carl and I, believe it or not, have been racing for a very long time together in different championships, but mostly the EKL, and that's why I wanted to talk to you about this. What's brought you back to to Le Mans for the 24-hour this year?
Lack of success, basically. So I'm fed up of not getting on the podium. We'll have 2 cracks at it this year, so we're here for this, and we'll be back again for the British 24-hour as well.
Brilliant. Unfinished business.
Very much so. Yeah. We threaten to be in the top 3 and then we fall away, and it happens every year pretty much without fail. Not overall, but in our class.
It's what drove me for a few years. It was unfinished business as well, and the business is still unfinished. I've got to say, it's never been finished yet.
No, absolutely not. And my ambition, and it's been the case for 10, 12 years, is to stand in front of everybody else and have everyone else look at me. Yes, that guy can drive, he's won a trophy. And every year I stand here and applaud everybody else for doing it, and some of the P teams are unbelievably quick. So
you want the star on the front that says you've won the race?
Well, just a third will do. Just the three little tiny stars for third. I need a trophy. I need a trophy.
Lovely. All right, thank you very much. Thanks for talking to us, Carl. That was the Newmarket Hornets. I'm going to hand over to David, who has found Mad Motorsport.
I've found Mad Motorsport, so I'm going to try and have a quick chat with Andy. Andy, as always, we love the Nauseo panel. A nice, easy spot. Did all right last year. We podiumed in class.
Yeah.
Think we can do the same again?
Like to, yeah. No, it'd be good. So just staying out of trouble, keeping the pit stops to a minimum. That's kind of the main thing, isn't it? So, yeah, should be good.
Drafted in a new driver as well. Should we go chat with him?
I think you should.
Good. Harry Roddis, obviously you've not earned your name on the Nauseo panel just yet. I imagine you've got to put some laps into, and then later on we'll cover up Bomberg and get a sticker for you on there. First time at Le Mans, how we feeling?
Confident, just learnt track, get used to it and get my head down. So.
Good. Yeah, it's a nice warm weekend. We don't normally get these when we're racing over in the UK. First 24-hour?
Third.
Oh, you did the British last year?
Did the British and the owner Le Mans
on
year.
the CIK track. So yeah, I would say first time here. No, it's not actually. You've been here, just not first time on this track. So how did we get the drive with Mad Motorsport?
No, it was just on Facebook and put my name forward and got chosen. So.
Oh, happy days. So they've obviously seen your early season form and thought we'll have a bit of that. Harry, wonderful. Thank you very much. We're going to have to walk again. We've found Mr. Butterworth because Mr. Butterworth's found the police.
Okay, I'm here with Claudio and Jeff from the, as you can see from their lovely T-shirts, the Met Police Motor Club. So I'm going to interview them, but not under caution this time. It is just going to be a standard interview, just like at the side of the road. We've wound the window down and everything's nice and cool, calm and collected, right?
Yep.
So we've got.
Feels like to be like a convict.
Yes, 100%. This is exactly what it feels like.
I just want to chime in. There's no chance of them ever catching you speeding.
No, there isn't. I'm far too fast for them to catch me. But this is how the tables turn now, isn't it? So anyway, we've got two teams running this time around. We've got 999 and 101 for obvious reasons. Those who are of a British disposition. Ian. And the 999's disappeared. So. Guys, tell us a little bit about the team. Who have we got driving this time?
We've got myself, Claudio. We've got Lisa. We've got Jack, Emily, Craig, and Kieran, who are here. And then we've got a few others that are racing.
Okay. Chances?
We do all right, but then the problems set us back, and then we're always chasing.
Okay. And then you just start handcuffing other drivers.
Yeah, and moan.
The blue lights don't seem to work around here, unfortunately.
You should stick them on. Definitely, 100%. You should stick them on.
Yeah, we should do. But
Great to see you guys again. Thank you for coming back.
David's
over this way.
Yeah, I'm going to come around this way because of all the times we've streamed over the last couple of years, we spoke to Steve Nichols, we spoke to Adam Nichols, but we've never spoken. No. There we go. To Lisa, how we feeling? I was speaking to Adam at Warden a few months back. And he said that you were quite handy in a kart. That's a compliment from Adam.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take that.
First Le Mans?
Yeah, it is my first Le Mans.
We've had a decent weekend.
As long as it doesn't rain.
Yeah, well, we got a little bit last year in the morning before quali, a bit dried in the first 15 minutes. It was brilliant after that. But looking forward to it.
Yeah,
driving alongside your dad as well.
Yeah. Give him a run for his money.
Good. So there's a little bit of inter-family competition. Fastest time. Doesn't have to drive home, I'm guessing.
Yeah. It's me trying to keep up with him, really.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, we've interviewed Steve loads, so I'm sure he won't mind that we don't speak to him. I've lost Mr. Butterworth. I think he's over this way.
I am.
He's over there.
I'm over here. I'm with the Optimum guys. I've got Addison Smith with me. Addison, well, bit of a different beast to what you normally drive in this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tell the guys what you normally drive, how much it normally weighs, and how fast it goes.
Normally drive a junior Rotax. It weighs 145 kilos and it goes about 60 miles per hour.
Okay, and this weighs, David, what's the weight on these dry?
Dry without a driver in 152 kilos. With the driver, the weight limit 235, Tom.
Okay, so a full, 70 kilos more. How are you dealing with that?
Yeah, we'll just have to adapt to it over time. You know.
Have you done much practicing in these?
10 minutes yesterday, that was it.
10 minutes before a 24-hour race?
Yeah.
And you feeling confident?
Yeah.
Good. See, that's the confidence of youth.
I want to speak to the guy who's probably under the most pressure here all weekend. Racing under the Optimum Motorsport banner is going to be the guy that's on the radio. Now, for those of you that don't know Optimum Motorsport, they race British GT, they race in IMSA. Their boss, Sean Goff's here, and he's delegated the team running on the radio to this man, Paul Channer. Paul, under pressure this weekend?
Yeah, certainly am.
You've done it before on the radio. You've ran a team at the British before. You know what you're doing. Your drivers, all of them over there, looking, I'm going to say bored rather than anything. They just want to get out, don't they? What's the message to them? No direction.
Just keep it cool, you know. Sunday drive.
Long races.
Yeah, Sunday drive. Take it easy. Sunday drive, and we'll get there in the end.
Good. The problem is that they're used to doing 10-minute races and going as fast as they can, and they've got to look after it.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing I think, and I'm looking after it. You know, they like to go fast, and they like to go fast constantly, so just tone it down and see what happens.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you in their ear every 5 seconds telling them to chill out will be brilliant. Right, again, I've lost Mr. Butterworth. He's not gone too far, which is wonderful.
We've actually got 3 in a row that we want to speak to. So, first off, Clinton as well. Nice to welcome you back here. I mean, perennial runner in these 24 hours. How many 24 hours have we done so far with Club 73?
This is the 8th time here, I believe.
Here, not including British?
No, we've never done the British. Well, we did it when it was at Wilton Mill in like 2005.
Okay. So plenty of experience around here. You've got 3 teams running this weekend?
No, 4 this year.
4 this year?
4 this year.
Why have I only got 3 for you then?
Bad research.
Okay. I mean, at least he's honest, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so we've got 4 teams running this year. How many drivers?
5 in our elite team.
Yeah.
Because obviously we won pro last year, just get that in there.
Yeah.
And then 6 in the other 3 teams, just coming to experience the track.
Yeah, okay, brilliant stuff. All right, well, chances?
No hope. I'm going to put low expectations. And then
2 hopes. No hope and Bob hope.
Exactly. Yeah. We come here. It's the best event of the year. We love the place. We love the track. The staff are really good. Karts are good. We treat it as a holiday with a small race chucked in the background.
Well, let's hope the weather holds as well. Yeah,
definitely.
Small race. Yes. Thanks a lot, Clinton. Thanks for talking to us. David's over here now with the Teesside Academy guys.
Yeah, we've got some. With Teesside Academy, the race last year, they've got a few consistent drivers. We've got some new ones. Not speaking to Gracie. We spoke to Gracie last year. We always speak to Gracie. I'm going to call Pip Morris, first 24-hour race here. How are we feeling?
I think it'll be interesting, to be honest, because I've never done a 24-hour race, and I haven't done a lot of pro kart sort of stuff. Pretty new into it, so I think it'll be interesting for me.
Obviously the twin engine, the weight's up a little bit more. Did a practice yesterday, but obviously in the higher karts that are here, they're single engine, so you're out on something that's weighted up a little bit more. But looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be great. Yeah.
Wonderful. I'm just going to have a quick chat with this man here, Jared Fox-Whiteley, just a quick one. Jared, we're coming here, it's a completely different car, but we're coming in with a bit of form behind us at the minute. We've had a good couple of weekends. Tell us about them.
We did UKC Warden Law, then we did British Warden Law, and we've done PF Clubby. All of 3 we've been really fast. We won a heat at UKC. We've been always in the mix in pretty much every one, but we've unfortunately just got in crashes in pretty much every final or super heat, which has sort of ruined how the weekend's actually gone, and looking at the results, they haven't been how they actually have been. They've just been lacking.
The performance hasn't really yielded the result it deserved, has it? A lot heavier kart this time. Now, I know that you can handle it because, I've seen you around the local team sport. I kept up with you once as well for about a corner.
Well, yeah. Was that when I was white lining?
No, it was the corner you overtook me on. I kept up with that and then you disappeared. And do you know who hasn't disappeared this time? Tom Butterworth. He's still with us. Normally I have to find him. I think he was going to hope for Teesside Tigers, but there's nobody with their car.
The Tigers seem to have disappeared, but we'll be hearing plenty from them hopefully during the race. More on that later. I'm going to bring you around this way. Excuse me, folks. Thank you very much. Going to nip through here and we're going to have a chat with Peter Morrison. Yeah. Peter has an interesting tale to tell in the sense that they are here this weekend as part of Chukta Racing. You've come down from Aberdeen.
Yeah, that's correct.
And he's 73 years old and is going for the world record for the oldest driver to take part in a 24-hour race.
Yeah,
so just talk us through how that process worked, how it was all set up, and then what your hopes for the racer.
Well, you apply to the Guinness Book of Records, and you have to wait 12 weeks. If they accept you, you're accepted to go for it. But they're actually an older driver that's driven a car, but not in the Le Mans 24-hour.
Okay.
He's 90.
He's 90 now.
Yeah.
Okay. How was he when he did the race?
He only did it once. He never did the race.
Right. Okay.
So I'm here representing the Grampian Kart Club. So I've got their suit on as well.
Beautiful.
We'll just try for it and see how we get on.
And I can honestly say there's not many people who've made a longer journey than I have to get here. But I literally did planes, trains and automobiles to get here. But
16 hours.
16 hours, there you go, from Aberdeen. Yeah, wouldn't wish it on anybody. So thanks very much for talking to us, Peter. I'm going to hand back to David. And I'm not sure what...
Well, we're going to walk back down this way. We've pretty much covered most of the people that we wanted to speak to, and we've maybe added a few others in as well. We've probably got 5 more minutes. I think the drivers are going to get called to briefing very shortly, so we're going to have to try and grab a word with some people. We're just going to head back through. I'm going to just jump straight over the top here. In fact, I'll just jump straight in. Oh, that's another Club 73. There's like one in every.
Have we found our
one on
Belgian
every corner.
team yet?
They're like Greg's. One on every corner.
Have we found our Belgian team yet?
No, we haven't found them yet. Tom's off looking for some Belgian
I'm going to go
teams.
and look for last year's winners.
Yes. Going to have a quick look for them. He's off on a hunt, you see. Now, their Nazio panel's on, but we haven't found any drivers from them yet. So he's just going to have a quick look. And while he's not found any drivers, we'll find some drivers. Hello, drivers. Hello, Mo. You all right? Yes. Good. We had one team last year. Yes. We've doubled to 2 teams now. We have. So I imagine then and 2 more for the British as well in a month's time.
Oh no, then we're back to one.
Back to one for the British.
We're back to one, yeah. But for this one, because it's so special, we.
You mean you've sold them the sunshine dream, haven't you?
We have indeed. Well, it's not too much of a dream now, is it?
No, well, it's been all right.
Yeah.
You know, because you see, I'm bald and I have to respect the sun, and as you can see, I have not respected the sun. Hopes for this weekend. We had a strong one last year.
We did, yeah, we did. We did P2 in class last year, so this year we're hoping for both teams to be on the podium. Yeah.
Good. Anybody we need to look out, other than yourself, of course, and some of them are here, so under pressure. Anybody we need to look out for?
Oh, this boy here is a special one. To be fair, he did our fastest lap last year. Marcel did. Blaze was flying all. It's Harrison's first year, so look out for him. I think he'll do something special.
Good, wonderful. It looks like Mr. Butterworth's found somebody to speak to. So, cheers, Mo. We'll head round. Mr. Butterworth has found somebody to speak to.
Let's bring you around this way. This is Kenneth. He's part of the kartevents.be team. Kenneth has won how many 24 hours now?
Oh, I don't know. I have not counted how many 24 hours I already have won.
See, it's that many he's actually lost count, which shows the strength. So we've got Siebert, we've got yourself, and we've got Jules as well this time. Jules sort of in and out, isn't he? He does some, he doesn't do some.
Normally he's joining us for all the races now. Okay. So we won last year with this team, and we will try to do it again this year.
So last year's champions right here. What do you think the chances are for this year? Does it look like a strong lineup, or are you just going to disappear off into the distance again?
If I'm honest, I don't know the lineup, so we will see what brings the race, and we hope to enjoy, and that's the thing we wanted to do.
That's the most important thing, to enjoy it. And one final thing, so Siebert's not even here today. He's not taking part in practice. He's literally turning up tomorrow. So we'll see how you guys get on with it, with no practice for Siebert.
Yeah, but that's no problem. We already drove here for 3 or 4 times, so we know the track, and we will see. That's no problem for us.
Based on last year's results, I think they definitely know the track. So thank you very much for talking to us. Appreciate that, and good luck for the race.
Yeah. Fun fact as well: the hold picture is this cart. It's Jules in the cart who is the hold picture. We're gonna have to draw it to a close, Tom.
We are.
We're going to head straight into the live stream where, they're still going to have our voices.
There's
That's
one more
the good
thing.
thing.
There's one more thing I need to do. One more thing. Ian.
Hi guys.
So, yeah, very good, thank you. I just wanted to grab you quickly, just as we were wrapping up there. So this is Ian from Teesside Tigers. It's got James Shrimpton's name on the front panel this year, but he's not here.
No, he's not with us this year, I'm afraid. He's doing plenty of running.
Running? What's he running away from?
Well, we've got police are real close to us at the moment. So
are they a couple of garages down? Is he wanted? Is that why he's not here?
Probably, yeah. So I think that's why he didn't turn up, really, yeah. But his excuse is he's training for doing marathons.
Sure he is. Yeah, sure he is. Marathons away from the police. Yeah. Great stuff. All right, thanks for talking to us, Ian. I'm sure we'll speak to you a lot during the race as well.
Good. We are going to close now.
No, we are going to close. We are going to close.
We're going to head back to we're not back because we haven't been yet, but we're going to head to the commentary box where people are going to hear us for at least the next 12 hours.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Le Mans, the 2024 edition of the Le Mans Kart 24-hour race. My name is Tom Butterworth. Alongside me, as ever, the deck to my ant, the ant to my deck. Some would say it's a slightly different spelling of deck. David Sullivan.
Good morning, all. Looking forward to another fantastic 24-hour race here in Le Mans. It's been a very, very warm morning. It's a little bit overcast now as we head towards the midday start here in France, 11 o'clock if you're watching back home in the UK. You can see the teams just getting ready on the grid. That'll be cleared with around about 5 minutes to go, Tom, for that traditional Le Mans style run across the track to the waiting cart.
Yeah, can't wait for that. That is definitely the highlight of the opening hour, is going to be that run across the track, sprint, jump into the cart, foot on the brake, immediately mash the accelerator, and away you go.
Yeah, for those of you watching at home that would also like to access the live timing, that can be found at apex-timing.com/live-timing/Le Mans Karting 2. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pop that into the comments of our live stream. You'll be able to either copy that or click it. And, you'll be able to get the live timing as well as we count down towards that midday start here, Tom. We've got around about 15 minutes or so. At the moment, we've got a few karts still not on the grid after this morning's qualifying session.
The 99 of TSK-Motorsport, who qualified in 21st place overall in the elite class as well. They've had a kart swap, have they, David, I believe?
They've had a kart swap. We've had last year's race winners, Kart Events.B, Kart Events Belgium, have had an engine change after qualifying. They qualified a little bit down the order from where they'd be. Expect them to start coming through, though, Tom. They've got a very, very talented lineup, as we saw with last year's race victory here.
They qualified 7th overall and 3rd in the elite class. So, I mean, they're still not far off the pace, but they have had an engine change. That left-hand engine as the driver sits in the kart. The left-hand side of that is all brand new, which we will keep an eye on as well, because brand new engines on these karts take a significant amount of time to run in. At least 8 hours, I would say, before we're going to see the true pace of what that kart is going to be capable of.
Absolutely, Tom. Just looking at qualifying then, I'll run you through the top 3 in each class. I'll do overall to start with. Blimey Racing in the 113, who were last year's British 24-hour champions, have qualified on pole overall. A 101.287, nearly a tenth quicker than Chrono Team Racing, the French outfit in P2, our leading pro runners. They're in front of Teesside Tigers and Mad Motorsport. That's your top 3 in the pro class. 5th is the elite runner, Nameless Motorsport, in the 42, in front of Fats and Furious International, with Kart Events Belgium, who were the 3rd team in our elite class. Into pro, Club 73 TTR, Teesside Academy and Dr. Vapes, who qualified in 8th, 10th and 12th respectively, are your top 3 in the clubman class.
And there we go. That's we could run you through the full order, but I think we may run out of time. We've got 43 karts here on track. As we just see the final runners taking their place on the grid. So that's Titan are now heading out onto the grid, and they will take up position in their qualifying position of 21st. Not sure what work they had done on the. Sorry, they swapped the kart, didn't they? But they've had a little bit of work done on that as well. I think it was more tracking and things like that they had done.
Yeah, talking of pit stops, Tom, yesterday we filmed a bit of a simulation, not quite at full pit stop speed, but we just want to give you an idea of what pit stops are going to be like here at Le Mans. It's a 2.5 minute pit stop minimum time. Into the pits you come, through the exit gate and into the old pit lane here and up onto the weighbridge they'll go. They'll stop on the weighbridge. They'll look over. 235 kilos is the magic weight you've got to be over. You double back and head down towards the fuel bay, where the driver will take on a full tank of fuel. A full tank will do you roughly 1 hour and 40 minutes. Expect teams to be pitting, though, in that 130 to 135 region. They don't want to be pushing that pit stop window too far. Once the team has taken on fuel, the kart will then be pushed down into an area where members of the team will put some chain lube onto the back of the kart. It will be lifted up for them to put some chain lube on. It will be pushed forward onto this blue mat where work will be carried out on the kart, and then the engines will be started and the driver will make their way down the pit lane towards the pit box. Each team has got a pit box. They will pull into the pit box, and that's where they'll be carrying out their driver change. Expect lead to be added to karts to get drivers up to weight, and then the team will wait until a certain amount of time, because they don't want to cross the line at the end of the pit lane before the 2 minutes 30 mark, because even if you're only 1 second early, it's a 2-lap penalty here at Le Mans, Tom, and it's very, very critical that you're not too quick down that pit lane.
Absolutely. It's far better to be a second slower than it is a second faster, or even 5 seconds slower, just to give yourself a little bit of a buffer
of safety. And in fact, when you and I raced this race last year, we did exactly that on our radios. You and I were both counting down the time, so it was like 2 minutes 20, 2 minutes 25 as we were rolling down the pit lane. When did we set off from the pit? It was 2:15.
Well, we were in pit bay 5, so
we were right at the top, weren't we?
Right at
the
top
far
of
left
pit
of the
lane.
screen as you're looking at it now.
It was taking us 20 seconds to roll down pit lane at a walking pace.
That's it.
To a red flag up in the air. It's about 8 to 10 foot high, just beyond the right of the screen. Now, what I'd say, Tom, regarding our pit stops last year is if they were giving out one trophy for how slick pit stops were last year, they'd have given us 2. They'd have given us 2 trophies. We were that good.
We were right up there, yeah.
Yeah, the pace on track wasn't quite there.
No, but the pit stops were, buttery smooth. They were proper good. I was even saying to, I was talking to Vernon McCallum as well in the 111 a moment ago, and we were saying that at one point the cart came in and there was literally no fuel left in the tank at all. Nothing. It was just what was in the pipes.
In the
pipes, which are not very long at all. And the reason for that is you can be on the radios here and you can monitor the pit bay and the fuel bay, and you can see who's coming in around the final hairpin before you get to the pit entry. You can see as you're driving, you come round that final hairpin and you can see all the way to pit entry, and you would get a communication from the team to say, right, if nobody else comes in the pit, you come in. And there were a few times where you'd be coming down that straight and there'd be a cart in front of you, dive into the pit lane, you're like, oh man! So you have to go around again, and we did it 5 times at one point, and the cart came in bone dry.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Tom, in that first pit stop window, it's going to be very, very busy from that sort of hour 20 to hour 40 mark. Thank you to everybody that's joined us pre-race. For those of you that do want to get in touch directly with us into the commentary box, let us know who you're following. Send some good luck messages in as well. You've got to press that subscribe button, and 5 minutes after that, you'll be able to join us in the live chat. We've already had some interaction from Oscar War Racing saying good luck to Teesside Academy. They qualified P10 this morning, Tom, with Jared Fox-Whiteley aboard that cart. Candy Floss as well saying good morning to everybody, and Bazman saying good luck to Cole Clark Racing. They're going to need that luck, Tom. They've been in the pits quite a lot throughout the 2-hour practice yesterday and this morning, trying to get that cart fettled and to their liking for the race.
Yes, they have. And just while we're on pit stops and strategies and things like that, just a quick update as well. If you are monitoring the live time and you see these teams coming a little bit early, you're looking at the 8, the 32 and the 41 during during qualifying.
Teams, please start to clear the grid. That's all teams.
Oh, there we go. We're getting the clear the grid warning now as well. So we've got 8 minutes until the start of the race, but all support members being asked to clear the grid, and it will be 1 driver and 1 helper per cart on the grid. But yes, so those carts, the 8, the 32 and the 41, all missed the fuel bay window.
Yeah, the 8, they came in and they must have missed it by less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, it was very close. Yeah, they did just miss it.
Whereas the other teams, I think they did an extra 5 or 6 laps and then came in towards the end of the session. So
yeah, the other teams I've written down, that were on there. So what that means is 15 minutes before the end of qualifying, the fuel bay closes. So you are not able to get any more fuel unless you are already in the queue for the fuel bay. So there are some teams that got in that queue early, fueled up, and then went out and did some more laps in qualifying, which is they're absolutely fine to do. Other teams parked it, and some teams, the ones listed, missed the fuel bay window. And what that means is they've only got half tanks at the moment, so they will be coming in early. There are a couple of other teams who will be getting off strategy. I won't name them. For obvious reasons. I don't want to give an advantage to anybody else out there or a disadvantage to them. But there are a few teams out there who came in, refueled, and then went out and pounded some laps out to burn some fuel off deliberately to get off strategy, to beat the rush in. Because as you say, David, that hour and a half to hour and 45 minutes sort of mark, that's the busiest period for the pits that we'll probably see all day.
Now, ideally, working it in for a 24-hour race, if you can get your stints at an hour and a half, basically, that takes you bang on to the end of the race with the minimum amount of fuel in the cart. However, we have to factor in the middle of the night, between 11 p.m. and 2 in the morning, all carts are called in for a minimum time service stop in which you cannot take fuel on and you cannot change your driver. So that has to be factored in as well. What we also need to factor in, Tom, is the thing we always see in races of a 24-hour nature, the full course yellow.
Yes, the full course yellow. So all drivers will be told to reduce pace to a minimum of 50% of race pace. It will be closely monitored by the clerk of the course, Lee, as well, who's keeping his eye over that, as well as many other things that's going on out on track. And the other big factor here as well that we don't have at most of the British karting circuits is gravel.
Yeah, a lot of gravel.
We've not
we
even
have it at
discussed gravel
Teesside,
yet.
don't we, down at Rib Bend, but here,
Yes.
particularly down at Turn 1 and at Turn 9, which is the old final corner from the old pit entrance here at the circuit at Alain Prost, is quite a lot of gravel. If you go in that gravel, you have to come into pit lane and have that cart checked. Often, that's going to cost you 5 minutes. It's going to be 2 minutes to get the cart out of the gravel, 30 seconds or so to get it back, and you still have to adhere to that 2.5 minute minimum pit stop time, even after they've tipped the gravel out. Interesting to note, Tom, a couple of drivers doing practice runs across the track to jump into their carts. Maybe some of them drivers that are novices to the 24-hour race who've not done one of these before, these runs across the track.
They will all be told to get back behind that white line as well. You can see Kat in front of your shot here with the phone in hand. She will be monitoring everybody and making sure that they all start with their feet behind that white line.
Yeah, it's a nervous time as well, Tom, for these drivers, isn't it? Those particularly that are running across the track. One thing that we need to watch out for, really, Tom, is those people helping, is that they're not allowed to push the cart out excessively onto the track.
Yeah, what you will find, though, is a lot of people will go immediately right on the track and they will be running down that white line and possibly even on the grass as everybody tries to get an advantage. There we go. Engines starting up now. You can see them being pull started, these 200cc 4-stroke Honda engines being pull started, and they will be prepped, warmed and ready to go for the start of the race. We've got about 3-4 minutes to go now.
Just having had a message, Tom, from Anthony Pogson of Offline Motorsport, just asking for the live timing links. I've just sent that through. He says keep an eye on the Kart 4. That's MKT, the McLaren kart team. All of that team made up by mechanics and strategists and people that work at the McLaren Formula 1 team. So they're here. Drivers now just getting poised for that run across the track, Tom. Getting that sort of 1 foot forwards, just getting themselves into position.
I just thought we're going to have a little change from our normal race start procedure. Normally we say the green is up, the green is down, and we're away and racing. But this time, I believe, it will be a French flag.
Oh, last year it was actually the Union Jack, because I don't know if they could find it. But let's see whether we get the tricolour this year. Down there, the starter in the orange high-vis jacket.
Someone in a blue suit there clearly trying to gain an advantage.
Yeah,
as
that
well.
looks like Steve Nichols.
Is it Steve Nichols?
Yeah, it looks like Steve Nichols. Getting himself ready as that's our clerk of the course in the black. Just
walking down the grass.
Just
pulling people back.
It's got to be foot on the line, Tom. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can see him there. He's,
the Union Jack is in the air. The 2024 Le Mans 24-hour race is almost upon us. The Union Jack is in the air as we count down towards midday. The Union Jack drops. And we're away for 24 hours, twice round the clock as drivers take to the grass as they carts join the circuit for this 24-hour of Le Mans. And round the first corner they go. Blimey Racing, the pole sitters, have held on to the lead at the start as they run across the track and head down in towards the infield section of the Circuit de Alain Prost, set inside the legendary Circuit de la Sarthe here at Le Mans.
We've
as
got
the field come through.
Everybody's made it through cleanly so far. We've got one off now. It looks like potentially that was Newmarket Hornets. I think we've got certainly a yellow panel on the front. I'm going to try and get the number as they come past me.
Yeah, they'll be down the order, Tom.
Yeah.
racing the number 9 as we've got lockups down at the far end.
2 in the gravel already.
Well, no, I think they've just kept it on, Tom. They're not in the gravel, but very, very risky opening lap for some of our teams. I'm just going to have a quick look.
They're 3 wide coming into the chicane.
They are. We've got Newmarket Hornets. It's the 88 of CBA Motorsport and the 7, and that's KBR as well. So
all 3 having incidents on the opening lap. Of course, the old cliche, you can't win it on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it, and these 3 are way behind.
Yeah, what they do have, though, Tom, if they can just work together, is a bit of clear track in front of them. At the front, it looks like we've got Blimey Racing, and if I'm not mistaken, that's Teesside Tigers in second place.
It is.
With Paul White at the wheel.
Paul White is at the wheel. Say the hardest braking point, but it's literally just a dab of the brake, and you're such is the speed of this circuit.
Not for me, I'm not very good, I'm full plant.
We've got the 38 of Chrono Team Racing, they're in 3rd place at the moment, and then Fats and Furious Internationals, they're in 4th. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th are all 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Pro. Then comes your Club 73, that's your elite 2nd place. 6th place overall is Nameless Motorsport. They're your elite 3rd place. And then it's MKT and then Dr. Vapes, the first of your clubman runners.
Dr. Vapes, Tom, they finished 2nd in the novice class last year, returning trailers selected by Honolulu, not here. So Dr. Vapes, they've stepped up from the novice class we ran last year, which we haven't got this year. We're just in clubman.
They're up 4 places as well since the start of the race.
Yeah, big move for Dr. Vapes in the number 30. They've got 2 teams this year for Le Mans, 1 team for the British in a month's time. They're running the 30 and the 60 here. Yellow flag out, and it's one of the leaders, Tom, has gone off down at turn 9.
4th place, whoever 4th place was.
I think it was Fats and Furious. We'll keep an eye out, we'll be sure. I think yes it is, Tom. Fats and Furious International, they'll drop down the order, the 971 entry.
That's because I was just about to say there were 2 pairs moving away at the front of this race, 2 pairs of drivers, 2 pairs of karts moving away in the front 4.
Yeah, 109, lost 6 or 7
And all of a sudden
seconds.
we got 2 pairs and a single come through. So they are back underway again now. Whether they've gone fully into the gravel, they will have to come straight into the pits if they have.
Yeah, I don't think they did. We've seen a lot of drivers, they just go wide. It's quite a wide runoff down that end, Tom.
So where did they
drop
drop
whereabouts
to?
you go in. They're down in P13 now.
Okay, so just went very, very wide, lost a number of places, and straight back underway again. Okay.
Right at the front, Tom, at the moment, it looks like Paul White is working with the CBR entry. The pole sitting 113. The top 3 are on a bit of a breakaway with Chrono Team Racing, the 38 French entered machine.
Yeah, it does look like Paul White is sitting behind at the moment. We need to see who's...
Ollie Davis is leading the way, and
Paul
White
moves
out of the slipstream, and Paul White for Teesside Tigers now leads the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour kart race.
I was going to say, it's surprising to see him sitting behind and working together. Paul White's not that type of driver. He is much happier leading a race or certainly being in front of a pack. And having them work with him rather than him work with other people.
Yeah, let's see what the Chrono Team Racing, what their strategy is in 3rd place. But the top 3 on a breakaway at the moment. Ollie Davis, part of that British 24-hour winning team last year. With 2 drivers that aren't here this weekend. Will Folkes has been able to get time off work. Ed Barr's not part of the team, but he'll be back for the British next month, I believe. And just having a quick look, Tom, on some of those teams that had problems in kart changes earlier on. We look at Kart Events Belgium, currently P13, and Titan Motorsport in 22nd.
Yeah, they're both in the elite class as well. That's the reason why we are monitoring them, because they should be right at the front.
Optimum Motorsport, Tom, in the 74 qualified 20th under the guise of Lewis Goff, and they're up to P7. At the moment.
Is it Goffey driving?
It is. Oh, so P9. So they're in P9, and it is Lewis Goff who got that race underway in the number 74 machine. Try and keep an eye.
Okay, looks like we've got. I've just been informed by Kat that we've got our first black flag of the event. which is going out to 32, which is Chukta Racing, the Scottish contingent, for a helmet infringement.
Yes.
Is it that it's not done up? Yeah, he's not done his helmet up, which is schoolboy, shall we say? Although that's probably a long time ago for the
what I would say,
the looks of the team.
What I would say though, Tom, is that doesn't bode well for the rest of the teams, because that means the Clarks got eagle eyes very, very early on in the race.
Certainly does.
Infringements look like they're going to be picked up very strictly under the watchful eyes of both David and Lee Manchester and the rest of the Marshals team here. Some over from Teesside Karting being supplemented by the local Marshall team here from the circuit to Alan Prost. As the number 8, Tom, Shopping Carts is in. They were one of the teams that were short on fuel, but we weren't expecting, they were half a tank, so we were expecting to see them at around about the 45-minute mark.
A lot earlier than expected. We've also got another one in as well.
We've got other carts in as well.
We'll just try and bring you their numbers.
That's another single-digit cart, Tom. So I'm going to have a look. It's not
Apex
KBR.
Twin.
It is. I think it's Apex Twin Works.
Yes, the number 3.
The number 3 entry. They qualified.
They were running, I think, around about.
Well, they were 43rd. That's where they qualified as well. They were.
No,
the
they were
final
a little
team.
bit higher up. I think they were about 38 because of the issues that were going on earlier on.
Yeah, and the 8 of Shopping Carts is going to be the first one up onto the Mechanics Bay stand.
So we will give them a little bit of an award, a sort of ironic cheer, an ironic award. They're the first ones up on the Mechanics Bay, is the number 8 of Shopping Carts. Apex Twin, they're in for a penalty as well.
They are.
Oh, it's them for the helmet. It's not 32.
Oh, no, it's not. It's the 3 rather than the 32. It's Apex Twin Select Works, who are in for a... With a helmet issue.
And it looks like it's undone, but I don't think it actually is. But it certainly looks like it. Are they being told to change it?
Yeah, well, I've just seen him lift it, Tom, and there's a lot of movement.
Yeah.
So even if it wasn't,
it was
far too loose. But yes, I think it could potentially be broken.
So they've just had one of the Teesside test drivers, Jack Morris. He's just headed down to make sure that they're all safe before they head back out, but it was the number 3, not the 32.
Yeah,
so my apologies to Chukta Racing if you are watching.
You'll see Jack Morris doing some laps later on. During the race, if a team brings in their cart and they say they've got a problem with it, it will be fixed, and then it's sent out for a few laps under the guise of our test driver. Teesside Stig, Jack Morris, goes out and tests the cart. Tom's just pointed out we've got a
new fastest lap of the race for Mad Motorsport in 6th place overall at the moment. Currently just under 5 seconds behind the leaders, but they've just pumped in the fastest lap of the race. We've got personal best for all of the top 6 drivers as well.
Yeah,
but Mad Motorsport were 3/10 faster than anybody else out there that lap round.
Yeah,
they were flying.
P6, Tom. They're on the back of a train of 3 carts. They're the third. Today when Andy Vesely set a faster time in practice than him, and I think now Adam Deans is trying to prove a point.
Yeah, he's got the bit between his teeth now. Yeah, just moved up to 5th place and right on the tail as well of Nameless Motorsport up in 4th. So we've got a good battle here for not just the top 3 but also the top 6 as well, all within 5 seconds. Personal best again for Nameless Motorsport, as well as Teesside Tigers at the front with a 1:01.7.
Just going to have a quick look into the live chat, Tom, because we've had some LB Racing saying good luck to the team FP4. So that's I'll explain who FP4 are in due course. And that's also the team as well that I believe Anthony Pogson was telling us about. It was Kart 4. MKT ran the number 4 last year. They're running the number 12 this year, actually. So FP4, they're a Southern-based team. They're a Southern-based karting championship. They normally utilise a single 200cc Briggs & Stratton World Formula engine with emphasis really on the rears last the full 24 hours because you only get new fronts at the pit stop. Box for the 273, one of the Club 73 teams, Tom. Were they one that was short on fuel?
No.
No, it looks like potentially problems as the 8 of selected shopping carts has been dropped off the stand.
They're heading back out now, aren't they?
Heading back out onto track. They've fully fueled though, so they're going to have a full stint.
Into the mechanic bay. Sorry to interrupt you there, David. 273 coming straight onto the lifter, and they're in the mechanic bay. And as you said, the shopping cart entry is out of the fuel bay, trundling down pit lane. Maximum 15 kilometres an hour. We do have a marshal here with a speed gun who will monitor that speed as well and keep them under the over the 2.5 minutes.
Yep, that's the pit bay, Tom. As you can see, the 273. That's why we've got this camera. Shopping carts came in. They'd lost the chain had come off.
Oh.
And that's the important thing that we'll speak about later on when we run you round a lap of the circuit to Alain Prost, is because of the gravel traps. You get gravel that sits in the curbs. Sometimes that gravel then will get under one of the chains if they flick it up, and it takes the chain off the sprocket protector, Tom, and there's that risk of it, and that's why there was issues. And there's a cart change for the 273, the number 3 entry for Club 73. They're running the 73, the 273, the 373, and the 473. So that 273, they're having the tyres, I think, just tightened and changed, and the Nauseo panel replaced. So
I'm just keeping my eye on what's going on here, and also what's going on with live timing as well. So you've got Nameless Motorsport and Club 73 both set personal best laps that time around. The gap just over 5 seconds now, separating the top 6, 5.7 to be precise. Then there's a 2.5 second gap back to MKT, who are 4th in Clubman. Your leader in Pro. Your leader in Clubman is Dr. Vapes in 8th place. They're another 2 seconds back from MKT. Dr. Vapes Racing, so their second entry is 13th and 2nd in Clubman. And then you've got Teesside Academy down in 15th place, who are 3rd in Clubman. Interesting to see that we've got not only Kart Events Belgium, but also Titan Motorsport in 19th and 20th, and BKRT Red in 18th place. So 18th, 19th and 20th, all elite class runners. And they're not separated by much either. They're all running nose to tail on circuit. So there could be a little bit of an accord going on here, as we've got a yellow flag out on circuit.
Yeah, it looks like we had
back in.
a cart going wide down at the far end at what we're calling turn 9, the old pit entrance here at the circuit to Alain Prost.
It could be that those, as we said, David, those 3 down in 18th, 19th and 20th, they might well work themselves into a little accord and start to work together to try and overcome any issues that they've currently got with their machinery.
Yeah. When I was saying earlier, Tom, about us being within the confines of the legendary Le Mans circuit, you can see it there, the corner now named karting, after some of the old pit bays were removed to extend the runoff zone through the Porsche curves here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and we are Sport entry. It's being shown on the start line for the 74 Optimum Motorsport entry. We'll find out what it's for in due course, hopefully from the clock when he's finished
three wide.
The optimum entry is in. They've boxed now for the issue.
Just keeping our eye on what's going on here. 3.
So once this entry has been in for the penalty, it's easier for you to get out, Tom. I may dispatch you to find out what the problem was.
Yeah.
With the 74 entry.
Oh, they're coming in now, so just keep an eye on them.
They're coming into the bay now, into the penalty box, where they will serve a 30-second penalty. And once that penalty's been, we'll try and find out what it's for. At the moment, we're unsure. The just stationary in front of us here in our commentary position on the outside of the final two corners. Thomas Butterworth has gone off on a fact-finding mission. Yeah. What's the problem? So you can see us down. This is the final corner. For our static camera, and 273 are back out. The original cart has been parked and they've been provided with another machine. They're going to head out. They've just removed their Nauseo panel and attached it, but early problems for the 273 entry. So I'm going to dip into the live chat while Tom gets his headset back on and just see what we've got.
Oh, that's better. We can hear ourselves properly now as well.
We're back now. Candy Floss saying Kart 87 barrel cancer. You've got this, boys. Joshua Pound saying going TRX and good luck to Kart 9. That is, let's have a quick look. That's the Newmarket Hornets entry. That's from Captain HXC. Tom, got some news?
Yes, so the 74 was brought in for contact, and the only kart that lost a number of places on that lap was the Teesside Academy kart. And I'm reliably informed that they are right next to each other in the pits as well.
Yes,
their bays are right next to each other in the pits.
Yeah, if this was NASCAR, they'd be trading lefts and rights.
Well, show me two sets of drivers who both drive in junior Rotax, and I'll show you one that's been spun round and one with a black flag.
Yes. The 273 entry still not out on track. They're fueling up the cart, ready to go.
I'd be interested to see where are. We haven't talked about the police yet, have we? But where are 999 currently sitting?
We haven't spoke about
on live time. We'll come to them in a minute, but I'm looking at Jeff Lamb, who's out there at the moment.
21st, Tom.
They're currently 21st.
Oh,
well,
they're going forward. Mad Motorsport are dropping down the order in the 40.
They're in on the mechanics bay.
They're in with a problem.
They're just been pushed up onto the ramp now. We'll try. There it is. You can see it on screen.
Adam Deans is out of the cart.
I'll go on another fact finder, bear with me.
And Tom's off to see what the problem is, but Mad Motorsport, who were inside the top 10 early on in this race, are dropping well down the order now as they pit early with a problem. Tom's off to try and find out. You can see the cart there in the background. just being worked on. Adam Dean's keeping the helmet on, so he's going to be back out in that car, I imagine, as well. He will put fuel in that machine and he'll go for another full stint when he goes back out onto track, will Adam Deans. Back into the live chat, we've got Rockshot Gamer saying good luck to the Club 73 teams, with Bazman getting excited for the start in the early phase of this race, and Candy Floss as well. Just saying one of the cams is cutting out on audio. We are aware of that, and it is being looked at by our technical team here from TSK-Motorsport Media. As we see the gravel trap, the infamous gravel trap down at turn 1, Tom. We haven't had any visitors yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Only a matter of time. Turn 1 and turn 9 as well. Yeah, so the 40 of Mad Motorsport. Well, Fleetwood Mac said you can never break the chain unless you're Mad Motorsport.
But they have, haven't they?
Yes, that was the B-side.
273 are back.
You will never break the chain.
Sorry, 273, Tom, are back into the pits. They've had a change of cart, but not a change of look.
No, straight back in as well. So that will put them even further down the order.
Just watch the Teesside Academy
Oh, hang
car
on,
go through the
fueling up.
chicanes, Tom, with what I would say is wheels on every one of the curbs on the way through there, and I can assure you that's not the fastest way to go through that chicane.
Who was that, sorry?
The Teesside Academy. And,
okay.
And to be fair, the 101, the second of the Met Police teams, running the 999 and the 101 numbers.
Very
on
clever.
Their carts.
Very clever.
Yeah.
Unlike their driving in practice yesterday, where both teams visited the gravel twice.
Yeah, not sure. The 273 has been in and straight back out down pit lane, but he's gonna still adhere to that 2.5 minutes, Tom.
Yeah. If he doesn't as well, there could be a further penalty. We've got so 273 currently holding the wooden spoon in 43rd place, 11 laps down at the moment.
Yellow at the far end of the circuit. We've had a kart round, Tom, but with no trip to the gravel. Let's see if we can pick out who it is. I think it's a 33 went round. That's one of your Le Petit Bouchon teams, the LPBT Belgian entries, running the 33 and 34 numbers on their machines.
So right at the front of this one, you've got Teesside Tigers and Chrono Team Racing are now moving away from Core Blimey Racing 113.
And by that he means like a second.
A second and a half, yeah, clear. Then you've got quite a significant gap now. 7 seconds back to Nameless Motorsport, followed right on their tail. In fact, now just changing positions, Club 73 Karting have retaken 4th place.
Yeah, what I would say regarding the at the start, Tom, with the team starting to break, is traffic is now coming into play. We're starting to catch the tail end of the field, and they're now working their way through. So it only takes one corner, doesn't it? 2 drivers get through, one has to wait, and that's a problem.
Personal best that time around for the 111 of JS Racing.
We're 25 minutes in, and Harry Roddice of Mad Motorsport has asked if it's time to go home yet.
Okay, he's fully anticipating one of those days, despite the outstanding pace that they've had throughout practice, qualifying, and the race so far. They have just dropped that chain, perhaps pushing a little bit too hard over certain rumble strips and things like that. It can be. It is a bit of luck.
It's a little bit of luck, isn't it, Tom? But we say you've got to be kind. You've got to be kind. It's just, it's like Trigger's broom. Look after your broom.
Yes. And it's had 2 new spark plugs.
It's had 8 new chassis.
2 chains.
It's 8 new chassis and 15 new stub axles, but it's still the same
14
car.
14 trap rods. Dear. Yeah, so we've got put me back on live timing, David. Let me see
every time I come off live timing.
It's because you keep coming off it.
Yeah,
stop coming off it. We're Newmarket Hornets now, up to 25th on their march back through the field.
Yeah,
setting some good times as well.
Not ideal for them that there was contact early on, but I bet he's enjoying driving through the field.
Where did they qualify? Newmarket Hornets were 18th, and they're currently in 25th. So they're only 7 places back from where they qualified now, which is not much, all things considered.
No.
So they've pretty much held station, really, and managed to work their way through the traffic of the slower teams.
I'm trying to find out where they are and who's in it. We've got little blue lines going across that sort of indicate whereabouts roughly on track that car is. I think it's down the far end around about turn 9 at the moment, heading back up. And we should have a quick look on suit colours. It's
and
I think it could well, I'm having a quick look, not quite sure. Could be
Police,
Bob Willis in that car at the moment.
Met Police Motor Club have now climbed up to 20th, I think. They're ahead of the Belgians, if I remember rightly. They were a little bit lower than that as well.
So have they caught up with somebody? Have they put the blues on?
They put the blues on.
They put the blues on.
No blue flags here particularly will be used. You might see them very, very rarely. You would see them, but there is the option here to give that. And of course, we've got digi-flags here as well, so we will have potentially blue flashing lights.
We've got all the flashing lights.
I think if they win in class,
we've got a warning flag.
We've got to put them on, haven't we?
Warning flag for Teesside Tigers. That's the number 1.
That's Paul White.
And this will be a shock to Paul White. It could be the first time he's ever seen a warning flag.
He's normally clean as a whistle. Never gets any warning black flags. Anything
no, he's like Swarfiga clean is Paul White.
Some of that grit soap.
Honestly, every mechanic, they've got grit soap, but it's in a fairy liquid bottle because there's one under the sink at my mum and dad's house.
Well, anyway, he's just about to come round and pick up that warning. He's just coming through the chicane now and is being pushed along by Chrono Team Racing. In fact, not anymore.
No, Chrono Team Racing are out of the slipstream. And the third change for the lead, the third leader of this race will be the 38 of Chrono Team Racing. And Paul White's trying to come back at him down the intermediate straight. You can see it there on the camera. Paul White trying to come back at Chrono Team Racing. They're still holding on to the lead, are the 38 entry. So Paul White slots into second place. There's somebody in the fuel bay, Tom, waiting with a radio, and I think that they are about to pit stop. JJH Racing have just turned up with Mars bars for the commentary team.
It's the perfect time to get it out there. We're coming up on half an hour of racing completed to let everybody know at the circuit that we will accept all forms of bribery if you want to mention on the stream.
For £50, we'll even add a few laps to your race.
You mean take them off?
We'll manually do it with a pen. 273 are in, Tom, for another pit stop. That's their third time now. We've got obviously our timing, as you'd expect here in France, is in French. They're on stands.
Yes.
Or stands.
Three stands now.
Three stands. And they're up onto the...
the only one who's been in more than once so far.
No.
And the only one who... Well, we haven't had anybody yet do a scheduled pit stop. Yeah, from the short fuelers. Remember, those were the 8, 32 and 41.
No, 273 have been in so often that they've almost been grounded.
8 is shopping carts. They must have refueled by now, I would imagine, as part of their coming through with their mechanical. So that I believe they did refuel, in fact.
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
they
refueled. So they're one of the ones out of it.
Optimum wouldn't have been allowed to fuel because they had
38th.
They had a penalty. Also, what we've got here as well, we've got on piste, which is how long the teams have been out on track. So we'll be able to advise roughly when teams are due into the pits. Oscar Wars just asking how Teesside Academy are doing. Well, you can have a look on live timing. If you go right to the top of the comments, you'll see I've put a link in there for live timing. They're currently in 16th place. Jared Fox-Whiteley at the wheel of that machine at the moment. Similarly, how are the 87 doing? That's the bowel cancer entry. Just having a quick look down the order. Currently in 29th, but they did make up a place on the previous lap, getting past the 19 of Cole Clark Racing.
I'm just keeping my eye now on the leaders who are starting to come up on the sort of back of the main group of drivers, sort of the top 30 karts, the ones that haven't had issues, the ones that have just been pounding laps round, as we've got Chrono Team Racing leading from Teesside Tigers 1 and 2, and they are still nose to tail on track, and it's starting to come into traffic, and this is where it now becomes key that you overtake cleanly, that you get through smoothly, that you, a lot of the time in a 24-hour race, you have to hedge your bets. You don't go all in at the hairpin. You don't go all in at turn 1, turn 2 to try and make a banzai down the inside full send during a 24-hour race. That's not the way that you win these events. You take a measured approach, get your way through nice and cleanly.
Yeah. Just having a quick look, Tom, we've had our first compliment in the live chat. We don't normally get compliments, so we're a big fan of those from Candy Floss, saying, you know, it's going to be a good 24 hours when the commentators are on point and making you laugh. Well, as we've mentioned a few times, Tom, I am the funniest person I know. Similarly, you're the funniest person you know.
100%. We've got a cart now in between, as they came up on this lap traffic, there's a cart now between Core Blimey Racing and Teesside Tigers. That's going to open the gap up slightly. What they've been doing is the two carts right at the front, and you'll see this a lot as you look on the stream, there'll be groups of carts together. They're using the slipstream. Slipstream here is very powerful, very strong. They will be staying within that tow. If you can find somebody who's in and around the same pace as you on track, whether they're a lap in front, a lap behind, whatever it may be, you will work with that person to maximise your speed through the laps and just click this time off.
It's allowed. CBR, Core Blimey Racing now, 113 entry, the first of 3 Core Blimey Racing entries to close back up, Tom. They were a second and a half down earlier on, and they're now back up onto the back of the Teesside Tigers cart. And the Chrono Team Racing entry as well. The leading trio are line astern once again.
I've just been informed we're about to have
our first.
And in fact, there it is. And I was very careful not to announce it before it actually happened, so we don't want anybody to gain an advantage. But we've gone full course yellow for the first time here today. We've got gravel on circuit, particularly at the far end of the circuit from where we are sitting, and also at turn 1. So we have to go full course yellow. No overtaking, 50% of race pace. We will be looking really for the leader to sort of take ownership of this, not advantage, take ownership of this and back the pack up. Whether they will or not, I'm not quite sure. We've got them on circuit now with the sweeper being dragged behind the quad.
Yeah.
As carts are having to go around it.
Yeah, what they'll be doing there, Tom, they're just picking up the gravel that's off the racing line. Now, teams will be told to slow down.
So a lot of them aren't. What sort of lap times are we looking at the moment?
Well, let's give them a bit of...
A 1:03.5?
Yeah, but see that they'd have been halfway round the lap, so let's give them a bit of credit to calm down. We'll see.
I'd be looking at Chrono Team Racing and Teesside Tigers to be looking to back this pack up now.
Yeah.
Take ownership of the fact that they are leading this race, and there's going to be no advantage because they're
still leading, aren't
they're
they?
still leading, and they'll still be leading at the end of it. But it's on them to back this pack up now, and remember 50% race pace. So we're looking at lap times that should be in the 1 minute sort of 30 bracket. And we're still getting them in the 1:11s as they come through now, so they're still not going
credit. I'm going to give some credit to the 24 entry, Tom, the LPBT entry, who appears to be going rather slowly and just trying to back the pack up from there. The leaders are coming into the final chicane here, just behind the Mad Motorsport entry. So the 38 Chrono Team Racing cart has just got his hand up for full course yellow, and they've crossed with a 1:07. For me personally, we are back racing green, but that's not quite slow enough for me, Tom.
No, not even close, really. That's
6 seconds
23
off
seconds faster than it should have been.
Yeah, they're doing 1:07.
We're not trying to get anybody in trouble, but there's a lot of people who have done that. And as I say, it should be on the leaders, really, to take ownership of that and take the responsibility that comes with leading this race and back the pack up and slow that pack down. Make sure that everybody is safe.
I mean, they could do a 3-minute lap. It doesn't make any difference.
No, exactly,
does it?
because
they're
nobody
still
can
going to be
overtake.
leading.
So far, I've got 3 lead changes as well on my little tally chart. Keep an eye on that as well.
Now we have
throughout the race.
We've had a full course yellow. Naturally, that's going to bring the pack together. We've got a car in, Tom, on the stand. Trying to pick out a number off the front. It's a bit of an angle.
71.
It is 71. That's Team Rango. The Dutch entry are in with a problem.
And they were running well as well.
They were
102.6.
They were just in front of the Teesside Academy cart, who were up to 14th now. So they'd have been just on the periphery of the top 10.
They would have been potentially third in class.
It's been a fairly quick pit stop for the Team Rango entry, the 71.
Shall I go and do an investigation?
Possibly. I believe it's John Janssen, that cart, who's commenced the race for the team. So Tom's off to see whether he can speak Dutch. Oh no, he's just going to the mechanics who are English, so he doesn't have to learn anything new, Mr. Butterworth. And the 30 of Dr. Vapes is in as well, with a problem. They were running reasonably well. They qualified inside the top 10, and they're dropping down the order. It's promoted everybody. They were 9th, were Dr. Vapes. And it looks like the engine keeps cutting out. So one of our teams in the top 10, the number 30 entry of Dr. Vapes, Harrison Kirkham in that car at the time when the cart was been brought in. Bodywork off the rear end of the cart at the moment. It's just being tended to by the mechanics. Carbs being cleaned off the back of that cart. Team boss Mo Hassan just overseeing with Marcel Himaleski there as well.
Chain for the 71 it was.
Was it? They were out very quickly.
Yeah,
as we've got a
very quick chain change over. That's the Met Police. That's Jeff.
Yeah, we've got a pit stop
coming
in for
in.
the Met Police. Now we are 40 minutes in. I don't believe they were short fueled, were they, Tom?
Weren't.
No.
And they were running well as well. The car was flying along.
And
he's into
the gravel bay. He's into the gravel bay. And our first trip into the gravel.
He dropped to 32nd, I think.
Yes.
Potentially. Oh, did a 104.8 the previous time around.
And who's it? Do you know who's in the 999, Tom?
I think it's Jeff.
Is it? 3 points on Jeff's licence there for a trip into the gravel.
£100 fine as well.
Absolutely.
Well, €100 fine.
Yes.
First one in the gravel as well.
Yeah,
he's definitely getting a fine for being the first one in the gravel.
If he goes too fast down the pit lane, he's going to have to do an awareness course.
And there is a speed gun down there. There genuinely is a speed gun.
70 have a warning. That's LMS. LMS have a warning. The photographer just taking some photos of us. He's never
sorry
taken,
for the silence.
He's never taken photos of anything so handsome in his life.
I wondered why the lens just cracked. Is it because we're so handsome?
Absolutely.
It can't take it.
Mirror, mirror on the wall and all of that. Looks like the Dr. Vape sentry's just being lowered back down onto the ramps.
I mean, it wouldn't. I can't get through 24 hours without going duck, 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 duck to Vapes.
Like Dr. Pepper.
I've got it out of the way now. I feel better. I feel better about things now.
Probably for the best.
I mean, it's been playing on my mind for like 12 months.
There's a few other play on words that we've been going.
It's been living in my head rent free as Dr. Vapes.
Yes.
For 12 months.
See, we often have to sort of rename some teams. Like occasionally there'll be entries that are a little bit too close to the bone for us to have to say, and we have to occasionally change them. Or occasionally we just change it for humour, because at the moment in 6th place we've got Fats and Furious International, who later on will be referred to as like Tubby and Angry. Yeah. And anything else that we can think of that will just keep Tom and I amused, because unlike the British 24 Hour, when we go on a commentary rotation, you've just got us for 12 hours till roughly about midnight, when we're going to go off. We're going to leave the cameras going. Tom and I are going to rest our vocal strings, and then we'll be back in the early hours of the morning, around about 8 o'clock here at Le Mans, 7 o'clock at home in the UK, to take us through to the end of the race tomorrow here at Le Mans.
Newmarket Hornets just overtaken CBR 213, and LMS, I believe, overtook Newmarket Hornets as well. So that's the battle for 21st place on the road. We've got
Accelerate Kent Brewery. We'll talk about them a little bit later on as well. They're up to 11th. They got past Dr. Vapes, their second entry, the number 60. Still leading in the clubman class though, Dr. Vapes, Tom.
Yeah. The second entry is now leading.
Yes, taking over the lead in the class from the other one. It's like, do you know when in like actual, like when I say proper Le Mans, I mean like the big one, where teams are running 1-2 and it's basically the second entry overtakes and takes up the battle on behalf of the more experienced machine.
So the gap with CBR 113, of course, still leading elite class, but that gap between Teesside Tigers and Chrono Team Racing has gone back out now to 1.2 seconds overall. So yeah, they are actually still fairly close on track. I thought it got out a little bit bigger.
The three of them, though,
closed
Tom,
in that lap.
Yeah, the three of them just opening up that gap. Now, what you'll see at the moment, we've got pro teams running at the top quite a lot. Now, what you'll find, and this is no disrespect to them pro teams, but the chances are they've got their best driver in.
Yes.
And the second driver's going to be quick, but maybe a few tenths off. Whereas when your elite teams, your CBR 113, your Club 73, your Nameless Motorsport, you know, Le Petit Bouchons, the Kart Events Belgium, every one of those drivers are within half a tenth of each other. That's what makes them elite, is that they have all their drivers on par with each other.
Yes, and very, very quick with that par as well. They are extremely fast drivers.
Well, yes, because like you and I are on par with each other, but we're less than clubmen.
Well, exactly, and that's my point. Is they're not. It is essentially like a par score. You know, there's only so much you can really be under par, isn't there?
It's the same as always. You're only as strong as your weakest link, so to speak.
Yeah, well, that's
no
the
disrespect,
team,
but
the team one. But yeah,
exactly.
It's what they will be is they will tend to run within a tenth or 2 tenths of each other, even at their fastest pace throughout this race. So yeah, they're all very closely matched, and that's what makes the strong team and the strong team effort here.
I am genuinely interested. There's a gentleman who's been in the fuel bay for 25 minutes now, and I'm genuinely interested to see which team he's with, because there's planning and there's planning.
Oh, he's waiting for them to come in, is he? Trying to strategise when they're coming in?
Well, he must be. All the Met Police have just been over the final chicane. Almost got
grass cutting.
Almost got T-packed by the rest of the field.
Did he go grass cutting?
Well, he did down the start-finish straight, actually. A cloud of dust going up down the start-finish straight. This
is what happens when you drive angry.
Yes.
And the police should know all about that, shouldn't they? Driving angry. They normally pull people over for that.
Yeah, well, they were saying to me before, anybody in front of them at half-race distance is getting breathalyzed down the end of the start-finish straight. And it's going to be a very,
they say
very
that,
long
but
process.
they're the ones who've been in the gravel the most. So.
Well, by most, I mean the only team so far.
Well, the only team so far, yes. And they were in it twice yesterday. And, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, both of their entries were in the gravel yesterday, weren't they?
I mean, some might question, why they're not out catching criminals.
Well, they can have
but not me. I wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't say anything
No,
like
well,
that. I would never even insinuate.
They've had it. They're allowed days off. We have days off. And do you know what we do on our days off, Tom? We travel to France and we commentate on races.
Days off. Do you have a day off in the police?
Are
you allowed a day off?
I don't know. They always say
Are you allowed 4 days off? The LMS entry, the number 7, has got some
yes,
bodywork.
Bodywork, that's going to...
It won't be a mechanical, but they will fix it at the next pit stop.
But it's a bit of a windbreak.
Yes, it certainly is. It's not going to be doing them any favours. You
There
just
they
see them
are,
coming through the picture there. The left side of the car, the right as we look at it, was pointing well skywards.
I don't know if it will be a mechanical, but it's just I can hear it now being radioed, Tom. Personal best.
MKT.
Yes,
P8.
number 12 entry, the McLaren kart team. Made up of 6 drivers: Andy Towersey, Scott Beattie, Josh Mitchell, Chris Spence, George Simmons and Matt Walker.
Have they got factory backing?
Well, they've got a factory nose cone, haven't they? They've got they're the team last year that they were using offcuts from the actual McLaren wrap as their nose panel, the orange and silver colours.
Have you just grasped them up?
Yes, and they'll be charging for that, won't they?
And we've got a black flag for the 113
incoming. Yes, it's
for
been
ABC.
Over start finish. Ollie Davis at the wheel of that, and last year's British 24-hour winners Core Blimey Racing will be called into the pit lane.
That's our leader.
Well, yeah, because they were third last time we looked, Tom.
Okay, right.
So the reason they've got to the front is by nudging the other 2 out of the way.
Right, so
yes.
advantage by contact. Yes, so they've moved in front of Teesside Tigers and Chrono Team Racing.
Yeah.
So we've missed that while we've been waffling, but it's cost them.
Hawkeye.
They're coming into the pits.
Clarks have got Hawkeye here this weekend, Tom. Send them back to Wimbledon when we're done with them.
Get them at the cricket. I mean, this one's definitely an umpire's call, but that is, and they've actually dropped now back down into second place. I think Paul White has taken back the lead from CBR 113. We'll just wait for it to tick over on screen.
Mechanical flag for LMS, Tom. The car that had the...
they brought it in for a mechanical.
Yeah, that had the bodywork flailing in the air on the rear end of that cart.
It must be because there's so long to go before they come into the pit. I mean, there's the best part of an hour.
But still, he can't just come in and get it fixed. He's got to adhere to that minimum 2.5 minute pit stop time as well. So it's going to be quite costly. That's 2.5 laps here. Drivers lapping in the 101s, 102s now. I don't think we'll see many more 101s for the rest of this race. What with traffic, with the exception of if you've created some space under a full course yellow. Core Blimey Racing, Thomas, still on track.
Yes, they are. Whether they've received their black flag, it's not being held out for them at the moment.
By contact.
And LMS, their mechanical flag has also been brought in. So we've got the black flag is now being repositioned and put back out for 113. And I believe that will be followed by the mechanical flag for...
I just want to tell the viewers at home, if you can hear me eating, it's because JJH Motorsport bought Tom and I a Mars bar, and I'm going to eat mine live on air.
Beautiful.
It is.
I'll eat mine live on air, but I'll let the viewers wait in anticipation of the lip smacking
for
that's
the British
about to be coming.
24 hour. Oh, we've got
way.
a yellow. We've got a yellow. Oh, the tyres have been nudged down at the far end, Tom, on the exit of turn 1. For the British 24-hour, Tom, we're going to have a commentary box camera where people can watch me seductively eat my Mars bar.
Seductively?
Well, it's subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, there's...
I think it's seductively. Other people will say repulsive.
Just keeping my eye on karts who have had issues early on making their way back through. So Newmarket Hornets still 21st.
Dr. Vapes are in the pit stop for the second time. Harrison Kirkham bringing that kart in with the same problem.
Well, it was a chain.
Oh, no. Well,
was it?
No, the engine was cutting out.
The engine was cutting out, that was it, yeah.
Entry. It was Rango who dropped the chain early doors.
Oh, LMS are in with their mechanical.
Yeah. So they're on the weighbridge, and they're having it fixed on the weighbridge.
And the black flag is in for 113, so we would expect to see them very shortly as well.
They've got a radio, and the team came up to find out what it was for, and have now gone back into pit lane. So I imagine
You can tell things are getting exciting because David and I have stood up.
Yes. Yes. Well, I've got an extra burst of energy from my Mars bar, haven't I?
That was it, yeah.
Yes. And in come the early race leaders, Blimey Racing, the pole sitter, Ollie Davis at the wheel, and he is in for what will be 30 seconds of
Telling
penalty. I've just had a quick look. Halfway down the pit lane, there's a team that are bringing their team into the pit lane by waving a Scottish flag.
Oh, beautiful. That'll be the 32, I would imagine.
Racing, won't it? CBA
Chukta Racing, David. Chukta. We've got another one.
Racing.
I knew you'd get that in at some point.
It's like 11 letters in the name. I can't do that. Funniest person I know.
The LMS car is being refired after they've had that bodywork repositioned.
Yeah, Blimey have been in and served their 30-second penalty, which was 30 seconds of Ollie Davis side-eyeing the clerk of the course. Do you know, like my wife does when I've upset her?
Do they still have to have the 2.5 minute
Yes, they do. I believe.
So what's the point of the 30-second pit stop then?
Pardon?
Why would they have the 30 seconds?
Well, it's 30 seconds. I don't know, but it's 30 seconds of.
Because they're not allowed to refuel, are they? So
yes,
it's just
they're
a
not
straight
allowed to
drive
refuel.
through. But it can't be a 2.5 minute stop. They must just be able to drive through.
Yes.
I'll ask.
But it's.
I'll ask Kat. In fact, I'll go and ask Lee now.
Yes, go and put the pressure on the clerk. Take a microphone, interview him live, see what he says. Running order then after nearly an hour of racing. We'll run you through at the bottom of every hour beyond the first hour of racing for the full order. But at the moment, Teesside Tigers and Chrono Team Racing lead from JS Racing, who have come through the field up into third place in front of Fats and Furious International. Club 73 leading your pro class from Nameless Motorsport. Then it's MKT, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, LPBT and Team Ard round out your top 10. Then we've got our clubman runners, Dr. Vapes, Teesside Academy and Club 73 TTR. Your top 3 in the clubman class, running 11th, 12th and 14th respectively. So a few teams now starting to pit for what we think will be fuel. Those teams that had roughly half a tank at the end of qualifying, they're going to be able to run for around about 35 to 40 minutes. And we're just having a quick look. Tom made a list at the start, and now he's keeping tabs with the other things that have. The 8 had half a tank, as some other teams had. 41 had half a tank of fuel as well at the early part of this race.
So 32, on strategy for them because they missed that fuel bay cut off earlier on. Right, so
engine start issues for the 88 of CBA Motorsport. Obviously, we've got a minimum pit stop time, so they do have a little bit of scope, but they've gone over the 2.5 minutes already of CBA Motorsport, so they'll roll straight down the pit lane and out the other end. Tom, what was your update on the penalty?
The update on the penalty was that. Right, so how it works, just for the clarification, and can I just say, we don't know this because we didn't receive any penalties last year. Let's put our good boy hats on.
Absolutely.
So we were very good boys. They not very naughty boys.
He's been a very naughty boy.
Very naughty boy. So what happens is, you come in, you are not allowed to refuel. You go to the penalty box. You sit there for 30 seconds in silence. The clerk of the course will just hold you in position, will not tell you why you have been black flagged, will not speak or communicate with you in any way. You will literally be sat in the naughty corner.
Won't even wag his finger at you.
You are on the naughty step, and truly.
I think they should make them get out of the cart and stand facing a wall.
Then you have to trundle down the pit lane and you are not allowed to leave the pit lane before 2.5 minutes has expired. So your 30-second penalty is actually a 2.5 minute penalty, which is 2.5 laps.
Which is fine. The board just says 30 seconds on it, but it's not really, is it? It's longer than that. It's just that we're not going to get a new board.
No, it's just that they have to sit there for 30 seconds, and they're not allowed to change driver either in that 2.5 minutes. So it's literally straight. It's a drive-through penalty that carries a 2.5 minute minimum.
Now, shortly before,
and just for further clarification, as a further point, if they break that 2.5 minute barrier, it's a further 2 laps that will just be added on. And that's a simple click of the computer.
Absolutely.
You will still be allowed to pound round as you were, but you're now another 2 laps down.
Now, when we were talking before, just a comment came in around about 15 minutes ago, Tom, that I'm going to just go with here. We were talking about CBR being in 3rd place at the time. And Streets Clothes Pizza Boy put, "Don't worry, commentators, Ollie in the 113 is on it." And he was. Just a fraction too much.
A little bit too much, yes. Okay, so Teesside Tigers now your well-established leaders from Chrono Racing. Both of those in the pro class. JS Racing 3rd overall now, but a full 21 seconds back. They're also in pro. We have to go down to 5th place for your first of the elite class runners of Nameless Motorsport, followed by Club 73 karting. I think that's up to 5 league changes now we've had. Then your 3rd place in elite is 9th overall, the Le Petit Bouchon entry, number 24. Kart Events Belgium starting to move their way back up the field now into 13th. Titan Motorsport still a surprising way down in 18th. We will, I'm sure, over the course of 24 hours, see both of those teams work their way towards the front. Just sheer consistency, power of will, experience will bring them to the front of this race over the course of it. Newmarket Hornets, after their spin on lap 1, they are 20th overall. Then your Clubman entries, still being led, 11th place overall, Dr. Vates Racing. Teesside Academy in 2nd in that class, 12th overall. They are 3 3/4 seconds back from Dr. Vapes. And then it's Club 73 TCR, the number 473. They're 14th overall, and they are around about another 2.5 seconds, possibly even 3 seconds behind as well. So good battle in Clubman. Separated by 6 seconds overall. It's still your top 2, nose to tail overall. Teesside Tigers from Chrono Racing. They are 0.6 of a second apart.
JS Racing, Tom, in 3rd place, qualified 23rd, and they've just picked teams off lap on lap, waited for...
Is it Vern that's out there?
I'm going to have a quick look. If he is, we've got a bit of
If we've got the red suit, yeah, we'll be having a... They've certainly got Vernon McCallum racing with them this weekend. It's someone that I've known for a good few years now. Well, pretty much since I started racing myself in 2012. Just going to keep an eye out for them coming through.
Heading now through the chicanes in that.
It's not Vern. No, no, it's not Vern. It's black suit, white helmet, David. Have you got anything on there?
Well, it's either Josh Greaves or James Binks. I think it could be James Binks because one of them's got black suit with blue lapel, one has got black suit with red lapel.
Might have been the light, but I thought they were yellow. Okay, I'll try and get them coming through again.
Let's not throw spanners in works, Tom.
So it's, what, red or blue?
Yeah.
Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah.
Sorry, folks, to keep you in suspense,
Yes.
but we're just trying to establish who is actually driving the 3rd placed kart. Seeing them coming along the back straight now, just heading into turn 7.
Pit stop for the 27, Tom. They were short fueled, weren't they? They had 7 out of 10 on how much fuel racing.
Yes, they did. So this should be about
on strat.
A little bit early still, I think, but yeah, not far off.
And I'm waiting to see whether.
I mean, that looks like that's white for me.
I'm waiting to see whether.
Oh, blue.
Yeah, yeah.
Blue lapels. Who do we have with blue lapels?
We have blue. James Binks.
James Binks. There you go.
What a stint then from James Binks so far, from 23rd to 3rd.
It's incredible. I mean, genuinely, that is incredible. He's had a few drop by the wayside in front of him, of course, but that takes nothing away from that effort.
I've just noticed I've made a massive, massive error.
Go on.
Do you know what I said to you? There's a guy in the pit lane for the last 20 minutes waiting with a radio for a team to come in.
Is he the fueler?
He's the guy doing the fuel.
He's the refueler. I did wonder that at
and
first.
And the radio he's got is the track radio to all the marshals and not to his team.
I should question your knowledge more often.
Mate, I'd go home.
It did cross my mind.
I'd go home, but Rob Borowitz got my passport in the front of his car. Oh, what an embarrassment. I'd like to apologise to my family.
The academy.
The academy.
Oh, brilliant. Right, so front three overall, all in pro class, as we've said. Front four are all in pro class. So they're all pot hunting, aren't they? Not putting themselves forward for elite.
Yeah.
We did have a few people trying to...
we had some clubman teams this morning
that were very, very fast.
Oh, yeah.
Chrono Team Racing were one of them.
Yeah, they were, weren't they? Dog the Trophy Hunter.
Yeah. At one point they were on pole position and they were in clubman class, and there were a lot of questions up and down this commentary box. I'm like, not really.
I mean, it's like, come on, lads, sandbag at least.
That's what I was saying. Excuse me, I was just having a drink. But yeah, exactly that. Yeah, just put it like P4.
Yeah.
Don't draw attention to yourselves. Put it somewhere inside the top 10 and then go for it during the race. As you've seen from the 111 of JS Racing, it doesn't really matter where you qualify.
No. Well,
because less than an hour, or just over an hour into this race, as we are now, believe it or not, 3 minutes past the hour.
Yes. 1 in, 23 to go.
That it doesn't really matter, because in that first stint, you can make up a huge amount of places. 23rd.
What we can see on screen
How many
there,
have gone
we'll
backwards?
come back to it at some point.
I'm just trying to have a little count out in my... It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Looks like 6, 7...
In fact, Tom, the last team that haven't been in the pitch yet are TSK-Motorsport.
Yeah.
And they are 31st at the moment.
So there's
with CBR in front of them. They have pitted for their
penalty.
Penalty.
So there's 13 realistically that they've either 13 teams that could have been in front of them, weren't in front of them, could have been in front of them, that they've overtaken to get up to that point. We're dropping by the way, so 13 teams have had issues, shall we say, and have had to pit off strategy. The 32 of Chukta Racing in 40th place, they've pitted on strategy, as we said, because they had half a tank. Shopping Cart pitted early with a mechanical issue, and that allowed them to finish top up their half a tank. The 41, have they been in, David?
I don't believe so.
41 is 10th, top 10. Team Hard. They had half a tank, and they've not been in yet, and we're an hour and 4 minutes into this race. Do they know they've got half a tank?
Well,
I think we're about to find out in about 15 minutes' time, when they certainly have nothing left. Well, less than 15 minutes. Who's that up on the ramp there? We've got. Is that just one of the spares?
Yeah, one of the spares has just been...
thank you very much indeed.
It'll be tended to...
Oh, that is ice cold as well.
Perfect.
JJH.
That's going...
Bribing the commentators.
Bring him back, Tom. Bring him back. There we go.
In fact, there we go. This is what happens when you bribe the commentary team. You actually get on the microphone. Come and sit down.
Am I nicking his seat?
You're going to steal David's seat. Yeah, I'm going to boot him out of the commentary box. Mind the network cables, David.
Should we get him out of the cart already?
We get him out in a cart?
Yeah, let's
Don't
get him out of the
tempt
cart
him.
already.
I was quick yesterday-ish. I kept up with Jared Fox slightly for one corner.
You were dead last though yesterday, weren't you?
So tell the viewers at home who you are, what the JJH team is all about, and I will bring them up to speed on how the race is currently going.
So my name is Paul Herridge. I am the team owner of JJH Racing. Now JJH actually stands for my son, which is Jensen James Herridge.
Okay.
As he's not old enough to be here for a few more years yet. This is my 10th Le Mans, I believe, actually. My first one was in 1999 with the old pits.
Yeah.
Bring them back, I say.
Okay.
We are here this year in memory of Ralph, who was our pit boss, who passed away, sadly, in May this year. And that is who we are.
Okay. Bit of a Bristolian accent, am I detecting
absolutely,
there?
Bristolian 100%. And
There we
I
go.
think most of my team actually are all Bristolian.
Are they?
Yeah, maybe one from Exeter.
Oh, okay. But you're all southwest based.
We are all southwest based, yeah.
Okay.
So nice journey over. We had a little rave in the minibus on the way over.
Clay Pigeon, your local circuit?
Clay Pigeon, absolutely. That's where I started in 1998, believe it or not.
Wow, there you
now
go.
I fell old.
In 98. So what were you racing in 98?
That would have been pro karts.
Okay.
So that would have been EKC endurance racing.
Right.
Which was 6-hour endurance races.
Yeah.
And then it was EKC, and actually it was run by the Truman brothers after Ted Paul sold it on, I believe.
Yeah.
And actually, fact, I used to help out VKR Racing, who used to own the corporate events down there.
Okay.
In the old truck trailers.
Ah,
so
right,
many a night down there in the middle of winter, trying to fix up the pro karts, freezing cold. Never again.
Brilliant.
Never again.
You say never again, but
it's always.
There are obviously memories that have stuck with you for a good reason, not.
Look, every year we do Le Mans or we do a British 24, we always go never again.
Yeah.
And then on the journey home, we're like that. Right, what
yeah,
we doing,
come on,
boys?
we'll do it again, yeah.
Let's go next year. And every year it gets
What
a
are you
little
doing
more.
this time next year?
Yeah, what are you doing this time next year? Obviously, the boys already started working out the dates.
Yeah.
So, you know, hopefully.
I know the feeling. I know that feeling well. And far too many times, from my own perspective, it's been a case of, what could have been?
It gets
what
that,
could have been?
It gets to that stage, doesn't it? Every sort of part of the race, and you go, why am I doing this?
Yeah.
And then actually.
Normally when it's wet and it's 2
Yeah,
o'clock in the morning.
Or 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, you're like, I am so tired. But then when that sun comes up, bang.
It's a new lease of life, isn't it?
And don't you find that with the racing as well? When it's nice and sunny like this, the aggression is there. And then at night time, it mellows.
Yes,
the racing actually mellows.
Yeah, in fairness, we don't see a lot of black flags during the night. In fact,
Maybe that's 'cause we can't see
very
'em.
rarely. I don't want to jinx it.
Maybe that's 'cause we can't see 'em, 'cause it's so dark.
Possibly, yeah,
No, I'm
but
joking.
you don't see a lot of issues by any means during the night. Everybody does seem to calm down. There's no particular reason for that other than it's nighttime and not. Yeah.
Or do you think
it's one of those things?
Or we're just so tired?
Well, yeah.
We're all just tired and just driving in that tired mode.
What you do see during the night though is tired crashes.
Yeah.
You know, people who haven't got the arm strength anymore, they've got the arm pump, if you like, the issue. They can't turn the wheel as hard as they could at the start of their stint, and all of a sudden, we've got a black flag. David?
No, that's a black and orange.
We've got a mechanical flag for the 5. Oh, because the nose panel has dropped. So the number 5 is Apex Twin Racing, and we're currently in 16th place. Just got overtaken actually by the BKRTs in the elite class. So 16th for Apex Twin, but they will be coming in for an unscheduled stop with that nose panel, essentially almost on the floor.
So they're coming in for a nose job, is what we're saying?
Yes, that's exactly what they're
coming in for. A bit of a nose
for.
job or a bit of a facelift?
A facelift. Yeah, let's go with that one. Facelift.
Yeah, let's go with that. We all need one of those as we get a bit older.
And your guys have just moved up to 22nd, JJH Motorsport.
Not bad. Qualified 32nd, so we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and we've had a few karts drop by the wayside with various issues, and we're up to 22nd.
No, don't make it sound so bad, all right?
We've overtaken
10, all right? We've overtaken 10.
You've got to be in it to win it.
It's all about the endurance.
And that's Apex Twin. They're going to be dropping down now as well. So that's going to put you up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in class as well.
That'd be nice.
Just keep going like that.
It'd be nice.
We're only 1 hour in. Keep going like that through the next 22 hours and 50 minutes. There could well be a podium.
We could get there. It'd be a first.
Just not got a drop chain. We've seen a lot of drop chains early on here, and it was an issue last year as well. Those rumble strips are savage.
We had 4 engine changes last year, and actually it was down to a fuel pump issue.
Right.
So hopefully, touch wood, we've not had any issues this year. Let's hope it keeps going that way.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, and then let's get through the next 23 hours and see where we're at the end. I mean, last year we won the most sporting team. So obviously we're the British this year as well, so 2 races.
Yeah.
I'm a bit old for 2, but it's going to have to happen.
So we'll be seeing you next month then
yeah,
as well?
Yeah, you'll be seeing me next month, so I'll bring some more Haribo.
Oh, brilliant.
All right, because I didn't bring any, but I got you the Mars bar.
Yeah, you did. Thank you very much indeed.
And full fat sugar.
Yeah,
Whichever
that'll keep us going for the next couple of hours, definitely.
Whichever is called Gout Original.
Yes, we saw that. Yeah, I was making
Gout.
the original gout. That's what you get on your Coca-Cola cans.
So let's go buy a can of original gout.
Original gout, yeah. I'm not sure whether that's the before or after effect.
Well, maybe.
Drinking
Right.
too much Coca-Cola.
I'm gonna get
Accelerate
back-
Racing Kent Brewery, they've just moved up to 8th place overall as well. But yes, thank you very much for spending the time with us.
No problem.
That's JJH Racing. We'll keep our eyes on them throughout the rest of the race. As we said, currently in 21st overall, so made up 12 places from their qualifying position and running 6th overall in class. So thank you very much to them. And as we say, thank you for the bribery. It works, as you can see. The system works, David.
The system is corrupt, but we are on board with that. Things to note, Tom, whilst you were talking, obviously the issues for the 5, the Apex Twin Racing entry had to come into the pits. The Nauseo panel had dropped down onto the driver's knees. TVP, who had been in for fuel, came back in 3 or 4 laps later. Their engine had stalled, was started again by the team, and he's rejoined out on circuit, but will have dropped down the order ever so slightly in that number 27 entry, currently down in 40th place.
I'm going to throw something out there for TVP. A mistake that I've made in the past.
Yes.
I will wager that the engine hadn't dropped and that they'd knocked the choke on.
It's well hidden though, isn't it? That's
the choke.
Yeah.
Well, it is if you're.
Oh, T-side Stig's about to go out again. He's about to test out the cart that's been up
The
and
spare,
fixed. Yeah,
yeah.
the spare, one of the spares.
But I'm wondering whether that was a choke issue, because although you say it's well hidden, it is easy to do if you're not used to starting as many engines as a lot of these drivers will have done in the past. If you're fairly fresh to this, restarting the engines after you've refueled, it's quite a common mistake, quite an easy mistake to make. If you are well used to it, then yeah, you're not going to do it, but it can be done accidentally.
Yeah, just going back to our live chats, Tom. Rockshot Gamer says that we need to speak to Clinton Bell, Club 73, but also track manager at Buckmore Park, and get us on there 24 hours. Well, Tom and I are available for all good 24 hours, and any other races for that matter, including openings of garden parties, christenings and anything else really.
I'll throw in garden centres for that as well.
Garden centres or Jardin Prix. Jardin Prix as they are here. Yeah.
Okay.
We go past one on the way here, don't we? It's just before the Boulanger.
I'll open a showroom, a garden centre. I'll open your bathroom door if you if you really wish. Yeah. So. David keeping us up to date with the live chat. I've just seen Jack go out now in that spare cart, so he will be testing these spare carts, making sure that the ones that have been swapped, that they are now fully race ready and ready to rock and roll should they be called upon. Another one in the pits now. Is that one of the Petit Bouchon?
Well, they've only got one entry, Tom, this year, LBPT.
Or is it BRKT?
Let's have a quick look. It's the 33. That is the BRKT entry, I believe.
The Burked.
It is BR. They've got 2 entries. They've got BKRT yellow and BKRT red.
Oh, so it's Burkert.
Burkert yellow.
Burkert, not Burked.
Just one thing that I did want to have a shout, because we've had some good interaction regarding them in the live chat as well, primarily from Jessica O'Hanlon. Regarding bowel cancer UK. Now they've given us something that we'll run through a little bit later on, but they're 4 drivers, Maurice McGurch, Dan O'Brien, Darryl Bradford and Josh Tilley, racing under the guise of Bowel Cancer UK. They've passed us something, they're going to have a quick read through now. We'll probably be fundraising and raising awareness for Bowel Cancer UK this year at the 24 hour of Le Mans in France. A team of 4 talented drivers along with their supportive team will take on the most prestigious endurance karting event battling out against the other teams twice around the clock. We'd like to ask our friends and families, please donate to our chosen charity, Bow County UK, to raise awareness and show our support to the incredible charity. Target to raise is £2,000. We'd really appreciate anyone that could donate. So hopefully somebody will be able to pop us a link in the live chat, or send one through to myself in the commentary box, and we will get one posted that anybody can donate to if they would like to. Candy Floss asking the important questions once again, Tom, comparing us to Beauty and the Beast, and asking which one of us is Beauty and which one is Beast. You can be Beauty, I'll be Sexy Beast.
I'll take
sorted.
That.
Happy days. So we're all good.
I was going to make some Beauty and the Beast references, but none of them come to mind
No,
right now.
It's not my favourite. It's not my favourite of the films.
No, neither me. Neither me. I've got a daughter. Well, we both got daughters who are well into the Disney stuff.
Yes.
Let's just call it stuff. We've got. Is that Dr. Fate's back? No, it's that's the. Is it? Who is that?
It is. It's one. I think that's the 60. The
That's
front
the 60.
running. Is that the class leading entry, Tom? At the time.
Yeah.
The number 60 Dr. Vape's entry is in. I wonder who's going to be the last team in the pits. Who's going to run it long, like super long?
Just a shout out as well. I know we mentioned him in the paddock walk as well, but James Shrimpton has been in touch. Formerly of the Teesside Tigers parish.
Well, you say formerly. I think, is he not back for the British?
Well, he was formerly for this race. He's formerly.
Yes.
He may well be back for that.
It's like getting back with your ex, isn't it?
It's a great. Well, I mean, of all the races to miss, it's the one that they're leading.
Yes.
Overall, great stream and commentary, guys. Teesside Tigers P1. Wow, wasn't expecting that. Wish I was there. Sadly, couldn't get the time off work to be there. But we'll be back next year racing Le Mans and the British 24 Hour. Enjoy the rest of the race and weekend, and see you at the British 24 Hour. Well, James, I would highly advise that you rewind to the end of the Paddock show that we put on at the start of the stream.
Name drop.
Because you get a mention in that as well as to why you aren't here. I mean, he says he can't get the time off work.
I mean,
but,
I'm not saying what you said wasn't necessarily true, but there's a lot of
well, it wasn't me. It was his teammate.
Creative rearrangement of the truth.
Ian said they're 2 doors down from the Met Police, 2 garages down from the Met Police, and James was running.
Yeah, you don't.
Is what he said,
and you don't want to lie to the police.
So let's put 2 and 2 together, make 6, and yeah. Maybe that's why Shrimpo's not here. Anyway, good to have you with us, James. Along with everybody else, of course. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to the stream, and where possible, please, could you share to your social medias? It will really, genuinely help, not just myself and David, of course, getting us some more airtime, but it will help everybody here at TSK-Media, at Teesside Karting, who will benefit from the extra viewing coverage, not in a monetary sense or anything like that, but just it helps us know that we're doing a good job. Is that fair enough?
Works for me, Tom.
So please share where you can to your social medias, your Facebook, Insta, whatever it may be. Put the link on there, especially if you've got friends, family taking part in this race. Be proud of what they're doing. Say what position they're in. Put the live stream on there. Tell people that they can watch it, and just get people involved. So say subscribe to the TSK-Media channel, and you can leave us a comment on YouTube as well. Give it about 5 minutes to come through.
Yeah.
And then you can leave a comment, and you can chat with us directly here in the commentary box.
Certainly can. Just one thing to note, Tom. If you're on live timing, you'll be able to see the teams have got different colour backgrounds next to their name. If you're on the live stream, all of them are on a white background. So if you just want to have a quick look on the live timing and have a look, our grey coloured backgrounds are our elite teams. Yellow background are our pro teams, and our clubman teams are running the red background on timings. So at the moment, we've got a pro team leading, and you'll see the category is down the right-hand side as well. Now, you might not get all of the information we get in the commentary box if you're watching on your phone, because the screen is smaller. We've got a laptop that's got like previous lap times, the interval between each teams, how many laps they've done. Currently 77 laps for the leader, as you can see on the screen here on the live stream, and how long it's been since they were last in pit lane.
So gap at the front, currently 1.6 seconds as they make their way through further traffic. 1.6 seconds. There's a couple of karts between the Teesside Tigers and Chrono Team Racing. JS Racing now in third place, as we said, with that remarkable work through the field. Due to we've got a yellow flag with somebody off on the exit of turn 6.
Kart stopped on the exit of turn 6.
So we've got yellow flags there, but we haven't got any yellow flags before. Oh, we've got the digiboards. My apologies. We've got the digiboards out there warning people. It looks like it's back underway.
Yeah,
it's slowly moving. Oh. And a big vibration.
Yeah, as he came back on
you can see it on screen. Is it the 88?
It is. That's CBA Motorsport. Now, they've already been in the pits already once.
Could be a puncture, perhaps.
Although, were they in, Tom? Were they one of the teams that were short on fuel?
No, because they've been in already.
Yes. So, they will be coming in for what will be a...
Somebody went very wide there in a fluorescent yellow suit, kicking up dust on
tyres
the exit.
just being put back in down that far end again, Tom.
Yeah.
Under yellow flagged by the marshals.
They're not fixed, those tyres. So what tends to happen is the drivers come along. I'm not sure we can get a shot of the back straight, the hairpin at the moment. But what happens is there's those tyres tend to get nudged, clipped every lap by karts brushing against them, trying to maximise the track width, and they will move those tyres further and further left. And so under yellow, we didn't manage to do it under localised yellow flags that time around, but normally we'll do a full course yellow. We'll sweep up any gravel that's been kicked up onto the circuit, and we will replace the tyres as well.
Team Ard, they boxed for the first time in the 41 machine. They were what Tom would call like a 7 out of 10 on the fuel, so that's about where we're at now, the 1 hour and 23 minute mark.
41?
Yes.
No, they were half.
Yes, well...
So they've managed to go a long way on half a tank. 1 hour and 23 minutes on half a tank.
So, yes, they're pitting now.
I mean, give or take half a tank.
Yes.
Might have been a bit more than that, but still, a long way on nowhere near a full tank.
No, so they've pitted now for fuel. And they've not...
Normally we're expecting people with full tanks in around the 1.5 hour to 1 hour sort of 45.
Yeah, I think you can probably go 1 hour 45, but what you'll find is a lot of teams will do 1 hour 30 because it works in that sort of 24-hour sort of stint.
Yes.
To complete 24 hours with a 16 pit stops.
Got another one coming in now. Was it 11? I'll get them as they just come off the weighbridge. Gap at the front out to 2.1 seconds now. Chrono Team Racing just not getting the rub of the green as they come through traffic. Who have we got in at the moment? 34 BKRT. Oh, it was the Le Petit Bouchon team.
FCY, Tom. Gravel at the first corner is the cause, and our second full course yellow flag of the 2024 karting Le Mans.
And the clerk of the course is now out on the final chicane, urging people to slow down.
Who's going to be smart here, Tom, and box under full course yellow and lose a minimum amount of time?
It's the 2.5 minutes, isn't it?
But it's
everybody else is going at a slower pace.
So 2.5 minutes, and that is Cole Clark of the first team to box.
And I've just seen their Teesside Tigers be urged very much to slow down. The clerk of the course is now out on the final chicane, as I said, urging karts to slow down. They need to be going at 50% of race pace, and in fact the leaders did a 1:04.5 that time around, of which 3/4 of that lap at least was under full course yellow.
Yeah, and just to note, all down our pit lane, teams over the PA have been instructed to slow the pace down. TRX are in for a pit stop, as are shopping carts. The number 8, they pitted early.
Who have we got at the front of this one? Is that
273? That's
yeah.
one of the Club 73 doing a grand job at slowing that pack down.
Yeah. I'm looking at the leaders, and they're mid in this second train.
They're a mid-train,
They're
aren't
in
they?
the middle of that, and really they should be dropping back now, but that's...
Well, no, because
it's not for me to say, really.
In an
It's
ideal world,
organised,
everybody would line up behind the leader, wouldn't
yes,
they?
absolutely.
But they don't, because everybody sort of slows
because
down.
the leader's trying to take as much of an advantage as they can,
Yeah.
and we'll just follow the car in
Paul
front.
White weaving to try and keep some heat in the tyres. It's 25 degrees here at Le Mans.
Yeah, after an hour and 25 minutes of racing, yeah.
I don't think he needs to be trying to keep any heat in them tyres. In fact, he's trying to cool them down, maybe. So we're still waiting. The Optimum Motorsport 74 entry of Lewis Goff has just he's rolling down the pit lane. They've been in for a pit stop. That'll be on schedule, because whilst they have been in the pits, that was for a penalty earlier on. So we'll look for a driver change.
Just as they come round.
Oh, in fact, TRX, they came in, but that's for a problem. You might be able to hear in the background the unmissable noise of engine rev.
So 8 of the shopping cart team, they're the ones who have only taken advantage of the full course yellow so far. I will be looking at potentially Titan Motorsport, potentially the Belgians at kartevents.be.
Nameless Racing are in. They're one of the front runners.
They are 5th overall and leading the elite class. They're taking advantage, the first ones to come in and take advantage of this full course yellow. Of course, it is an early stop. It does put you off sequence. However, as David said, it's close enough to that hour and a half that sort of keeps you in a nice sequence for a 24-hour race. We go under green flag again, and we're back to racing. But it will lose you less time. And we've got another kart coming back in now as well. Probably the worst kind of timing for that one, because if you're trying to take full advantage of the full course yellow, you've just lost it all because the track's gone green again. I'm just trying to see where Teesside Tigers are situated in relation to Chrono.
Chrono are in. That was the kart. When you said the team coming in now is the team that are probably going to benefit the least, and we've got a kart in the gravel at turn 1. There we are, Tom.
So we've got double waved yellows.
Yeah,
now
double wave yellows down in the gravel. That kart's going to have to come into the gravel bay, and it's going to get hooked up onto the back of the quad and get dragged out of there. I had to get dragged out of there last year when I was unceremoniously fired in.
And quite literally kicking and screaming while you were being dragged out of there. He was not a happy bunny, ladies and gentlemen.
I allowed a faster
And we've gone full course yellow again.
Yes,
so
we have FCY. So that's helped Nameless out no end, doesn't it?
Yeah, and
Chrono
Team Racing. That's going to help them out. Yeah, completely. So that was second place overall.
Optimum are back in. The 74 of Optimum is back in. He's that was in for a driver change, and he's back in the pits again. It's Morgan Hudson-Brown now is in that kart. And are we going down to fuel?
Pit lane
or are we going
very busy
round the outside? Or is it a radio issue, maybe?
Hang on, no, he's
not fueling. He's not fueling. And let's see what's going to happen. Engine down, Tom. That's why. He's dropped the engine down left rear to the driver's left side.
But that's a rookie error. A rookie error is not fueling up when you come in the pits.
No, they've only just been in. They were in 2 laps ago.
Oh, is that?
Yeah,
right,
they boxed and changed from Lewis Goff to Morgan Hudson-Brown.
I take it back. My apologies.
And now he's going to have to sit and wait in the box.
I'd have still topped it up, though.
I don't know why they've made poor John run up to start the engine down here. They could have done it in the box down there.
Yeah, true.
Poor John Turner. Making him run in this heat as well. Disgraceful team behaviour. We're having a word with the team boss Channer for that.
So back under full course yellow again, or still, should I
Yeah,
say.
for the retrieval of this cart down in the gravel.
But what I want to see is where Teesside Tigers are in relation to JS Racing now. Are they in the same train?
No, they're not. There's
They're not,
30
are they?
seconds between them. They've got half a lap, effectively. Paul White is here, coming through the final chicane in front of our commentary position.
Kart Events Belgium right on their tail.
And
as
JS
well.
will be in the train of karts going round turn 6.
Kart Events Belgium, 1 lap down. Haven't yet pitted and are a lap down.
Class leading Teesside Academy 43 machine is pitting under the full course yellow. Jared Fox-Whiteley is going to hand over that machine to what appears to be Gracie Mitchell. One of 2 drivers carrying over from last year. They've got 3 new drivers in that team. Jared Fox-Whiteley, Pip Morris, as well as Joseph Yao. Majority of them drivers, actually, Tom, under the age of 16 years old. Gracie Mitchell, probably the oldest, at around about 17. So when we say academy, we do mean academy.
Yeah, full on youth.
Yes. Along with, to be fair, Optimum are the same, aren't they? They're running youth.
Yes.
With 2 O's and no TH.
No, there's many F's. Youth.
Yes. Mark Mitchell, Andrew Fox-Whiteley on pit stop duty. And Mitchell on the radio, just telling the team when and how long they've got, Tom, to get down to that bottom end of the pit lane on time. And they're at the 2:38 mark, so expect to see Gracie Mitchell appear shortly down at the far end.
Is that the 101 just
It is. That's
in?
Steve Nichols bringing the 101 Met Police entry into pits as we are green once again, Tom.
Just looking as they go 3 wide into turn 1. Are they all going to make it out as we hold the camera on turn 1? You can see that gaggle of karts. They were 3 abreast down the pit straight. They all made it through cleanly. Not quite so cleanly through turn 2 as one took a bit of air as they hit the grass on the exit of the rumble strip on the exit of turn 2. But again, nobody around, all 4 wheels in line for all drivers at the moment.
Just having a quick look, Tom. I think it could have been the 33 BKRT yellow entry that was in the gravel. Just waiting. It's in the pits. And it's in the gravel bay.
Yeah, 33 then. Another one for gravel. I need to add on another one for my full course yellow. So we've had 3 full course yellows so far. 5 lead changes.
Oh, I was taking. There's actually like a safety truck on the actual Le Mans circuit behind where we are, with the blue lights on and all the fire extinguishers. Hopefully, might get some
just as the Met Police came
yes,
in.
as the Met Police come past.
I think that was their show of support.
Tribute. It's just a tribute.
They just waited for them to come in and then went, "Ooh, look, it's blue lights." Made them feel right at home.
Right at home.
999 on its march back up through the field is currently, where are they? They're 32nd overall, 6 laps down
Well,
now.
seeing as you're looking at results, Tom, and because we're at the bottom of the hour, we'll run you through the standings so far here at the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour kart race. Teesside Tigers yet to pit, but lead the way from JS Racing and Club 73, the leading elite runner, last year's winners in the pro class. Then it's Fats and Furious International, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing are in 5th. Then it's Club 73 TTR with Kart Events Belgium just behind in P number 7. FP4 at 8th with Titan Motorsport and CBR 313 in 10th place. Then it's MKT, Chrono Team Racing and Bowel Cancer UK in 13th. 14th, CBR 113 after that early black flag are fighting back up to P14 with Le Petit Bouchons in 15th. Then 16th, Teesside Academy, the early race leaders in the Clubman class, are 16th with Team Ard in P17. CBR, the 213 entry, 18th with BKRT Red in 19th. The top 20 completed by Newmarket Hornets. In 22nd, JJH Motorsport in front of Bargain Racing in the 241. Cole Clark Racing, who had a turbulent day yesterday getting their car up to speed, a 23rd in front of Apex Twin. Then it's LMS in 25th. KBR, who were off, one of 3 cars off on the first lap, are 26th. With the Met Police Motor Club 101 in 27th. Then it's Dr. Vapes Racing in the 60, 28th. Mad Motorsport at 29th, with Club 73 in 30th. Then it's Nameless Motorsport, who pitted earlier on under the full course yellow, down in 31st place, with then Met Police Motor Club 999 in 32nd. Then it's Team Rango 33rd, 34th, Apex Twin Selected Works Parts. And then it's Optima Motorsport, who've had a difficult opening hour and a half to this race with a penalty and an engine that didn't start at the start of their stint. So they've been through the pits a few times, 3 times to be exact. Then it's TVP Racing. They've had a double pit stop as well with an engine drop. And then Tucha Racing in 37th. 38th, BKRT Yellow. Shopping Carts, TRX Motorsport. And Dr. Vapes are in front of CBA Motorsport and Club 73 Pro, who've also been in the pits 3 times. Teams that haven't pitted yet, the leading team, Tom, that have pitted, Chrono Team Racing, are in 11th place. Just having a look, because after their pit stop, Nameless Motorsport have dropped down into 31st place, and they had a 6-minute stop. And I didn't see them up on the stand. So unless Tom can shed some light, but they were running very, very well inside the top 5 and looked to have pitted on strategy.
Yeah, I no light from me, unfortunately.
No, we'll
no idea why.
We'll try and have a fact-finding mission later when the 42 comes back up into pit lane. Waiting for some of our teams to pit that haven't pitted just yet. We've got an entry into pit lane now. That's the Bowel Cancer UK entry. The number 87, who were running 4th in the Clubman class, are going to pit for the first time. So everybody, Tom, down to Titans in 9th, still yet to pit and pushing that fuel window as far as they can. 1 hour and 38 minutes so far on a tank of fuel.
Yeah, Titans in 9th, so making their way back up. Kart Events Belgium, of course, now up to 7th place, but still behind Clubman entry of Club 73 TTR.
Yeah,
Excuse me while I'm now chomping a Mars
You
bar.
are. Seaver for failing the in that kart at the moment, with discussions going on, Tom, in front of us here between Kenneth Nessens and the team at Teesside, potentially just wanting to have the kart looked at when it comes in, and maybe just giving them the specifics as what he'd like.
Looks like he's saying he's got no rear grip.
I never struggle for rear grip, Tom, because I'm overweight. Always get some extra weight over that rear wheel. So,
very helpful in the wet, though.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's 25 degrees.
Yeah,
here, bright sunshine at the moment.
Yeah, you'd expect it to be helpful in the wet, but my lack of talent somewhat counteracts it.
Well, there we go. Thank you to JJH once again for the Mars bar and the original gout.
The 313 of Core Blimey Racing 313, who were running inside the top 3 and in fact still are in that class, have pitted.
We are, as we say, we're in that window. We're in the pit window now.
We are
very much.
Yes.
However, there are a lot of teams who have stopped early, and because of that, they will be still pitting early second time around as well.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where we are. So lead is down to 11 seconds, Tom, after that full course yellow earlier on. JS Racing, who started this race in 23rd place, are in second place with Teesside Tigers leading. Neither of them have pitted yet. And that class-leading cart with Paul White at the wheel and making its way towards the final complex of corners.
There's been 5 lead changes, but they've almost led every lap.
Yes.
Almost.
They've been great, haven't they? And credit to them, holding firm at the front.
How are CBR 113? What's their recovery like at the moment?
They were going well, but they are due to pit shortly, I think. It's currently saying 50 minutes, but they didn't fuel, did they? They're currently 11th with a 2-lap gap off everybody in front of them, most of whom haven't pitted. Fats and Furious International from P4 pit out of 3rd place in class for their fuel stop. They've been in 26 seconds, so they're in the fuel bay right now. Are Fats and Furious International.
I've got Titan Motorsport right on the tail of FP4 as well for 8th place overall.
Yeah, they're coming back into it, aren't they? Titan again.
It's a 24-hour race. We're only an hour and a half.
We knew this would happen, though. They might not have the fastest car, but their experience at getting through traffic at an event like this is invaluable. Pitting for the leading class clubman for the 473 kart. Pits off into the pit lane for Club 73 TTR.
That was 6th place overall as well.
What looks like they're having to wait though on the. Oh no, they're good to go. They've been sent on their way
at the Way Bridge.
Yeah. Looks like it's Joel Young who's done the first stint for the Club 73 TTR entry.
Coming past us as well, Fats and Furious. So they're on their way towards their pit box for potentially driver change. Done the hard part, the weighing and the fueling, the restarting of the engines. Now it's just a cruise down to the pit bay. Nice and steady. We've lost one here at the hairpin. You see around.
He's going to have to wait though, Tom, because look at the train of karts. We're only 10 minutes after a full course yellow, and he's having to wait until now to get back in. And I'm going to have a quick look to see who the kart is coming back towards us.
It might have been JJH. It's a white panel. It might be 111.
87, Tom, Balcancer UK.
They've just been in, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. So that's a fresh driver in that car, I believe. Let's see the lap time this time. 1:26. They've lost 25 seconds or so.
Yeah.
With that spin for the 87 entry. Didn't go in the gravel though.
No.
In the mechanics bay. The 06, last year's race winners, Kart Events Belgium. Problems with the kart. Looks like, it looks, Tom, like it could have been a bit of a fuel leak. Actually, they're giving it a clean. Nauseo panel is going on the other kart.
So there's going to be a kart change here for Kart Events Belgium, and we'll see what their pace is like once they're out.
I was just looking at Seaver's glove. Looked like it was soaking wet through. I don't know if they've had a fuel leak potentially on that car. We'll find out in a minute after it's calmed down and the race leader's in.
Yes.
Teesside Tigers with a sterling first stint, 97 laps.
An hour and 43 minutes. That
from
stint.
Paul White. Sees Teesside Tigers box out of the lead. Club 73 move up to second. JS Racing lead, Tom, our 4th race leader, I believe, of this 24-hour race here in Le Mans. For JS Racing now lead
from 23rd.
Yeah, from 23rd place. And it's not just because of the pit stops either. They were up inside the top 3 prior to the pit stop window opening.
Yeah, 100%. And Kart Events Belgium now underway.
Yeah, I think Seaver's going to double stack that. I think they don't often not double stack, do they?
Yeah, they will. What David means there is they won't change driver. They will literally Seaver will drive it down to their pit bay, park it up, have a quick drink, jump back in, and get going, and they will leave the pits at about 2 minutes 31 seconds.
Yeah, and that's the thing now. He will do 3.5 hours. Yellow flag down at the far end of. Is that in the gravel?
No, he's managed to get going under his own steam.
Yeah, gets going again with a bit of assistance from the chef de piste.
Chef de piste,
which I believe means boss.
Is that what it means?
Yes.
Chef.
Head chef, boss.
Ah, head
boss.
chef. Oh, okay.
Boss,
Yes,
man,
chef.
man in charge.
Yes, chef.
Yes.
De Piste.
Chef de Piste. Blimey Racing, the 113 entry has pitted. I think we'll see a driver change there because he's not plugged his radio back in.
That's also strategy. So that is on strategy for them. Of course, they have had the extra stop for the earlier black flag.
Penalty for the 313 Blimey Racing, speeding in the pit lane. One lap.
The first
It's
one.
a one-lap penalty this year, Tom, not two.
For speeding in the pit
for
lane?
For speeding in the pit lane. It says
Okay.
speed in the pits, but I think he's gone. I think that's exceeding the minimum pit stop time. No, 250 out, so he must have just been too quick.
Do you know what's happened?
What?
They've lost time in the pits.
Yeah.
Panicked. Gunned it.
And do you know, if we can go back to our... I just want to have a quick look. The turn one camera, if possible, just very quickly. Look there, Tom. Right in the middle of the screen is Lee Manchester, the clerk of the course, because this will be the first time teams are coming through the pits.
And there you go with the speed gun.
And he's
right
making sure they're not going too quickly. I thought that 71 was going proper rapid down the pits, but then he turned around the first corner.
There's another one coming up.
I thought, oh, he's going a bit quick. Lee will be fuming.
And look at him, he's got the gun hidden under his arm as well. Properly trying to...
I don't care how quickly Met Police go down that pit. They could go at walking pace. I want them to get a penalty for speeding.
But they shouldn't be allowed out of the pit. They should just pull them straight in. Put his hand out. Hold your hand out. Stop. Wait there. We're having a word, young man.
FP4, Tom. FP4 are pitting out of third place. By the look of things, I'm sure they've
JS
just
Racing
come in.
are in as well.
Yes, the race leader. And we could get Accelerate Kent Brewery to be our fifth leader in the first hour and 45 minutes.
No, keep going on that one. We're on 8 now.
Lead changes, yes, but the fifth different cart to lead.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm with you now, right.
Yeah, look, we'll count our own things and trust each other.
Okay. 8 lead changes.
With 5 different carts.
Yes. So, yeah, if they cross the line this time, they will be our race leaders. So, Club 73 in. Teesside Tigers still in. Titan Motorsport in. Kart Events Belgium out now. Back on track and under motion for them. Just under their own steam, of course. Where the...
oh, no, Accelerate Kent Brewery did lead a lap, and now they've pitted. So, they've gone for a glory lap.
Yep.
They've gone for the glory lap.
They've led the 24 hours of Le Mans.
They have led
race.
the 24-hour of
and
Le Mans.
That's exactly what I would do as well. I don't care if it runs out of fuel.
Yeah.
I'm saying I've led the race.
And they are the final team to pit.
If I have to push it back into the pits.
Do you know, earlier on I told our director, if you want me, tap me on the shoulder. And he's just launched something at me, and it wasn't his hand. Disgraceful.
So it looks like Chrono Team Racing. In fact, there we go. Chrono Team Racing will cycle back to the front. We'll just wait for your on-screen timing system to update, but we have it here. There we go. It's a little bit quicker here in the box. I say it's the box. It's actually a gazebo in the pit lane that we've commandeered and made our own, and it's an official ACO gazebo as well.
It is.
It's an Auto Club de l'Ouest.
Yes.
The ACO.
The ACO.
The big bosses here of the Circuit de la Sarthe. Anyway, Chrono Team Racing cycle back to the front now. Teesside Tigers now in second, 42 seconds down.
We'll wait.
So what's happened here?
Let's have a look at their pit stop time. That wasn't bad. 2:38, and then round.
In a 57.
Yeah, because that would have picked up from
yes,
pit exit
from where they
round to the start line. So they've not lost a lot there, but Chrono pitted under the FCY.
Ah, of course. So that's where the 40 seconds, well, 30 seconds, because they were 2:39. So Teesside Tigers had a slow stop.
Yeah, but
and 9 seconds slower than
less time.
No,
less time on track while
the
Chrono
half speed, the 30 seconds. So that's what's done it.
Strategy. Issues, Tom, by the look of it, for the 55 Accelerate Kent Brewery up into fourth place, led a lap of the 2024 Le Mans 24 Hour, and it looks like they've got problems. The mechanics, looks like Adrian Harris, Jack Morris, attending to that car, and he's on his way, but he's already at the 150 mark for timing.
Yeah, so that gives them 40 seconds to get down the pit lane, change driver, and get back out again. So it's going to have to be a rapido driver change.
250 now, so they're well over for Accelerate Kent Brewery. Thank you to the kind gentleman who's just picked up the bag from my mini gimbal.
Mini gimbal?
Yes, mini gimbal.
Mini gimbal.
It's not as tasty as a mini Mars bar, but has good functions.
I just like saying mini gimbal. I think that should be our team name if we enter next year.
Ashley Evans offering some helpful advice. If you're viewing the live timer on your phone, rotate your phone to the landscape position. You will get more data.
Correct.
More information.
Yes, absolutely. And if you look at it on your laptop, you will get even more data.
Absolutely. Just having a quick look. Looks like we've got Michael Bull in the LMS car. Unfortunately, earlier they were the team that came in with loose bodywork and had to be brought in under that mechanical flag.
Just waiting on these to sort of shake itself out now. What's happened to Tigers? We've got them down in 9th now. Something happened to Teesside Tigers? No.
102s, 103s.
Are we still waiting on some pit stops, perhaps?
Penalty, Tom. Penalty for Teesside Tigers. That's why. +1 lap, Teesside Tigers speeding in the pit lane.
Speeding in the pit lane.
Along with number 4. So that's FP4. And the 113 as well. Core Blimey Racing with their second penalty of the first hour, or first 2 hours here of the 24 hour of Le Mans.
And we know that that's on pit exit as well, so it'll be the driver who's currently in the cart that will be caught.
Ollie Davis has double stacked it, Tom, in the 113. So double stint for Ollie Davis,
who's in Tigers at the moment. I'm going to have to wait for them to come through, try and pick up a race suit / helmet and find out who. And that again, that's because they were 2 minutes 39.
Yeah, and they were rushing.
So again, they were rushing to get back out because they were leading the race. There's been panic.
Looks like shopping carts are in the gravel bay.
So they haven't just lost 9 seconds; they've lost a lap.
Yeah,
and
so
9
almost
seconds.
a minute and 9 seconds for the Teesside Tigers entry.
And that's what happens when you panic and you rush.
We're still on the spot for who's in the seat.
Here it comes now.
Nick Smales has taken over the wheel from the early race leader Paul White. And we've got drivers off at the bottom.
Two drivers off at the hairpin.
2 drivers. There's one rejoining slowly.
And the other one is beached.
One's in the gravel. So we're going to have another trip to the gravel bay. It's been cleared. Oh, Tom's notes have gone for a Burton.
Cheers, Paul. Thank you. That was the 81 again.
87, the bowel cancer entry.
That's twice in a couple of laps they've been off. The cart that was in the gravel is now back underway and in the pits.
Is that the two? Is that they're coming in now? That's the 213, the Core Blimey Racing entry.
Oh, they've had 213.
Yeah, they're the only team so far that hadn't had a problem, and they didn't want to be left out. And in fact, that's the kart. The 213 kart was the only kart last year to go in the turn 7 and 8 gravel trap.
Oh, the one that you've now named. 213.
Yeah, corners are named 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 213. We've got is that KBR off in the at turn 3 now. They've had some help because nobody ever spins there on their own. I'm going to try and keep an eye out if it is the number. It looked like it's KBR colours. It's black and yellow, but I don't want to do them a disservice yet, so that's coming with a massive disclaimer until I can be sure that it's them.
So let's give you a quick rundown then of what the race situation is at the minute. So you've got Chrono Team Racing, who are currently leading, but I'm just going to refresh this timing so I can try and get where people are in terms of circuit, because Fats and Furious, it's saying, are a full lap down in second place. Let's just see what happens when they come over the line this time. We're looking for 971, David.
Yeah,
we've got little traces that come across the come across our screen and show us where they are on circuit roughly when they should be crossing the line, but it has to wait for a lap to.
Oh, we've
to
got
tick
another one
over.
off
And
down
we've got two
there.
off and
Oh,
one
yeah.
reached in the gravel.
Gravel.
As well. No, that bay's becoming busier and busier now.
It is, isn't it? He might even
we
have to
had
wait.
nothing really for the first hour,
No.
and then
and the guy, the 213 guy, I could see that.
That's the 87 again.
Oh, bowel cancer for the second time in the off down there.
That's 3 times in what,
nearly,
10 minutes?
Nearly went in the gravel last time. Has proper gone in the gravel this time, down at turn number 9. And I was seeing the 213. The hand signals were out, Tom. He was basically saying that he'd been hit into the gravel.
Okay. And that was it. 87 that was off with them before. It was, wasn't it?
Yes.
And now they're in again.
I'm not laying blame at the 87.
Only what we've been told by the driver of the 213.
But Met Police have cautioned him under suspicion.
Yes. There was an interview. It was recorded. And anything he said was given in evidence. Anyway, or will be given in evidence. Right, so the situation is, let's run through your top 10, since we're at the top of the hour, or just about to hit the top of the hour.
Just quickly,
right.
Tom, more speeding penalties have been applied to the 5 and the 8.
So the 8 is the shopping cart team.
And Apex Twin, the Irish entry, have been given a penalty as well for speed in the pit lane. 1 lap added to their time.
I can smell sun cream. Who's got the sun cream? Anyway,
Oh,
right, so your rundown of the top 10. Right, so Chrono Team Racing, currently leading. They are leading by a full lap and around about 10 seconds from Fats and Furious Internationals. Both of those are pro teams, so the middle of our 3 classes, but they are both first and second on the road. Third place, the leader of your elite class, Club 73 Karting. They are currently 2.7 seconds behind Fats and Furious Internationals. They're followed by MKT in 4th place, and they are the 3rd of the pro runners. So really, we've only got 3 elite karts in the top 10.
We do.
Let's run you through them in class order. I think that'd be the easiest thing. Right, so the leader of your elite class, 3rd overall, Club 73 Karting. Then it's LPBRT, the Le Petit Bouchon kart. They are 6th overall, 2nd in elite class. Then you've got BKRT Red. They are 3rd in elite and 10th overall. The leader of your pro class is also the leader of the overall race, Chrono Team Racing. Then you have Fats and Furious Internationals, 2nd overall in the race and 2nd in class. MKT 4th overall and 3rd in class. Then you go down to 8th place for Teesside Academy, currently leading the clubman class. 12th overall JJH Motorsport. Clearly we're bringing them some luck at the moment. They are 12th overall and 2nd in clubman, and then 15th overall, 3rd in class is Club 73 TTR, the number 473. Whew, and breathe.
Well done, Tom. Good to see we're getting our money's worth.
I like to make it so much harder than it needs to be, just to read down an order.
What you could see there in the background when we were having a look.
87's got a penalty now.
Well, yes, but he's already been in to have the gravel tipped out of his car, and you could see that in the background.
And he's just being told
when we came
you've been in the gravel twice in 2 laps.
No, what you're saying is that I've only been in the gravel once, which is true, because he stopped 2 inches from the gravel the first time.
Yes.
Yeah. So factually, he's right, but still he's wrong.
Yes.
Now, what you could see in the background is them putting tipping the carts up. Later on, I'm going to go and see how much gravel is in that bin.
Oh, we've got a sweep on. Everybody's put a line on the brown bin where the gravel goes, and we're all guessing at how much is going to be in it at the end. And the winner wins the box.
Oh, take it home.
Take it home.
Excellent.
Put it on your garden.
Can you imagine getting that through customs at EasyJet when you got a suitcase full of gravel? That'd be another £9,000, please.
Mad Motorsport back in now. I believe this will be a scheduled stop for them.
that'll be on strategy, I believe, for Adam Deans. He'll hand that cart over.
So they had a, was it chain for them earlier on, I believe?
Yes, it was early doors.
So that, just standard stop for them, straight into the fuel bay, engines off, fuel going in. No rush for this process as well, because of this 2.5 minute window. There's no need to rush this.
No, it's very, very easy, isn't it, to cross-thread the fuel cap, as you saw in the video earlier on, because it took me a solid 10 seconds. Oh, mullered it. Absolutely mullered it.
I like to wait for you to, annihilate yourself on the stream.
Mate, honestly, I'll own it. I'll wear it. I'm mullered putting on a fuel cap under pressure of the camera.
So number 40, Mad Motorsport, they're now in and putting... did they put chain lever on?
Yeah, they did.
So there's, what they do there as well is there's a little jack that you'll put under the rear bumper of the car, lifts the rear end up, and you spin the rear tyres by hand. That rotates the chain and the sprocket. You put the chain lubrication on there as it goes through, as it spins around. Keeps it nice and lubricated, and keeps it exactly where it should be and running nice and smoothly. Then you drop it back off the jacks, jump back into the cart, fire the engines up, and you will drive it slowly down the pit lane at less than 15 kilometres per hour.
Yeah, so Adam Deans has taken that cart down pit lane. He was assisted in the pit stop by George Taylor, so he won't be in the cart. So it's either going to be a double stint, which is unlikely because they've already been in it, so it'll be a stint and a half, because I think he fueled again, didn't he, halfway through the stint. So it's either going to be Andy Vesely or Harry Roddis will jump into that cart and take it back out again. And,
I'm just admiring the gentleman in front of us with his T-shirt on that says "Full Gas."
Full.
Like, he's definitely friends with somebody called Gary.
Full gas.
and Gary likes racing. Full gas.
Full gas.
Maybe he just likes his food.
Do you know if the team's out there and they've got a throttle problem, he'll be going at half gas.
Oh, dearie me. We've got another, well, rather you viewers, listeners, we've got another 10 hours of this yet.
Oh, my wife's got a lifetime of these
Strap
jokes,
in on, hold tight. Right, what battles have we got on circuit? Who can we pick out to have a look at? Third and fourth, Fats and Furious now. So Club 73 have now overtaken Fats and Furious and moved into P2 overall. So I thought they would. The gap was closing when I did that rundown. So they've taken second overall. But of course, different classes anyway. 5 seconds the gap between them. MKT 1.7 back from that. The gap between Team Ard and Teesside Academy, that's pretty close, as they've just come across the line 7th and 8th. I think we're just coming through. Just about to come onto the back straight now, I believe. I'll try and pick them up on camera for you. That's our closest gap at the moment, our closest battle. Certainly well within inside the top 10 as well. In fact, that is our closest battle on circuit. No wonder having live timing here. 47 unread comments, David. What is going on in the live chat?
I don't know. They might have been talking amongst themselves. I was just having a chat there with Jared Fox-Whiteley, who did the first stint for the Teesside Academy. He said, his own words, for the first 10 laps, I drove a little bit like Canody. which basically means because he's normally used to doing Rotax, which is like 10-lap races,
Yeah.
he tried to drive it like a sprint.
Yeah.
And then over the radio, I think he got the wise words of Mark Mitchell.
Yeah.
And because it's a one-way radio for them, he can't reply. So
Yeah.
Mark's obviously gone, right, Jared, you've had your fun, chill your beans, you've dropped 10 or I think he dropped 6 or 7 places.
Yeah.
And he's gone, if you do what I tell you to do now, we'll be quick again. And they're currently up into P8. I think he handed that over when they were P10. Up into P8 now with Gracie Mitchell on board, Mark's daughter. Penalty for the 40 of Mad Motorsport.
Another one.
Well, no, that's the penalty for speeding in the pits. Who's at the wheel of that now?
Oh no, sorry, not another because they had the mechanical before.
Yes.
Apologies, I'm doing them.
Yes,
a
I
disservice.
don't think it's 47 unread comments, Tom. It's 47 notifications in the top corner of mine. It's
Oh,
gone
that's
now.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, mate.
You and
We're
your
not-
busy social
we're
social
not-
media life.
We're
Your
not that
47
popular.
notifications.
We're not that popular. We are not at all that popular. Someone is asking how they can send a link for the bowel cancer GoFundMe. Try and find me on Instagram. It's at David Sullivan Comms, or you'll find me as David Sullivan on Facebook. You'll see my pretty face. Not that you know what I look like, but I'm a big bald fella. Find it, send it to me in my messages, and I'll upload it for you. And we can hopefully go from there. We've got Candy Floss who's saying shout out to her dad who's sending pics back and supporting the drivers in the 87.
Okay, so yeah, right. So 1 lap penalties. Here we go. Just before we get into that, just been handing
Yep.
some info. Right. So 1 lap penalties for speeding in the pit lane. 313, 1, 113, 4, 40, 5, 8, 87, and 40 again. Okay, who's driving number 40? Because
well, we've only got
their team are going to be raging.
Well, we've only got one at the minute. For the 40, for the 1 lap. Now, they pitted early, didn't they? Adam Dean's brought it in with a problem. The chain came off with their mechanical. They went back out and they didn't get a penalty earlier. So they've only been through the pit lane once.
Right.
Since then. So it's only going to be
it might
one.
not be 40 twice.
Yeah.
It looks like a W, but I was told it was a 40, but it might be something
yeah,
else.
but we'll wait and see if any of them get added on.
They are 31st overall at the moment.
Yeah.
Of course, they were right up there at the start of this race. Who else was right up there at the start of this race? Where's CBR 113 now? Where are they?
Well, they have had a penalty. They're 23rd, but they would have been 17th-ish, 18th, if they hadn't have had the penalty earlier on, I think.
The speeding penalty?
Yes.
And they also had the black flag penalty as well, so another 2.5.
Yes, exactly. So they've had a tough one.
Realistically, they could well have been leading this one now, as I dispatch with a spider that was currently
just
climbing
trying to
over
pick
the
up
desk.
the 43 there of Teesside Academy. They're roughly, Tom, less than half a second behind Team Ard for 7th, and they've got a 5-second gap to Teesside Tigers, who now have Nick Smales on board. So,
and
Gracie
he's lapping quicker at the moment. Only just quicker. 5.6 seconds to gap Tigers to Academy. Academy right on the tail of Team Ard. And they are only 4 seconds behind JS
Callum.
Racing. Another 2.2 seconds behind LP BRT. So really, the battle we need to be looking at is the battle for 5th on down.
Now, that wasn't the safest rejoin ever down there at turn 9. But at the moment, right in front of us, there is a discussion going on, and I would say discussion between Teesside Tigers and the clerk of the course. Now, just a tiny bit of advice here, Tom.
Don't argue with the clerk of the course.
I've never, ever won a battle. Never.
With
And
the
I
clerk
don't-
of the course?
No,
No,
never.
you don't win those
No,
fights.
no. It's, yeah.
You can go and get clarification as to what's happened.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
But you won't win an argument with the clerk of the course.
One-sided, isn't it? One-sided.
If you're wondering why it's going to be quiet, it's 'cause
Yeah, 'cause we're watching the
we're
entertainment.
watching the entertainment.
It's a
that's
live
happening
show.
from-
If anybody's got any popcorn or an ice cream,
Oh, Ian's walking away with a shake of the head. He's not a happy bunny.
no. Like six out of 7 of the dwarfs, he's not happy.
Well, we've got full course yellow, David. Full
FC
course
white.
yellow.
FC white.
I think that'll be for gravel once again. Although we've got one off at turn 1. You can just see them being pulled back on circuit now. Try and get. Oh, that's the 32. I can see because the number's right at the top of the their panel, isn't it? So
Yeah,
that's Shoot to Racing.
Shoot to Racing. Adam Deans from Mad Motorsport has come to have a chat with the clerk. He's come to
another one.
Yeah, he's
with
probably
a speeding penalty.
Yeah, he's come to find out to see whether he could probably get away with the speed awareness course instead. He was maybe just trying to say he was a fraction over. It's been very quiet in pit lane recently, even in the mechanics bay. Ross Jackman's got enough time to check his phone in the mechanics bay, and that never normally happens in the mechanics bay.
Not
normally,
during a 24-hour race.
We work them to the bone.
No, in fairness, they are very, very busy people here at with the Teesside Mechanic crew. I mean, they don't sleep for well over 24 hours, these guys.
They do not. I've just seen some peak viewing figures, Tom, not from this, but from our social interaction on the 24 Karting Series Facebook page. If you are online and you're on Facebook, have a quick look at the 24 Karting Series page. It gives us all the updates pre-race, results post-race, and we've got the British 24-hour in a month's time live from Teesside Autodrome, where Tom and I will be joined. We've got yellow out down at turn 9. They're not in the gravel. Tom and I will be joined by 2 new voices to the 24-hour karting series in Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney for the 24 hours, the British version at Teesside Autodrome. What I would say is probably this is the most picturesque for me 24-hour race that we do. Teesside clearly, in my opinion, Tom, the most grueling 24-hour race on that Teesside International circuit as Shoot to Racing.
It is
come into pit lane to visit Bay de Gravel.
I like that. We've gone continental now.
Yeah, we have. We've got a kart change for the 273 of Club 73.
So what? Which one's changing?
273.
Oh, okay. Well, they've definitely been in the wars, so
yes.
Yeah,
they're in the pits,
I think they're owed a kart change. They're currently 21 laps behind the leader, and that's before they've completed this kart change.
Yeah, we've got one up in the air. That's the Shoot to Racing one. Joanne Morris is on brush duty. Brush is in hand, ready to go to clean up the bay.
We're back on Trigger's broom again, aren't we? Just looking at some lap times now. Everybody in the 103s, bar Kart Events Belgium and BKRT Red.
Yeah.
Just only ones in the 102s.
Just
at the
keeping
moment.
an eye, Tom. We're following at the moment the battle between Team Ard in the 41 in the grey suit and the black suit in front, and Gracie Mitchell's Teesside Academy in the blue and red MS suit. They've got a kart between them by the look of it.
And they're only just behind
they're
JS Racing as well.
They're chipping away, and Gracie Mitchell was a little bit slower on the previous lap, but that's potentially traffic. There is Mitchell in the 43 in the MS suit. Last time she was out in a car or a kart, it was a Ginetta G55 at Silverstone. In fact, it wasn't. She raced Citroen C1 at Donington. With Dragon Sport a few weeks ago.
However, we were talking to her dad Mark last night, and he was saying the last time she sat in a kart was here.
Yes.
Last year.
No, British 24-hour last year.
Oh, is that what you said?
Yeah,
Sorry,
she raced with HRS.
Yellow,
yellow out down in the gravel at the far end of the circuit. I can't even see what it is. They've gone in the gravel so far around the gravel that they're
almost in Arnage.
Yes.
The town, not the corner.
Yeah, there's another car park down back there where there's a couple of motorhomes. They've probably gone off to get a cup of tea.
Yeah. I mean, genuinely, they're so far off, they're going to have to pay to come back in.
They are, aren't they? €5, please. You were trying to charge people €5 as punishment for going in the gravel yesterday.
And rightly so, beer money. Don't go in the gravel. If you go in the gravel,
we've got
you will pay €5.
We've got a lot of
Do not collect £200.
We have complimentary stickers on the commentary desk here at Le Mans. We'd send it, and I want every team that was in for gravel, I want to run over and slap one on the nose panel and see how many we could get. Bowel Cancer UK are coming into the pit lane, and I wonder if that is to go to gravel again. Let's see. We had the yellows are in. Nobody else has pitted. And looks like it's unfortunate. The driver of that 87 has had a tough stint. Already had a trip in to the gravel down the far end. And we're in the gravel bay, aren't we? Again,
Bay de Gravel. And they're actually queuing now for the gravel bay. Such is the level, such are the number of drivers that have been in that. So we've now got a queue of 2 carts for the gravel bay. So that's going to do them no favours.
No, so the mechanics I feel for, the 152 kilos dry, these carts, and they've probably got 5 or 6 kilo of fuel in there as well. That they've got to lift, they've got to get them up and over, and they tip them up. It's normally 3 or 4 of them get on it. As we see at the moment, yep, that's 4 of them. Owen Morris, Jack Morris, Ross Jackman, and a gentleman who I've seen at kart tracks the last 10 years, but I haven't managed to obtain his name yet, lifting the cart up and shaking the gravel free. They'll also be making sure there's no gravel in the chain or anything like that, because if you one bit of gravel, and that's all the teeth off the sprocket. That's 273 who've had the cart changed,
so they're
but they haven't been back out yet. It's taken them ages to put the nose panel on, so I don't know whether it was because...
no, they changed steering wheel as well.
Yes, that's the thing, so they're going to change the steering wheel. But again, for me, it's whether there's any lights. Oh, the speed gun is back. It's just right in front of us here. Yeah, Lee's out with his speed gun. The problem there is he's been down the bottom of the pit lane. He's given 8 penalties and then had to walk up the pit lane past the 8 teams that he's given penalties to.
He needs any Savlon for the Superman eye lasers that he's been receiving.
Yeah, look at the ground and walk fast.
Yeah. If we know Lee at all, as we do, that would be the exact opposite of what has actually happened, though. He'll walk back like beaming.
Oh, yeah, it'd be that cheesy, it'd be like a grin like Clarkson.
We are going to have to pace ourselves here. I think we've got another 9 3/4 hours
I've
here.
used 90% of material. Teesside Academy down to, again, half a second off the back of Team Ard, who were in turn closing in on the previous race leaders, JS Racing, at a few tenths a lap. So it's fairly tight at the front still, isn't it?
Got a nice little battle here for 12th going on as well, which is currently headed by Titan Motorsport. Then it's JJH, Club 73 TTR, LMS, and Newmarket Hornets now 16th for them. And Club 73 TTR have now just overtaken JJH as well. So we've got a good group here on circuit.
Yep, Chute Racing are just going out. Tom, we spoke about them in the pre-show, but if anybody isn't aware, Tom spoke to them yesterday about a record attempt that they're going for.
Guinness World Record for the oldest driver ever to take part in a 24-hour race. Peter Morrison, I believe, was his name. Let me check my notes, actually. I've got them here in front of me. Bear with me. Peter Morrison, I was right, is 73 years of age and doing a 24-hour race here in Le Mans. Travelled all the way down from Aberdeen, which is very rare that anybody would travel to Le Mans further than I have. But from Aberdeen they have travelled.
You're from not far from Glasgow.
Yes, although I don't sound like it. But yeah, I live.
They've borrowed you from Northampton.
Yeah, live not far from there, and travelled down from Aberdeen, and he's gone for the Guinness World Record for oldest driver to ever take part in a 24-hour go-kart race. He's got in touch with Guinness, and apparently this is going to be official.
And how old is he again, Tom?
73, like the club.
Like the club. I wonder if he's got. I wonder if he's gone down and you can just get a picture of him pointing at the number. Club 73.
Club 73. So it's, and I'm told it's the year of his 74th birthday as well. So he's not the young side of 73. He's the older side of 73. So he will be 74 in a few months.
Yes.
So that's not bad going, is it? Wonder what I'll be doing at 73. Probably pushing up daisies.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we're both 40 this year, aren't we, Tom?
We are.
We are. You're just before me, I believe.
Tipped the scales at 40. Yes, I did in March.
You're already there. I've got to wait till November.
Yeah, it was a harrowing experience.
Was it really?
Yeah. And it still is. It's like it feels like going down a roller coaster with no safety equipment. I'm just holding on for dear life, screaming.
Lovely. Well, you've
internally.
been on the downward spiral of life for a long time.
I said to somebody earlier, if I make it to 65, I've done well.
I'm still on my upwards trend. I'm still
I'm
still on the upwards curve.
Oh, wow. Who was that who took a lot of curb there with the grey suit on? So that's bounced over the middle curb of the S's.
I'll track them.
Huge amount of air.
I'll track them round the lap and pick them up.
And that's not going to be. That's not going to do you or the car any favours.
As they come back towards us, we'll try and pick them out.
As we said earlier, it is actually quite easy on the body here, believe it or not. It's not a circuit where there is a lot of. What's the best way to put it? Body fatigue, body wear. Your ribs don't hurt going around this circuit particularly, unless you clatter the curbs, as we saw a moment ago, or as I saw a moment ago. Your hands aren't really too sore either. It's not too physical on the body, this circuit. The tarmac's pretty smooth. The racing line in particular is well worn as well. So you get, particularly through the S's, you get a tram line effect where it holds you in position, essentially, as you're steering. It almost steers you through that section, particularly the entry and the middle part of that chicane. That's where everybody runs. So you'll almost find it difficult to get that section wrong. The tricky section is coming out of that chicane and that final corner onto the pit straight, trying to minimise wheel slip, lateral wheel slip, and get really good drive onto the pit straight to maximise your speed towards turn one. So it's not a difficult circuit here on the body. T-side, as we said before, where we hold the British 24-hour, extremely physical on the body. You've got South Bank corner, which is technically speaking, it's two corners in one because it goes into hairpin 3. So you get South Bank, which is 180-degree long sweeping right-hander into a then much tighter right-hand hairpin, but you join the two corners up, and it's around about 10 seconds where you're just turning right, a hard right as well, at full speed, and then braking while turning, and it does puts enormous strain on the neck muscles. You come out of that after an hour and a half, and you can barely hold your head up. Then you've got the eponymous rib bend as well, so called because that's exactly what happens when you go through that corner. Your ribs bend. And you make it out the other side and thank whoever it is you pray to that you've made it round another lap.
Yeah, this is one of them tracks. It's as arduous on the body as you make it. If you start trying to smash the curbs on the inside, it's still going to hurt.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make you go any quicker. It's not like, say, for example...
If anything, it makes you go slower.
Yeah,
and there
I've just seen
again.
the 55, Accelerate Kent Brewery. That's the second time driving the grey suit, bouncing up and over the curbs. It doesn't make you any quicker,
In fact, let's
it just
check.
makes you far more achy. Tom Langford is the driver of that kart, Tom.
Where
if he,
are they?
If he's just set the fastest lap when I'm going, he's not making him any quicker.
No, he's done.
He's doing 1:03.5s, isn't he? But he is closing in on KBR in front of him.
The leader's still quickest out there. I know that sounds silly, but to say that they're the quickest car out there, but they're a full lap in front now of Club 73 karting, and they're lapping a 10th quicker than them. Kart Events BE, they're starting to find some pace now, lapping as quick as the leaders in 9th place. Looks like that engine is starting to bed in now 90 minutes into the race.
Yeah, I'm going to see if Seaver's still in that, Tom.
2.5 hours into the race.
Yes, I think it's likely he will be, but we'll keep an eye on him.
But it looks like it is bedding in now, and they're literally lapping at almost identical to the thousandths of a second, the same pace as the leaders.
Just trying to spot him as there's a train of carts coming up towards us at the moment. I'm trying to pick out where the 66 is. It's looking at it. That's definitely. I don't think it's Seaver in that now. I think we've had a driver change. Could be Joe Van Hall in that cart now. He's just crossed the line to start the lap in a bright orange suit, and that's definitely not Kenneth Nessens, because he'll be in his Kart Events Belgium colours. Oh, that's a spin down there at turn 9. Looked like they were going to hold
Swift
it with
rejoin,
with a bit of a Scandi
and we've got another one off
yeah,
there
we've
as
got
well
another
now.
one off down there in a cloud of tyre smoke. Could just manage to hold on and rejoin. They've not gone in the gravel. So
just had a change of position with JS Racing and Team Ard swapping places for 6th and 7th.
Yeah, I think we're trying to pick up the 55 because they're very close as well. Accelerate Kent Brewery off the back of KBR, or at least they were.
And Team Ard and JS Racing have now swapped back positions as well. So they're having a good little battle.
There they are, 3.8 seconds. Accelerate Kent Brewery and KBR. So we're just going to see if we can track and pick them up in the middle part. And it's Accelerate Kent Brewery, the team that was very aggressive over the curbs through this final chicane. And we are indeed picking them up. There they are. The driver in front goes wide, and Accelerate Kent Brewery move through. Don't think that's for position. They are following the 7 of KBR. And KBR have got a bit of a gap on them. There's a bit of traffic, because there's the car in the grey, Tom Langford.
So we're coming up to the bottom of the hour again, so we'll run you through the full order. It's my turn this time. I'll run you through the 43 entries, where they currently sit, and how many laps down, where they are in class as well. And we'll give David a couple of minutes off, and then I will nip off for a comfort break. So just bear with me a second while we get ourselves sorted here in the box. Okay, so your overall leader, Chrono Team Racing, a lap in front due to the benefit of pitting under a full course yellow. So they actually came in right at the end of a full course yellow, just as the track went green, and then by pure luck of somebody then spinning, as cautions breed cautions, as the phrase goes, another full course yellow was put straight back out. Within about probably 20-30 seconds. So they've benefited from the full course yellow, of pitting under a full course yellow, and benefited from the time. And that's actually given them now what is a lap, and has been extended, in fact, quite significantly, to around about a lap and probably a third, maybe coming up on a lap and a half now in front of Club 73 Karting, number 73. They are the first of your elite class runners, and they are second overall. Then we've got MKT, the McLaren kart team, which is made up of, as we said before, the mechanics and strategists of the McLaren team. Fats and Furious Internationals, they're in 4th overall and 3rd place in Pro. Then you've got LPBRT, the Le Petit Bouchon. They're the last of your top 5 runners, but they're second in the elite class. 6th is Team Ard, 7th is JS Racing, both of those are pro. Then you've got the first of your Clubman class runners. 8th overall, Teesside Academy, doing very, very well so far. They've had Jarrah Fox-Whiteley in the kart first of all. Then they had Gracie Mitchell in the kart currently, and they are showing very well inside the top 10 here. And in fact, 5 places in front of the next Clubman runner. So yeah, 2 laps down overall, or just coming up to 2 laps down overall. Kart Events Belgium in 9th. They're the 3rd of your elite class karts. They've had a difficult start to the weekend, shall we say, but pace is right there now. They are, in fact, the quickest kart on circuit. So that new engine that... Oh, they changed kart, in fact, didn't they? The Kart Events Belgium in the end. So they had a new engine put on. They changed kart, and now they are the quickest kart on circuit. So pace really showing for them. Teesside Tigers round out your top 10. Our early leaders, but now 2 laps down due to a 1-lap penalty for speeding in the pit lane as they were exiting. The reason we think that was because they were they had a slightly slow stop. They lost around 9 seconds in the pit stop driver change situation. And so they sort of panicked a bit and decided to try and gain some time as they left the pits, knowing that they were already over the minimum pit stop time. And they got caught speeding and have dropped a lap because of that. So they are 10th overall. Then you've got BKRT Red in 11th. Club 73 TTR 12th. 13th is Titan Motorsport as they continue their recovery drive from a difficult qualifying session and some kart issues as well during practice and qualifying. It looks like they're overcoming those. 103.4 that time around is good pace as well. So not blisteringly fast, but good pace for them. Then you've got JJH Motorsport, who of course we talked to earlier. They were in 14th place. Newmarket Hornets, after their spin on lap 1, have had a pretty uneventful drive up to this point after that initial spin, and they're up to 15th place now. So they were last at the end of lap 1, or certainly the first half of lap 1. They were down to last place, so recovered up to 15th place. KBR 16th, then it's XLR8 Kent Brewery Racing. They are 17th, with the first of the Dr. Vapes entries in 18th. That's the 60 kart. They've been in with an issue, 3 laps down. They are the last of the runners 3 laps down. Then we've got 19th place CBR 113. They've had 2 separate issues. They've had a black flag for advantage by contact, and then a further 1-lap penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So essentially they've lost 3.5 minutes, and they are the first kart 4 laps down. So without those penalties, they would be very much in the fight for the lead. So we will keep an eye on them. And again, doing 102.5, so in fact a 102.4 as they crossed the line that time around. They were 0.6 faster than Dr. Vapes, and they're closing in around about a quarter of a lap behind. So they'll be moving up to 18th, I'm sure, by the time we give you the next rundown. Then it's the first of the Met Police Motor Club karts, number 101. They're in 20th place. 21st is Cole Clark Racing. 22nd, Nameless Motorsport. 23rd, FP4. 24th is CBR 113. Then it's 25th is Club 73 AM. What are you pointing at, David?
Gravel.
Okay, we may go full course yellow again in a moment. I'm just being told because we've got a kart in the gravel at turn 1. 26th is LMS. Then it's Team Rango, Mad Motorsport, Apex Twin and Bargain Racing, your top 30 then. And then it's Optimum MS, CBR 213, TVP Racing. Then your second MPMC, Met Police Motor Club, is 34th in 999. BKRT Yellow is 35th. Dr. Vapes, the second of their entries, is 36th. The kart in the gravel is actually the one I'm just coming on to. The 3 kart is, or was, 37th as they crossed the line that time around. Has beached it in the gravel. We'll probably expect them to drop down another couple of places by the time they get recovered back out. TRX Motorsport, we have gone full course yellow. TRX Motorsport 38th, CBA Motorsport 39th. They're currently in the pits and have been for 2 minutes 30 now, so could just be a scheduled stop for them. We'll keep an eye on that one. Bowel Cancer UK with their issues at the top corner, persistently being off the circuit at that top corner. They are 40th. Then you've got Jupiter Racing, our Guinness World Record attempt for the oldest driver, as we just ran through that one. Shopping carts are in 42nd, and then it's Club 73 Pro, the 273 are back out as well, and they are our current wooden spoon holders. Right, I'll let you back in, David. And now we've run that, and we're under full course yellow. We'll see if there's any takers for pit stops. Who's been out there enough time to actually make a stop under FCY? We've got the 88, is that? 88 is currently in. CBA Motorsport in 39. Oh, yeah, they're the ones that I said. All right, so they have had a long stop. They must have been in for gravel or something.
No, I don't know. I don't think so. They didn't go to the gravel bay. The gravel bay hasn't been 3.
Dr. Vape's number 30 is in.
Yeah, under full course
under
yellow.
Full course
Hour
yellow.
and a half they've been out, have they not?
I think so. So this is around. It's not a bad time for them to be pitting. It's certainly going to take advantage and help them move back up the order. It is a scheduled stop for them anyway.
They've had some problems, haven't they? Harrison Kirkham's been in twice.
Straight into the fuel bay.
Yeah, with problems. The quad's gone up the far end, Tom, having dragged the car out. I think they're likely to retrieve gravel from the track, are we? Or are we going to go back to green? Is he hooking up the gravel retrieval device?
Where are we looking?
Straight through the NRG.
Where the awning is, yeah.
Straight through the NRG awning at the top towards the gravel. And he is indeed hooking up the gravel device up at turn 1.
And with that, I will just take a moment to have a comfort break, and I will be back with you shortly.
Oh, just you know, they're dishing out some ham sandwiches, Tom, in the garage behind us.
A sandwich au jambon.
Sandwich au jambon. You can also have, there's one of 3 sandwiches available in continental Europe, that being ham, cheese, or ham and cheese. Mechanical flag for 213 of Core Blimey Racing.
You mean the Chris Simpson special?
And it's a penalty, is it, for the 30? Discussions? No, just discussions. I'm going to send Butterworth off in a few moments to find out what the issue is with the 30. But currently being held in the bay in front of our commentary position as the clean-up down at turn 1 continues with the quad, just recovering gravel. So we're still currently under full course yellow. The pace dropping by well over 10 seconds. As they continue to circulate. The far end will dip into the live chat as Apex Twin just have their cart cleared out. Yeah, tried to post a link. Unfortunately, it doesn't work in live chat, which is a bit unfortunate. So we're getting a good look to cart 9. We are back under green flag conditions. That's Newmarket Hornets. Big shout out to Lewis and the lads. Luke Walton just asking who's driving the 87. It's Darryl now in that cart in the 87 Bowel Cancer UK entry. So that'll be Darryl Bradford, the 3rd driver that's been out in that cart today, I believe. Josh Tilley out previously. I think Maurice McGurch opened the stint for bowel cancer, but I'll wait to be... got a yellow out in the mid-sector. We've got a kart going very, very slowly and stopping in the middle of the track, in the mid parts, as we just see a battle going on track, but you'll be able to pick it out shortly in the background. But we've got a stationary kart. Marshall trying to start the engine on that kart. The 213 is in under a mechanical flag earlier. Don't know what it's for. They're not pitting for fuel. And we'll try and find out what the issue is. Oh, there was a loose tag off the back. They've got a seat insert that's weighted, that's got a tag off the back to help lift it out, and it was hanging loose. So they've sorted it, and the driver's sat on it. He's able to go back out, but because it was hanging off the back, full course yellow once again here at Le Mans. That takes us up to a full garden gate. We've had 4, and we can line through it to create the 5 of the garden gate. Rob, would you radio him and just get him So, who's going to box under full course yellow for the second time? KBR are in the number 7 machine. They're going to pit under full course yellow and try and save a little bit of time, as the kart is now being recovered on the back of the quad up towards turn number 6. Going to try and find out which kart it is. It's going to come down the central straight towards us, behind the quad, so we won't be able to see it while it's behind the quad, but then we'll try and pick out. There it is, just being recovered back in. The front end hooked up on the back of the quad. We're going to follow it round. That's one of the Dr. Vapes entries, the number 60. Dr. Vapes, their second entry, is going to drop down the order. Number 25. Oh, sorry, into 25th place. Sorry, the number 60 entry with Matanza Hassan driving the car at the moment. Although, when we say driving, I mean being driven by the quad back into the pit lane. So, problems for the second of the Dr. Vapes entries as the train of karts goes around the outside. The Apex Twin number 3 entry doing a grand job at slowing and holding the field. But this is going to be like a sprint race when this race gets going again, because there's a train of karts all the way back from that number 3 entry, with Chrono Team Racing leading then from Club 73 and MKT, your top 3 overall. And we're back to green flag conditions once again. And there's contact in the middle there by the 24 getting involved. It's one of the Belgian entries. It's the 3 wide round turn number 4. Then it's turn 5, which looks like a hairpin, but you take a wide apex as it tightens up halfway round. We've got our track guide later on that we'll come to in due course when things settle down a little bit in around about an hour's time, maybe after the second round of pit stops. We'll think, but this is where the Clarks are going to earn their money, as there's drivers going wide out there into the gravel, just dropping a right rear as the 19 of Cole Clark Racing, they pit under the FCY. And I'm going to try and find out what happened to Dr. Vapes number 60 of Mo Hassan. Oh, sorry, Mutanza Hassan. We'll figure out what caused them, because they haven't really come to Mechanics Bay. I wonder if they've run out of go-go juice. Go and find out why they got dragged back in. Pardon? We're not on a PA, but there's a lot of people watching here and watching us. I've had a phone handed to me. It's got a picture on the front of a driver with a number 10 board, looks like in a Club 100 style, with an Arai white helmet and a TRX racing badge. Your phone is with us in the commentary box. You've got 30 minutes to collect it before I put it on eBay. And probably try and cover my expenses for getting home. But that's on the commentary table right in front of the mechanics bay. So feel free to come and retrieve it. Because for fun, I might just try and get into it 3 times and lock it for giggles. Because, yeah. We'll see. So the number 60 is just being held in front of us here at the moment. I don't know if there's a problem once again for that kart. Tom's with them at the moment. There's a train which was created by that full course yellow. And Murtaza Hassan is just going back towards the fuel bay. Don't know if he's got a problem. That number 60 kart came in once already and is now going to the stand.
So the issue with the 60 is that the thing is drinking, quite literally gulping fuel. They're only doing an hour and 15 minutes on a full tank of fuel.
Right. Well, with the price of fuel these days, Tom, you can't afford to be using that much.
I think that's why Paul was looking so
yeah,
concerned.
exactly. We only had a tanker's worth of fuel delivered to us, Tom.
But it's up on the bay now. I think they're going to do something with the carb and potentially change that over and get it fixed and get it back out again. Because that is not a sustainable situation where you're running 20 minutes shorter than every other car out there.
I love it when we get proper interaction. Somebody's text somebody to come and tell me that the driver's called McGeoch and not McGurch. So McGeoch was sorted out. It's an education, Tom. That's the bowel cancer entry.
Okay.
We're happy to provide a service.
I'll be right back because I've got a mouthful of sandwich or jambon.
Jambon and ham and cheese. Right, Tom's off to finish chewing. They're just having a quick look at that number 60 entry, still in the mechanics bay at the moment. You'll be able to see it. There it is, up on the stand. In fact, you can see Butterworth as well. There he is, walking backwards. He's going to give you a wave now. There he is. We're about a second delay, so I could see him wave before you could see it. He's just off to inspect and watch from a distance. They're going to. It'll either be the carb bowl will either be leaking fuel, or there's a slight cut in the fuel line. We'll find out when Butterworth returns as to what it is. Chances are it's the seal on the carb bowl off the back of one of these Honda GX200 engines, but we'll see. There's still a massive train of carts that's not really spread out yet, heading up towards turn 1 and 2. So the work continues on that number 60 Dr. Vapes entry. Got a massive train just going round 2, 3, 4. So going to pick up here. In a minute you're going to see a train of carts appear behind this one. There we go. And they're just going to keep appearing. This is the result of that full course yellow around about 10 minutes ago, as the field will start to fragment, but only a little bit, as a huge cloud of dust comes out of turn number 8. There's a double apex left in the middle of the track just as they cut off there and head up towards this corner now that we can see, which is turn 9, the gravel trap. And you can see on the outside there, you've got around about 5 or 6 foot of concrete with a little bit of shrubbery before you go into the gravel. So there is a little bit of, you can get away with it ever so slightly, but it is ever so slightly. The entry for Dr. Vapes is going back down onto the ground. So that is good to note. So keep an eye. Tom is back. We've got the 213 heading into pit lane with what looks to be a problem.
Not another one, surely.
Don't know. They were called in under a mechanical flag shortly before the full course yellow earlier. We've got yellow flag in the infield, Tom, but I don't know why. We've got a slow-moving cart, actually, between turn 5 and 6.
Yeah.
A very slow-moving cart between turns 5 and 6.
So the issue with Dr. Vapes, let's just clear that up before we get onto this one that's going to need to be recovered by the looks of things. But the issue with Dr. Vapes was a carb issue. It was quite literally drinking fuel, as I said before. It was gulping through it. They were only able to do an hour and 20 minutes. So they put a new carb on that one and straight back out.
Yeah, we're following this train round, but in the background, Tom, there you can see a stationary car up on the exit of turn number 6. We're going to try and figure out who that is because we can't see the back of it. Marshall's going to push him backwards. He's just got to turn around and move a cone. And the drivers are being told to move inwards. So I was alerted to that by the waved yellow by the marshal on the outside of turn 3, which is the marshal's post proceeding. We have got a light board further down, and we've got yellow as well further down.
Full
And we go
course.
full
Full
course
course
yellow
yellow
to recover that cart in the middle. And Team Ard box under full course yellow.
I mean, that was perfect timing for them because they were the first ones. I mean, as soon as that board went out, bang, they were in the pits.
Yeah, they've done well there, the 41, to box under full course. And that cart's coming back.
They're in 9th overall
yeah,
at the moment.
That's coming back under half power, and it's the 273 of Club 73, the 273 entry. It's been a tough early part of the race.
On one engine, do we think?
273, and it looks like that's coming back. And bearing in mind that they did try to start that on track, so the chances are that there is a problem with that that's going to require a bit more of a bit more assistance.
And 213 is back underway. It looks like they're about to make their way back down pit lane. Still under full. Oh no, we are back green and racing again now. We are back under green conditions. See what our gaps are like now, David. For the leaders, are we still at a lap?
Yes, I believe we were. I'm just looking at something that I was asked to look at earlier on. So I just need to just watch something. But yeah, back underway. The field hasn't stacked up quite as much as it did earlier with them two full course yellows together.
I make that 7.
I put a guarding gate through your 4 under the full course yellow that happened whilst you were off eating your ham sandwich.
I make that 7 by my reckoning. As we look at this train come through now, full speed through the S's one more time. The kart that was having difficulty is now back in pit lane and up on the mechanics bay, up on the ramp and being tended to. It looks like it's potentially an engine swap for them. Oh, we've got one off as well.
Oh yes,
well
that's
off.
at turn 2. That's the exit of 2, and you have to get out of that.
Yeah, going to have to push it.
Yeah, you're going to have to get out. The grass is rather long down there. We're doing our bit for the bees.
And there they go. Back underway. It's the number 4 of FP4, and they were up in 3rd place in class earlier in this race as well. So they've dropped
25th overall.
25th at the moment. We've still got to wait for it to cycle through as well. So they could potentially drop another couple of places as well. Yep, there we go. So Bargain Racing have come through. Apex Twin, number 5, they've come through. Maximum going to overtake as well, do we think? Seeing what happens when
Just
they
having
come
a
over
quick
the line.
look, Tom. Race leader, Chrono Team Racing, 1:24. They've been out for just under an hour and a half. They'll be looking now to maybe pit if they get a full course yellow in the next 10 minutes or so. They're definitely going to come in early and try and take advantage, because we've already seen them do that once already today. That's what's got them that one lap lead at the start, was pitting under the full course yellow earlier on in this race.
With the time that they've been out, I'm surprised that they didn't come in under that last one.
Yes, me too. Les Petits Bouchons, they're also at 1:28, as are their other team as well. They're pretty much running back to back. If this was F1, they'll be double stacking. They've been out for an hour and a half. Nobody else beyond that, though, at the moment. Looks like nobody quite yet, just willing to push it too far too soon in this race. Don't want to risk it and drop already very, very early on.
Titan Motorsport now right on the tail of Club 73 TTR. Nothing between them on track, so I expect that position to change in the next with the next time that they cross the start-finish line. I think they're part of that big snake that was coming through a moment ago. Keeping an eye out for them on circuit. That will be for 11th place overall, but it's actually the battle to be the first one 3 laps down.
Yeah, I'm just looking there, Tom. There's a driver going into turn 9 with their arm up, and are we going to see somebody got a problem? We've definitely got a team coming in. It's Team Hard, and they've only been out for a few moments. Where are they, the 41? Trying to find, they were running quite high up. Yeah, they were. They're there, Team Hard. They've only been out for 4 minutes, and they're back in or so. I'm adamant they've just been in, Tom.
Yeah, no, they have.
They have, yeah, on 3 laps. Or 2
3
laps ago, they were out, and they're back in again.
It was a long stop as well, a 3:13.
Oh, no, press the wrong button. There we go, and we're back with live timing. And they're on the mechanics bay. Engine, is it an engine issue? We'll see. I'm going to go this time, Tom. I'm going to go and have a look, because I normally send you, because you're the easier seat.
I will think thin. Attempt to go on a 4-second diet while David squeezes past me. Yeah, so it looks like Team Hard going to be dropping down the order. Unfortunately for them, they're just inside the top 20 at the moment. That won't last long. Titan's still behind Club 73 TTR. Keeping an eye out for where the Belgians are as well. Kart Events BE, last year's winners. As we said, as we thought they would, slowly climbing up the order. They're now up to 4th place overall and 2nd in class. And they are on pit stop cycle with everybody else as well.
Chain, Tom, for Team Hard. Not off, like completely off, snapped, gone, disappeared.
Oh, which vanished.
Yeah, but that's a problem, because you can't just really loosen the engine and stick it back on, because you've got to take the wheel off to get it round to get it onto the axle.
I'll wager that I can go and find it on the exit of turn 2, that chain.
Yeah. Oh, did they go wide?
I think they'll have gone over the rumble strip. It's the left side that we're looking at.
Yeah.
So they've gone over the rumble strip at turn 2. They've managed to coast around to between 5 and 6, and then it's died.
Yes. Well, no, because he brought it in under his own power.
Yeah.
And he was just down at turn 9. We saw the arm go up in the air, didn't we?
But I think that's what he's pulled over, going, what's the issue? Well, the problem is that you've dropped the chain because you run off on the exit of turn 2.
Here we've got Teesside Academy. They've just got past Teesside Tigers for 6th place. That's Gracie Mitchell getting past Nick Smales, and we'll move up into 6th place. And they've not got a lot to go to catch up to the 24 of Le Petit Bouchons in front of them. But they're racing like it's a sprint. Nick Smales back down the inside, by the look of it, on Gracie Mitchell up the far end. I don't think
still side by side.
He's not got through.
Mitchell's pitted.
Yes, Gracie Mitchell boxes the class-leading car after an hour and 24 minutes. It's on schedule because Mark and Andrew are waiting to collect that cart. So Gracie Mitchell pits as Team Ard go back out. They've done a grand job, Tom, to get the chain back on there. And they're not going to need to fuel, are they? Because they only came in 2 laps before.
Yeah.
So they were straight round. Mitchell is out. And it looks like Joseph Yao is going in the Teesside Academy because it's one of 5 pit bays that we can see with an unobscured view, or 3 pit bays, so to speak, because then the pit wall starts and we can't see them from where we are.
Just going to refresh the screen here. There we go. Right, so yes, we've got Teesside Academy in. That's promoted Tigers, Fats and Furious International, JS Racing, BKRT up so far. Teesside Academy dropping now out of the top 10 as the cycle comes through. They are one of the first to be in twice on schedule. The is that so CBR 113, but they've had an extra stop because of a penalty. So yes, Teesside Academy, your leading team who have been in twice for scheduled pit stops. So we're expecting a bit of a run now as they as the fuel level wears down on these carts, and it's going to start to busy up this pit lane, and you're going to see carts having to take extra laps as they wait for the perfect time to come in when the fuel bay is clear. You don't want to be, although you've got a 2.5 minute stop, minimum stop time, you don't want to be wasting any time in the fuel bay queuing up behind, because then your 2-minute 30 stop could then be a 2:35, a 2:36, a 2:39, a 3-minute stop through no fault of your own, purely because you've been queuing up for the fuel bay.
I've handed the phone back. I've found the owner of the phone that had gone missing.
I didn't even know we had a phone.
Yeah, someone came in earlier and handed me a phone that had been found in the compound area up here where the pit lane is. And I've just seen someone with a matching logo and took a punt.
Oh, fair enough.
That it was him, and it was.
Did you say, is this your phone? And
mate,
he went,
honestly,
free phone? Yes, please.
Like Poirot, Hetty, Wainthrob, Vera, all the good detectives have got out on me.
Miss Marple. And you look like Miss Marple. No, wait.
Don't do her a disservice.
You've got the same moustache.
Yes, quite right.
Moving on. Yeah, so, as I mentioned before, Kart Events Belgium now up to 4th place overall, 2nd in class. They're the first kart 2 laps down. So as pit stop cycled through, they could, if they're going to be one of the last ones to stop, they could well cycle up towards the front. They've been out there 1 hour and 17 minutes, so they were one of the last ones to stop.
Yes,
in the first
they
cycle.
went really long, didn't they? Like
As
140.
the Club 73 karting, they've only been out 1 hour and 15. Who else? Fats and Furious International, is that? I just need to highlight it. No, Teesside Tigers. So Tigers, Kart Events Belgium, Club 73, they're going to be some of the last ones to stop.
Yeah, I think Kart Events Belgium will be the last in. JS Racing have only been. Is it JS Racing on 114? They were the last team in, Tom.
Right.
From the last team
of the front runners, yeah, to stop.
Well,
on
no,
cycle.
of anybody to do a pit stop. Of the 43 teams, they were the last team to do a stop at the on that first cycle of pit stops. So keep an eye out on them going long as well. But for me, Kart Events Belgium now are really starting to get into this race. We've got a slippery surface flag on track, but I don't know if that's for slippery surface or because they're looking for something, which I'm guessing, Tom, will be that chain that departed off the Team Ard kart earlier on.
It'll be somewhere around the between turn 2 and 3.
Yeah,
I could almost put my mortgage on it.
I'm expecting a pit stop shortly for the team in 27th place, the 74 kart of Optimum Motorsport, because I've just seen their pit man make his way down towards the fuel bay. So they'll be just looking for an empty fuel bay, which it is at the moment. The race leader, Tom, Chrono Team Racing, are now at 1:34. They've been out on track for 1 hour and 34 minutes. They're going to be tight now, heading towards the pit stop window for our race leaders. And I will expect them to be coming into the pit lane very, very shortly in that number 38 kart. Just having a look to see where they are on track so I can track them through the through when we're expecting to see them in pit lane.
Having a look at our wooden spoon holder currently, the Club 73 Pro car, 36 laps down, unfortunately for them. 13 laps behind the shopping carts in 42nd, but they've got really good pace.
Yes, they've just
103.5s. You know, they're matching sort of top 15 pace.
They've been in the pit lane 5 times, and they've had a kart change as well, which took a lot of time. Dark green suit, black helmet for that 273. I'm going to find out who's in that, because let's give him a bit of a shout out.
103.2 that time around, so getting quicker as well.
Could be Danny Everest in that kart, I think, at the moment. So yeah, credit there in that 273 entry.
I'm going to give big shout out as well to whoever's driving Club 73 TTR in 10th place overall, leading Clubman car and holding off Titan Motorsport. Not only holding them off, pulled away by 3/10.
It's Louis Delamere in that, Tom.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Okay, well, Louis is flying along. As we said, leading Clubman car. Just to highlight how quick that Club 73 Pro car is going, that's in 43rd and last place at the moment. It's actually 3/10 faster than the class leader. Sorry, than the Clubman class leader. Yes, they are in
lap,
Pro, but still, you know, their pace is now, you know, top 10 pace.
Yeah, as well. And the class system here just sort of showing that as well. We've got, that's a 101.9 by MKT at this stage of the race with traffic.
I just spotted that and was like, what?
Is brilliant. What I'm saying, we've got, of the 15 car, the top 15, only one is a Clubman runner. I think that really just shows that the class system is good and where we are.
Because of the timing system that we've got here, we can't actually see how much quicker they were than, or how much they closed in on the previous lap on Club 73, who are second overall at the moment.
LPBT are in, Tom, from 7th place, third in class. They're going to drop down.
As are BKRT as well.
Chrono are going long here with a 137.
So 6th and 7th as they were running on the road, now into the pits for their scheduled stops.
Yeah, I want to have a look who's in that MKT kart, Tom.
And I'm going to keep an eye on that gap now, because that's for second place overall on the road. 21.6 seconds down, but they're consistently faster than Club 73. Kart Events Belgium as well, as we said. Oh, look at that, another a 101 for the leader as well now.
Well, he's got no fuel in it. So light, it's as light as he's ever going to be.
Has he got some clear space on track as well, or is he in behind somebody, or what's going on? Because that's two laps in a row. We've got CBR 113. They've done a 101.9 as well. So we've got 3 karts now running in the 101s, which we haven't seen really since the start of this race. Very few karts have been in the 101s.
But we're going to have to, Tom, I'm going to have to caveat it. They are low on fuel. They're as light as they're going to be. They're probably 7 or 8 kilos lighter than what they were at the start of the race.
If track conditions have changed ever so slightly somewhere.
Oh, we've had a pit lane speeding penalty for the 273.
Goodness me, that's another one lap
because
going on.
It's the pit stop window, and Mr. Manchester's down the bottom end with the speed gun again. Stop going too fast. It's a minimum pit stop time. See, nobody's coming under the pit stop time. Nobody's done a 2:28, 2:29. They're just going too fast on exit, aren't they? So, right, I think the leader's in. Let's have. I'm fairly sure. No, that's the 33 entry is in the pit lane. We're going to try and pick out the leader because they're at 1:39, 1 hour and 39 minutes, and I think. Tom, we're going to be expecting Card Events Belgium soon as well because Seaver's just walking towards the fuel stop
with gloves on.
Yeah,
which means business in these temperatures.
It certainly does. He's got jeans on as well. Wow,
different breed. Oh, hang on, who have we got?
Leader's
in?
In.
Is this the leader?
Almost certain that's the leader coming in. I'll confirm in a moment when it clicks over. It is race leader Chrono Team Racing there on camera. Tom is coming into the pit lane. They'll go out of shot as they go under the weighbridge.
Who's driving that at the moment?
I don't know because there are French outfits and I didn't manage to get in touch with them prior to the race.
Ah, okay.
So we will
the guy with the blue helmet.
We will call him Driver B. Driver blue helmet.
Le garçon bleu.
Le garçon bleu. So we're going to have a quick look. Optimum Motorsport are in with Morgan Hudson-Brown vacating that kart. But he's going to have to wait now, Tom, behind the race leader Chrono Team Racing because there's only one fuel pump. So and Chrono are going to fuel, and now Morgan Hudson-Brown is waiting behind, so they're going to have a slow stop.
Well, they could easily still be well under that 2.5 minutes if they then get the next few sections right, lubing the car chains, but starting the engines and getting down to
the
pit
big
bay.
thing here is their driver can't get giddy and speed down pit lane, can he?
Yes.
That's it. He's got to be careful.
And that's the point, yeah. So Club 73 have now taken the overall lead back from Chrono Team Racing, although we are expecting them in sometime in the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, MKT still going well again, Tom. Look, that's almost another
flat.
sub 102.
Yeah, they're going to be in the next 5 minutes. Kart Events Belgium, I would expect them in the next 10, 15 minutes.
Newmarket Hornets, Tom, have pitted as well.
Tigers, they're going to be due in 10, 15 minutes. Fats and Furious, they should be due any time now, really, maybe next 5 minutes or so. And likewise, it continues all the way down then, all the way through the top 10, down to about 12th place. That's your sort of your overall race at the moment. The top 12 all currently could, if things shake out their way, as it has done for Chrono Team Racing so far, but if things go back the other way, any of these top 12 could end up leading.
Yeah, as it stands in the middle of the pit stop window, the second pit stop window of this 24-hour race, Club 73 karting, yet to pit for a second time, are leading the way. We've got a kart in the gravel, Tom. That looks like it's the 88 CBA kart. He's going to be in to have that kart checked over. MKT in second. Kart Events Belgium are up, and MKT from second place are going to pit the number 12 machine for fuel on schedule around about an hour and a half since they were last in pit lane.
Whoever's in it, I'd get them to double stint if I were them, because the pace at the end of that stint was rapid.
Yeah, I'm going to have a quick look.
They're going to have a feel for the conditions, and they've overshot the weight limit.
Yeah, they've gone over.
And they've been asked to go back on.
George Simmons, I think, is in there.
Oh, hang on a minute. We've got a long hold here at the weighbridge.
Yeah, no, it looks like we're clear. Thumbs up from Dave Todd. He's happy.
Is he?
Well, I don't know. Is he ever? I don't know. Let's see. No, we've
no.
Well, we've got a discussion
I'm going to run over. I'm running because that's second place overall.
Tom's off. Try and find out who's in it as well, Tom, because he's been very quick. Full course yellow, though, on track for clearing of gravel down at turn 1 after CBA Motorsport went off track down at the far end. So he should be coming into the gravel bay for the number 88 kart. And we've got another kart that's in with an engine problem at the moment. All action in the pit stop area as pit stop window number 2 is in full throng at the moment. The 88 of CBA Motorsport, driver in, engines off, and that will be tipped up to one side. The number 12 of MKT, he's going to pit now. I think that's George Simmons in that one. He's been very, very quick in this second stint for MKT.
So yeah, so we just had an update from MKT, and I went over and spoke with the gentleman on the weighbridge. They said originally it was 2 kilos under, and then what happened was they rolled off and rolled it back on, and to give it another go because they were under and they were not under by a lot, so they gave it another go just to be sure. Got it back on the second time. It came in 1 kilo under. So by being underweight, that is a penalty, and I'm just going to check the rules as to what the actual official penalty is. Now, whether it's I think it's 5 laps or 3 laps. Now, underweight in the race, first offence, 1 lap per kilo underweight. So it's a 1 lap penalty.
Should be 1 lap. We'll keep an eye to wait
for a first offence.
Yep, see if that's applied. Now, who would we normally blame as part of the team for somebody being slightly underweight? Do we blame the person in charge of strategy? Because if we are, at McLaren, George Simmons is in charge of race strategy, and it was him in the car.
1 kilo underweight, I wouldn't really be blaming anybody for that. As someone who's been in that situation
to be fair,
before,
you're probably going to lose that over your stint, aren't you?
Yeah, it'll just be sweat.
Yeah.
For that, but you have to account for that.
Yes.
So whether it's driver or whether it's strategy who hasn't accounted for that, it's always better to come in 1 to 2 kilos over than it is to come in just bang on.
Yeah. So
because for exactly that reason, if it's hot like it is today, you'll lose that easily in sweat.
Yes.
So I'm a little bit confused here by just what it says in here. So first offence is a 1 lap per kilo underweight. So they were 1 kilo underweight.
Yes.
Which means a 1 lap penalty.
Correct.
If they then came in again,
yes,
it's a 1 lap per kilo verbal warning.
Yes, but that's 1 lap per kilo underweight and
a verbal warning.
Yes, because any further offence after that
is an exclusion from the race.
So the second one is a warning that says if you keep coming in underweight, you're going home.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. CBA Motorsport are going to return back to track after their trip through the gravel, and a shake of the head on his way out. From the driver.
What's going on with the camera here, David?
Oh, that's my camera.
All right.
I like to video myself. I've got a show reel to create at the end of the year, so I've got to drum up some more business.
Right. I'm keeping my sunglasses on in the shade.
Yeah.
Because that's what people who are double-hard
do. I don't.
Not
it's
just
not
people
on all
who
the
are
time.
hard.
I only put it on when I think I'm about to say something interesting.
Double-hard.
Double team hard.
Double-hard.
Fats and Furious have been in, Tom. They've dropped down now to 9th place. Will probably be 10th or 11th by the time they exit the pit lane. Club 73 are leading then now. Kart Events Belgium, Chrono Team Racing, the leading team, just pitted twice in P4 at the moment.
Just like to point out that Kart Events Belgium have had a kart swap and are currently only a minute off the lead.
Did they swap before the race?
No.
In the race?
Yes.
They're just too quick.
They came in. They did they did a normal scheduled stop. The cart went up on the ramp. They decided, no, do you know what? We've had enough issues. We're going to change cart. So they took off the Nassau panel, the Bigfoot panel, put it onto the new cart, fired the engines up, as well as everything else in their normal pit stop, blah, 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 well over 2.5 minutes, and are currently less than a minute off the lead of this race overall.
Yeah, I saw Seaver up here earlier for a pit stop, but I think I think that was precautionary, and they've gone. They're carrying on. It's Jules Van Hool.
Forgot I bought them.
The Skittles this morning, yesterday, wasn't it? Oh,
Whoa.
through the gravel, but managing to survive.
87 was that again?
Unsure.
I think it was. This one here.
Sure.
87.
Oh, the Met Police would love a grass like you, Tom.
I'm just picking them out. Just doing my job. Just doing my job.
Just doing my job. I'm on the take.
Roy Keane, it's my job, isn't it?
It's his
Roy
job.
Keane would be very happy with me. Right.
Marshall's doing a
I
grand...
can't stand the man, but that's a whole different
Can you imagine?
thing.
Marshall's there doing a grand job of cleaning the gravel away. But it's his job.
If you want to tag Roy Keane in this video, feel free. Can't stand the man.
Oh, we're too wide up towards the final chicane. They've figured it out.
That was
on the way
too wide,
through.
the number 2, and too wide, TOO wide
Yes,
as well.
well,
Yes.
a train of carts running up towards turn number 1.
Titan Motorsport were in that. I spotted, I think that was Jack O'Neill's helmet and suit overtaking somebody into turn 1. They are still behind Club 73 TTR, your clubman leader, now up to 6th place. Don't forget we are still on a pit stop cycle, so once this all cycles through, in the next sort of 10-15 minutes, we've had everybody in for a second time, as they should be. Then we'll see where everything
Do you know what,
shakes out.
Tom?
We're still expecting Chrono Team Racing, who are 4th overall. We're still expecting them to be holding on to the lead.
I'm just going to highlight CBR there, because they're doing like low 102s, high 101s.
Yeah.
And they're on a bit of a recovery. Now, we have had the penalties applied. MKT and the 34, I think that's one of the Belgian entries. That's BKRT Red.
Yeah.
Underweight. So that's 2 underweight penalties. And
it's roasting.
This is the thing now, Tom. It's very, very warm, and you've got to take on a couple of litres of fluid before you go out. You know, we are 3 hours into this race, and we were here all day yesterday, sort of working, setting up cameras. I was doing a few laps, actually, testing carts out, because I never turn down an opportunity to turn a wheel. And you lose so much fluid, so much weight. You know, you think a litre is effectively a kilo, you know, of fluid. So, you know, you're going to lose that throughout your stint.
Easily.
You know, that's why I always say, I always wear a balaclava when I'm doing endurance racing like this, because your helmet will get hot and sweaty and you don't want that. But I'll have 2 or 3 balaclavas. I'll wear a clean one every stint, and at least it's nice to put your helmet back on, because nobody likes to put a sweaty helmet on after
and
6 hours after you've last had. Yeah, it's just
cold and wet.
It's grim Deanna Jones, isn't it?
It is. Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. Yeah, there's. I mean, we had last year we were privileged, weren't we? We had a helmet dryer.
Yes.
Well, rather we had a thing that blew warm air.
Yeah, I bought a helmet dryer, and I'd sold it before the end of the race for the same amount of money I bought it for.
Well, there we go. But yeah, it was that was definitely a big benefit, because you put it on and it felt like a fresh helmet again.
Shopping carts are in the pit lane.
In the mechanical bay.
Yes, they are. They've got a problem.
They're currently 42nd. They're 8 laps clear of Club 73 Pro at the moment, so they've got good 8 minutes they can lose here before they end up with our wooden spoon. I don't know who's in that Club 73 TTR at the moment, but they are going great guns.
They're due to pit, aren't they, in that Club 73 TTR, that 443. They'll be due in soon. It's Louis Delamere, isn't it?
Of course
mentioned
it is.
earlier
Yes,
on. And,
my apologies.
Yeah.
I've just added in the full course yellow that we had when I was off getting the news on MKT. Just getting a bit of a thumbs up from Clinton Bell, the team manager and driver of the current race leading car. It looks like they're
due in, Tom.
Looks
shortly.
like it looks like they're due in, Clinton. It looks like you're due in any moment. About 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Wow, that'll be a long stint as well. That'll be a
1:52.
Well, he's come up very early if it's 15 minutes.
Has he got a second fuel tank?
That'll be a 1 hour 52, Clinton. So we're calling
rumours that they changed the fuel line from a mile's worth of pipe at unfounded.
Something bovine, I think, about that. 152. Yeah, good, nice one. He's actually walking over to the fuel bay now, so we'll expect them in any moment now.
Another creative rearrangement of the truth.
Yes. But overall race leader, so we wouldn't expect them to be 100% honest with us about what their strategy is. Not that it really makes a difference at this point in the race anyway. We've got Kart Events Belgium still up in second place. Still waiting on them to cycle through. Teesside Tigers climbing up to third now as these pit stops continue. They're only less than 10 seconds off the back of Kart Events Belgium now. As they continue their recovery, 1 lap penalty for them for their first pit stop where they were speeding coming out of the pits. Where's Lee? Is he down there with his speed gun again?
Well, he was earlier on. I haven't seen him come back. I think we had a mistake on timing earlier on because it said that BKRT had a 1 lap penalty for underweight, and that's now been removed. So
okay.
So it looks like that had gone on in error. We've still got that one for the number 12 of MKT who came in underweight, and it looks like we could be expecting CBR, Tom, who we had highlighted earlier.
Somebody well off into the gravel.
Yes. Well off.
Another one that's gone and tried to take a trip to Arnage. That's needing pulling out of the gravel.
Gravel.
There we go.
Yeah, we're zooming into Arnage.
313.
313. It's one of the CBR entries, the 313 down in 26th place at the moment.
And that was an outlap as well. That was their first lap of probably their first lap of the race. And that is not the way to start it. By the trip into the gravel and then promptly into pit lane, back into pit lane, and the Beda Gravel.
Beda Gravel.
That's sticking, is that? I like it. And there they go, back underway.
And Ollie Davis is going to bring in the 113 Core Blimey Racing car after a double stint in that kart, which was quick but troublesome, Tom.
Yes, for the penalties.
Because they had that 1 lap penalty for speeding in the pit lane. They had the 30-second penalty for advantage by contact early in the race that moved them up.
I'll tell you something that we haven't spoken about yet when it comes to the gravel. It's the pain in the backside it causes for any drivers that are behind somebody when the gravel gets kicked up and it flicks onto your nice shiny new bought specially for the event helmet, and a piece of gravel then puts a chip in it, and you've got to spend 800 quid to repair it.
Yeah, it's not the type of chips that I like.
I mean, I've been fortunate in that it's only hit my visor, and I've just needed a new visor instead. But I have seen some that have had brand new helmets and have had to replace them after one event because they've been flicked up. They've had gravel flicked up at them.
Yeah, one of the two clerks of the course has left his control panel for all of the lights around the track next to us. Don't press that, Tom. We'll have a full course yellow. Why is the race stopping? Because Tom's accidentally pressed the red flag button.
I wasn't touching it, honest.
He's come out of there and stared Tom down. Stared him down. Oh. It'd be like, NASCAR, when it gets a bit boring and we just close the pack up.
Yeah, we
just
bring it all
orders
together.
a red flag. Oh, in the gravel,
at turn one. Yes, indeed. And a big off that looked like as well.
Yeah. Is that CBA, Tom? Is that the CBA Motorsport entry? He's going to drag it back. I don't know who the fella is in the high vis, but it's a cameraman. I was thinking he's not. If he's a marshal, he's not willing to help.
Helping, is he?
No. Why is he tracking carts?
I'll give him the sound effect.
Yeah, just pick the guy out in the gravel. He's easy. He's not moving, is he? Is that?
It looks
that
like
88
look at the
CBA?
amount of gravel that's off the racing line as well.
Is that 3 numbers on the car? What we're gonna get? What we guessing? Oh, it is 3 numbers. I don't know.
Oh, is it 101?
Oh.
Is it 101?
FCY, Tom.
That'll be for gravel.
Yeah, add 1 to your list. Add 1 to your list.
Right, who owes us stops? Club 73, Kart Events Belgium, Teesside Tigers, JS Racing.
Surely they've got a box.
Titan Motorsport.
Sorry, Tom. Here we go in the pit lane. Mad Motorsport are in. As are the race leaders. Club 73 are pitting, but they're right behind another kart. They're right behind Mad Motorsport.
They'll be okay. Mad Motorsport know what they're doing. They're going to be out of the way quick enough, and obviously they've been running at the front as well through the early part of this race. So they're going to be quick enough. They know what they're doing.
Plenty
Club
of time.
73.
Yeah, they're
just going to line up second
get
behind
the fuel
them.
cap off.
Yeah.
And get sorted, aren't they? We're good
there's going
here.
to be no real problem. Who else have we got coming in now?
That's the 4, FP4. They're in. Is that Nameless? No, that's 101.
That's 101. They were the ones in the gravel.
That was your gravel trap.
I called it right.
Yeah.
So that was that's the second police car police cart that's been in the gravel so far today. So that's I'm marking that as 6 trips to the gravel for the police so far this weekend. Definitely more than any other team.
Yeah, I'm just trying.
Oh, MKT, have they just changed carts? They're back in.
Yeah, they could. MKT are back in with a cart change, are they?
They're definitely back in.
Yeah, well, they were
second overall.
They were proper quick earlier as well. We'll find out what the script is in a few moments.
So Mad Motorsport have they've cleared the fuel bay and are through. Club 73 have lubed the chain, or they're lubing the chain now, and they are both engines are fired up, and it looks like they're ready to go. They're rolling down pit lane now. Nice and calmly.
Teesside Tigers, who haven't pitted yet, Tom, are leading this race once again, despite having a 1-lap penalty earlier on.
And I'm surprised they haven't pitted under the full course yellow.
It's happened! It's happened! The police have been done for speeding! Oh! It's happened! The police have been done for speeding! My weekend is complete. Stop the stream now. I'm going home.
It's definitely a €100 fine. Definitely a €100 fine.
Peak excitement. Kart Events Belgium are in, Tom, as well, I think.
Are they?
That looks like it's Sean. Yeah, that's Sean Van Hall in the orange there.
Okay. So they were due in anyway. So
Yeah.
they've taken advantage of the full course yellow. I think people are realising it's a fairly lengthy one, this one. So it is the perfect time to stop. So we're going to see Kart Events Belgium move up. We're going to see Club 73 hold on to the lead potentially when this shakes out. It's going to be very touch and go between them and Chrono once this shakes out.
Yeah, it will be, won't it?
That's MKT going back out now after their unscheduled stop. The 101 that was in for the gravel is now going up onto the lift. So we'll find out what's gone on. David's off on a oneer to find out what's going on with MKT. Kart Events Belgium now being restarted, being told to take it steady by Siebert. So Jules is heading down pit lane now, nice and steady. They've got loads of time. Still under full course yellow as well. And in fact, now we've just gone green. Green, green, green. We are back under full racing conditions. That will help, as we've said, Kart Events Belgium. It will help Club 73. And it will help any of the others that stopped under that full course yellow. Chrono Team Racing, meanwhile, have recycled back to the front of this one through that pit stops. We're going to now, Teesside Tigers are in as well. Teesside Tigers are in for their scheduled stop. We thought that they were due a stop. They've just missed the end of the full course yellow, so they're going to get maybe 10 seconds.
MKT are in for a kart change. Cracked chassis on the yoke, Tom.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, chassis cracked on the yoke. So we always say it goes proper quick before it goes wrong, and they were proper quick, and then it went wrong.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
So Tigers heading down pit lane now. They're heading towards their driver change area. So they probably missed the full course yellow, taking advantage of it anyway to any real extent. Probably about maybe got 5 to 10 seconds out of it.
Ian Nielsen likely to be going in that car unless Nick Smells double stacks it, because Paul White and Lewis Jolly are in front of us here in pit lane. So they're definitely not going to be in that cart.
No. Who else have we got in here? Oh, that's the Chukta Racing guys, the number 32.
More penalties, Tom, for speeding in the pit lane. 8 shopping carts and 313 who'd been in the gravel, had they, on the outlap, and now speeding in the pit lane.
Again, panic. So
now,
Kart Events Belgium now back out in 7th place. Again, we'll just hang on until Teesside Tigers have come through, and then we'll give you a bit of a rundown.
As well. 313 and the 8 of shopping carts have now been done twice for speeding in the pit lane. Repeat offenders.
Okay. So we'll give it a lap or so, and then what we're going to do is, because that'll be pretty much the end. Oh, JS Racing. We're still waiting on JS Racing coming in. They've done 1 hour 47 minutes so far, so they are due in any moment now. Again, another one I'm surprised did not take full advantage of that full course yellow.
JS Racing, Titan and Accelerate Brewery, Kent Brewery, the only teams not to have pitted yet in
Titan's
this cycle.
1 hour 50.
1 hour 50.
Do you know what?
Titans.
And they're still going round again. I can just see them here. Do you know what I think is going on with Titans?
Lift and coast?
They've realised they haven't got the overall lap pace, the 1 lap pace that you need here. That is going to generate that lap time and move you up the grid. So do you know what you've got to do? You've got to find another way of going at it. Many ways to skin a 24-hour cat.
Yeah, there's a cut through as well just after hairpin turn 2 that takes you straight towards turn 9. Just do that.
I think
through.
they did show up on the lap time, wouldn't it?
Be
a bit of a giveaway when they've done a 35-second lap. But anyway, the point is Titan, I think, are now going long. That's 111. That's JS Racing you're in?
Yes, I believe it is.
That is JS Racing, our second place car.
Is
now in.
Vernon McCallum double stacked that? I think he has, because
he's certainly done the second stint.
I'm fairly sure he started the race, because we were speaking about him
I think
at the
they're
start.
having to haul him out. It looks like he has double stinted.
Yeah, well, I did 2 stints last year, and I had to be lifted out of the cart and just dropped basically on the ground to wallow in my own self-pity.
But I know we normally do a rundown at the bottom of the hour, but we're just going to wait for this pit stop cycle to come through.
Yeah, we'll wait for...
There's another couple of laps,
We'll
probably.
wait for Titans, and we'll wait for the 55 of Accelerate Kent Brewery.
And then we'll give you the full rundown, because everybody will be in on... have been in
Kenneth
on
Neeson's now, Tom, is in the Kart Events Belgian. So normally we see them double stack all their stints, but it looks like they've gone like the full cycle to start with. But I would expect them to start double stinting later on in this race. Having said that, last year I think they just went full cycle, like swapping through between the 3 of them, and it must have worked because they won. So
I'll never question their strategy. And we've got another full course yellow out.
Yes, which is going to be perfect for Titan and for Accelerate Kent Brewery.
I imagine that Jack O'Neill is now on the radio hard saying, get me in. And in fact, they're there. They're over in the fuel bay. Titan are in the fuel bay now. So as in the helpers are there.
But as are Kent Brewery as well, because they're all wearing white T-shirts with Kent Brewery on the back. So very helpful.
We're expecting both. I mean, we were expecting both of them in anyway, but we are fully expecting them to come in this time around. In fact, I can see Andy O'Neill now pointing.
Yeah, Titans should be the first of the two in. They're further round the lap. So I'd expect to see Titans in.
They're there. They're just on the back straight now. Coming through 7 and 8. Heading up towards the hairpin of turn 9. Drivers being told to back the pace down again because it looks like we've still got...
It's quite quick, isn't it, this time?
We're still doing 105s and yeah, it's a lot of...
Mad Motorsport are doing well here. That's Harry Roddice in that car.
There's Titans in.
Yeah, Titans are in. But Harry Roddice is slowing the pace down in the middle. He's doing well in that car.
So this is going to benefit Titan 100%. Not only have they gone long as part of their strategy to now go extremely long, spend the minimum amount of time in the pits. Of course, it's a 2.5 minute pit stop here. But if you can save a stop over the course of 24 hours, of course, that's a minimum of 2.5 minutes you've saved. So that's the strategy for Titan, I believe, is to go extremely long.
Apex are in,
try
Tom.
and save themselves at least 2.5 minutes, potentially even 5 minutes during a 24-hour race. And that's the way that they're going to get to the top, is purely through strategy and not overall race pace. So they're in, and once again, I'll just reiterate that we are waiting for these to cycle through before we start calling actual positions.
I'm curious.
Oh, it was Mike Philippou. It wasn't Jack O'Neill. My apologies.
Ah.
It was Mike Philippou who was out there for Titan.
I'm interested here as to why Accelerate Kent Brewery haven't pitted yet.
I should have known that because Andy and Jack are stood right in front of me.
He's in the cart. He's also doing the pit stops.
Yeah.
He's writing the theme tune, singing the theme tune, and starring in it.
Walking past me now.
Right, the theme tune. Here, Accelerate Kent Brewery are into the pit lane now for their pit stop, the final pit stop of the second cycle.
They've just given me that look at the O'Neill brothers. They've just given me that look of, yeah, the pace isn't there at all, but we're doing all right.
Yeah,
we're doing all right.
This is good. This is good now. The pace is proper slow now under the safety.
Who's that
safety
leading
caution.
the train?
And we'll try and figure out who it is, because
it should be our leader.
I think it could. Is it? No, it's not. No, we'll figure it out in a minute when they come round. Still got work going on down the far end, so I don't think we're going to go green just yet. It might not have harmed Accelerate Kent Brewery too much, this, but I think that they a lap earlier, and I think that they'd have jumped a few more places. At the front, though, Tom, as expected, Chrono Team Racing are back at the front, but I think potentially now Club 73 could be back on the lead lap.
I'd go with that as well.
Whereas they were a lap down earlier on. So field is being slowed down. I'm going to figure out who this is, who slowed this field down, and just give them a shout out, because that is how you control a pack under, and it's a 73. It's Club 73. That's how you control
second place overall
the pack. So yes, they're on the lead lap, but they are almost a full lap down.
And what's going to happen is they're going to be right at the front of that train.
Yeah, Alex Cass.
With the pace.
Yes.
To clear off.
And they've got a clear track, haven't they?
And they've got a clear track, yeah.
It's Alex Cass.
The downside of
green,
that,
Tom.
we are back under racing. And he's jumped.
Yeah.
He has gone. He has seen that green light first and bolted.
He's going to have 10 laps here also, I think.
Before he catches anybody else.
Basically clear track.
Yeah.
And the problem is, let's not take anything from Chrono, but they've got to come through traffic, and traffic is unpredictable.
It is, but what I would say is the severe downside of him back in the pack up like that with Club 73 is that Chrono are going to be in that train behind them somewhere, and that's the position that they want next. So really, Chrono should have been the one backing it up, but great job by Club 73 to do that. Fantastic effort, absolutely the correct thing to do. And yeah, big props, big shout from us.
Yeah,
and he's got
at least Chrono are right behind it. The 38 of Chrono is the next car.
Oh, okay.
So he's on the lead lap, but he's the next to get lap potentially. with Chrono Team Racing.
But only if Chrono come back.
Yeah.
And what Chrono should really do is, even if they do catch them, is just work together. Because there's a lap between them.
Yeah,
There's no harm. Absolutely no harm in working together with them. And likewise, even if they come past, Club 73 should then work with Chrono to try and move away.
I think Balcancer are in the 87, but I think this is completely unscheduled because there's nobody down here waiting for him at all.
Is he
Mechanics
is
Bay.
he gravelling
Oh,
again?
engines cut out. That's why there's nobody waiting for him. The clerk of the course is scribbling away feverishly on a piece of paper.
And he's on the
and
radio.
then he's on the radio.
Ooh. What have we got going on here? Have we got some gossip? Number 3. Okay.
So we've been given some juicy gossip, but we're not allowed to say it. I know it, but I can't say it. Tom.
Yes, we'll hold off on that. Right, David.
Thomas, bottom of the hour.
Time for a rundown. Well,
bottom of the hour.
Well past that.
Now
but we
everybody
needed it
has
to be.
pitted for the second time officially on that second cycle of pit stops. Chrono Team Racing, the 38, have led most of this race and continue to do so, the pro runners, leading from our leading elite class of Club 73 karting. Then it's Kart Events Belgium, the number 6, with Teesside Tigers in 4th place. The Petit Bouchons race team are in P5 with JS Racing in 6th place. 7th, Titan Motorsports in front of your leading clubman class runner, Teesside Academy, now being piloted by Joseph Yao. Then it's BKRT Red in front of Fats and Furious International, rounding out your top 10 with Club 73 TTR in 11th. The recovering Core Blimey Racing in 12th place in the 113 in front of Newmarket Hornets, then LMS and JJH Motorsport, the 3rd in class clubman. Then it's KBR. They were spun round on the opening lap. They're up to 16th after the 3 hours and 45-minute mark with Accelerate Kent Brewery, who are running the long strategy. They'll drop down, but then they'll move back up again throughout the stint. Then it's Nameless Motorsport in 18th with the Met Police Motor Club 999 in 19th. Cole Clark Racing round out your top 20. MKT, you've had a kart change recently after that snap yoke on their chassis, run 21st, having run inside the top 5. Mad Motorsport at 22nd with Club 73 AM in 23rd. Apex Twin 24th, Team Hard in 25th with Team Rango in 26th place. Then it's Bargain Racing 27th, Optimum Motorsport 28th with FP4 and BKRT Yellow in 30th place. TVP Racing 31st with the second of the Met Police Motor Club entries, the 101 in 32nd place. Then it's Dr. Vapes Racing and Dr. Vapes running 33rd and 34th respectively. CBR, their 2 entries, the 313 just in front of the 213 in 35th and 36th place. TRX Motorsport 37th, Bowel Cancer, they've just been in and are back out again shortly with an issue. They're running in 38th. CBA Motorsport 39th, Tuccia Racing in 40th with Apex Twin Select Works in 41st. Then it's Shopping Carts and then it's Club 73 Pro in that 273. So they've had a tough one. Both Apex Twin Selected Works, Apex Carts and Club 73 been in the pits a fair few times. 5 for Apex, 6 for Shopping Carts and 5 for Club 73 as well. Into the live chat we go once again with Dominica saying a big shout out for the Apex Twin team, please. As I thought then that the pack had dropped and we've got a cart off at turn 1. That looks like it's the TRX entry. Can't see the number yet, but he's gone off and he's gone off deep into the gravel. He's only just stopped before the before the tyre wall. So not only has he gone off, but he's gone off deep, and the shake of the head suggests everything. We're still waiting on confirmation as to whom it is, so I'll dip back into the back into our live chat once again. Midnight Motorsport saying, let's go Titan Motorsport. Well, we've seen already that they might not have the pace. It's the Club 73, it's not TRX, it's the green Club 73 373 entry that was running reasonably well. They were 5th or 6th in class. They're dropping down to 7th now as the Apex Twin number 5 moves up to 23rd. So Club 73 AM are down in the gravel and will be visiting Beta Gravel very, very shortly. Driver in the black suit with the blue accent. Having a quick look, could well be Ethan Cotton, the in-house photographer and videographer for Club 73, down in the gravel at the far end of the circuit. Kart's going to get hooked up. Is it on the back of the quad, or will he just get pushed in? He's on the rumble strip on the outside as we cover this under a local waved yellow down to the first corner, and we've got watchful eyes in case we have any OTYs overtaking under yellows down there. Nobody doing it, and there's the 373. We'll be heading back in, and on the way in, we'll no doubt be spraying gravel all over the track as well.
Hey up.
Hey up, mate. Thank you very much for the warm beverage. Just what I wanted on a day where it's 23 degrees. And I'm not even being sarcastic. I do love... Is that a tea or is it a coffee?
A coffee.
Fantastic. With milk and 1 sugar, which is the only way to have it.
If you say so.
In my opinion.
Yeah,
which is the only one that matters.
So, Chrono Team Racing now have got back past Club 73 by the looks of things and have started to move away. So, Club 73 now back 1 lap down. Kart Events Belgium, 3rd overall now. What is it with these guys?
I know.
They just refuse
as well and
to go away, don't they?
In
terms of
1.3 seconds a lap quicker as well than the Club 73 entry.
I mean, they were when you when you look back, probably half an hour into this race, if you were to look at the live timing, then there would be about 15.
That's a banging coffee, Tom.
You're welcome. Not that you thanked me, but yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, Kart Events Belgium. So your battle for 1st overall in Elite is on like Donkey Kong. Teesside Tigers still recovering. They're only 7 seconds behind the Belgians now, despite that 1 lap penalty. And Le Petit Bouchon. So the cream is starting to rise to the top in terms of the elite karts that we've seen issues with, that have dropped down the order at the start of the race and in qualifying. It's taken them the best part of 4 hours, but they are starting to move towards the front of this race. That's why they are the elite karts, the elite runners.
What we were mentioning earlier about when we were saying we know it, but we just can't say it. Apex Twin selected parts were given a penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Right.
He came back in with a problem. He went back out again and promptly sped in the pit lane again, and has now picked up a second speeding in the pit lane penalty. That's 2 in 6 minutes.
I mean, you can't see me anymore because David's put his camera away, but there is a palm on a face.
Tom has grimaced on behalf of
in fact,
Apex Twin selected parts.
Palm on face. You can hear it. Ow. Actually did that really hard then, didn't it hurt?
Ow. Yeah, it's because you've not got any cushion on your head. There's potatoes with more fluff on. Which I can say because I'm more bald than you.
Like Baldilocks of the 3 hairs over here.
Look, you were as bald as me once. And then it grew back.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Miracles of modern science.
And as I've said a few times, I had some very questionable haircuts in my teenage years, and it fell out in protest, so I can't do any more. Including, on 3 occasions, Tom, plaits and beads.
No, you did not. You did
not
have plaits and beads.
I was 15 and I was cool. I was cool. I'll try and I'll try and find you a picture.
Plaits and beads.
I don't think I've got it on my phone, but I will try and find
if
you.
If you have, burn that
picture.
phone. Don't ever let that see the light of day. Plaits and beads.
3 times though, Tom. That's the thing. It's like,
yeah.
Not,
not once, not twice, but thrice.
Thrice.
Have you? Oh. And to think I used to like you.
Cheers, mate.
I genuinely, I feel slightly sick having that knowledge.
All right, let's not go in too hard.
Plaits and beads. On a man?
He's on one, folks. He is on one.
Oh God, Google's come out.
No, it's not Google. It's just that I can't. I'm going to see if it's on my Facebook.
Have you heard this, Paul?
Oh,
David, in the late 90s, early 2000s?
Yep. Early 2000s.
Plaits and beads in his hair. Him.
Oh.
Plaits and beads. 3 times as well.
Oh,
what a dirtbag.
I don't know, but the microphone's out.
Can we have a team captain for car number 3, please, to race control? Team captain for car number 3 to race control. Thank you.
Not only have they been penalised thrice. Twice, not thrice yet, but they are being summoned to pit lane. The team captain is being summoned to pit lane for the number 3 kart.
I am going to have a quick look for you, Tom. You do the talky bit.
Okay.
I'm the wait. The kart doesn't have to come in. It's just the team captain.
Yeah, the kart can still circulate, but the team captain is coming up, and will be going back with a very red backside, I would imagine.
Metaphorically, of course.
Yes. Red knuckles. I can't get over these kart events.be guys. Every year, they're right up there. I mean, if you watch the Paddock show at the start of the race, I know that was, best part of 4.5 hours ago now that went out. But if you did watch that, I had a chat with them yesterday during or just before the practice session, and they've lost count of not only how many 24-hour races they've done. They've lost count of. They've lost count of how many they've won, which it just goes to show you the class and the standard that those guys run at. I think Siebert said he was over 100 that they'd done. I spoke to him this morning and he just said, yeah, it was like over 100 races. 124-hour races, not 100 races, 124-hour races that they've completed in their time together as a team. And that's why, with all the problems that they've had throughout this race, they are circulating 3rd overall.
When I was speaking to him prior to this race, as I do prior to every 24-hour race, they've won races here in the UK, in Bulgaria,
Belgium,
Lyon. Yeah, they know what they're doing. Mad Motorsport are here, but I don't think they're due a stop. Why are they here?
I don't know.
What's
up? Are you broadcasting? Yeah.
Not now. Audio's muted.
Right, the reason we're kicking away is because Mad Motorsport have come up, asked us to mute so they could find out where the clerk of the course is, and he was stood 2 feet away from them,
right
directly in front of us. That's proper tickle.
Well, do you know where the clerk is? Yes, there.
we didn't didn't even have to move. I didn't even have to raise an arm to point. Just a nod of the head. Yeah, he's there. Oh dear, right. So, Kart Events Belgium now a lap behind Club 73, but about to go onto the same lap, it looks like. They're right behind them on track.
Yeah, they've been around about a second a lap quicker, haven't they?
We've got
throughout
Accelerate
this stint
Brewery.
under Kenneth Neeson's in the
You got
in the number
Accelerate
6
Brewery
car.
and Met Police Motor Club are out there circulating around the same part of the track.
Oh, 373
again
have got a penalty
for
a 1 minute 58 pit stop, Tom.
Oh.
That's why.
Okay. So was that when they served their penalty? Did they serve a penalty before?
Well, no, they came
Why
in.
did they come in?
They came in for gravel.
Oh, right, okay.
And went back out, and he's come back in and gone back out, and they have got.
So, he's gone
what
out
I will
30
try
seconds
and say in
faster.
French is penalty, passage or stand, which means they've gone too quick in
A
pits.
pit stop penalty of 1 minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, a passage through the pits of 1 minute 58. 2 lap penalty. That's because it's more than 30 seconds, I would imagine. Faster.
Well, no, because speeding is 1 lap because they've sped, but they're still over 2.5 minutes.
Oh, but they're under
That's
the 2 laps.
2.5 minutes, and that is a 2 lap penalty.
Let's have a look.
Tom's got the.
I've got the official rule book.
So pit lane speed is 1 lap penalty for driving over 10 kilometres per hour. There isn't anything on that list for a minimum pit stop time, but every year we're told in the driver briefing that. Are you giggling at the bit for offering advice to the mechanics bay?
Offering advice on how to do our jobs. The mechanic bay, £20 fine. If it's the clerk of the course and the race director, it's a £50 fine.
If you offer the commentators on how advice on how to do our jobs, we'll take it on board.
If you offer us advice, we'll probably end up paying you.
Yeah, we'll just give you the headset and you can fill in for half an hour while we have
Go
a
on then,
break.
crack on. If you think you can do it better.
Crack on, lads. And ladies.
Should we crack the Skittles open? Since nobody's brought us any Haribo yet.
No.
I feel
it's not like the British, is
it's
it,
not.
Tom?
It's not, is it?
Who was it one year? Who was it? Modernised bought us some cakes before we'd even started.
They brought us a whole tray of cupcakes, didn't
they? Yeah, obviously.
Oh, hang on. Look, I'll see if I can pick that up a bit better on the mic. Ready?
I can hear that in my ears.
That's the Skittles.
Favourite colour?
Anything but red.
Oh, well, I'm a green man.
Are you?
Yeah. I'll have a red one then. Oh, but red? What are you doing? It reminds me of the British 24 about 3 years ago where we had, and I do not exaggerate, a 2-hour argument through the night on what was the best colour fruit pastel, and it was going off in the live chat comments.
Yeah, I missed that. I was actually sleeping through that one, but I've heard it was the stuff of legend.
Yes. It was aggressive.
All right, let's throw it open in the comments.
Well,
on YouTube.
I'm not having another argument over fruit pastel colours.
No, we're doing Skittles.
I'd rather like, what's your favourite pudding?
What we're doing is we'll do best and worst. Best colour Skittle, worst colour Skittle.
As I chucked 3 green and 1 red straight in.
Yeah. What's the best and what's the worst colour Skittle? Let us know in the comments on YouTube, please.
Red are the best, apparently.
Ah, but that's coming from Candy Floss, who I'm assuming is female.
Yeah, and?
All females like red.
Really?
I'm
treading a fine line,
I'm gonna die on that hill.
Fine line.
if any females are out there watching on YouTube and you don't like red Skittles, please let me know in the comments.
One thing I've learned throughout my lifetime, Tom, is never tarnish them all with the same brush.
No, you're probably right. That may have been a mistake to say all. Let me caveat it with instead of all, I will caveat it with the ones I know.
Teesside Stig is out, testing a cart that's been in with work being done on it.
Which is,
and I know that he's in because I know he's out because I've just seen him overtake somebody into the last chicane.
Did he overtake Teesside Tigers at the time? I think it might have been. Certainly around there at that same point of the track. Give me some comments then. What we saying?
Midnight Motorsport says, "Who the hell eats one Skittle at a time?"
Well, not me, because I've currently got 4 in.
I had 4 in as well. Oh. Well, I'm not happy with Candy Floss though. She's put my respect for the commentators has gone down plural. I'm not having that. It was all Tom. He was the one causing trouble. I was defending the rights, the honours of everybody that Tom was disparaging.
Which makes a first for David, because normally it's the other way around.
Normally I'm the troublemaker of the duo. It says a lot when I'm the sense of reason.
But it's me. Gemman's out for Titan at the moment, and he's just clattered.
Is he flattening curbs?
The middle chicane curb, the left-hander. Yeah, I mean he hit it that hard. It was genuinely on 2 wheels for a good second.
Saving tyres, isn't he? Saving tyres.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're going to come in and think the tracking's out.
We've got a
mate,
gravel at 1. Gravel at 1. We've got somebody off, and I was alerted to that by our director shouting "Whoa!" as he went in. So top work by the team at TSK-Motorsport Media with our. I think he's been in. Has he been in before?
That's 101. That's the police again.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in already, hasn't he?
That's the police.
Not only in that gravel, but yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
Come on, police. You're supposed to be setting an example here. I mean, really, you are supposed to be setting a driving example. And they have been in the pits. They've been in the gravel more times than I think 213 have done laps.
Collectively, as a team, they're on 7 now.
273 or 213?
273.
273 have done a 34 laps down. 101 has been in the gravel 33 times.
It's been rectified here. Okay, my respect for Tom has gone down. All bow to David. King David.
How do you block on you?
How do I block you? I just do that and just turn your microphone off. And you can't talk back to me. Talk back.
I had to change hands in my coffee then to turn it back on. Effort required. Anyway, yeah. How do we block Candy Floss? Oh, I'm just kidding, of course. All comments welcome. All opinions welcome. No matter how wrong they may be. As my mother says, everyone is entitled to their opinion, even when it's wrong.
Everyone's got one. Into the pit lane, come police interceptors.
He's been intercepting plenty of gravel.
For more gravel.
It literally, he's coming in and he's going to look like his ram-raided juices. Oh. Oh, dearie me. You like that one, didn't you?
Yeah.
Comes out with a trade-size bag of tin of white paint. It may explain a lot. Do you know what it is? I reckon he's taking that home with him at the end of this and he's going to redo his drive.
Yeah. Nice.
We've got to that point now where we're like 4 hours into this and we're just like, we know that we've got another 8 hours to kill.
Yeah,
so,
but it's
yeah.
fine.
So we're just being
It'll
silly
go,
now.
look like, nice new driveway.
Just being silly.
You've been promoted. No, went on a gravel finding mission in Le Mans.
We've got somebody else off at turn 2 as well.
Got a spin.
Yes, being pushed, pushing
wow.
it and then being pushed back on to track at turn 2. Just getting back underway. Who is that? Green suit, black helmet. Just been overtaken by Teesside Tigers. Let's put them another lap down. Leclerc is coming past us.
A big fan of that top.
The maillot à pois, as they call it, is wearing a Tour de France T-shirt. He's wearing the King of the Mountains polka dot T-shirt, which in France language is the maillot à pois, the jersey with the dots.
The 101 car is now in the mechanics bay having some work done on it,
which is the second time it's been in the gravel and then straight up to the mechanics bay.
So unless he's bent something going in,
something's being angle grinded.
Underneath
is that
there's a
angle ground?
I don't know.
Grinded?
I don't know what he's
angled.
Yeah. Oh, I can smell it. I can smell the angle grinding.
For those not here,
yeah,
it smells like
metal being grinded.
88's in as well and on the mechanic bay.
Yes, CBA Motorsport.
And we've got a bit of smoke going on down here in the
fuel. Have a bit.
Just
That's
off
clutch.
the fuel
That's
bay.
clutch. That's clutch.
And it was still on the jack. Trying to get it going. Is it clutch? Is that because it's? Do you think he's pulled it round on one engine?
Yes, possibly. Oh, it's going slowly, isn't it? He's only got one engine. I can guarantee that 273's only got his left engine on at the minute, and he needs either to start the other one.
That is smoking quite significantly.
Yeah, that right. I don't think the right engine's on. So he's gonna. I mean, he's gonna be helped now by the fact that it's downhill rolling into pit lane, but I think he's only got one engine.
Tough race for those guys at the moment. Very tough race. How many stops have we got down here for? So Chukta Racing have been in 3 times. We've got 5 for CBA, 5 for Apex Twin Works, and then 6 for Shopping Carts and Club 73 Pro. Kart Events Belgium now have unlapped themselves as well on Club 73. So they're back on the same lap, still 2 laps behind the leader. But less than a lap now behind Club 73 Karting. So they're closing in on the elite class lead. So they are second currently, closing in on the elite class lead. I think probably by the time they cycle round to the next stop, we could well see them heading that one up. What have we got in terms of Skittle chat? Red best, yellow terrible. Green Skittles for the win.
Absolutely, Ashley Evans. Yes, 100%. Green anything really. Fruit gum, green fruit gums, green fruit pastels. Not cabbage though.
Cabbage? Did
Green,
I miss
innit?
something there? What are you on about?
I was just green anything. Green anything. I was just looking at funny Hot Fuzz quotes.
Oh.
Just in case the Met Police go off again.
Will somebody have to get their notebook out?
Yes, of course. Considerable amount of paperwork. Also, later on, when they, why can't we call it an accident? Because an accident implies nobody was to blame.
It's the Metropolitan Police Service, because force was deemed too aggressive. I'm just waiting for them to eat dinner, and I can go over there and say 2 blokes and a load of cutlery.
Tom with his sachet of red sauce.
Do you know what I find really funny about that film? On top of everything else, the Olivia Colman character is called Doris.
Doris.
It always tickles me that.
We've got a warning for what I believe is Chrono Racing and Club 73. Just over the start-finish line. CBA Motorsport will be heading back out shortly, Tom. The kart being lowered back down onto the ramps. It looks like we could be expecting KBR into the pit lane shortly.
Do you know what's good to see, though?
No.
Spirit of the race. They haven't parked it up at any point and gone CBA.
Of course, yeah, as the name suggests. Warning for clubs for the 73 again. That could be the second time now in as many laps.
Or is it just that they didn't pick it up the first time?
Yeah, but I'm sure there was an extra number on it last time. I thought the 38, if I remember.
I can't see that with these glasses on.
Yeah,
it's the sunlight.
Oh, is that potential for an ice cream? Just as we were talking about Hot Fuzz, I wonder if we'll get a cornetto.
Oh, go on. Gotta be a cornetto.
Yellow at turn 9, Tom. Kart off at turn 9 and in the gravel. It's the 373.
373 is...
They're a clubman entry.
373, 36th.
Yeah.
Club 73 AM.
In the gravel. And they're the team that had the 2-lap penalty for the fast pit stop earlier. As the 32. Is that Tuccia Racing, Tom? 32.
Yes, it's
Chukta. Chukta Racing.
Yes, please. Yeah, thanks, Rob. He threw me then because he said, I'll be back with an ice cream in a minute, and then he walked
And
back
then he walked the other way, didn't he, without an ice cream? And then asked us again as if he needs to ask us twice.
In the 30 seconds.
It's like, he's pretty much just gone, do you want an ice cream?
Minds would have changed.
Yeah, he said, ice cream, yeah. Are you sure? It's like, absolutely, Bob.
Even surer now that you keep asking.
Right, still waiting to recover that kart down the far end.
Let's have a look at some lap times as well. Once
just going for a minute,
back
Tom.
Up to pace.
Oh, there it is.
Still there, just waiting for a gap, I think, on circuit to get back underway. Still sitting.
Tom, it appears that kart won't start. We might be going full course yellow. We do. We go full course yellow here at Le Mans.
Right, who
once
owns
again
the
because
pit
the
stop?
quad is off to collect the 373. The kart won't start, and the 373 is going to be recovered on the back of the quad back into pit lane. There's not many, although Met Police 999 are 145 in. I'd expect to see them pit, Tom. KBR are in, but we knew they were coming in because they walked past us a few moments ago. But that's not an early stop. That's on schedule. They're in 3rd place in the clubman class. May well hand it over to JJH in a few moments' time. Can't even get into my ice cream. They melted a bit time I've wrestled my way into this. It needs a suplex and a DDT. I'm going to drop the big leg on it and count 1, 2, 3 in a minute.
Off the top rope.
Damn right.
Right, we are still under full course yellow here. Although that cart has now been recovered, we are still under full course yellow. So it might be a tyre adjustment for the tyres on the circuit, not on the carts. It may well be for a quick gravel sweep up. Or it could be for something entirely different. And we are... Oh, hang on. Now we're green and racing. Although we've still got full course yellow out on the S's, which is a bit bizarre. Yeah, we are back racing again. Oh no, hang on. We're back under full course once again because straight away somebody's gone off at turn 1. And 9. Is that Teesside Tigers? David. Oh, at turn 1 we've got tyres on the circuit. Yeah, that was a big off, whoever went off there.
Yeah, tyres at 1. And can we get the camera at 9 as well, maybe? Because we've got a car off, and I think
it looks like an orange panel. I think it's Teesside Tigers. I think it is. That looks like a blue suit and a blue helmet of Ian Nelson as well.
I think it is because they're showing up with a. It is.
It is Teesside Tigers. In the gravel, so he'll immediately have to come to the gravel bay, even though he's only just in the gravel. He will have to come to the gravel bay, I believe.
Well. It's simple, isn't it? If you're in the gravel, you're in the pit. And we've got a lot of teams now, Tom, pitting under full course yellow. Tom is showing a great... Tom is not adhering to the safety car pace here with the way he's eating this ice cream.
It's melting faster than I can eat it.
His lap times
What I'm going to do is hold it upside down
his lap
above
times
my mouth
are fast and consistent in ice cream eating.
Let it dribble into my face. So we've got the slippery surface flag out on the over start finish as well. So where are Titans? Are they? Sorry, Tigers. Are they in?
I don't think they are, Tom. No, I don't think he's been in. He was in the gravel. Yeah. Nielsen's adamant.
He was in the gravel.
JJH are in. We expected that to an extent because we saw them. We knew that they were due.
Tigers are actually heading this train that you can see coming through the S's now.
Yeah, and he's been told by his team to come in. I'm sure he was far enough to be in the gravel there, Tom.
He's pulled over to the right hand side of the track there. So we'll see what happens with that one and how that shakes out. Quite literally shakes the gravel out of it, but. It might have been a bit deceptive on the camera because we were, obviously the camera is up above us here at the complete opposite end of the track. It genuinely might have been that just the rear tyres were in and he couldn't get it out.
But he's let a cart past him, so I don't know whether he's accidentally overtaken under yellow and then given the place back, which would be fine. But I'm I'm very curious at the minute, Tom.
Yeah, it's a question of how far was he in the gravel. If it was literally just the rear tyres that had dipped in, then
yeah, because obviously there's a lip, isn't there? And it's like he might have been he needed some help to get it up and over the lip.
Yeah. And then just pull it out. If that's the case, and there's no, but I mean, you've got a sprocket there, you've got your axle there, you've got your brake disc there.
Right, let's have a look here. I think pitting are Teesside Academy and Teesside Tigers.
Tigers are in.
Two unrelated teams, just with the same sort of name. Tigers are
They're
in.
both from the same area.
Yes, they are. But Tigers will come for gravel. Academy will come to a very clear pit bay under a full course yellow, Tom, which is going to save them no end of time. In comes the one of Teesside Tigers. What's that for?
So just keeping an eye on what's happening here with Tigers. So they are back into the gravel bay. 43 of Teesside Academy rolling through as expected. That's Joseph Yao. Is heading through to the pits for a standard driver change. Trying to see who's getting in that one. Is it Wilco getting in?
Not sure. Yes.
Max Wilkinson about to jump in the
now,
Teesside Academy
what
car.
I'm just going to say regarding the Teesside Tigers one there, Ian Nilsson came in and shook his head as if saying he hadn't got much gravel, and then he tipped the car up on its side, and at least a small bucket of gravel fell out of it.
Yeah.
It's almost like, when kids go, I haven't eaten all the chocolate, and he's got chocolate round his face. Yeah. And he's gone, no, it wasn't me. And it's like, I'm fairly sure it was.
He's gone round for a lap as well. In fact, 2 laps, hasn't he? He's done full of gravel. So, yeah. And he's still shaking his head as he goes down. And we've gone green and racing again here at Teesside. That's because we've had Teesside Academy and the Teesside Tigers, and we commentate at Teesside. That's what's throwing me. We've gone green and racing here at Le Mans. Obviously, our first time commentating here as well.
Turn 9, gravel again at turn 9.
So we've lost another one, so we may go full course yellow again.
Can everybody stop going off at turn 9?
Can everyone please stop going off?
Yeah. It's like the scene from Lockstock,
That's what I mean.
Can we all stop getting shot? It's like he's off at turn 9. It's past where we are as well. No, it's not.
That was an audible sigh from myself.
The thing is, it's over here. There it
is. Yeah, it's off to the right of the camera. Who is that? God, that's gone a long way off as well.
Yeah.
3 numbers.
Going in hot.
I mean, that is a long way off the track.
It's green, so it's not 373 because he's in front of us here in the com box.
But we've got local yellows now, but we'll hope that most of that gets shaken out before he comes back on track.
We might have another public service announcement.
1, 2. Attention, we're 4.5 hours into the race and everyone's forgotten how to drive. We're spending more time in the gravel traps and on the full course yellow than any other race that we've done. So please stay out of the gravel traps. Thank you.
I don't know whether you picked that up on microphone or not.
I don't know, but I was laughing through all of it.
Paul Franklin giving the drivers a bit of a dressing down.
Yeah.
Well-deserved dressing down
We're
as well.
4.5 hours in, everyone's forgotten how to drive.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can't win a race
PA
in the gravel.
The only way that we know. Oh, we've
another one off.
Right on cue. Right on cue. We're off at 1.
3 numbers again. Was that 273 again, having another adventure? blue nose panel.
Right. The kart that was off in the gravel was the TRX 276. That was at 9.
Yes.
Because they're coming into Bay de Gravel right now.
At turn 9.
Yes.
They've recovered back into the gravel bay, being tipped out, and we'll be back underway.
Shopping carts are in.
Fairly shortly.
Some shopping carts are in there.
Whoa!
Oh, sorry. Whoa, where are we?
I'm looking at
That's
the
Harry,
three of the S's. That was
Harry Roddis.
Followed by
Harry
Owen
Roddis?
Gemman, and Owen Gemman still battering the curves.
It looked like Roddis, but it's of Mad Motorsport, wasn't it? With was it Gemman right behind him in the Titan
Yeah,
car?
the third in that group. Yeah.
What I was about to say is shopping carts are in with a problem, and it's not a wobbly wheel. Shopping cart with a wobbly wheel.
Oh, right, I get you now.
Laugh at me, but
no, I was yeah, it went right over my head. Did that one? Right, so
I think 273 are with the gravel at one top, because they are coming in right now.
Gemman going way off the track.
They
now.
are. 273 are in the gravel bay.
I'm just keeping my eye out on this group that was slightly lively, should we say, coming through the S's last time around. They're just coming up to it again, and they're still fighting for position, trying to sort themselves out after this full course yellow. At the front of it is the 40, I think that is. Then it's the 99 of Titan Motorsport. Oh my God, where's the mouse gone? Who else is with them or around them on circuit? I need to reconnect to this. It's not going to work. Never mind. We'll try and get them next time around. Anyway, big group of people, karts all together on track following that full course yellow, and they're all trying to find the same bit of track at the moment.
Right, Tom.
We'll see whether there's going to be any penalties for these karts that have gone into the gravel as well. I don't mean for going into the gravel. I mean how they got there. There may have been contact and they got sent in there by somebody else.
Right.
And yes, it is 273 that's back into the gravel bay once again.
Tom, off the back of Teesside Tigers being called into the pit lane for
the gravel.
They've also been given a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And I don't know if it's been a change of driver as well.
I'll have a look for you in a sec. They're going to come through.
Yeah,
shortly.
We'll keep an eye out on that from the one. But they've got a 1 lap penalty as well for pit lane speed.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye out on.
I think they're near.
Yeah,
this
we'll
way
keep an
towards
eye.
the back. Yes, they have changed driver.
Yeah, is that
That's
Lewis
not,
Jolly?
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah,
it's not. It's not Nelson in the car anymore.
No. So that could be Lewis Jolly. Been caught for speeding. It's the bottom of the hour, as has the 41, Tom, of Team Ard. They've been given a speeding penalty as well. Bottom of the hour, I'll have a brief run through.
My turn?
Yeah, you run through, because then I'm going to go through the... Oh, we've got a spin down at the bottom of 9. Contact.
Kept it going, though.
Yeah, contact was the cause of that. We'll just... I'm going to have a quick look back, if I can, to see the karts involved. Sure, it was coming up. There's a huge train of karts. I'm miles behind on where I was looking. I think we just cut to the camera down this end, and there's contact on the way in there, and that looks like one of the
Belgians.
The
It looks
Belgian
like that's
teams.
That's Jules, is it not? That's Jules.
No, it's not Jules, because Kenneth's in the kart now. It's definitely not Kart Events Belgium. Let's see if I can go big on the screen. But there's definitely a bit of contact there that's helped round at the bottom bend.
The BKRT?
Yeah, it could be. We'll see what happens with that. Tom, I'm going to let you have a run through while I just pop off for a comfort break. Then I'm going to run us through the lap of this Circuit de Alain Prost here at Le Mans.
Okay, so overall leader, and the leader in the pro class, of course, just as a little reminder, 3 classes racing here this weekend. Elite the top class. Then we have Pro, the middle class, and Clubman, the lower class. So the overall leader is actually in Pro class, so clearly leading Pro overall and leading the race overall. Chrono Team Racing, they are a lap in front of Club 73 Karting, who are the leaders of the elite class. So, second, third, and fourth, all elite runners. Kartevents.be, second in elite class. LPBRT, third in elite class, fourth overall. Then we've got second in Pro, fifth overall, JS Racing. Started 23rd on the grid, managed to fight their way right up to fifth place and second in class. Amazing job from them, really well done. Sixth place overall, Titan Motorsports. They've been steadily working their way up the field, much like Kart Events Belgium as well. They've both of them experienced 24-hour races, working their way up towards the front as we expected them to do. It's taken them significantly longer than we thought, but they are there now. BKRT Red, P7. Then it's the Clubman class leader, 8th place overall, 473, Club 73 TTR. 8th overall and your Clubman leader. Then it's 9th overall for Fats and Furious Internationals. They are 3rd place in Pro. Then we've got, rounding out your top 10, the 113 of CBR 113. They're also in the elite class. Then we've got 11th place for Nameless Motorsport. 12th is Newmarket Hornets. 13th, XLR8 Kemp Brewery Racing. 14th for Teesside Academy. They are 2nd in Clubman. Then we've got 15th for MKT, and 16th is your 3rd place in Clubman, that's KBR. 17th for Teesside Tigers, 18th for LMS, 19th for Mad Motorsport, and 20th Apex Twin Racing. Then we've got 21st MPMC 999, which is the Met Police Motor Club 999 car. Then we've got JJH Racing 22nd, Optimum MS 23rd, and 24th is Bargain Racing, 25th Cole Clark Racing, 26th FP4, and then it's 27th BKRT Yellow, 28th Team Rango, 29th Team Ard, 30th TVP Racing, 31st is the first now of our Dr. Vapes carts, which is now the 30 cart. Them in the 60 have been chopping and changing through various issues that they've been dealing with through the race. Now 31st, and the front of those two, or the first of those two, is the 30 cart. Then it's the 213 of CBR 213, and then 33rd is the other Dr. Vapes cart, the number 60. 34th, CBR 313, 35th TRX Racing, 36th is the second Met Police Motor Club kart, the number 101. That's had a few trips to the gravel so far. And then it's 37th place for Chukta Racing, the Guinness World Record attempt for the oldest driver to take part in a kart race. Then we've got Bowel Cancer UK in 38th. They are currently in the pits and have been for, 2.5 minutes so far, and it's still on the mechanic bay. It's probably the one you can hear revving up in the background. 39th, Apex Twin Selected Works. 40th for Club 73 AM. 41st for CBA Motorsport. 42nd for Shopping Carts. And then currently in 43rd. And our final runner is Club 73 Pro. Do you know what? They're still out there. Still going round. Still clocking those laps off. And you never know what could happen, especially during the night. Runners drop out. Fatigue sets in. Stops and stints become longer. Stints become shorter, stops become longer as the fatigue sets in and the drivers decide that they can't physically continue anymore. You never know.
Right, Tom, just to give you a little bit of a break after going through the full order, we can see the track on screen, but we're going to take us round a lap of the Circuit de Alain Prost here at Le Mans. Courtesy with some onboard footage from Team Bonato a few years ago. Robert Chalmers in the...
Okay, turn one. So You head down the straight, absolutely flat out. It's a very, very long straight here. As you can see, we've got a bit of tricky conditions here while at the point of filming, where it is still a little bit damp on the circuit. And you can hear just how slippy it is turning in here. There's a lot of rubber down here at the moment as well. Turn in at this point of the track here, but what you're going to see is this apex here is not actually your apex. It's very deceptive, this corner, turn 1. It looks like that's your clipping point there, but actually what you're doing is turning in really late, and you're coming round all the way round to where David is stood here. That's your apex. Extremely deceptive corner here in turn 1. Very, very tricky. You're coming down the straight, as I said, absolutely flat out. And there's, depending on the conditions, it could be a slight dab of the brakes. Most people will just have a little lift just for a little bit of confidence as they turn in. And then Davey's going to take you through the exit of this corner.
Exit of this corner, it's very, very inviting for drivers to run it very, very wide, use this curb on the outside. The problem you've got with this curb on the outside, A, serrated and you want your kart to last 24 hours, B, you go too far, you're in this stuff, and if you're in this stuff, you're back in the pit lane to have your kart checked out, you're going to waste 5 minutes. So you need to be very, very careful on exit, not run it too wide, because you're going to get marginal gains, but the risk level is very, very high. Down at turn number 6, looks like a very simple 90-degree left, but it's anything but. First of all, karts will be out here trying to maximise how wide they can get on entry. They'll also be trying to find where their clipping point is, because the drivers will need to lift. Looks like you can take it flat out, and you can, but that comes with a problem. You go far, far too wide. So you'll find drivers will have a little lift, plant the throttle, rotate the kart, and get into this corner. Curb on the inside, very, very inviting, reasonably flat, you can get up on it. The problem you've got, if you go flat, is you go very, very wide. And year upon year, the divot on the outside here gets deeper. Let's come and have a quick look at it. Karts will be out here on this, it's quite flat. However, the wider you go, you're going to drop a wheel down here, and there's a good 1.5 inches there, and if that puddle stays, that's going to get drivers a little bit dirty. So you just want to keep it a little bit tighter rather than run it all the way back on and head up towards turn number 7.
After the drama of turn 6, you've got a very easy double apex left-hander of 7 and 8. You come up to the best overtaking point of the track, turn 9. It's also the heaviest braking point on the track, which is, by my reckoning, just a little dab of the brake, just enough to settle the kart. The problem is you unsettle the kart by braking on this rumble strip. There will be tyres, these tyres that are over here to my right, they will be out on this rumble strip, not only to protect the drivers who are going to try and maximise the track width all the way out here as much as they can, but also to protect the karts. The karts are owned by the championship. So they'll be braking on this rumble strip, 2 wheels on the rumble strip, turning in, trying to maximise the speed as fast as they can. You can see on the inside where the clipping point is, it's where all the rubber's down. Then they're going to run it out, all the way out, as fast as they possibly can, trying to maintain their minimum speed, keep it up, all the way down to the final chicane, the last section of the track.
Heading up towards the end of the circuit, through the chicane, this is flat out. You want to stay off the curbs. You can take them, but you're not going to get any benefit from it. You're going to come through here absolutely flat out. You're going to maybe clip this one on the inside, the left-hander. If you clip that, and then you'll head towards the right, where you're going to find the lovely Mr. Butterworth.
Yeah, this final section of the track, it is absolutely flat out, but as I said earlier, one line all the way through here. Just the one line. You cannot go side by side through here. You're going to be balancing the throttle, balancing the kart, balancing the rear end, everything trying to fight it through this last corner here. It is flat out if you're brave enough. Last corner, you're going to be right out here onto this blue and white curb. You're not going to be wanting to go any wider than that. You can, but it's not the quickest way through, and you'll just brush the inside of the right-hander on your way to complete another lap here at Le Mans. And we're back.
We're back.
Hope you enjoyed that.
Yellow at turn 9. We've got a car off, but I don't think they've gone in the gravel. We've just got a spin, but they're going to be slow to rejoin as they've come to the inside of the track, allowing the rest of the field to come through.
Potentially
Down
the
at
Apex
the far end.
twin guys.
Does look Apex coloured, doesn't it? It's the 5. No, it's the 3. It was 50-50. It's the number 3 Apex car. The selected works entry currently in 38th place at the moment. Got a
lot of gravel off the line on the right-hand side as they exit turn 1. A lot of gravel on circuit there, so I imagine next time we go full course yellow that's going to get swept up.
Oh, it's tight down there at 9.
Who are we looking at coming through there? 47, 88 was in there. Belgians were in there. I say the Belgians, there are many Belgian teams. Well, we call kartevents.be the Belgians because
they're at every race that we cover.
Every 24 hour that we go to, one way or another, they are the Belgians, and they are obviously the ones to beat as well, having won the race last year.
It's a lot, you know, when you're talking about football and somebody says United and everybody knows it's Manchester. That's like the Belgians. Everybody knows it's
everyone
the
outside
Belgians.
of Leeds.
Yeah. Or to give them their official name, Dirty Leeds. Which I can say because Tom's a leader. Tom follows them.
Yes.
Oh, and I follow a team in League One.
Yeah. Oh, you know what we should say as well?
No, but you're going to tell me.
No, in fact, you know what we won't? We won't say anything about tomorrow night. Won't say
Tomorrow night?
anything in case we jinx it in any way.
Oh.
We're not talking about tomorrow evening's.
I thought you were going to say about
Some-
the fact that I'm
something
travelling
happening.
home whilst the game is on because Rob's booked the train and he doesn't care for football. and I'm in his car.
So
I don't
you're
have a
going to be in
choice.
the tunnel while the game is on?
Yes. I'll probably exit the tunnel and be like, oh, that happened.
I will be enjoying a Budweiser, I imagine.
Yes.
Courtesy of the hotel bar. Other beers are available, of course. And at the bar. There are other beers available. It's funny, isn't it, how these elite teams have now all of a sudden
all appeared at the front, despite the fact that
every single one of them inside the top 10 with the exception of Nameless Motorsport, who are 11th.
But despite the fact as well that none of them are, what I would say, in terms of pace, like lap, they're not outstandingly quick. There's none of them have gone, oh, we've got a rocket ship under us. But they're just consistently fast.
Yes.
Chrono Racing last time at 1:02.2. They're just extending the gap. It's one lap at the minute, but they're just extending. But they're going to need to because they're due in the pits in the next 10 minutes or so, I think, for the 38 of Chrono Team Racing.
Yeah. Probably the best part of after unlapping. Putting Club 73 back a lap down after they had unlapped themselves. At Club
Last
73.
year as well, that outfit finished 8th in their subclass and 22nd overall. So, great improvement. Not sure if it's the same drivers. Definitely the same team name. They are currently leading this race by over a lap with a gap of... we were talking and then we got distracted by the offer of food again.
Yeah,
it's a regular occurrence.
We're not going to go hungry here this weekend, are we?
No, we never get hungry, Tom, because let's discuss before you go back into the strategy side of things, as we've got Newmarket Hornets peeling off into the pits. Your favourite haunt of our trip to Le Mans, the Boulangerie.
The Boulangerie? Oh, it's ridiculous.
Like, for breakfast, when I got here Thursday morning, I had a steak sandwich. Lewis had a steak sandwich and a chocolate eclair. I had a flatbread yesterday with cheese, mushroom and ham with a focaccia. There is...
The best way to put it
desserts
is
aplenty.
If Bake Off Professionals opened a shop,
yeah,
that's what it's like.
Yeah. If I was French, I'd be twice the size I am now, and I'm not exactly slim as it is.
If I lived in Le Mans, yeah, I'd be dead at 45 from diabetes. And you know what? I'd still be smiling. Because it'd be good. I mean, what a way to go.
What a way to go. Stay safe, folks.
Yeah, don't do that. But no, I'm not going to give them a shout out for their brand name, but there is it's a chain. It's a bit like in Britain we would have the. I won't go as far as to say it's a Greggs, but it's it is a group of boulangeries, certainly around this region of France.
Les Gregories.
And they are, honestly, it's incredible.
It's incredible. Just to give it context, they don't do corned beef pasties, though.
No. They do the most incredible cakes and tarts, and they do... The glazes that they put on things, it's like a mirror glaze. It's
like shiny sugar.
Oh, it's proper. It's proper.
FP4 are in and are up on the stand, as are Tucha Racing.
Tucha.
It's whatever.
It's not that hard,
mate.
David.
It's whatever I call it. It's whatever I call it. I'm not going to fall out with you over it, Tom.
You're not going to fall out with me. You're going to fall out with the nation of Scotland.
But it's whatever I call it.
The entire Scottish nation are going to be looking for your address.
Adrian's
online.
Wallering. Who's due next? Chrono have been out 138.
So any time now, really. For them. I mean, we've had a couple of long four-course yellows, haven't we?
Yeah. I'm expecting Optimum Motorsport in shortly. They're in 23rd. Zach Turner currently at the wheel of that kart. Another driver doing his first 24-hour race. In fact, the whole team doing their first 24-hour race. The Optimum Motorsport drivers, most of them in their teenage years. In fact, all of them in their teenage years. Just enjoying the opportunity, really. Driver that started that kart, in fact, Lewis Goff, he'll be staying in France. He's racing on the CIK karting track next door, CIK Le Mans track next weekend in the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy with Sam Pollitt racing.
And when you say next door, the shot that we had previously that showed you the building, the main building here at the track, the one where this camera is based, the track is the other side of that building.
Yes,
it's literally
and I wouldn't mind, but on this picture,
other side.
On the other side, there's another kart track.
Yeah, there is as well. That's just there in the back of the shot. You can see some other karts circulating in the far distance. That's the third track here at Le Mans, and it confused me earlier on because somebody on that circuit went down where that kart is going now, right to left.
Yeah, you can see it.
Locked up the tyres fully. A load of smoke came out, and I thought it was somebody on our track.
Yeah, you can see them going round in the background now. I think we're currently following the 999.
That's the building I was talking about, the one with the karting 24
and
hours.
you can see the floodlights in the background there.
Yeah. So we've got 3 karting circuits here, all next door to each other.
Yeah, as the driver was speaking about there, Lewis Goff, he'll be in the RMC International Trophy, something that he won the entry earlier in the year, so some drivers that they'll pay to enter. He won the entry, having been finished third in the RMC Winter Cup at Campos over in Spain throughout the winter in the junior Rotax class. So a driver certainly with a lot of pace, took that kart forward earlier on, but then got the a penalty in the opening. Is it in a Rotax coming out, Tom, as he picked up a penalty in that first stint for Optimum Motorsport? They're starting to try and battle back now.
currently running 1:39 into their stint at the moment.
I was just having a look on the camera shot there at how much the camera seems to slow down the karts as they come through the S's. I can assure you that when you are on board and driving through that chicane flat out, it doesn't look anything. It doesn't feel anything like as slow as that camera makes it look.
No.
Likewise, this corner here, the hairpin. I mean, that's near enough flat out.
Well, not for me.
There'll be a bit of a dab of the brake.
Yeah, there will.
Especially with the tyres where they are on the right-hand side of the screen.
They've been helped across a little, haven't they, again?
But they're through the S's, through the wiggle, and then through this last corner here. I mean, you can see the speed as then they head down the straight. And they're not going much faster down there than they are through the chicane. It is just the camera sort of tells you a bit of a lie there.
Sorry, Tom, to interrupt you.
Whoa, who was that? That up and over the curve.
Yeah, it could have been Accelerate Kent Brewery. Leader is in. Chrono Team Racing, the 38 machine, is in. On schedule for a fuel stop. The number 38 race leading kart is in. And we'll hand over the lead, I'm sure, to Club 73, who will be praying once again that they can pit under a full course yellow, because I don't think they've pitted in anything not that wasn't a full course yellow, Tom.
Well, yeah.
Although to be fair, I think
the clerk of the course is sat next to us, and he doesn't look like he's particularly active at the moment. So I don't think he's in a mind to do them any favours.
That's a bit harsh. He's got a poorly leg and he's just sat down for a minute, and you're saying he's not particularly active.
No, I meant he's not of a mind to go out there and do a full course yellow,
right?
Just to help Club 73
out. You fell out with
out.
the clerk. You fell out with the viewers in the live chat. You're not making friends.
Hey, at least I haven't fallen out with the whole nation yet.
Oh no, yeah.
You've alienated an entire country.
It's not a country, it's a principality.
Right, well, okay, well, there's strikes 2 and 3 right there.
Oh, it's like Monaco. In no way.
Oh, there is Peter Morrison walking in front of us now. I mean, you can't see him on screen, but I was trying to get his attention so that he could come and give you a bit of a slap. But
he too is Scottish, isn't he?
He ignored me. Anyways, we're back to a race, I'd imagine.
Yes, we are.
Club 73 have indeed taken over the lead.
Optimum.
Oh, Teesside Stig's getting himself ready again.
Yeah, Teesside Stig's going again. See what's happening with that.
Who else is in?
Just a quick. Well, Optimum have been in, Tom, and they Zach Turner out of the kart. Looks like Addison Smith replacing him. Got a team in. Le Petit Bouchons in, Tom.
With shouting in pit lane.
Yeah, there was with a bit of shouting, and it's an exhaust, Tom. They've exhaust off, so he's going to have to come to the mechanics bay very quickly. I think it's on schedule because he was going for fuel, and they've just noticed, and he's just pushed it straight up. That's going to go up in the. I don't even think they'll raise that up. They'll just do it now. It's going up, but it'll come back down fairly quickly. But they're going to have an exhaust change for
it's
the
not a long
20.
Stop
no, it's just 2 bolts, isn't it?
Yeah.
And to be fair, if it's come off, them 2 bolts will be out anyway. So it's just stick it on and put 2 more in.
Oh, thank you very much.
That's a right shout.
Wow.
Thank you, Kat.
Amazing. Thank you, Kat.
Thank you.
Our dinner has just arrived. Beautiful.
So if it goes quiet for a little while.
we're chomping on pasta. There you can see the shot from pit lane.
Oh, in fact, let's leave that on. I'll just show the viewers my dinner, Tom.
And there goes Sullivan. He's too close, too far away. But there he is, chomping on his dinner. And that, just to reiterate as well, that's not a cart at the front of the shot. That's the quad bike parked up with a helmet on it. Because it's deceived me twice now that I've looked down and I've gone, why is there a cart facing the wrong way? It isn't. It's a quad bike with a helmet on it.
Le Petit Bouchon still in the mechanics bay. No, not quite.
We thought
as
this
quick
was
as
going to
we
be a
thought.
quick stop, but it's taking a bit longer than we
Yeah.
thought. Lots of mechanics shaking their hands
Yeah,
because
hot.
it's well off.
It's well off, isn't it? Something that can also be used to describe me.
I knew you were going to go there, and I was like, don't go there. In my mind.
What?
Don't go there.
Mate, you can only play the hand you're dealt, and I was dealt a good. Le Petit Bouchons are back on the floor, and they'll be rolled backwards and back in this race. They would have lost 2.5 minutes anyway with a pit stop, but they'll be able to they'll be able to go down pit lane at a normal speed. Hopefully not too fast though.
As we head into this cycle once again of pit stops, we've got BKRT Red are looking like they're on the way out of the pit lane. 15 seconds to go for their minimum pit stop time. Chrono Team Racing have now cycled back out in third place, 17 seconds behind Kart Events Belgium. And they are 57 seconds now behind Club 73. So they've unlapped themselves as well in the last few laps, the last few minutes, and then gapped quite significantly as well. Although 102.4 and a 102.5 respectively for both karts that time around. Very close. Also, Chrono Team Racing at 102.5. JS Racing in fourth and 102.4. Titan Motorsports at 102.5. So your top 5 karts all within a tenth of each other that time around.
So Le Petit Bouchons are just rolling out in front of us now, having refueled after that trip into the garage. Still a hive of activity down here. Teams waiting to welcome drivers in for fuel, and then ultimately potentially even driver change as well.
Teesside Academy, I think, have just dropped a place.
Yes,
through their
they
pit
have.
stop. Was it?
No, they've been out for
No,
nearly
35
half an
minutes,
hour
yeah.
now, yeah.
So they've just lost a place to BKRT Red. Petit Bouchon have dropped to 15th now. They're having a... Oh, of course, they had that exhaust issue, didn't they? So they've dropped out of the top 15 now.
Thought Academy had a spin.
But they are back out on circuit.
That's a personal best for Titans, Tom. That's a green lap for Titans. In fifth place. 277 laps in, they've set their fastest lap.
Yeah.
You don't see that very often.
No, and again, I expect the same to be coming from the Belgians as well. In fact, I'm just going to check their overall best lap time and see what theirs is, because they are consistently in the mid to high 102s every lap, just metronomic, and that's what sets them apart.
Yeah, I think Kenneth Nason's in that car at the minute is just, like I say, super consistent. The line that we can see on the graph in front of us, between going through traffic, is what, 3-4 tenths a lap between their lap times, is just nothing short of sensational.
And the amount of lap times that I'm looking at here, and they're plus 1.1 something, so just over a tenth off their personal best lap, and I mean, it's countless. There we go. Right, so lap 109. They did their best lap of the race of a 102 flat. So 102.0 was is the best lap time at the moment for Kart Events Belgium. The overall fastest lap of the race, a 101.5, set by 18th place now, Mad Motorsports, who are on a major recovery drive. I mean, they are flying up through the grid now, relatively speaking. They've still got 18 or just under 19 hours left. That full course sign, because it's pointing at us here on this side of the this side of the pit.
You keep thinking there is one.
I keep looking up and seeing full course, and I'm like, oh no, go!
Mate, I'm gonna have to go put some sun cream on my right arm in a minute because the sun's started to come round and down. I'm about to get a truck driver tan.
So, yeah, consistency key for Kart Events Belgium. Again, a 102.7 for them, 102.4 for Chrono, 102.9 for Titans, 102.9 for CBR 113, 102.7 for Nameless Motorsport, 102.6 for Teesside Academy. That's quick.
Who's in that? Max Wilkinson, the driver who helped us with our pit stop feature. He is in that kart at the moment. His second visit to Le Mans after last year.
He's flying along at the moment.
113, Core Blimey Racing peels off into the pit lane from 6th place on their recovery drive. Back in after their not only a 1-lap penalty earlier on, but also a trip to the penalty box as well for advantage by contact in the first half an hour of this race.
That's when they took the lead overall, wasn't it?
Speeding
And
in the
they
pit
didn't hold it
lane
for long.
for the 34 of BKRT Red. Currently in 12th place now, have picked up a 1-lap penalty.
And that will drop them all the way down to 16th place.
Full course yellow, Tom, sorry, to the FCY. We've got clear up of gravel at turn 1. So we're going to...
It was expected sooner rather than later.
You mentioned
And
earlier,
I did
didn't
see
you?
the quad bike
yeah.
going down there earlier on.
You did
a few
mention as
minutes
well
ago.
that we had a lot of gravel on track.
Can't see the quad at the moment. Oh, it's just turn 2, working its way back. It should come into shot in a few seconds' time. There we are.
I mean, if he's dragging the gravel down to turn 2 and we've got a bin of it full up here, there's probably going to be hardly any of it left bit time with us.
As I finish off a mouthful of pasta. Would you like my fun fact of the Le Mans gravel? I don't know whether they do this everywhere, but they certainly do it here.
Do they bring it in from somewhere special?
On the main circuit, to stop it blowing away, they glue it.
Really?
It's got a special coating on it that makes it stick to the other bits of gravel out there so that it doesn't blow away.
I feel for the fella that has to Pritt stick each one.
I mean, it's it'll be a coating of some kind, won't it? But I learnt this from one of the guys that we came to the main 24-hour race with in June last year. He told me because I got flicked by one of the LMP3 cars in the Road to Le Mans race. It went into the gravel at the Dunlop chicane and spun the wheels, and I got cracked on my arm by a piece on my right bicep. Kept firing at me, left me with a lovely bruise. But yeah, I was told then that they glue the gravel.
Mad Motorsport are pitting under the FCY with Harry Roddice coming in. I get the feeling we'll see George Taylor out in that kart next. He's the only driver that hasn't been out in that kart thus far.
Who's due a stop, David?
Club 73 are due a stop. At one
No way.
Yeah, well,
really?
Yeah, the flag's out, isn't it? But there's nobody here for them. So I don't know.
How long have they been out?
1:34. So I don't know if it's 10 minutes too soon. They have been pushing it longer, haven't they? They were out till maybe 1:50.
If I'm Clinton, I'm in already.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm not waiting for him to clear this lot up. I'm taking full advantage of that and claiming myself back 30 seconds. It's probably what's going to keep him, keep them in second place.
The Met Police 101 are in again with what sounds like the carb being cleaned out. So it looks like the engine could have been cutting out on that one.
Probably full of rocks.
Possibly so, Tom. There they are, just being tended to.
And I don't, yeah. Yeah.
Just quickly, so the quad's being parked up now down the far end, and the it's been. Oh, we have got a second cut. Nameless Motorsport are in pits. One of the elite runners.
P7. Third in elite class. No, fourth in elite class, sorry.
Yeah. Max O'Shaughnessy's brought that into the into pit lane. We're back racing under green flag conditions once again. Club 73 didn't pit, neither did Kart Events Belgium, both with 1 hour 36 and 1 hour 34.
Kart Events Belgium was there waiting for Kart Events.be. He was sat there waiting in the pit lane, so I imagine that they've probably just run out of time. I bet when the full course yellow went out, he grabbed his kit and got up here as quick as he could. But I think they've possibly just run out of time to take advantage of it. So instead, they're now either going to have to wait for another full course yellow or let it run out the clock.
Well, yellows breed yellows, so there's a decent chance we might get another one. We shall see. Right, in the live chat, we've been asked to say a little shout out, Tom. Bazman has been in touch. He said that his niece is watching, and can we say hi to Amelie Bell, please? So, hi, Amelie. Hope you're enjoying the race here at Le Mans. We are 5 or so hours in, and Tom and I will be running till around about midnight here in France on the commentary. And then we'll be back in the morning at around about 8 o'clock to take you through toward the end of the race.
It's 8 o'clock local, isn't it?
8 o'clock local, 7 o'clock UK time, because we are an hour in front here in France. It's that time of year, isn't it? None of all that Central European time and all that jazz.
Oui, oui.
Monge 2 and all that.
Have we had another? We have had another lead change.
Yes. So Club 73 and Kart Events Belgium 1 and 2 at the moment.
Just sorry, folks. That wasn't in the last few moments. That was just for my tally chart.
Yes. Which is currently swinging.
No cause
back
for alarm,
and
Club 73 fans.
Right.
What are we? 5 hours and 10 minutes in now,
yeah,
David.
I am going to have to go and get some sun cream, Tom, for this right arm, because it's starting to get quite tender. You started this race in the sun, and now it's gone up and over the top of our awning, and now it's my turn.
He's ever so tender, folks. I'm just going to while David's making his way off to do some skincare. Nameless Motorsport still in the pits, still on the mechanic bay, because they were 4th overall in the elite class, and they were running, I believe, 7th. They're just dropping like a stone now. P20, P21. Next round will be Cole Clark Racing in 22nd as well. We look at them going 3 abreast into turn 1. Oh, that got a little bit wide on the exit as well. Heading up into turn 2 and around, and they're still trying to sort themselves out. Still 3 abreast as they head round for and 5. And then into the very difficult turn 6. So they head towards the left of the shot there. Into turn 6. Really, really tricky. Probably the most important corner of the track. Turn 6 there. Very difficult to get that one right, as David said on the track guide if you were watching that about an hour or so ago. Very, very difficult. You can take it flat out. It looks like a 90-degree corner. It isn't. It's a little bit more than that. It's around 100, 110 degrees. So it's deceiving. You can take it flat out, as I said, but... Oh, thank you, David. You can take it flat out, but it tends to step the rear of the kart out. So unless you can kind of balance it, if you've got a good balance to your kart, it'll fly through there, no problem, flat out. But if you haven't, it'll step the rear out. So most karts will tend to use the curb on the entry on the right-hand side. It gets absolutely covered in rubber during the race. And then they'll have a little lift just to get the nose in. And as soon as the nose is in, bang, they're straight back on the power again, trying to maximise their speed down the back straight through the double flat-out left-hander of 7 and 8, and then all the way up to the braking point of turn 9. If you're in behind somebody, you can have that lift into turn 6 as well, and then use the slipstream along that back straight through 7 and 8 to gain you the time back up again. And it'll save you a little bit on fuel as well. It means you can go possibly a lap longer. Just use the kart in front to pull you along.
I'm curious, Tom.
Are you?
Yes. Like Curious George. MKT, who at the last time they came in, had an issue with the yoke on the kart. There was a crack. Their team have been fitting a new steering wheel to what I believe to be their original kart. And I think when they come in on schedule... Or is it
just another spare?
No, I think it's original. I think it's been welded. And they're obviously happy with the pace of it. And I think when they come in...
They're going to swap back?
They're going to swap back. I think the Nausea panel will come off. And in their pit stop, I think they'll swap the kart over.
103.1 last time around. See what they do this time. Let's have a look at them
side by side up there, out of turn number 1, running up to 2.
Yeah, pretty much every lap this stint has been over a second off their best.
Yeah,
in fact sometimes 2 seconds off their best.
Yeah, I think we are. Are you finished with your dinner, Tom?
I am. Thank you very much, Kat. That was delicious. Thank you.
Tomato and pasta with about 1 kilo of cheese on top. It's the only way.
Can't go wrong.
Can I borrow your headset a minute, Tom?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just going to steal that off Tom's head. Joined in, I was going to say commentary box, but it's not. It's a commentary awning at the circuit here in Le Mans by Steve Nichols of Met Police 101. As I think your other kart, the 999, is pitting for fuel.
Yeah.
That looks like it's on strategy. It's been it's been an interesting start to the race for your team, Steve.
Yeah.
I was jumping up and down with excitement when one of the Met Police teams did get done for speeding down the pit lane. It got me very, very excited. Few trips to the gravel as well, not for yourself. Have you been out yet?
Yeah, I went out first.
Oh, you started, yeah. So you had a fairly uneventful stint.
Yeah, the first 2 stints were uneventful. But then the Craig's gone out and probably started bad with one engine. One engine weren't running, couldn't stop him. And somehow in that he managed to still speed.
Oh, wonderful. So yeah, we were
in trying to start it, then he ended up in the gravel trap. So then he's gone out again. And this time he's ended in the gravel trap because we had brake failure.
Well, your 999's going up on the stand as well.
Oh.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, but the Met Police are having a tough time of things here at Le Mans. So the 999 is in with problems and is up on the stand having work done. That looks like it's a left rear engine that's about to be taken off and potentially be replaced. Team are working away underneath it. The circuit itself, Steve, you've been here a few times, albeit back when Teesside would run the owner drivers with the hire carts. I think that ceased in around about 2013 when things were put in place that prevented the running of open and closed-wheeled machinery on the same track. So it's been a while. I think back in them days, I think the old pit lane was still in use. I don't think the new one was used when the owners were running round here. So it's been a while. Must be good to be back.
Yeah, I was here actually in 18. For an event. Anyway, it's good to have it was and then anyway, so he's gone out again in a new car. Oh, sorry, he's gone out again, and then he had brake failure because the pipe burst. So,
that's bad for morale.
So he ended up in a gravel trap. So they didn't find that straight away, as you wouldn't imagine. So he's gone out again in a different car, and then we've had an engine failure.
Well, it looks like that. I'm thinking the 999's lost a chain here because the wheels come off and then the wheels going to go back on. Normally they need to take that to and loosen the engine up. So looks like the 999, the latest victim of what I can only imagine is gravel. Just being flicked up and getting in that sort of sprocket and taking the chain off, either snapping it or taking it off the sprocket protectors. So Steve, obviously now we've had obviously a few penalties for the speeding and a few trips through the gravel. I imagine just hopes for the rest of the race now is just to keep it clean and hope other teams fall off and you can pick some pieces up.
Yeah, there's a lot of bits to pick up at the minute, but anyway.
It's been quite tough for a few teams.
I don't know what we've lost after that. We lost 19 laps in about half hour, and now we might have lost another 10 probably. So we've had better days.
Yeah, tough break. Steve, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Really appreciate that. I'm fairly sure he won't be the last driver that we get a chance to chat to here at Le Mans. MKT are heading back out, and as expected, have changed carts back to their original one earlier that had the cracked yoke on the chassis. That's been welded. They're going back out. They've been around about a second to a second and a half a lap down since they changed cart earlier on. So I think they've gone back to their original. They are indeed heading back out down pit lane. So they came in, feverishly changed the Nauseo panel. Just going to get confirmation it's the same cart. Same cart that you had earlier that's been rewelded. Yep, confirmed with the two team members that are just walking out of the pit area that is indeed the case. So that cart's been brought in, welded, and has gone back out. They were clearly happy with the straight line speed of that cart. Hopefully the handling's okay now that it's all sorted. So, heading once again towards the bottom of the hour, where we'll run through the order. Still waiting for Club 73 and kartevents.be to serve their pit stops. And we are once again running along 145, 147 and 149 for those two teams.
Hey up.
Hello.
I'm back. Right. Just had a chat with Clark of the course. Oh, Gracie's having a go with the speed gun. But just been having a chat with Lee, Clark of the course, who's been out there with his speed gun again. And everybody seems much better than they were.
Oh, I wonder why.
However, he did show me the speeds that people have been clocked at.
So 10 kilometres per hour is
15.
Oh, is it? So it's
15 kph.
Well, we're even giving them leeway.
No, it's 15 kph.
Not in the regs, it's not.
Well, that's...
So we're giving them leeway.
In the driver's briefing, it was said 15
leeway.
kilometres an hour. is your limit, right? So they've upped it slightly to 15 kilometres an hour.
Right.
And in the driver's briefing, it was briefed 15 kilometres an hour. Now, he's just shown me his clipboard with the list on it, and there are at least 5 teams there clocked at 27 and 28. So nearly double. The kart 3 that got the 2 in a row.
Yeah.
The first one was 28, and then the next one was 27.
Well, he slowed down. If it was the other way, I would have double the penalty. Shopping carts are in, Tom, and I don't think that's 52 minutes. That's off schedule.
999's on the ramp.
Yes, chain issue, I think. But at the same time, looks like they're having
track rod.
Track rod or steering column at the front end. But when they came in, it was definitely down the rear end because.
Have we seen what NKT have done? Did they swap?
Yes, back onto their original cart.
Okay.
As expected, because I did have to apologise. So I was speaking to Steve Nichols at the time. He turned round, saw his cart was on, might have almost kind of definitely
sworn.
Yeah, so I had to apologise on behalf of TSK-Motorsport Media. We do apologise for that. And we will recommend...
Was it an F and Jeff, or was it a...
Well, we will recommend, obviously, a public order offence.
Yeah, clearly.
For that. We've had somebody off and now are visiting Bay de Gravel.
30.
That's shopping carts. Shopping carts have been in the gravel.
They're in the Bay de Gravel,
Yeah,
and then we've got 30 is about to go up on the ramp.
Yeah.
Dr. Vapes, they've had a few issues this race, but they were back up to 29th.
Mo Hassan's in that cart at the minute, Tom. Team boss. From
Lovely
Dr.
shiny
Bates.
helmet as well, that is. That
Yes.
Red and black pops,
I don't
doesn't
think
it?
I've ever had... It's almost like a chrome red, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yellow, we've got gravel. We've got a team off in the gravel, Tom, down the far end at turn 9.
That's a shiny NASA. Is that MKT?
I
don't want to alarm anybody.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. We'll see. What you're still finding is some of these drivers won't have been out yet, will they? It is MKT, Tom. It is MKT. What a spot! What a spot, Butters.
Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
He spots carts in gravel.
And they will be straight into Bay de Gravel as well. So they have dropped now to 21st. As Mad Motorsport reclaim the top 20 positions. And that will...
Matt Walker.
It will be dropped even
that
further
car.
down.
He's a project manager at McLaren.
Is he?
He's Matt Walker, and he's project managed to stick that in the gravel.
They're going to need all of their strategy now to get them back up the order. Here, dropping outside the top 20, as we said, for the first time this race.
I'm just leaning back, enjoying myself.
Basking in the glory of that one, aren't you? So Chrono, 30 minutes into their stint, 3 seconds behind Kart Events Belgium now, and lapping faster. So we could well see a change for the lead on circuit here, as Chrono could reclaim bragging rights with a full pit stop in hand.
I'm off to have a little bit of fun. I'll explain why in a minute.
Okay.
I'm off to see how fast I can run with that speed gun that Gracie's got.
Can I just say this to everybody listening? This is a very bad idea because A, David breaks things, and I mean bones, ankles, ligaments, things like that when stuff like this happens. And unfortunately, we can't bring you a shot. Or we probably can bring you a shot in the pit lane of David trying to run. He's broken it. Not himself, which makes a change. He's still moaning after I ran him over with a cart yesterday. I hit him at about half a mile an hour.
Just quickly, the speed gun didn't pick me up, which means I was too fast. Why have I got a 1-lap penalty?
Ashley's been in touch and said you're always too fast for her.
No comment. Kart Events Belgium are in, Tom. Kenneth Nessen in pit lane. Sievert Verveldi's going to take over the seat because he's running down to his pit box.
Little jaunty jog it was, wasn't it?
I think we had a kart change for 999, Tom. We could have.
MKT are back in and are they changing kart again?
Yes.
They've just gone back out.
I mean, this is not like T cars back in the day, is it? Where they've got a spare just lined up in the garage. You can run back and change. How many are you allowed to change?
I don't know, but I don't know if if the yoke's gone again. They took a risk going back, didn't they?
Going back onto that one, yeah. But I mean, if you're going to put it in the gravel, you're going to put that weld under strain, aren't you?
Balcancer are having loads of fun here. He thinks he's being under the speed gun, so he's pretending to run in his cart as he goes through the pit lane. I'm going to see if I can grab one of the MKT guys.
MKT with more changes than an Oscars host.
Yes.
That's the one. If we can do it too.
Yes, absolutely. It's like being at a Taylor Swift concert.
Yeah.
Just the soundtrack here is better with the carts.
Yes, definitely.
Engine change for Dr. Vapes, Tom. At the moment, left rear. No, was it? No, I don't think it was actually. They bought the spare out and they've decided they're not going to change it, I don't think. Or if they are, it's happened before I noticed. There's one going back on anyway.
Definitely.
Yeah, they brought a spare out, but I don't think they've used it. Something was wrong.
Right, JS Racing now up to second overall. Titans have dropped to third now. They've been overtaken on that lap. So Chrono Team Racing now cycle back through. They are now leading overall.
Oh, that's wise.
That is, and that's broken some bodywork
as well. That's flapping, isn't it?
Yes, and we saw a mechanical flag out for a similar issue earlier on. Who is that with the white the Bigfoot panel?
Don't know.
111.
Tom,
oh, I've just said
JS.
They took took second place, and then immediately
Tom, would you
went back.
Would you hand your headset over for me a minute, please? Again, sorry, I keep kicking you out. Right, so we're joined by a member of MKT. Introduce yourself first, and I can find out what your job title is.
My name is Scott. I'm part of MKT. Went out in the first stint.
Right. So you're team leader of reliability and continuous improvement.
Yep, and that's not great, is it?
How's reliability been so far?
Well, I didn't have much input into the design of this car, unfortunately. But yeah, we've lost now an axle, snapped the chassis. Been through 2 carts, so it's been a bit painful.
So you went back onto your original chassis a few moments ago. And then rear axle
snapped.
So you've gone back onto the other car, or a completely different
I think we
one?
picked a random one we could find. I think that was the same one as we were on before. But
So yeah, plans later on to try and get that one back again, or is that one done?
Well, we could. That's a good point, actually. We've not thought about that, getting that one back in. But I'm a bit concerned now. Something else is going to snap.
Well,
let's see how we go.
Yeah, but no, cheers for the update, guys. Really appreciate it. Hope the rest of the race is trouble-free.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Mechanical sympathy, David.
Yes. What I would say as well, we've been very lucky with MKT because the project manager managed to stick it in the gravel, and we managed to speak to the guy who had reliability shortly after their cart had broken.
And T does right up because what's left of the race? Well, there's continuous improvement.
Exactly. They're good. They're good lads, these McLaren. There's only one of them, I think, that doesn't work there anymore. Chris Spence. He's an ex-McLaren, but doesn't work anymore.
Doesn't work anymore
for them.
Oh.
They gave me.
They must be paying well.
Oh, and we've got Josh.
999's back up on the ramp again, David.
Oh, again. Oh, that's unfortunate. And we've got Josh Mitchell as well. He's
I think it's been impounded, that one.
Pardon?
I think it's been impounded.
Impounded.
It's been on there that long.
Well, it's currently emptying itself of fuel at the moment, Tom.
Oh. Oh dear.
That'd fail its MOT.
And if it had failed its MOT, it's not allowed on the road.
It's not allowed on the road, is it?
It has been impounded. We'll have to wait for a tow truck.
Tow quad. Right, who's still?
We'll take it back to yard.
Right, Titan are in from what is now second place.
Well, JS Racing lost. They overtook Titan for second place overall. Then they had that little excursion down the pit straight, and Titan got back in front, and now they've got back in front courtesy of Titan coming in the pits.
Yes.
So all action at the front still.
1 hour and 54 seconds, Tom.
Minutes.
So 1 hour 54
For
minutes
JS.
for JS Racing.
And it looked like a tired off that one down the pit straight, didn't it? It
Yeah.
looked like he'd been out there for 1 hour and 54.
Well, he's not been in yet, has he? He's not been in.
No, but that's what I mean. He looked that mistake down the pit straight where he went bouncing over the grass.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
That was a tired effort.
Yes, that very much looked like his arms were about to fall off. Still not pitting. Has got a little bit of plastic flapping around off the rear as he looks back. That'll get fixed in a few moments anyway. That's for sure. When he comes in, they'll just stick another R-clip through it, and that'll be fine. But they've got to pit soon, Tom. They're going really, really long. 1 hour 55 is like pushing the boundary.
I tell you what, I'm going to get my running boots on. I'm going to keep my eye
See
out.
if any of them are waiting. Kent
Excuse me,
Brewery are down
I've
here
got a
as
pen
well.
in my mouth. Right, that's not the best idea when I'm trying to commentate on a race, is it, having a pen in my mouth, because I was writing something down. But not with my mouth, I might add.
No.
But when JS Racing come in, and they've done 1 hour and 55, I'm going to go and have a nosy at how much fuel is left in it. Just because I'm a keno, I like that kind of stuff. I'm not going to divulge how much is in it. I just want to know for my own.
Oh, we've had another penalty for the 30 of Dr. Vapes, Tom. They came down off the ramp, and normally they've been speeding at the far end of the pit lane. He sped through the pit area at the top here before he dropped down into the pit lane. And he was
because that's now where the speed gun is.
Yeah, and he was very, very quick. And I bet he was quick.
Yeah. So
not as quick as me when I was running,
that's the lesson, because the who's that in the pits now? That's not JS either.
No,
that's
Titan are in.
No, Titan are
Titan
still
are
in.
out. Sorry, Titan have just gone out.
Yeah.
Cole Clark.
So they've
in
shaken
the
out
pits.
in what looks like 5th place at the moment. We'll just see when they come across the line and trigger the timing line one more time.
So Cole Clark in, Kai Verona in the seat for that car is currently just getting fueled up. And then we'll probably hand that one over.
We've got 1 hour 52 as well for XLR8 Kent Brewery Racing down in 12th place.
They've been pushing it all day though. They've been going long in all the stints. So how's the team? The biggest team we've actually got, Tom, as well. 8 drivers in that number 55 XLR8 Kent Brewery Racing entry.
I'm just still keeping my eye out for when JS Racing come in. I can't even see anybody up in the pit lane at the moment. Got the BKRT team in the pits just now.
Yeah, just currently following the Kart 70, Tom, the LMS entry. Now, don't get confused if you keep seeing that kart that it's the same driver every single time. It's just that they've all got green suit, black arms, black helmet. All 4 of them.
Threw me right
same
off
kit.
last year, didn't
Yeah.
it? Because one of them was getting very aggressive with me, and I was about to go and lamp one of them in the pit lane before somebody held me back and said, "Which one was it?" And I said, "The guy in the green suit and the black helmet."
Before Tom realised that it was like that Spider-Man meme where they're all looking at each other.
I wasn't actually going to lamp them, but I was going to go and remonstrate and voice my anger
He's going to shake a finger.
Yes, there would
aggressively
be
at them.
much aggressive fist waving. But yeah, it was that threw me right off last year that they've all got the same suit and helmet.
Mate, JS Racing are 2 minutes away from going 2 hours here.
Yeah. What was the limit last? Say limit. What was the?
Well, we were doing 1:30s last year just to try and fit in with that sort of that sort of cycle through to 24 hours.
But we came in at one point and the tank was bone dry.
Yeah.
There they go again. The 111. They're still going round. Have they not triggered a pit stop, do you think, at some point?
Well, look, it's got to trigger a pit stop.
I'm joking.
I know what you're saying, though.
I've never seen anybody go as far as these guys have gone.
No.
In any race.
It's ridiculous how far they're going.
I mean, even at Teesside, which is obviously a long circuit there, there's a lot of flat out.
Yeah, you're doing like 145s tops at Teesside, aren't you? Unless you're heavily lifting and
But
coasting.
I can't see this as being much less in terms of full throttle for a percentage of the time that you're out on track compared to Teesside. With the amount of hairpins that you've got there.
I think at Teesside, because it's longer straights, you're using more. Accelerate Kent Brewery are in now.
And they did 155.
The guy from JS is just looking down at his fuel tank to basically just probably wonder why he's still going.
Oh, there he goes. Big long look down at the side of the car. There he comes through the shot there.
Josh
turn
Binks
one.
in that car at the minute for JS Racing.
But he had we've got yellow flag out at turn 9 as well.
No, it's because there's a car
between 9
down.
and the S's. Yeah, it stopped at the side of the track, getting refired
near the old start line. Really,
might have just dropped an engine potentially.
You can see it there, Tom, on the screen with the quad, and it's Cole Clark Racing. They've only just pitted. For fuel.
But I mean, that if you're going to have a problem and you can pull over at a Marshall point like that, and they'll just start the engine for you, it's an ideal way, if there is such a thing, to have a problem. If it will just refire and get going.
He's only lost a minute, which he hasn't had to come in the pit lane.
No, exactly.
Has he? JS are in.
Right.
JS Racing.
I'm running.
Yeah, Tom's off to check fuel on the 111 JS Racing car, pitting from second place at the moment. There is Mr. Butterworth on the screen in the shorts and T-shirt. Not that anybody else isn't in the shorts and T-shirt, unless you're in a race suit here at Le Mans this weekend, because it's proper warm, as they say in Yorkshire. So Butterworth's over checking out the fuel. There's James Binks brings that cart down to the fuel bay. Having a look in the 19, who's that Cole Clark Racing entry, who've just had that cart who's just had that engine restarted a while ago. Try and figure out who is in that one at the moment, because it was Kai Verona who handed that one over at the last fuel stop. Trying to figure out exactly where they are on track, because there's a lot of cars actually with orange and black Nauseo panels, so always worth sort of clocking. We've got a slow-moving car in the middle of the track. It looks like they've lost they've either got an axle issue, or it looks like Butters is back, and I'm going to hand over, and he's going to talk about the fuel on that 111. Well, I go and have a quick look at that car, because it looks like we've got a snapped axle on one of our carts down the far end of the track, and it looks like it could be one of the two BKRT teams.
Well, as I said, I'm not going to discuss exactly how much fuel was left in it, but fuel was visible in that tank. So, interesting that they've gone that far, possibly using very heavy lift and coast. We've got 99 in the pits. Oh, it's Titan Motorsport. Have they got the snapped axle? Is it Titan? Yeah. Titans have come in. Potentially snapped axle. Huge amount of smoke coming off the rear. It's just out of shot on screen at the moment. As the driver jumps out, you can see him in the white helmet, jumping out. Smoke filling the pit lane. It sheared the studs of the hub on the rear axle. Okay. So that's what's happened, ladies and gents. Yeah, so drama here for Titan, who just made that pit stop as well. Not that long ago. And had made such an effort to climb back up into, well inside the top 5 overall. And now going to have to do it all over again. Still, of course, 18 hours and 15 minutes to use that time up and get back to where they were. But yeah, this is a big drama for Titan Motorsport.
We raced this race last year, and I don't recall rear axle issues in anywhere near the same way, Tom.
Oh, that's water.
That we're seeing this year. I think they're putting water on the disc and everything to try and cool it all down, because where the brake is, obviously the whole axle gets warm because the heat transfers down the steel rear axle. We raced this race last year. We didn't see anybody that had an axle issue. That's the second kart now. When they're saying axle snap, what I think they mean is the studs are shearing off the rear hub. But that is 100% a side effect of running curbs.
Yeah. Well,
particularly when it's left rear, because
well,
you've got
I said,
left out
I
at 2,
said
left out the last corner, and left at 9.
I said that the Owen Gemman was smashing this curb on the left hand of the chicane. Absolutely mullering it. A mechanical sympathy will not win you having no mechanical sympathy will not win you a 24-hour race. So that is purely a side effect, as David said, of smashing over rumble strips, going off track limits, and going over the top of curbs.
I think it's getting warmer as well.
It's definitely
I know we've
warmer.
both been running around the paddock here, and we haven't got to go far, really. It's not like Teesside, where the com box is
at the
500 metres away from where we want to get info. But we certainly are having to go and pick up different bits. And looks like KBR are in. Looks like that's on schedule. But yeah, Titan, who'd worked so hard to get themselves back up the order, have now fallen outside of the top 10.
Looks like it's going back out already, though. By the sounds of it, or by the looks of it, they're already putting the cart back together.
That's what we were talking about here, Tom. We're going to hold here. Look at them. They're running that rumble strip on the outside. A lot of them are being sympathetic, and then LMS go all the way out. And you'll see that they're using this rumble strip on the outside by dropping that left rear on it. And you can see that some of them are running it every single lap out onto the on that rumble strip. 4 or 5 carts there following each other, just running the curbs. Just in their mind, that's gaining them a few tenths, and it is. But the risk level is very, very high. I think in a few moments we're going to have a look at the curb that Tom was saying that.
Yeah, we're just going to try and pick up the
got
curb that's
there,
in the middle of the chicane, just so you'll be able to see exactly what I'm talking about as the carts come through that, and you will see some carts. There we go. That's the curb I'm talking about. So you see some drivers coming through it, not even touching it. Others will have a little nibble.
Yeah, let's see if we can see anybody go round.
That's Teesside Academy. Just had a little nibble of it.
Yeah.
Just that's exactly what you want to be doing. Just rubbing against it. Yeah, just the tyre wall should just be touching the curb. But what was happening before was Titan were going fully over the top of the curb, launching over it.
Oh,
a little bit like that.
Fast and Furious there.
That's
over the
about
top.
a quarter of what was happening before, but this is a perfect illustration. You see all these drivers making it through and having no dramas at all. Teesside Tigers there taking a bit of a chunk out of it as well as they hit it with the rear. Missed it with the front. Of course, the rear is wider than the front on these. So, yeah, easier to hit it with the rear. But no, they were fully both wheels over the top of all of that yellow and blue section. A little bit like that one that came through there. Straight over the top of it. And it was bouncing as well. When it landed, it wasn't just a little hop. It was a full-on smash over the top of the curb, launch into the air, land on two wheels, bang, down comes the other side. And that's what's caused it. They are back out now by the looks of things. They're certainly on their way back down pit lane. But a shame for them, but it's what happens when you have zero mechanical sympathy.
KBR speeding in the pit lane have been given a 1 lap penalty for the number 7. Currently running, where are they in the order, Tom, in the KBR entry? They're currently 19th now, but would have been a little bit higher. They'd have been 17th or 18th. Now would
yeah, I think
KBR.
17th, yeah.
They came into the pits, a few minutes ago. Yes, 2 minutes ago for a scheduled pit stop for KBR. And they are been adjudged to have sped in the pit lane.
I'm going to draw you out a line, David, that nobody else can see. 2 lines of how much fuel was left in the tank. Literally that much.
So at the front, Chrono Team Racing are around about a lap and a half in front of Club 73 Karting, and you can see this by they go now to 2:32. They then have a roughly about 1.5 laps before. So Club 73 will go to 3:23 before Chrono go to 3:25. So it's roughly a lap and a half between the two teams at the front of this race at the moment.
And just remind me where Chrono finished last year. Did you say it was 6th
They
overall
were
or something?
22nd.
22nd overall?
Yes. 8th in their subclass, 22nd overall last year for Chrono Team Racing. That would have put them roughly halfway. There was 45 entries last year, I think. So they were the epitome of midfield.
Okay. We would have potentially been chasing them down at one point then, wouldn't we?
Yes. Yes, at least until
or they were pulling away from us.
we chased them down at least until the first corner.
Somebody gone off very wide there at turn 8. Is that Max Wilkinson? Just coming towards us now with the red panel.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Kicked up a load of dust. Possibly some gravel on the exit of turn 8 there. Side by side coming down towards the S's. That was the Met Police 101.
Who's that we're looking at? That looks like it could be one of the BKRT teams, but I'm not sure it is. I just saw Belgian colours and automatically
with the
it's black, red, and yellow. It must be, but it's not. That's the race leader. That's 38.
38.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
that's Chrono.
So there you go, folks. There's your race leader.
Right, watch and learn.
Tricky corner, that one, that left-hander.
That quick.
There's about 3 different lines you can take through there. Very, very tricky to maximise the time. And the line that you take through there is fully dependent on how you actually get through the two right-handers before it.
Yes.
If the back steps out, you have to take one line. If the front doesn't bite as well as it should do, you have to take another line. And if everything goes swimmingly, you take a third line.
Yeah,
the optimum line.
It's not like every other corner which has got one fast line around it. A lot of it depends on how your kart's handling. If it's very understeery, you go a little bit deeper into the corner. If you've got a kart that oversteers. Oh, gravel kart off at the far end, Tom, down at 9. I can see dust and I can see a driver getting out. It's through I can see it through the old pit building. So it's off to our left here on this static camera. But we've got a kart off as we've got waved yellows. From the exit of turn number 8, the quad is off on a collection expedition down towards the far end of the circuit. And we're going to try and keep an eye out on the number. It's 373, Tom. It's the that's the kart that had to be recovered earlier on because when it went in the gravel earlier, different driver, the engine wouldn't start. Looks like he's got it going this time, and 373
will be making its way back into
Bay
de Gravel.
I think he's waiting for a gap in the traffic. Is he? No, he's waiting for his engine to be started. Marshall just indicating to push in for the rest of our teams, and the 373 will be heading up here now towards the gravel bay. Locks up on the way in as well and showers the entry of the pit lane with stones.
Okay. Just thinking how much it would take for me to go out there at turn 9, on the exit of turn 9, in the gravel, and stand there and restart an engine during this race on a kart. And I've worked out that China does not have enough tea.
Yes, it's in the words of Simon Cowell, it's a no from me.
Yeah.
That kart has stopped again, Tom, before it's got to Bay de Gravel. And now he's going to have to get out, and they're going to lift that kart up. And oh, that's a lot of gravel. There you go, you can see it in the background. Joanne Morris has got the brush. The brush is out. Kart's back down on the ground. And we're going to sweep up the mess. In fact, we're not first. I think the first, we're going to have a quick look at the rear end. And if there's any gravel in there, they'll pick it out with some pliers.
Yeah, they normally stick a screwdriver in the side, where the side of the chain meets the sprocket protectors. And you tend to find some stones have been in there. And they dig them out first. We've got another one off in the gravel at the same corner as well.
Ooh, yes.
Early at this point.
Yes.
Is that MKT? It's MKT again. Red suit.
We're going to see. We might pick this one up on the
MKT,
static.
who were...
There is that Cole Clark?
No, it's MKT.
No, that's 19, Tom. It's on the screen.
That's 19.
Yeah.
That's not who I'm looking at. I'm looking at MKT at turn 9.
You're right, actually, because he's out of the kart somewhere. There's 2 in the gravel. There's 2 in.
There's 2 in? What?
Yeah, there's 2 in the gravel. That's the 19
right,
of Cole
so there's
Clark.
MKT getting going now.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So they're getting going. They're going to have to come into Bay de Gravel.
It's a popular resort.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to start calling it
He's not come in. He's carried on.
Who, MKT?
Yeah, he's carried on. We will...
okay.
We'll get that figured out in a minute.
And Cole Clark, I mean...
unless he was off but not in the... adamant he was in the gravel, Tom. And not just
well, he was off at turn 9.
Yeah.
Big time. Let's see how far in he went. But, oh, God, it looks like an effort to get this one out, doesn't it?
That looks like Will Stevenson for Cole Clark Racing. We might need the quad to drag that out. He's trying to lift the back end, but that only digs the front in. There you go. It's like bump starting a still saw, isn't it?
They're going to... they're going to... yeah, they're going to have to get the Jurassic Park people out here in a minute to come and dig that one out.
One of them, I think, MKT have just come down to for the gravel bay. Now, he's just come past me and just asked if he could change his T-shirt. I'd offer him a Ferrari one, but then their pit stops wouldn't go to plan, so...
Let's just hang on for the Sauber shirts. Oh, no, because then they can't change wheels.
Oh.
We're not working for any F1 team in the future, are we?
mate, we could give him a Red Bull one because that'd increase our catering budget. I was walking with a tray of sandwiches and accidentally slipped and added an aero upgrade to my car.
That tray of sandwiches cost £4 million. Yeah, MKT still circulating.
Yes.
So can't have really gone in. I mean, they're not the type that would...
Well, no, but one of their guys came up here, and I don't think he's come up because he enjoys the beach. Oh, Henry Baudet would be thrilled with that. We've had some glove throwing, and Henry Baudet loves it when drivers throw gloves.
Does he?
He does.
What, really, or does he just go to town on it?
No, it's always a talking point in his commentary. He does like it.
Oh, hang on, we've got another one on the weighbridge with an issue. Are they underweight? They rolled off and they're rolling back on again. We're being told to go, and it looks like
we'll see what happens. It's the 273 of one of the Club 73 entries. 26 are in as well. That's JJH, the providers of confectionery and tasty beverages. Tom's off to garner some information. Cole Clark's entry's getting a spray of water on the rear end. I mean, to cool down the brake disc, I imagine, having dragged it through that gravel. And it's also going up onto the mechanics bay as well, up onto the stand. You'll see it's on the right-hand side of your screen that the number 19 Cole Clark Racing entry, after that trip into the gravel, is having some work done on its rear end at the moment. See if I can direct Tom to figure out what's happening. I'll see if I can point in his direction. He's understood the hand signal of me pointing to him, and he's turned round to try and see if he can figure out what's happening. That cart's been in the gravel, has that number 19 Cole Clark Racing entry. See if there's anything clear as to what may well be wrong with that cart. We'll find out in a few moments from Mr. Butterworth.
It's gone in that deep that they've actually got it up on the ramp to get all the gravel out, and they're physically having to pick it out stone by stone. They're blowing it out with air guns. They've got screwdrivers in there, pliers, digging out stones on the 19. And
it's like adult Kaplunk, isn't it? You pull bits off and then all the gravel drops down.
I've been informed 273 was underweight. 2 kilos.
Ooh.
Which means another 2-lap penalty.
Yes, there we go. Penalty, lower weight, 2 tours.
So 2-lap penalty for 273, who,
and you
to
can't
say
really
the very
argue
least,
they gave him 2 bites of the cherry.
Yeah, have had a very difficult first 6 hours.
Yeah,
currently circulating 49 laps off the lead.
They rolled. They rolled
when
it
it's just
off.
over a minute lap.
Yeah, they rolled it off and rolled it back on again, didn't they? To just make sure.
Yeah, when it's just over a minute lap, they're probably 46 minutes.
I reckon they should just give us the speed gun in here.
That they've...
Because they're going past
Well,
us.
it was here.
Yeah, we just went, beep. Yeah, add that a lap.
They'd never know either, would they? Because if we were just sitting here doing it, they'd never clock us. It would be us clocking them.
It would, wouldn't it?
But yeah, I reckon Club 73 Pro, number 273, I think they've spent over 45 minutes in pit lane so far.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Tom.
In the first 6 hours of a race.
Ooh. They've also been done for speeding in the pits.
Oh, God, no!
So now it's 46, now it's 50 laps, because they've had another lap added. Oh.
Insult meet injury.
Oh, man. I feel for them. I really do.
Oh, dear. That was one of the BKR teams just monstering the curb through the S's as well. There, what we were talking about earlier. Just going to have a look down and see what sort of gaps we've got at the minute. Right, so we've got a fight for 9th place overall. Fats and Furious versus LPBRT, which is the Le Petit Bouchon. Which I just quite like saying. It's got a good sound to it. And they've actually now swapped places. So LPBRT now taken 9th place overall from Fats and Furious International. Where else have we got a fight going on? 2.5 seconds between BKRT Red and Nameless Motorsport to get back inside the top 20. They're 2.5 seconds apart. Team Ard right on the tail of MKT now that they're back out and running again. And circulating a little bit quicker, Team Ard at the moment. So that's under a second. And then for 38th place overall, I'm going to put my money on CBA Motorsport coming past Bowel Cancer UK this lap.
Great little battle on screen here. I'm just going to pick it up upon their return up towards the chicane. We are on our static camera, and then we'll pick it up further around on track at the moment. So we've got one peeling off into the pits. That's Teesside Academy on schedule. And Max Wilkinson's going to bring that in. I'm just having a look to see. It's Pip Morris getting ready. So that'll be their 5 drivers.
Have all now done a stint.
Oh, that's unlucky, Tom. Really, really unlucky, because just off the mechanics bay, Cole Clark Racing have dropped off the mechanics bay and have managed to get to the fuel bay in front of Teesside Academy. So now Academy are going to have to wait. Now, they have got 20 seconds or so of leeway.
I was going to say, it's not the end of the world
with that minimum pit stop time, but I think this could cost them a few seconds.
It's not the end of the world by any means, unless there is a slow stop for slow fuel up for Cole Clark Racing, but there hasn't been. Looks fairly routine for them, but it does then put pressure on the driver change, because you arrive late. Wow, that was loud.
Sorry.
That's right. You arrive a bit later into the pit box, and so therefore you've got less time to as a new driver jumping in, to tinker about and get your seat and position right.
Coming into shot, Tom, is what I can only describe as a gaggle.
Yes, there
of
were
carts
three abreast at one point.
They're going to have to sort themselves out and do. And I think Kart Events Belgium are just in that. Oh, we've got an issue. The Kart Events Teesside Academy, sorry, have got an issue. It looks like the clutch has dragged there quite a lot, hasn't it?
Or where they've sprayed the chain lube.
On the engine where it's hot?
Yes, potentially. Caught that. Looks like it's all under control.
They've got to roll.
But they're being pushed back now.
Yeah, what problems is it maybe? Yes, they're going mechanics bay.
And there was no issue before, so...
No, there is now, and the Teesside Academy cart has been pushed up onto mechanics bay backwards, I would add.
Yeah, which I've not seen yet.
No, but Max Wilkinson there, it was pushed, but he still had to steer it on, didn't he?
Yeah.
Great effort. But
and then jumped out like he'd not done an hour and 40 minutes.
Exhaust has come off. Exhaust being replaced, Tom, on the Teesside Academy cart. And
brand new one being put in place. They'll have to put the clip over the top of that and then tighten that up.
Yeah, Owen Morris there, just adding it to the scrap pile over there, which will be...
I hope it won't set fire to the grass while it's there.
Oh, we're running up to turn 1.
Yes, there's somebody off.
Yeah.
No, there was somebody off on the entry to turn 6.
Oh, it was the entry to 6, wasn't it, in the cut-through? We're clear now. We're clear, and it was Cole Clark.
Cole Clark Racing. Yeah.
They've
had an eventful half an hour, haven't they?
They have. They were running well as well. They were inside the top 20, inside the top half.
Kartevents.be now 2 laps behind Chrono Team Racing for the lead, and pulling away now from Club 73. So Kartevents.be now leading the elite class overall. Club 73 second in elite, and CBR 113 4 laps down on the leaders, but now third in class.
Teesside Academy are rolling again, Tom, after that exhaust change. Max Wilkinson being sent down with very, very strict instructions to take it slow. They don't want to add insult to injury. Making sure that the speed limit is being adhered to. Pip Morris waiting for his first stint here at Le Mans.
And I hope that's going to be communicated to Pip as well, to not, even though they've had a long stop, don't speed down the pits.
He's going to be able to get straight in it though. The only thing they're going to do, they're going to have to either take off a little bit of lead, I think, because Pip's a little bit bigger in stature than what Max is. So they're going to get that sorted. And the car is sent on its way down pit lane.
I'll keep an eye out for where they're going to re-enter the track. Still inside the top 15 here. Shows how well that they've been running. We've got the 373 back in the pits and up on the ramp now.
Not sure what the issue is. He's climbing out. He's only just been in as well because he's got a full tank of juice in that one.
I think I must have missed Pip Morris re-entering the track.
Oh, I thought that there was. I thought it was on fire then, but no. In the background, it's John Turner with a vape. like he's not in the pit lane, so it's okay. He's right on the back. I just saw a big cloud of smoke appear behind the 373.
Previous race leaders, Teesside Tigers, they're in now, still in 7th place, having picked up a couple of penalties. So we've had a 1-lap penalty at just before 2 o'clock local time, and another 1-lap penalty, both for speeding in the pit lane. at 4:30 local time as well. So it was essentially 2 pit stops in a row, wasn't it? Looking at that,
it wasn't far off, was it?
Or was it? Yeah.
No,
or maybe one apart.
Yeah.
There might have been one in between. Anyway, they're 2 laps behind where they should be because they've had 2 one-lap penalties. If they hadn't had those penalties, they would be 5th at the moment overall.
Well, they had a spin as well, didn't they?
And then they came in and they had the gravel issue.
Yeah.
That must have cost them a couple of laps at least.
Yeah, it will have done.
At least.
Let's have a quick look.
How many times have they been in the pits? I bet it's 4.
3. 3? No. 4. 4, yeah. 4
Yeah.
Tom.
So they had the extra stop for the gravel and the... when they went into the gravel, and then they had to come in and get it all removed. Just trying to give you an update on that.
Just seeing when it was.
What is that? Ooh, tikka masala sauce. That is a big old jar.
Oh, we've got a selection.
Beautiful
selection. I like that. Yeah,
Beautiful.
they were in for nearly 4 minutes.
For the gravel.
Yeah, on lap 242.
So that's that's another
Which,
a minute and a half on top of a normal pit stop as
they've
well.
They've now done 338, so they're almost 100
So they would have been right up there still. They would have been right up with the leaders had that not occurred.
But let's be honest, Tom. At the moment, Chrono, Kart Events Belgium, 73, JS Racing, they're the top 4, and they've not had problems. They've looked
Kart Events Belgium came in and they had a longer stop because they swapped karts at one point.
Yes.
But now they're leading that class, so they've reclaimed all of that time lost, which I don't think was too much. In fact, David, do a little deep dive on Kart Events Belgium, see how long that stop was. I believe it was the first stop of the race when they came in and swapped karts. See how long that stop was.
It was on schedule, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
But they also a quick shout out as well to CBR,
113
Blimey Racing 113, running P5, and they
had a penalty.
They've had 2 penalties,
and then a speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, they've had an advantage by contact and a speeding in pit lane.
So they had black flag, had to come in and serve what is essentially another pit stop, a 2.5 minute essentially pit stop, because a drive-through penalty here is a minimum of 2.5 minutes, regardless of what happens. So yeah, they lost 2.5 minutes there, and then they had a 1 lap added for speeding in the pit lane as well. So they are 3.5 laps behind where they should be, and they're currently 4 laps off the lead. So that again shows you that CBR 113 would be right up there. But of course, what goes around comes around, and Chrono Team Racing could well fall foul of the rules, as could Kart Events Belgium, as could Club 73 Karting, as could JS Racing.
Yeah, I think it was their second stop actually, that Kart Events Belgium.
Well, they swapped and they lost 45 seconds.
Yeah, well, they've had a 2:46 and a 3:16. CBA are about to pit. Is that on schedule? Is that a problem? We'll find out in a few moments' time, as the 88 peels off into pit lane.
So, kartevents.be lost, let's say 45 seconds on that stop, and they're 2 and a bit laps down. So, yeah.
But going longer, see, because I think at the moment they're going longer than Chrono on the pit stops.
Okay.
And it's 2.5 minutes, so they could get these 2 laps back, which I think actually is.
So when it cycles through, when Chrono, Chrono have been out there an hour and 20. So in the next sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, we're going to see Chrono pit again.
What I'm saying is, if Kart Events Belgium are going 15 minutes longer, 10 minutes longer even, that's 1 less pit stop.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying about Titans earlier.
Yeah.
That if you do 10 minutes longer each stint,
then that's going to be effectively at least 1 pit stop less, maybe 2.
And that's 5 minutes back in the race. 5 laps.
5 laps, yeah, so it's going to be quite tight.
So you have to... it's a little bit different to to Teesside here where you can get in and out in sometimes 40 seconds, 45
Yeah.
seconds.
Well, we know at Teesside that the first sector is 25 seconds. Pit affected is effectively 125 if you fully fuel.
Yeah.
With owner carts, that is. Owner carts can often go a little quicker because they're lighter, easier to push through pit lane.
Yeah. So they lose, you know, a minute, and we're looking at 2.5 minutes here. So the gaining and losing of a pit stop at Teesside less impactful here than here, where it is that 2.5 minutes.
So CBA have been in and up onto the mechanics bay, only briefly, but not sure why, but they're back out on track, currently running. Where are they? Built 40th now. They've lost a few places on that lap. I mean, look, who's had the most penalties so far? Club 73 have. They've had 3 laps added.
With Club 73 Pro?
Yes, yeah.
So our runner that's in 43rd?
Yeah, they've had 4 laps added and 9 trips through pit lane. The current pit stop leader is Shopping Carts. They're the first to hit double figures.
Okay. Our leaders, just for reference, have been in 3 times so far.
Yes. Trouble-free 3 times in pit lane.
As we go 3 wide, heading through 7 and 8. Yeah, that was never going to work. I think the one on the outside there decided no, discretion is the better part of valor here, and I'd like to walk away from this one.
Yep. So JH Racing are one of them. That's the 26. They're leading that train of carts.
There they go on screen. We've got TRX Racing in there as well. There he's to spot with their suits. Good pace from that blue one that's just hit the front.
That's the 273. That's the Club 73
That's
Pro,
the one that's in last place at the moment.
Which, when it's going, goes quick.
Yeah.
It's just
Does it ever?
It hasn't been going that often, has it? Unfortunately, for one reason or another, be it trips to gravel, because there's been a few of them.
Yeah. Penalties.
And penalties, unfortunately.
Gapping away there.
To be fair, the driver of the TRX suit is actually in Core Blimey Racing in the 213 entry.
Oh, right, okay.
Although there is a team called TRX that runs that colour, so they don't make it easy for us, do they, Tom?
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's not in their job description, is it? To make it easy for us. David just dipping into the live chat. We got anything worth mentioning?
Yeah, Luke Walton's asking if we can get one of the guys from the 87 bowel cancer entry up and to have a chat with us. They're more than welcome. We do like to have a chat, so if one of them does want to come up, that would be decent and greatly appreciated. Oscar Ward just asking how he gets live timing. If you type in Apex Timing live Le Mans Karting 2 into Google, you'll probably find it. The 38, the race leader. Oh, we've missed it, Tom. The leader's in. Chrono Racing, who had a 2-lap lead, are in the pits. They're on schedule-ish, so they were due in anyway for a 2.5 minute stop. They're going to fuel this one up when they go back out. But interesting to see what the issue is. Someone's wielding quite a big hammer, which is never a good sign. And we've got a second car in the pit lane with a bit of a problem as well, Tom. Shopping carts.
Leaders have dropped a chain, David. The chain has gone.
Mate, shopping carts is in, and someone's pushing the shopping cart.
It's Jack.
I know it is. It's more of the fact that the shopping cart's being pushed.
The Teesside Stig is...
He's putting a shift in, he always does.
Right, so They had a 2-lap lead over Kart Events Belgium. That's now gone.
We could have
We have a new leader.
We have a new leader. You'll see it on the screen when it comes round in a few moments.
There you go.
Time. There it is.
Kartevents.be for the first time hit the front here at Le Mans. Last year's race winners. They've been on a perennial drive through the field, and for the first time here today, hit the front.
It's taken 6.5 hours for the cream to rise all the way to the top here.
I'm just looking at Titan Motorsport as well, coming through the S's and smashing the curb once again. Lessons have not been learned.
No, be gentle to that kart. Although it has got a new hub on it, so
we'll see if we can pick up the leaders on screen, the new leaders on screen. That's T-side Tigers just going through the shot there. Then we've got the 373, which is the Club 73 third entry.
I think Kart Events Belgium have just about started a lap.
Newmarket Hornets have just come through the screen there, and they were they've now entered the top 10 for the first time.
Connor.
They
trying to pick up the 06. He is coming out of turn 6 now, heading towards the middle part of the track, and we'll head down towards the hairpin.
I'm just trying to pick up kartevents.be on screen. And in fact, there they go through the shot right now. That's Kart Events Belgium. That is your new leaders. But yeah, once we've got that and we've shown you the new leaders on screen, we're going to try and have a look at the curb in the middle of the S's once again. And we'll show you the difference now that Titan are out there and they're smashing the curb once again. Just so we can show you the difference between zero mechanical sympathy and plenty of mechanical sympathy.
Yeah, so our race leaders currently heading out of turn 2 and round the infield section at the moment. Let's see if we can pick them up. There's the curb that we were on about.
Just going to try and keep an eye out for when Titan are coming through. I'll try and give you a shout. Here they come now.
Here we go.
The third one in this group. That one there, and oh, he missed it that time.
That doesn't mean he wasn't.
I think he was behind somebody.
Yeah, it doesn't mean he wasn't trying to hit it.
We're just going to show you as well, because it is interesting. I know it's not particularly interesting for those who don't know much about racing, but for us who are well in the know, it makes a massive difference.
It's like train spotting, isn't it?
Course of a 24-hour
curb spotting.
So the leaders are back out now.
Newmarket
Hornets are in.
Yeah, so there's your leader, Tom, just coming through the first corner.
I'd just like to point out, I fully called it. What goes around comes around.
Yes.
And what could happen, what has happened to the others, could happen to your leaders.
Full course yellow, Tom. We are on gravel clean-up at the first corner once again.
But Chrono have now dropped to 5th. CBR with their black flag and then penalty are now in front of Chrono Racing. T-side Tigers in 9th. So those were your early leaders. JS Racing qualified 23rd and have climbed all the way up to 3rd overall. Kart Events Belgium qualified way down.
P7.
Way down by their standards.
Yes.
Then had not the best of opening stints, dropping outside the top 15 at one point. Managed to put it up on the jacks, I think, or put it up on the ramp for when they did their first stop, and then they came in and swapped car on their second stop, and they're now leading the race. What I should say though is both times that they had the car up on the ramp, they barely lost any time. I think they lost 45 seconds or something overall.
Cumulatively, yes.
On one stop, and about another 10 seconds or something on the other stop. So even though they've had it up on the mechanics bay, it's been up and down and out quickly. And that's the difference. They know what they're doing in this kind of scenario.
Yes.
And they now lead. Club 73.
That's your leader on screen, isn't it?
I think your ones who haven't had any issues at all, Club 73 Karting and JS Racing so far have run near enough a perfect race.
And as well, I'm going to add to that Club 73 TTR.
Yes,
in
Clubman leader.
Club leaders.
They've had a blinder.
Yeah. So there's your that's not your race leader on screen.
Mad Motorsport back up to 11th now. They had an issue early on, and they were running right at the front. Titan Motorsport have dropped down to 12th. Newmarket Hornets on their way back out in 13th place. Of course, lap 1 they were stone last. So they've done well to get themselves back up to 13th overall. FCY is still ongoing. In fact, I've missed off my little tally chart there. So we're up to 11 full course yellows so far in 6.5 hours of racing. We're at the bottom of the hour, David. Would you like to take us through the running order while we're under
I would in a minute.
FCY?
What I will state here is that there's your race leader on screen, the 06.
Yep.
They're in a train of karts that is going a lot slower than the train of karts behind them, which currently contains Club 73 Karting.
Okay.
There was 7 seconds different between the two trains. The driver at the front, obviously, running at a different speeds, but that's going to allow Club 73, who is second in that, to run through. What I'm going to do, Tom, I'll run through the order really quickly, then I'm going to hand my headset over to the gentleman that is to your left. So we'll blast through it really quickly. Kart Events Belgium lead from Club 73 and JS Racing. Then it's CBR and Chrono Team Racing, your top 5. Then it's another Club 73 entry, TTR in P6th with Le Petit Bouchons in 7th. Fats and Furious International are 8th, with Teesside Tigers and Accelerate Kent Brewery completing the top 10. Mad Motorsport recovering well up to P11 in front of Titan, who've had some issues. Newmarket Hornets spun round on the first lap, are battling back up to P13. LMS and Optimum Motorsport 14th and 15th. Then it's Apex Twin, Teesside Academy and Nameless Motorsport with BKRT Red and KBR in 20th. BKRT Yellow at 21st, JJH Motorsport behind them in 22nd. Bargain Racing, FP4 and Team Ard are 25th. MKT 26th, they've had a few problems with Team Rango behind them. Dr. Vapes, the 60 entry, is 28th. 29th, TVP. I think we've gone green, have we?
Nope.
No, we haven't. Just lots of karts going past me. And then we've got TVP 29th, Core Blimey Racing 213, 30th the 313 entry in 31st. Then it's TRX with Dr. Vapes, Cole Clark Racing and Met Police Motor Club in 35th. Then we've got Bowel Cancer, we've got, where are we? Yes, it's Apex Twin Selected Works. The second Met Police team in the 101 in 37th. Then it's Bowel Cancer UK in 38th. CBA, Tucha Racing, Club 73 AM, Club 73 Pro and Shopping Carts. The gap is down to 11 seconds, Tom, for the lead. It was 22 when this a few laps ago. But I'm going to hand my headset over now to the gentleman who is racing on behalf of Bowel Cancer UK, so you can have a chat with him.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody wants you.
David keeps forgetting that it takes a second or two after he mutes his mic to actually mute the mic. So he took his headset off then and then rubbed it on his T-shirt for some reason. And so apologies if you heard that. Right. You're on. You're live.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Introduce yourself and tell everybody you're watching who you are and what's going on.
I am Mo. I am the team captain of Bowel Cancer UK.
Okay.
I am the brother of Candy Floss, who has been inundatedly updating every single person on your live stream.
Yeah, spamming,
yes,
some would say.
Spamming. I put it nice because I still have to be the nice brother.
In a good way.
Yes, absolutely.
Spamming in a good way. Yeah.
But yeah, we're just out there having fun, trying to raise money. This is the third 24 hours we've done. All the other two, we've raised money for charity. We've done this one in 2019, raising money for Scottish Little Soldiers.
Right.
And 2022 or 2021, I can't quite remember. We done the British 24-hour, raising money for nephrotic syndrome.
Okay.
And all in all, I think we raised about £12,000 altogether so far across the 3 races.
Wow.
We are about £500 short of our £2,000 goal.
Okay.
For this one. So hopefully over the next,
if we can give it a little push,
18, 19 hours, we'll
a
be
big
able
push.
to get there.
A big push as I've just got a cart going slowly. Pulled to the side of the circuit, but he's still going round, and we're expecting them into the pit lane. So bear with me a second, Mo, just while I update people on who that is and what's going on. Just trying to pick up a number. David! It looks like 313 in the with the pink, in the red suit. Got an issue. Pulled off to the side.
Yeah, I think he's on one engine.
Okay, so we think potentially dropped an engine on that one, and it is 313 that's had that problem. So they are in 31st place, and they've come in with CBR 313, and they've come in right behind CBR 213 as well. So they're coming behind their teammates as well. So plenty of people in the pits to help them out with whatever issue has gone on there. Right, sorry, Mo. So we're about £500 short as we've gone green and racing again here at Le Mans, back under full racing speed. So just to update people as well on the state of the race, so we've got 7 seconds as they cross the line that time around between Kart Events Belgium and Club 73. Once they come across the line this time, we will update it. Kart Events BE have just crossed the line now, and it's 7.8 seconds is the gap first to second. Chain, I'm being told, for the 313 CBR car. Right, Mo, let's get back to this then.
Yes.
While they sort themselves out here on track. So I think they're about £500 short of the goal of £2,000 for this event. So tell people how they can donate. And obviously this is for Bowel Cancer UK, so an incredibly important cause to us all, and has been in the news quite a lot recently as well, gaining quite a lot of publicity, should we say, long overdue publicity as well.
Oh, I think so. It's been I think a long known horrible cancer, but I don't think it's really been is promoted the right word or published enough.
Yeah, there's not
really
been a lot of publicity
recently.
about it. No, it's one of those kind of almost unspoken ones, isn't it?
Absolutely, and unfortunately it is quite common out
there.
there.
Oh, we've got one off in the gravel here at turn 1.
That's us.
Is that yourself?
That was us.
Oh, okay. Well, you've come up from
Joshy.
So he might have to come back. Well, I imagine he will have to come back into the pit lane now and get that one shaken out.
Yeah, I think I mean, bless Josh, it's his first time doing an endurance race, but I think he likes Margate a lot. So I think the gravel here.
Margate karting you're on about?
No, Margate Beach.
Oh, Margate Beach.
I think he likes the stones in that so much that he feels that he needs to go in there so much.
He's on a Jolly Boys outing.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, this is his second stint now. We cut his first stint short because I think he was getting a bit irate, a bit upset with himself. So we gave him a bit of a break, and then he's gone back out, and he's doing okay.
Well, he hasn't thrown any gloves yet.
No,
we've seen some people throw some gloves.
Yeah. But I went out and done my first stint, even though I burnt my hand on the engine.
We've got. Is that what the bandage is about?
Yeah. So we were having some trouble with our left engine. It kept on cutting out when we got back to the pits when we were changing the driver. So in a quick stress run, I tried to restart the engine,
and you put your hand on the exhaust.
My hand on the exhaust like an absolute amateur.
Yeah.
So I burnt my hand. So I went to see the lovely French paramedics around the corner.
Okay.
And they dressed it up, and they said to me, try and stay out of the car, and then I was in it 2 hours later.
Okay.
So
glutton for
paracetamol and ibuprofen got me through my first stint. I was just out there enjoying myself. We're towards the end we're towards the end of the field. I was just out there enjoying myself. We're down on power, so.
Well, I mean, it's one of those where, genuinely, and I mean this in the nicest way, if you're not going to win it, and this is exactly what happened to us last year, myself and David, we were in the race. We had high hopes coming into it. Look, I never thought we were going to win it. I didn't even think we were going to be on the podium. I was just hoping for a good showing. Top 5 in class, we'd have been over the moon with that.
Oh, yeah.
Top 10 in class, we'd have been happy. Top 5 in class, we'd have been over the moon. If we got on the podium, amazing, absolutely brilliant. That was my mentality coming into it, and 45 minutes into the race, we had a big mechanical issue. We lost about half an hour, I think, having various things fitted through the first hour.
I mean, our
big
goal.
problems. So, but it just became a lesson of go out there and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Reset your goals. We had a whiteboard that we wrote, that we wrote things on, and I was just writing. Right, our new goal is we want to finish P27. We hit P27. Right, what's the next goal? P25. Right, we've got the pace out now to be inside the top 20. Right, that's our goal. We want to catch 20th position.
Yeah.
Then you have another mechanic on, it drops back down, and you just readjust your goals.
Yeah, I mean, we
keep it fun.
We started, I think, 24th, 25th place. Dan done an absolute blinder of a qualifying. He only done 3 laps and just set a 1:02.5, and then we got bogged down at the start. We just got swamped by everybody, and it's a free for all at the start. The first few laps is just a free for all. So yeah, we got bogged down at the start, and then we were down to I think about 40th place, and then Dan brought it back to about 23rd, I think. And then people started pitting, and then we came into the pit, and then we've just been unfortunate with the gravels. I think Josh said he got pushed into the gravel once. Oh, sorry, he got a cart in the.
I'm just trying to have a look at who it is. Is it 20? Might be 26. JJH Motorsport in 22nd place. I think that's who it is. In fact, it is, because they've got that. They've got the picture on the front of that one for their team manager, who they lost unfortunately this year. So they're racing in his memory, and that one's well and truly beached in the gravel. So they're going to be dropping down from that 22nd place. They were running quite high up as well in class. They were 2, 3, 4, 5. They were 6th in class, and much higher than that earlier on as well. I think they were top 3 in class. We've got the yellows out over the start finish line. So, Mo, before we hand back over to David, let's read out the Just Giving page if you've got it.
I will get it,
and we can give people the address for where they can go.
I'm sure my sister has absolutely spammed it anyway.
To donate onto that for Bowel Cancer UK. As I said, incredibly important cause and close to a lot of people, myself included here, of course.
So yeah, it's just Team 87's 24-hour kart race for Bowel Cancer UK. We are £560 away from our total goal.
So there we go, folks.
And also that if we reach our goal of £2,000, the lady that kindly paid for our full entry into this event will add another £4,000 onto that if we reach our £2,000 goal.
Well, there you go, folks. If ever there was a reason to donate anything that you possibly can, myself and David will go on there as well, and we will donate to try and get that total up.
And I don't know if she wants me to mention her name, but her son races in the actual Le Mans 24-hour and is British and is racing in Brazil this weekend.
Okay.
First name begins with M, second name begins with C. So if anyone wants to try and work out who that is, a very well-known British Le Mans 24-hour race winner for a very well-known Japanese hypercar team.
Okay. And we will say no more.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, brilliant. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Just once again, let people know who it is, sorry, where it is they can go to donate. It's
So
Team
Just Giving
87.
page, Team 87, 24-hour kart race for Bowel Cancer UK.
There you go. That's what you
thank
search
very
on
much
Just Giving.
for having me
And
along.
anything that you can donate will help the cause, will help this incredible movement. So thank you very much, Mo.
Much
Thanks for talking
appreciated.
for us,
Thank you.
to us, and I hope the rest of the race goes a bit better than the first 7 hours have been.
Thank you. Thank you.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it. That's what you're here for. So David is about to come back into the gazebo. And we are back under full green flag conditions once again here at Le Mans. Gap with the front two is out to 16 seconds, such as the pace of kartevents.be. Now that they have hit the front, they are going like the clappers.
I've handed out our sticking plaster sticker.
I saw.
To the bowel cancer entry because the driver, I think, that's his third time in the gravel now.
But he's physically needed a bandage.
Yeah.
So yes, he deserves the plaster.
Yeah.
I'm going to abandon you for a couple of minutes while I go for a comfort break, and I will be right back very shortly.
At least I left you with somebody to talk to. I'm on my
You
own.
have no issue talking to yourself.
Absolutely not.
Talk to the people in the comments section.
Optimum Motorsport have been given a speeding in the pit lane penalty. I believe that was Addison Smith in the seat when that came through around about 2 or 3 minutes ago, because they've pitted. As you can see, the pit lane there on the left side of our shot. JJH are currently in the gravel bay. They were the team off down at turn 1. Team with just have a quick look on there. I think they're the team with the largest number of drivers, are they? 26 JJH. Nope, they've only got 7. We've definitely got one with 8 for JJH Motorsport. So they're heading out now. John Roach in that one, I believe, his third Le Mans 24-hour race. And a speeding in the pit lane for the 87 as well. Same driver that came in a few moments ago, having been in the gravel, was very, very impatient. And we've got a driver off in the gravel at 1. At the moment, down there, you can just about pick them out, I think, on the camera shot. They're behind the tyres. Wait until he stands up in a minute, you'll be able to see him. I'm not saying that he's in deep, but he's in so deep that we can't see him behind the tyre wall down there at turn 1. He's still sat in the car at the moment. In a few moments he'll stand up, I'm sure, to get out of that. He's going to be assisted by the quad. There he is. Trying to have a quick look at the number on the front of that cart. As Core Blimey Racing have been in from P number 6, and they are going to get recovered. I think that could be the 71 entry. Is that Team Rango? It is. I think that's Team Rango, the 71 entry. On the far end, I think it's Hans Janssen in that cart at the moment, although when I say in it, I do mean out of it now, because he's in the gravel down at turn 1. And we've got full course yellow to assist with that recovery. If he was further round the corner, I think we'd cover this under a local yellow, but he's in the full mid part of the corner where drivers are running out towards that rumble strip and aren't going to be able to see that driver. Hans Janssen getting back in a few moments' time, just clearing some stones out of his seat. And he'll be coming round into the gravel bay in a few moments' time. We'll await the 71 machine then, the Dutch entry. Le Petit Bouchons are in, pitting under full course yellow in the 24. He's heading down pit lane. So we are back under green flag conditions once again. Still, we'll wait for Team Rango to bring their car in. Driver peeling off now. There he is with his arm in the air in the 71, heading into the pit lane for the gravel to be tipped out of that number 71 kart.
Sorry, folks, we're back there. Just having a little conflab off air. Penalty for the 4, did you say?
Yes, but interesting at the moment, Tom. On track, Kart Events Belgium are being followed by Titan Motorsport.
Okay.
And they're both very, very fast.
Are they have they overtaken Titan Motorsport, or have they?
I'll steal the headset off this foot at the moment.
Or is it the other way around?
Sorry,
I don't know. I stepped away for a few minutes and
I wasn't listening to you at all.
That's right. I was just asking what the situation was with Titan and Kart Events Belgium. Oh, so Kart Events Belgium, I can see them now. They're on track in front of Titans, and they've got clear track in front of them as well now. So they've worked their way through that traffic, through the full course yellow, or through the end of the full course yellow. They've now hit the front of that pack, as have Titan, and Titan are going to have to work hard now to go with them, and they've got Mad Motorsport behind them as well.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure who's fourth in that train, but that is a classy little lineup at the moment.
Yeah, we've got.
And I'm going to hand my headset over.
Yeah, we've got a warning flag going out to. I've absolutely no idea. It says 238, but I don't think we've got one of them. I don't know what number that is. Can you try? Okay.
238.
238.
We haven't got a 238.
We haven't got a 238, but whatever. Even though he's not here, whatever he's done, he's been proper naughty.
Coming for a spanking.
Yeah, right.
Right, I'm going to hand my headset over. Hold on.
Lovely. So we're going to have one of many guests in the commentary box. Grab a seat, because the sun's started to come down. At the minute we've got an awning, it's doing absolutely nothing for us. Particularly with myself on the right-hand side, joined by Ollie Davis of Core Blimey Racing. We might as well discuss the elephant in the room. Wasn't certainly from our viewing perspective a trouble-free first stint. We had one or two issues. Talk me through stint one. Well, stint 1.5 really, because you double stacked, I think, didn't you?
Yes, I did a double stint, so it was 3.5 hours, I think, of driving. So both stints were 1 hour and 45. So started on pole, which was fantastic. Didn't expect that.
You qualified as well, I believe.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So getting pole was a good surprise. And then for the first hour, I think it was myself, T-Side Tigers, and another team. I can't remember the name of the team.
Chrono Racing, the French outfit. You were pulling away, the three of you. Yeah.
Yes, so we were kind of working together and then making our way through the traffic. There was a few hands flying about and all that kind of thing. I was just staying out of trouble and sitting in P3. And then I managed to get through back into the lead. So I overtook both Teesside Tigers and Chrono again. So I got back into the lead, and then a couple of laps later I see black flag for 113 on the board, and I didn't really know why, because obviously there's a few forceful moves, a little bit of argy-bargy here and there, but that happens throughout the whole 24 hours, so I don't really know who I hit or what I did. So obviously I had no choice. I had to serve the penalty, which I think put us down into 30th, and then after my first stop as well, we sped in the pit lane, which was completely our mistake. But
don't worry, loads of people have done that. You'll be able to see here in the com box.
Wow.
This is a list of penalties for speeding in the pit lane. We've had 1 or 2 for weight infringements as well, and we've had 1 who were under the 2 minutes and 30 mark, and by that I mean like loads under, like 152. He came in with a problem, fixed the problem, started his engine and just bombed it out. So yeah, that was dealt with. But yeah, we've had quite a few for speeding in the pit lane. Not all of them as well down the pit lane. Some in this top section here have been very, very fast, trying to get down to pit bay. So not alone in that one. Pace though since then has been really good. We're up into P5 and we're off strategy somewhat compared to some of the others, as things have sort of worked themselves out. So off strategy, so to speak, but the pace is definitely there, running 3rd in class P5 overall at the moment.
Yeah, we're very happy with that after where we were after my penalty. To come back through to P5 has been, obviously it's very hard to keep your head after getting a penalty and, you know, finding the motivation to keep going and to work your way through. But you have to remember it's a 24-hour race and there's a lot of things that can happen. I think when I got out, we were into P8 or P9 around there. And then George Watson got in and he just got out of his 3-hour or 3.5-hour stint, and he worked his way up to P4 when we pitted. So it was a really good stint from him.
So is the plan to double stint everybody, just at the start of the race at least?
At the start, yes, yeah. And then later on, I think it's just myself and Matt, my brother, who are going to do another double.
So I'm assuming, is it Jamie Evans in now?
Jamie Evans is in now for a double, yep.
Yeah, and big shout out to George actually. He stepped up out the 213 this weekend.
He did.
Should have had Will Folkes in that car. He's been unable to make it over due to work commitments.
Yep.
Having 3 teams helps at times, doesn't it? You can sort of promote internally through. So for George to step up into what is the flagship kart for Core Blimey Racing, with probably a little bit of pressure on him going in, you know, knowing that, you know, one of the favourites in this race, having won the British last year, always sort of positions well, does that 113 kart. You know, he's stepped up into that, but you say strong double stint for him.
Yeah, really strong. I think he was a little bit apprehensive going into it, but he managed to have a really strong, consistent stint and slowly picked them off one by one and just kept it going for 3 hours, which is, you know, really, really tough physically, especially in that last half an hour or so. So, yeah, really good effort. As you said, Will couldn't make it. Will's really, really quick, but George has stepped up very well to 113. And yeah, fingers crossed we can keep it going and get into the top 5, potentially podium.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, because mentally and physically, and like, don't get me wrong, I'm nowhere close to the shape that you guys are in. So my karting is very sporadic now with the commentary. But having raced this event last year and having double stinted in the night, you do that first stint and in your mind you think, yeah, I'm good to go, I could do another full stint here. Roughly halfway through that second stint, your arms start aching, but then you also start sort of stiffening up and cramping up, particularly when we're sort of towards the 25-degree mark. You know, we've seen teams coming in underweight, but they wouldn't have had that issue yesterday when it was a little bit cooler, but obviously, and drivers were probably doing, 10, 15 minutes at a time and then swapping and putting somebody else in so everyone else could have a bit of time. Very, very different today when, you know, if you're double stinting, you're probably going to lose 2 or 3 kilo of, you know, fluid through sweat in that period of time. Particularly, you know, you're wearing a race suit that they're not made to keep you that cool, are they? They're made to protect you, not against fire. It's not like it's a fire suit, but obviously for abrasion. Should, you know, the worst happen, you come out of the kart. But, you know, they're not designed for coolness, although we all look cool wearing them, of course. But, you know, it's a tough race. It's grueling for the drivers as well. And, you know, when you've got to concentrate, and particularly later on when it starts getting dark and tomorrow morning when the sun starts coming up and your eyes have to adjust, there's plenty to go on in this race. loads of time left. As we say, you're heading now sort of back towards the front. You know, third in class. It's an inter-class race, but you know, we're showing. I think you're fifth on timing in the com box, although it's showing you as sixth on screen. Not quite. Trying to figure out who's missing in there. I think Club 73 TTR are missing on the time. We'll figure it out in a minute. I'll just finish talking to you, then I'll go on a detective effort for the timing. In fact, I'll figure that out shortly, because I think the timing's actually froze. We're showing us 374 laps, and in here we're on 385. So we'll fix that in a few moments' time, I'm sure. Plans then. If you're the plan, I'm assuming from what I can gather, what you're saying there, we're double stinting pretty much until roughly midnight.
Yes.
And then you're going to double stint again. Matt will double stint.
Yep.
And then are the other lads planning on taking the daylight hours towards the end of the race, then hoping that they're fresh after a decent sleep?
Yes, so we were sort of planning it around who was driving here to Le Mans as well. So George and Jamie are doing the driving, so we're trying to get their stints done sooner rather than later. So they're doing their doubles now and then a single in the night, and then they can rest until driving home, because obviously that's another factor we have to take into consideration. But yeah, I think my double stint's like 5 in the morning or something, and then Matt goes straight after me. I believe he finishes the race. I might be wrong. I need to double check that. But yeah, I expect that double stint at the end to be pretty painful. But that's why we all do it, right?
It always is, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and that's the we say that's part of the enjoyment, but also, you know, it's why at the end of the race tomorrow at midday, it's why everybody congregates on that wall to sort of applaud everybody home.
Exactly.
You know, everybody's achieved something. Only one team can win overall, and teams in class. But, you know, yes, you're here to win, of course, but at some point you'd have done your first 24-hour, where I imagine the goal initially would be just to get to the checkered flag, and, you know, then you get a bit more competitive, and then you want to try and, you know, you put a team together to try and win your class, then you step up, then you want to try and win it outright like you guys did with the British last year. You know, it's there's something for everybody in a race like this.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, wonderful. I'm going to wrap things up here, because I've got to go speak to somebody about that live timing that is anything but live in the top left-hand corner of our screen. Our live timing in the com box is fine. For the viewers at home, it's not quite updating. So I'm going to see if we can get that fixed. Absolute pleasure to have you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much for having me.
Clark of the course is right next to you, who dished out all of them penalties to you earlier on. Yeah,
I'll calm down now.
I should have gave one headset to him and one to you and let you do 10 minutes. It's been fine, but you know, it's been great to have you on, and all the very best for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Catch you soon. Right, I have sent somebody off to see if we can fix our technical gremlins. Mr. Butterworth is heading back towards the commentary booth, having had a few moments sat on a bollard, enjoying an ice-cold aqua. We're dealing with some issues, Tom.
Are we?
Yes.
You're always dealing with issues.
Well, yes. Kart Events Belgium have been on 374 laps for the last 15 minutes. So we're dealing with that. They're actually on 388 laps. Oh, we've got another penalty for the 88 this time of CBA.
I still don't know who it was you were speaking to just then, and what about?
Was Ollie Davis of Core Blimey, who got the
the 113.
Yes, who got the first 30-second penalty of the race.
Well,
and the first no, not the first, but he was one of the first speeding in the pit lanes as well.
Okay,
So I discussed
dropped
that
them
with
down.
him whilst he was right next to the clerk who gave him the penalties.
Okay, fair enough.
Amused me greatly.
Right, so while that has all been going on, I've been...
sitting down doing now?
No, I haven't. I've been, one, resting my vocal cords because I've had 7 hours on air. But two, I have been watching the group that's currently out on circuit running together, or were together. It's gone out a little bit now, but it contains, at the front of it, kartevents.be, 4th place Chrono Team Racing, 5th place CBR 113, 6th place Teesside Tigers, and 10th place Titan Motorsport, that are all running within a very small space of track.
Timing's back.
Oh, and Mad Motorsport as well. Where are Mad Motorsport now?
Yeah, where are they? 19th.
Right. Well, it's got them in it as well, and they're going rapid.
Yes.
Right. So basically, it's a group of very, very quick, very classy drivers, all running together on circuit. And for the last, I mean, how long was I away there? About 10 minutes?
Yeah, something like that.
Right, well, in that time, the gap between, that started off with kartevents.be nose to tail with Titan.
Yeah, they've just come through the shot right at the bottom of the screen there, and at the moment, I think, down the inside, up the top corner, Seaver sends a move on Chrono Team Racing, and Chrono had got through on them earlier on in the lap. They're having a bit of a sprint meeting here at the moment.
Well, as I said, the gap between Belgian kartevents.be and Titan is about 5 or 6 seconds, and that's over the course of 10 laps.
Yes.
10 minutes, maybe a little bit more now, maybe coming up on 15 minutes. There's not much separating these karts. And do you know who is coming to play?
I don't.
Paul White of Teesside Tigers. He's not only is he coming to play in terms of he's in 6th place and is about to start unlapping himself, but he's coming up on the back of long-time race leader Chrono Team Racing and current race leaders kartevents.be.
Yes.
And he is homing in on the back of those two. He's right behind them now on the track. He can see them. There are no karts between them.
0.6 quicker.
Yeah, he's
on
flying.
The previous lap than Kart Events Belgium and
so we've got
Chrono Racing.
We've got current race leader on track 1, 2, 3 at the minute. We've got current race leader, followed by former race leader, followed by former race leader. They're not 1, 2, 3 in terms of official classification, but they are 1, 2, 3 as they run on circuit. It is very, very close. And Paul White is closing in still on the back of kartevents.be and Chrono Team Racing. You can't see them on the screen at the moment, but I will give you a shout when they're coming through. They're just about to enter the shot now. There's your kartevents.be, and then right on their back bumper is Chrono Team Racing. Right behind them, just coming through the S's now, is Teesside Tigers. So that's first, 4th, and 6th in the classification. But all three of those have led the race for a long period of time here in the first 7 hours of racing.
I think we're going to try and catch that battle, Tom, on the static cameras round. We've just the camera op is taking a little bit of a break at the moment, just on that one at the moment, and he's just locked it on the midfield as Tom crunches a water bottle in a show of strength. Just coming into shot now in the infield
less space
section.
in the bin.
Sorry, Tom. That's your leading kart events Belgium. Now behind Chrono Racing. Now in front of Chrono Racing.
And all of that is going to bring Paul White even closer to the back of them. And in fact, Paul White has just passed Chrono.
Yes.
So that's unlapped them. Let's see where that shakes out when they come over timing line.
Well, it won't. Kart Events Belgium, he hasn't gone past them yet.
No, but he'll be... The gap will have changed. He's only 7.5 seconds from the back of CBR 113 as well to take 5th place.
Bowel cancer in the 87 have got a warning. That's over start finish, Tom.
So once he passes, if he passes CBR 113, as I said, 7.5 seconds behind, we'll find out a true gap between Chrono and Teesside Tigers. Yeah, this is the one that's got to shake out now. Was that JS Racing just been in?
No, it wasn't. That was
It's
MKT.
MKT. It's the red suit that threw me. MKT in from 24th place.
Paul White is closing in here on Seaver.
I know.
You can see them there.
I know.
coming through
I've
the
seen him
chicane.
closing for the last 10, 15 minutes. He's passed Titan. He's passed Mad Motorsport. He's passed Chrono Team Racing. He's passed. There was somebody else in that mix as well. I missed who it was. Give me a second, I'll find them. Might have been Optimum. I think it was Optimum MS he passed as well. After the long full course yellow that we had. He's fought his way right the way through now, and he's back. He's on the tail of the overall race leader. Currently 5 laps behind. It's about to take over to 4 laps.
Interesting here. Does Paul White push the Kart Events Belgium car to try and catch the Blimey kart in front?
I think Siebert would push Paul White. I don't think Paul White's going to push anybody.
Well, no, but look, in the end, look, you've got to box smart. Tom.
No, I'm with you. I agree. But I also know Paul White.
Yeah, exactly.
There's two different schools of thought.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
There's logic and there's Paul White logic.
But but he's going to know that 06 car is fast. It always is.
Yeah, but it's not as fast as him right now.
But does it catch? But it will be if he pushes it. That's the thing. He's got to push
I don't think so. I think if I'm him and I've caught up, I overtake and I say, no, if you want to work, you can push me because I'm quicker.
Well, let's see what happens.
If you want to stay in my slipstream and pull me along, push me along, that's fine. But I'm quicker than you because I've caught you. I'm not holding myself up by pushing you along.
I mean, on the previous lap, he was 0.8 quicker than Blimey, and on that lap he was 0.6 quicker. So he's catching the 113 as it is, and I think he's doing a decent job here in the wheel tracks of the 06 Kart Events Belgium kart, leading the way.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you in any way.
And Kart Events Belgium are due to pit anyway, Tom, shortly. They're at 1 hour 40. Club 73 in second place. I think they're due to pit as well because their team members are starting to make their way up towards pit lane.
Chrono Team Racing aren't dropping back, from kartevents.be and Tigers now that they've moved through. They're still there. And when this traffic comes into play, as it does, as they hit the S's, we're missing it on screen, but we can see it here in track side. That as they start to make their way through the traffic, Paul White is going to need to be right on the rear bumper so that there isn't a gap, so that when the kart events start to move through and overtake people, there isn't a gap to get back in. And there's just been contact at turn 3 and 4 as kartevents.be went full send on the inside, and we had a car off at 3 and 4 as they went to turn in and found the leader side by side, and that's allowed Tigers to now get through. Kart back underway again, and we've got one off in the gravel at turn 1 as well. Looks like they're back underway, but definitely kicked up a lot of dust.
That could be CBA.
And we've got gravel all over the track at turn 1.
Yes. going to have a quick look as to who that was. It could have been the CBA car again, not that I'm causing grief.
No,
but
where I've lost where they are now on track.
What, the leaders?
Yeah.
Or they are roughly heading out of 2 and 3, are they? They are.
They are, yes. Are they?
Yes. Into turn 5
into
now.
Turn 5 now. Paul White's still in front.
Yes. Which I'm assuming he got through. I wasn't looking. I was just discussing something off camera. But I'm assuming he got through when Seaver
launched it on the inside
three,
of somebody
yes.
who ended up going off. And I think it was one of the Apex Twin carts went off. And
there's gravel going
in
everywhere off that cart that went off and hasn't come in.
Yeah. And it's all in the S's at the moment. They're bouncing everywhere with the stones, all over the track. And particularly at turn 1, and the quad's going out now, and I imagine that's to clear up not only turn 1, which has already got a dry line, if you like. If it was the wet, you would say it's a dry line. There's a lot of gravel down there, but there's a clear path through it now. And the quad bike is going out. So I imagine that we're going to go under full course yellow fairly shortly to clear this mess up. When I say fairly shortly, I mean in the next 5 minutes or so, because he's now gone to another part of the track.
Yeah, I'm going to see if that cart comes around. When that came through, Tom, the chicane, it just sprayed gravel.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I think he hit a curb.
It's the 101 Met Police, and he's been black flagged, Tom.
Right. That's for not coming in.
That's for not coming in
after he's been in the gravel.
Spraying us with gravel. He's coming in now. So the black flag over start line's a complete waste of time because he ain't going to see it. Because he's coming in, but he's already done a lap and shed his load all over the back chicane.
So he's come in now, but there's going to be a severe telling off for this one.
Well, I get the feeling what's going to happen, he's going to have to wait and get his car emptied, and then he's going to be held here for another 30 seconds while he gets the finger waved at him.
And the cart's smoking as well. That's not going to do him any favours with the mechanics here either.
No.
Because the way to speed up the process here, if you do have an incident and you want to come, you need to come in and get something fixed. The way to speed things up here is just be nice, be calm, let them do their job. They are of a mind to do it as quickly as they possibly can. They're not of a mind to slow you down. However, if they know that you've been out there for a lap when you could have come in and you've made more work for them to do because you've been, for want of a better phrase, a little bit belligerent, as we look at is that the 7?
It is, KBR.
Has just come in fully sideways into the pit lane and clattered the tyres. What is going on out there at the moment? Come on, people.
We might need another Paul Franklin. Have you all forgotten?
Yes,
how
have you?
to
I think.
drive?
Yeah. Well, it lasted a few hours, didn't it? And now it's all worn off.
Yes. Right.
But that, I mean, coming into the pit lane and clattering tyres that's up there with driving round for a lap with gravel in your car.
Just a quick one, Tom. Just back onto the live chat. Captain HXC say, bring buckets and spade. The track looks like a beach. Well, that's because people keep driving through the gravel. LMS, Martin Ferguson with the update there. LMS slowly crawling their way back after a couple of early bodywork issues. David Ferguson now out in the cart, about 10 kilos overweight despite 6 kilo weight loss regime in the build-up, but every kilo counts. And if that team is on screen there, bouncing over the curb on entry to the first corner. And we've had, Tom, absolutely right on cue. The number 7, KBR, speeding in the pits. That's on entry, because there he is now, and he's had a penalty for speeding in the pit lane entry.
Yeah.
The first one entry, we've hit him in the middle, we've had him at the end. And he's the first one who's come in too fast.
And that wasn't me grassing them up. That was spotted well by the marshals.
Yeah.
And has been,
rightly. I'm going to put money on this, at least £1 or €1, which is worth about 85 pence these days.
Yeah.
That 101 cart, when he gets back in it, He's going to come round and he's going to
Yeah.
get stopped for a stern word as well.
He's here in front of us as the
trying,
clerk of the course.
because
Sorry, Paul,
for,
let me
for
move that
trying
out of the
to
way.
spray us all with gravel.
Yeah, well, he
as
has
came
sprayed
through.
everybody with gravel, and as I said before, when you've got a brand new helmet for this event and there's gravel chips in it, you're not happy with whoever's dropped it on the circuit. Anyway,
No.
back to the race. Paul White has dropped Kart Events BE.
Just more importantly, back to the race. Club 73, the team in second place, pit on schedule, but are currently queuing up. They've just about got away with it. Has the Club 73 entry. Just wonder who's in that at the moment. I think it's Megan Quirk's been in that one. In the Club 73 entry. Took the cart out in second place, has brought the cart back in second place.
Just
as
like
well.
to bring to your attention that the 101 of the Met Police Motor Club is currently pulled over at the side of the pit lane and being told off by the Teesside Police in Le Mans.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bizarre situation, but
Yes, it is.
the Teesside Track Police
it's when-
are giving a stern rollicking.
It's when a policeman pulls over an undercover policeman, he kind of shows him his badge.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this is the opposite of that, isn't it? It's yeah. Now you know how it feels, sir.
He's looking at us, knowing that we're talking about
I'm
him.
half expecting him to. I was half expecting the clerk of the course to just go, "Could you step out of the car, please, sir?"
License and registration. Can we check your insurance?
971
Fats
hits
and
Bay de Gravel.
Fats and Furious are in.
They were running quite well. They've dropped to 14th now, but they were 12th.
I don't remember this many people in the gravel last year.
No.
I really don't. And the track hasn't changed. We've not resurfaced it. It's not like Turkey, is it? In what was that year at Turkey?
2020, it was COVID.
Yeah, where they just resurfaced it and it was like an ice rink.
Yeah. Well, they did it at Silverstone one year,
Leaders
didn't
are
they?
in. Kart Events Belgium on schedule, an hour and 48 minutes into the stint. Pit and Siver Everfail. He brings the car into pit lane. And
there's no one there with him.
No. Could JS...
Oh, no, there is. They've got a helper there. He's got the cans of chain lube in hand.
Yeah. When I say a helper, I've not seen that helper before.
He's not allowed to touch the cart while the fuel in. Don't touch the
But
cart
he's
while
not.
the fuel
He's
in.
not. He's just getting ready.
He's not allowed to do it in the fuel bay, though.
No, but he's just getting down in the starter's position. He's in the blocks.
Okay.
Tom, just because the police are here,
I
you've
just
been a
want people to play by the rules.
You've been a proper grass this weekend, Thomas.
Just obey the rules, people.
We are in France. They do like rules.
Oh, hang on.
They do like rules. They like to write them and stick to them. Siver's just started his own engine over his own shoulder.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty impressive.
He's an absolute unit.
He's just done an hour and 45 minutes, just leaned round and started his own engine, while still sat in the car and moving. So, with that, let's get some gaps.
We're almost through the cycle. We're still waiting for JS Racing. They've got 137. They're the ones that are proper pushing. We've got a slow-moving kart, Tom, in the middle of the track out of turn 6 on the racing line.
With the that's Chukta Racing, the black Bigfoot with the number at the top. That's
yes, it
Chukta
is.
Racing.
I don't know if he's been off. I think he had, because now
Well,
he's
there's a
getting
lovely
back
shot
up
of our
to pace.
pit wall as well.
Oh,
that's the
a
first time we've seen
great
that.
shot of the pit wall. I like that. Let's keep going down.
And every one of those people is not just watching a race. You can see them there with headsets on. They'll be watching their team and their team alone.
They will. Look, and helpers as well. That's Zach Turner's mum in the pink, I think, is it? No, it's not. No, it's not. I thought it was, but definitely not. It's just
someone who's
the
lost
glare
his
there.
T-shirt.
Yeah. Oh.
That's where he's running.
Oh,
he's running because he's lost his
yeah,
shirt
of
somewhere.
course he is. He's run so fast it's fell off.
That's Chukta Racing guys who are just running up the pit lane. They know their guys coming in now. Yeah,
Yes,
so
he is in,
so
isn't he?
kartevents.be now heading out. We're expecting JS Racing in. I mean, they ran 2 hours last time, so in theory they could do another 22 minutes.
Right, so we've had a driver change for Kart Events Belgium because that's
Yes.
Seaver getting out. That's Seaver's out.
In the middle of your screen in the grey and white suit. That was your race leader.
Guy who's about 6'8". And
What did you say to him? How is someone so tall, so fast?
Yeah, it makes no sense. He should be a windbreak, shouldn't he? I think just like physics, it's just not possible.
Just like to point out, David, that JS Racing are less than a quarter of a second in front of Chrono Team Racing now for second overall.
Yes, they are.
So that has shaken out a little bit. Just going to try and find them on circuit so we can bring you that action, which is the battle for second place overall. And not only is it second place, it's the lead in pro. The lead in the pro class.
It is. I'm just trying to figure out where they are on track because there's a huge gaggle of carts coming through the chicane and they're on the back of it. That there.
Oh yes, there they go, just through the S's. You just saw them flash through.
But I think that we may have a change for the lead. We do.
Chrono Team Racing
are through. And up into...
and a black and white for the 42 as well. I just picked that up on screen then. 42.
That's Nameless Racing.
In 18th place, elite class
The
as
set,
well.
Tom, the set has been completed.
Would you like a fun fact, ladies and gentlemen? Both the Met Police have 2 carts in this race. Both carts have been done for speeding. Right, they're not going to be allowed back to work, are they?
No. Especially the guy earlier on who would definitely drove without undue care and attention while spraying us with gravel.
Right, there is no way. Right, if you are watching right now and you are a member of the Metropolitan Police Service Force, whatever it may be called nowadays.
Yep, Sergeant Angle.
Whatever it is, get in touch on the comments and tell us whether what is going to happen to these people when they go back to work.
Got at least cakes. Got to provide cakes. At least. We don't have a bust up. Someone suggested we have a bust up in the commentary box. We don't have a bust up in the commentary
We
box.
don't have a bust up. We're genuinely like husband and wife. Him being the wife.
Absolutely, which means I'm always right.
you do all the donkey work.
Mechanical
I just take the glory.
Mechanicals out for 241. Bargain Racing. Why is that? Let me figure it out. We've got a mechanical. Earlier, it was bodywork earlier. That's normally why we have mechanicals, isn't it?
Yeah, or exhaust falling off.
Yes.
That's another one that you see quite a lot.
So we'll try and figure it out. Still, JS haven't been in yet, though, have they?
The mechanical flag goes out when you're driving around with an issue that you either don't know about or isn't impacting much on your pace. And so you're just driving around ignoring it, and the marshals say, you can't drive around and ignore it anymore. We need to get you in and have a look at it and fix it.
Yeah, just keeping an eye out. Where is that 241 cart?
241?
Yeah. Bargain Racing there. They're in 22nd. Just trying to figure out roughly.
They've had a very quiet race up to this point. In fact, do you know what?
Yeah.
I don't even think we've mentioned them.
No, we haven't. Under the radar and for everyone except the marshals.
And they were running 6th in Clubman class as well. So our apologies to Bargain Racing. You have not exactly had much screen time or air time.
No, but
up until you've now received a mechanical flag.
Yes, well, and
but
they
congratulations on your progress. 6th in class is very
right.
good
They're
going.
pitting now. Are right.
Paul White is hammering that car.
Yes.
In that Teesside Tigers car.
It was a mechanical.
Caution be doth to the wind, I think, is what's going on there. Whoa! He's just this beautiful four-wheel drift through the S's.
Right, well, the 241 is in, but he didn't have enough power to get it up onto the ramps, so
it'll be an engine issue of some kind.
I think it's chain. I'm going to go find out, Tom.
Okay. Enjoy.
Red Skittles. Red Skittles.
Red Skittles. No. Just having a look on screen here at that's Club 73 you're looking at now, which is currently 4th place overall, but they have stopped 4 times and JS Racing in front of them owes a pit stop in the next, well, it could be anywhere in the next 15 minutes really. They ran 2 hours on the previous stint. They currently running at 1 hour and 45 minutes in this stint. We're very lucky here in that we've got the laptop for live timing. If you do want to have a look on live timing, you can go and Google Apex timing and then put in Le Mans Karting 2 as well. So Apex timing, Le Mans Karting 2, and it will come up. That will be the first thing on Google. You hit that and you'll get the live timing. If you want to do it on your phone, if you have it in portrait mode, turn it on its side and you will receive more data, or you'll be able to see more things on your screen. That's your class leader, actually, we're looking at. So you've got 73 and 473 nose to tail. So class leader in Clubman is the one that was on the screen there, the 473. There we go, just going through the shot. That's the 26. Thank you for zooming in on that. That's the 26 of JJH.
Could almost see the whites in his eyes there, Tom.
I know.
That close. Just a quick one, reporting back on that Bargain Racing, the 241 entry that's currently in the pits. The mechanical flag was for the bodywork behind the wraparound on the nose. The bolts had come loose, and it was dragging on the floor at the front. So that's what the mechanical was.
In front of the front wheels.
And then the chain came off.
Oh, okay.
So
double bubble.
So double bubble.
But at least
get all your problems out the way at once.
In one go, exactly. Exactly that. Okay. So that's JJH Racing that we're focusing on at the moment. So as I was just explaining that JS Racing owes a stop. Chrono Team Racing are now in front of Club 73, as are kartevents.be on net. They've all made the same amount of pit stops. JS Racing currently the only team on 3 pit stops so far, and could run as far as another 12 minutes potentially.
They went like 1:58 last time.
They went to pretty much 2 hours.
Yeah.
And there was still fuel in the tank. I don't know how they've done that.
There were a thimble.
There was a bit more than a thimble.
A thimble was
I reckon there was a good another 5 or 6 laps in there, maybe. I wouldn't want anybody else to try and take that risk, because you will 100% run out of fuel, for which it's at least going to cost you 3 laps. Probably 5 with the 2.5 minute stop that you've got to do here. So it's not worth that risk by any means, running out of fuel. But
who's in that Mad Motorsport car? Is it Adam Deans or is
yes.
it George Taylor?
No, it's Deansy.
He's flying, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely flying.
Well, I think he's been, unless they've changed, it was Deans that was out there. Unless they've changed and I've missed them coming into the pits.
To be fair, the lad in the Apex Twin cart's on a bit of a mission as well, in the 5. That's the second overtake he's pulled in the last lap. Let's have a quick browse on that. That's black and orange suit. By the look of things, black or orange or black and red with a black helmet, white helmet.
Fastest car on track at the moment, Chrono Team Racing, a 101.8. Hang on, we've got BKRT Red have done a 58-second lap.
No, that'll be pit exit, won't it?
Okay.
They've only been out for 1 minute, and they're rather than crossing the start line, they lap starts.
I did wonder why it hadn't flashed up as purple.
Yes.
But I was like, all of a sudden he's done a lap that's 3 seconds quicker than anybody else. Yeah, so Chrono Team Racing did set a super quick lap time the previous one around, but then they've just gone and put in a 1:03.2. So consistency not their friend here. Could just be through traffic, of course. But when they get a clear run, they are right up there on pace. What's Tigers doing at the minute? 1:02.1. Last time around, and it looks like they were free of traffic.
JJS Racing, the 1:11 from 3rd place, pit at 1 hour and 50 minutes, I think. No, they don't. It's not them. My bad, not them.
Is it 87?
It is, yes, it's the 87.
So it's the Balkan
very similar now, Zio Panel, and now the sun is directly behind the pit entry.
Shopping carts are back in.
Yes. Balcants are on the stand.
For another fill-up.
Problem. Yeah.
They're empty and they need filling.
Yes. Oh no, he's got a problem. Less fill up, more engine stopped on the right of the driver. He's got a problem here, Tom, in that he's come in just with an engine, but he's got a,
where's the other engine?
No, it's as in it's stopped. But
if
he drives, he's got to stop.
He lost one.
He's come in, had it started, but he's got to wait, hasn't he, down there in the pit lane? That's going to be 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So unfortunate for them.
You know what to do in that situation, don't you?
Mate, Bargain
Get
Racing.
one of the marshals to start it for you.
Bargain came in with a problem and have got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Well, that's well, it goes from bad to worse, doesn't it, when that happens? And they, as we said, they've been very quiet, very unassuming, very stealthily working their way up. And then an issue leads to an issue, leads to an issue, leads to an issue.
It's easy done, though, isn't it, as well?
It is. We've both been there.
Yeah, it's easy done as Accelerate Kent Brewery come into pit lane from 10th place. Up and onto the weighbridge for them. They are on schedule because the team are waiting.
Trying to see who's out there for kart events at the minute. Orange suit. Is that Kennett?
No, it's bright. Like orange is in bright orange.
Like fluorescent
like,
orange.
Jules Van Hall will be out in that one.
Just on the back straight now. 3rd in that group.
Yes. Yeah, that's Jules.
Okay.
It's almost like
Jules Van Hool.
Yeah, it's almost like a marshal's commandeered a cart.
It's a great name, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jules Van Hool. Sounds like a trance DJ from the 90s.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. Armin van Buren out in that cart at the minute.
He's here next weekend.
Oh. Yeah, he's going to hand it over to Jurgen Vries, who wasn't actually Dutch. It's a stage name of a guy from Derby or something called Darren Tate.
Oh, I love Darren Tate. Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah. My favourite song by Darren Tate.
Let the Light Shine In.
Yeah.
Banger.
The vocal mix is an absolute classic.
I think it's the Club Mix is my favourite, the 6.5 minute one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's the one where it all goes quiet, and when there's like 2,000 people in a club, super club, you know, your Gate Crasher, your God's Kitchen, that kind of thing, when they used to bang that out, and they would put that tune on, and it all goes quiet in the middle of the song, and you could literally hear people talking.
I'm going to give you
amazing.
I'm going to give you a Gate Crasher story. I got accepted into universities in both Sheffield and Leeds.
Right.
I accepted Sheffield, which was Hallam, on the basis that it had Republic, which then became Gate Crasher.
Well, yeah, Gate Crasher was at Republic,
yes.
wasn't it? Yeah, it was one of those like.
And that was because I absolutely love, as you well know, my trance music.
Yes. So as do I.
And during the period that I was at university, it burnt down and they opened one in Leeds.
Right.
Do you know earlier on, Tom, when I said that number 8 shopping cart entry is going to have to wait in his pit bay so he doesn't exit the pit lane too early?
He's got a penalty for speeding.
Yeah, he did. No, he just went down the pit lane. Accelerate Kent Brewery have got one as well for speeding in the pit lane up here. I want to know how quickly that number 8 went down after he came in to have his engine started. How quickly he exited pit lane. 150, that's a personal best. It was 158 earlier for 2 laps. That's a 150. He's 40 seconds quicker than he should have been. And
so it's not for actually speeding in the pit lane, it's for too short of pit stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. By 40 seconds.
Yeah, as I call it, say, passage.
He came in on fire. What? He just the clerk of the course just give me that's the symbol for fire. Hang on, I'm going to mute myself. Hey up, I'm back.
What?
Right, so where were we? Gate Crasher.
Was it when Joey on Friends was doing rock, paper, scissors? And he went rock, paper, scissors, fire.
Yeah. That was the exact symbol he gave.
Exactly
and
that.
I still don't understand what he meant. Like, the conversation we just had was nothing to do with fire or anything that would symbolise that hand gesture. Anyway, fun times here as always.
Titans are in, Tom, in the 99 entry. They've been quick, they've had problems, but they pit from P number 9.
99, like 1999.
Yes.
Binary Refinery.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
See what I did there?
We're going to get
honestly, folks, it's like I do this for a semi-part-time living.
Honestly, mate. Later, if somebody comes in with plummet damage later, then... Oh, we're just going to get all the trance in. All the mixers.
Plummet damage. God, I forgot all about that. What was
the
the one
right tune? Slow Kart KBR, I think. Is that round the middle sector of the track, Tom? Are you on YouTube trying to
No,
find
I'm going on Spotify because I added one to me. A fella who has messaged me throughout this weekend and isn't here this weekend.
Tim Morangan.
Tim Morangan. I made him a playlist, and this winds me up, but he asked me to make him a playlist for his drive up.
So, Tom, the 111 is in. The JS Racing cart is in the pit lane. On
scheduled
schedule.
Stop. Yeah, scheduled
on
stop.
schedule, but they've ran long again. They're the latest team in. That's FP4. They've got a problem. They were the cart that were going slow. Thought it was KBR. They're both running on the black and yellow colour scheme, but it's definitely FP4 that are in the pit lane. They were a problem. I think they're down an engine of KB4 at the moment, so they'll be in the pit stop in a few moments' time. Just keep an eye out on
It's not the first
111.
problem for FP4
No.
either. They've been in a couple of times now.
Well, they should have ironed out all their problems in FPs 1, 2 and 3.
Oh, God. Anyway, should we get back onto my Morangan story?
Yeah, carry
right,
on.
so I made him a playlist for when we did the piston broke.
British 24 in 2019.
Yeah, it might have been after that then. Might have been 2020 I made him a playlist. Anyway, he said, make me a playlist for me drive up from Derbyshire, where I live, up to Middlesbrough. I was like, no worries. You like your trance music and all. Put a load of bangers together. Absolute bangers. Which I can possibly share on David's social media. I'll put a link to the Spotify playlist. But anyway, made him in a load of space. Spent ages putting it together. Absolutely ages. Organised it all, full DJ style, so it was all had a nice playlist order and everything. Didn't just put a load of tracks in and forget how it all goes together. There was cohesiveness. It worked. Anyway, text it all through to him, sent him the link. Get to the track. I was like, how was the playlist? He's like, oh, I never listened to it.
Timmy.
How to make a commentator angry in one sentence. Anyway,
Timmy.
What I added to that the other day, because I still keep it going, and it's still called, I won't say it on air, but it's called Marangan Those Something, because Tim has a habit of crashing and we call it being Marangan.
Warning out for the 30 of Dr. Vapes. Tom over start line.
Yeah.
So they've obviously done something to
contact
draw the
warning. But yeah, so that was still it's still on there as under that name, and I added Push Strange World.
Oh, that's a tune.
That's a very long-winded way of getting to a conversation we were having about 10 minutes ago.
Yes, but also a reference that can also be used in karting.
Yes.
Push.
Yes, and it's a strange world. What do you say? Like we do it for a living. Ish.
Right.
Once a month.
Who's on screen? Nameless Racing in the 42.
And Newmarket Hornets.
Currently out there in that 42 machine. 5 driver outfit. Some good names in that team, Tom, that we'll be familiar with. Trent Moroney, he's raced the British 24-hour before, I'm sure. Sammy Venables as well. He's been in the 36 before, I'm sure he has. Which will be the sort of Cash Bandits entry from a couple of years ago that then became 36 Motorsport.
Cash with a K, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yes.
Is that because they were roadmen?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Of course.
Roadmen who like karting.
Yeah, we saw that they had some problems earlier on, didn't they? We saw Max O'Shaughnessy bring that kart into pit lane with a problem for a little while. Team from the number 19 of Dr. Vape.
Oh, merci beaucoup.
JJH again, heroes.
Bringing us a bottle of water each.
Yeah, that's freezing cold. Lovely.
Lovely and cold.
Cole Clark in.
Speaking of cold.
Mate, FP4, the grinders. Grinder is out.
That's what you can hear in the background. You may also be able to hear a different language to what we're used to speaking on commentary. The reason for that is we've currently got French commentary going on alongside us for a completely different race that I think is about to take place on another circuit that's part of the Le Mans karting package.
Yeah, they're getting a driver briefing in their native tongue.
Yes. And they're looking out on the Le Mans 24 hours as if it's a let's have a look at what you could have won.
Yeah, 19 of Cole Clark have been in. It's been a very quick stop onto the mechanics bay for their driver. Just going to remind myself who's in that one because they've been in once or twice before.
Yeah,
I think it's Will Stevenson. He gravelled it earlier, but I think he fueled again and he's done like 1.5 stints. That FP4, Tom, is having a lot of work done to the back of
brakes. I can smell it. They've had to douse the brakes with water,
and then
I can smell the steam.
Something.
They're changing brake pads. They're definitely what are they grinding?
Yeah, I think Tom White was in that one, and I think he might be going back out again.
I'm going out fishing to find out what it is. Bear with.
Yeah, you cast your net wide, Tom, and find out what the problem is. Where are we on pit stops? What have we got coming up soon? Teesside Tigers, hour and 32. Paul White driving that like he stole it to the extent that he may well be followed at some point by one of the two Met Police teams. Pit stop for the 373. They pit out of 40th place. They've been reasonably quick but had problems throughout this race, including picking up 3 laps worth of penalties for various infractions. Gap at the front, 30 seconds between kartevents.be and the Chrono Race team. There's one, I think that's the 73 on screen at the moment. It is the 73. That's the currently running in 3rd place.
Hello.
He's back.
So, FUPA 4.
Nigel Mansell's out.
Oh, yeah, he is, yeah.
It is actual Michael Marison.
It's what? Nigel Mansell?
Well, that's his helmet, but
What?
I think it's Michael Marison in the car at the
Which
moment.
if you-
But he's got a Nigel Mansell.
If you're hard of hearing, it's Nigel Mansell. Anyway, right, FP4K. So, what's the best way to put this? Right, the chain came off. This is what I was told. The chain came off, tangled itself around, and has knackered the bearing on the axle of obviously at the back of the number 4.
The central. How many bearings? 3 or 4 bearings on one of these now. It's 4, isn't it? 2 on the one each on the twin rail. So we're running 4 bearings. Is there no centre bearing?
I'm going with yes. I've no idea.
Yes,
Anyway,
no, maybe.
But the point is,
Definitely maybe.
God, you can smell that now as well. Right, so what's happened is they've had to grind it off, and in the meantime they've had to take the exhaust off the engine so that they can get access to it. They're basically stripping the entire rear end of the car and rebuilding it. In the meantime, if any of you have ever been in a steel mill where they're melting metal, genuinely that's what it smelt like. Have you ever been in a steel mill? I mean, you live in Sheffield. You must have been in Forge Masters and various others around there.
I'm about to start a very big job at Forge Masters.
Right. So have you actually been in the place where they actually do the rolled steel?
No, I'm an office jockey.
Right. So if you go in that bit where they do the roll, just ask them for a tour. Right. Well, that's what it smelt like anyway. It smelt like a steel mill because it was melting metal. Yeah. And then they were cooling it down and everything else. Now it smells like. What is that smell? That is some kind of WD-40. That's what I can smell now.
About a lot of it.
Yeah.
Loads of it.
Yeah, like someone's had a bath in it and then walked past us. There's a load of WD-40 gone on. They're still rebuilding the back end of that cart here. We'll keep you updated. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I mean, we've seen several chains drop off carts here. There's nothing can be done about it other than not running any curbs, and even then you'll be lucky, really, rumble strips, sorry, if you go the entire race trouble free. But to then have it wrap around as it has and then cause the amount of damage that it has, extremely rare. And very unfortunate to happen to FP4. And earlier in the race they were running pretty well, right up there in class. Big shout out still to Club 73 TTR.
Yeah, going very, very well.
7th overall.
Oh, issue for one kart. They're coming in with a Nauseo panel, and that could be MKT. Just going to check. It's MKT.
Another team that were running very, very well early on.
Yeah, they've got a Nauseo panel hanging off. I'm not sure whether it's ripped the Nauseo or whether he's just lost an R-clip on the top of it, but he's coming in with an issue. Bottom Tom on that one. Nauseo is off completely, and he's lost all his R-clips.
R-clips.
R-clip. Angry Pirate?
Yeah. Well, that's what they are. They're Angry Pirate clips, aren't they? They hold everything
they
in
are.
place. Purely by gripping onto things. But yeah.
Yes, the cart has been descended on by lots of people. Team members.
How have we ended up with more gravel over the exit of turn 1 again?
They're just clipping it, aren't they? That's the thing. It gets into the groove of the curb, and then as carts come over.
I wish they would get into the groove of not dragging gravel onto the circuit.
Groove Armada.
That would be very helpful. Do you like my Groove Armada claim to fame?
Yes, I would.
I used to work in a pub in Cambridge, and the guy who was the deputy manager there, towards the end of my time there, his wife was the sister of one of the members of Groove Armada, not the one that was on Clarkson's farm.
Yeah.
The other one.
Ah.
So his brother-in-law was the other half of Groove Armada.
This does sound like something off Comedy Day, Tedious Link, if you're familiar with
Yes,
the Chris Moore's
yeah.
breakfast show.
But no, that was my Groove Armada claim to fame. Would you like my Ronald Koeman claim to fame, since we played the Dutch the other night?
We didn't just play the Dutch, Tom. We beat the Dutch.
Mullered the Dutch. I met Ronald Koeman.
Was it in a pub in Northampton?
No, it was at a petrol station west of Glasgow when he was Everton manager.
Oh, he was obviously on a scouting mission.
Yeah, he was in his full Everton tracksuit, sweatshirt and bottoms, fueling his car up at a petrol station. And I was like, that's Ronald Koeman. And so I waited until he went in to pay, and I was like, excuse me, are you Ronald Koeman? I mean, you know, the answer would obviously have been yes by the RK that was emblazoned on his tracksuit bottoms and his tracksuit top. But I still said, are you Ronald Koeman? To which, yes, I am. I don't know why he suddenly turned into Sean Connery, but maybe it was the location of the region he was in. But Ronald Koeman and Sean Connery, or met them both at the same time.
Oh, I do love a Dutch accent. I interviewed Billy Edgecombe in a Dutch accent to Clay Pigeon a few weeks back.
I'm much better at Connery. Much better at Connery.
He's the world's most famous Dutchman.
Connery?
Yeah. Yeah.
He will currently be turning in said grave at the mention of him being Dutch.
But he did that advert, didn't he, that time, about the Grolsch?
Stop,
it's not ready yet.
Can you tell we've been on air for coming up on 8 hours straight?
Yeah.
Sans breaks.
Teesside Karting are... Not Teesside Karting, Teesside Tigers, you can tell we've been on air for 8 hours, are about to come in to serve their pit stops soon. They're on schedule.
That's MKT fueling up and going back out. Not sure whether they've changed kart again or whether they've just found some R clips and they're going back out.
We'll see. Later on when they strap a brand new rear wing to it. Yeah, Teesside Tigers, they're at 142.
It's when they wheel out Lando and Oscar later on, first thing tomorrow morning.
They're not doing anything this weekend. I can't believe they're not here.
You should ask them where they are. Who's reserve driver nowadays?
Surely it'll be Pato O'Ward.
He's a driver, isn't he?
Yeah.
On the books.
To be fair, mate, if we use the IndyCar team, Arrow McLaren, they've got about 20 drivers on their books. They chop and change every week.
Oh, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Well, we could have tapped Zach up and got some of the United drivers down here, couldn't we?
He signed a 3-year contract, and then 3 months later, going, oh, we've replaced him.
Speaking of which, how's Goffey not got some of his drivers down here?
Because he's letting the lads have a go, isn't he?
Optimum Motorsport.
Yeah. I mean, they raced here a month ago for the third time at the 24 Hour of Le Mans. The first time, though, as part of the new GTE class
You were correct. It is Paddock Award.
It's almost like I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, as part of the GT class for the first time with the McLaren.
That's Chrono Racing is in. Chrono Team Racing from second is once again up on the mechanics bay.
Wonder what.
Shall I go fishing again? Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Not even that. I'll be right back.
Tom is off. When the seagulls follow the trawler, he is off on a fishing expedition. As the rest of the Chrono team arrive in the pit lane to meet their driver, who is shaking his head. Tom's going to ask him what's wrong. I don't know. Well, I know that his French isn't that strong, because when he asked me what he could do in the 3 hours that he was on the plane and the 3 hours he'd have to wait at the airport before the train, and I said, why don't you get yourself a subscription to Babbel and learn some French? He said, how's about new? It would appear the exhaust has completely fallen off. I don't know. Definitely gone for a Burton somewhere. Their car is being repaired. So, spare exhaust being popped on. And we're full course yellow. Full course yellow here at Le Mans. 24-hour here. The 2024 running. We are 8 hours in, 1/3 race distance of the 2024 running of this 24-hour Le Mans. And under full course yellow, Paul White brings the Teesside Tigers #1 machine into pit lane. Bang on schedule in their part is this full course yellow. They're going to save a lot of time in the pit lane. Having a look who's in pit lane. Lewis Jolly and Ian Nielsen are in pit lane, which means Harry Roddis will be... it's not Harry, he's in Mad Motorsport. That's my fault. Let's have a quick look who else is available for selection. It'll be Nick Smales going back in that kart. Nick Smales will be in the machine in a few moments' time, unless, and I think this is a big, big possibility, that Paul White double stints this, because he has been unbelievably quick in that stint. And I'm going to give a massive shout out here to Paul White in a minute.
I'm going to start making some examples of some drivers that are not slowing down 113. So 113, you might want to talk to a driver about slowing down, or he's going to get a really long black flag where I'm going to make him cry. So let's all speak to our drivers on the comms and let's get them slowed down, and we will keep circulating like this until everybody can achieve a 1:22 to a 1:30 lap time, please.
That's worked out very nicely for Tigers.
I was just saying that, and then I stopped talking while I listened to Kat, the overall person in charge.
And they're getting a dressing down for driving too fast under full course yellows.
Yeah,
and being told a 1:22 is the minimum time.
Yeah, I was saying, I think I'm going to check here, Tom, for Teesside Tigers. Both Ian Nielsen and Lewis Jolly are up here, which means it's either Nick Smales, but I think there's a really big possibility that Paul White's double stacking this.
No, it's Nick Smales.
No, he's not. Smales is going in. I thought Paul White was going to double stack it because he's been absolutely rapid. And I was saying, Tom...
Hold on a moment. Lewis?
We're going to bring Lewis in. Am I going to hand the headset over, Tom, or are we just...
Have you got 2 minutes?
I've got... Yeah, go on then.
Right, come on, come and jump in here.
I'm just going to give a big shout out to Paul White, because we've watched Paul race for, let's say, the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, we've known him for a long time.
He has got a little bit of a reputation for being quite a robust driver. That's been an absolutely exemplary and very, very quick stint. I'm not sure we're going to see a better stint all weekend, Tom, than what we've just seen there from Paul White.
That was pretty special.
Drag Teesside Tigers really back into the mix. I'm going to hand the headset over to Lewis Jolly from Teesside Tigers. Tom's going to have a chat whilst we're under full course yellow.
Yeah, so as that takes... You'll have to come around this way, Lewis. Come around this way and squeeze through here. Oh, you're going in there, right? And you're on with us. Yeah, so we do make a few jokes about, at Paul's expense, but we also give credit where it's due, and that was pretty Monty from him.
Yeah, it was
Happy
mental.
with that one?
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. He's got us right back in it, which is nice.
Yeah,
'Cause
so
we-
currently P5 with the issues that have happened or befell Chrono
Yes.
just now as well with their exhaust. I mean, you've known the kart's been quick all weekend.
Yeah.
You've had issues with the brakes, but I mean, yeah.
Brakes are good now, fortunately. I say we struggled all day yesterday.
Just
with
bedding them
brakes.
in, that was all.
Yeah, it just took a bit of time. Even this morning, they were a little bit they were just glazing like really early on. So it's just a case of just powering through it in the end. And yeah, it's just come to us quite nicely. It's just a shame we made a couple of silly mistakes in terms of speeding in pit lane at the end and that kind of thing. But just like twice, I was one of them. So I'll take it on that. But
And then dropped it in the gravel as well. Would go
wow.
green and racing again. And that lost another 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, something like that. I say Nielsen only did about 40 minutes before then I jumped in after he dumped it in the gravel. So yeah, I say I was pretty happy with my stint as well.
I mean,
That
it's
was
been a
fairly
good
consistent.
recovery drive,
Yeah,
hasn't it?
I was going to say. Now it's just up to hopefully Nick can keep it going. He has been struggling a little bit today in terms of just a bit of fitness. I think he's been struggling with a bit of dehydration as well. So he's loaded himself up with a load of water, and we're just going to see how it goes from now. Hopefully he'll be all right.
Okay, holes in the bottom of the cart just in case,
Well,
in the cart seat.
Yeah, there's that and everything else. I was thinking threatening catheter and all sorts of things. But, yeah, just see how it goes.
Well,
man.
that's not a bad shout actually, because if you have a catheter, you keep the weight, don't you?
Exactly, it stays on the cart. So
Exactly.
I say I came in and I was 235 dead, and I was like, oh god, that's too close.
Stick another kilo
So
on.
no, I say I will be. I say I ran it with no lead because I'm used to running it with no lead, but this chassis must be just a little bit lighter than some of the others.
Right.
So I'll have to stick it. I'll probably end up sticking just a couple of kilo on just to be 100% safe.
Got yellow flags at turn 1. Can't see any reason why at the moment. I can't see anybody off, but there are double waved yellows now at turn 1. What have we got going on down there? Oh, is it behind the timing screen? Yellow flags are in now.
Say, someone's running back from the other side of the timing screen, so I
Yeah.
think that's been right behind where we can't see it.
Sort of in the middle of the straight between turn 1 and 2. But whatever it was, it's now been cleared and we're back underway again. Yeah, so fighting your way back through. Back up to P5 overall.
That's even after the stop as well, which is nice.
And second in class. So you are... and you're on the same lap as well. Just.
Yeah, only just. I say I'm just trying to spot him on track and see how close they. Yeah, there's two cars between them right now on track. So let's see if Nick can pull away or whether they can kind of.
Yeah, he's
come
in
past us
front.
or
He's
not.
in front though, isn't he, of
He
JS
is,
Racing?
yeah.
Yeah, so he's just under a lap. And that could well be a penalty incoming for CBR 113 that's currently third place overall. Their team manager's just been summoned to race control, so we'll see whether there's anything going on there. But it might just be a black and white, essentially.
Just a reminder.
Yeah,
Just a
like
little bit
don't
of
do
a
it again. If you
warning.
do it again, you will be out of here.
Yeah. It'll be another black,
And
'cause they
you
had a
know,
black
do
flag
not
early
pass.
on, didn't they, as well?
But it'll be a do not pass go, do not collect
It will,
£200.
yeah,
you are
it
out
will.
of this race kind of
Exactly, yeah.
deal, because you don't put marshal safety at risk.
Absolutely not.
Just looking at this pack coming through, so about third or fourth in that group as they come over start-finish line for your guys at the moment.
I think he is pulling a bit on the 111 as well. It looks like he's got another cart between them now.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that's him pulling away. The gap looks like it's widening a little bit, so fingers crossed.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on it. As we said, it was a great stint from Paul, which included, of course, in the first stint that he did today, he led the race as well. So that's no
He's
no
done a
small
great
feat
job for us this weekend so far. Absolutely brilliant job.
So we'll see how the recovery drive from Tigers goes from leading the race down. I say down, but in P5 currently, in the second in class, and right in behind JS Racing now, and with Chrono. And Chrono are actually right on the back of Tigers as well. So so there's a battle for second and third. In fact, they're there.
They're in that group there, aren't they?
With the blue suit, that's Chrono, isn't it? So they're right behind now for second in class. We'll see if we can pick them up on screen. We'll try and get the camera people to work their magic, and we'll see if we can pick them up. The number 1 with the orange panel is right in a battle for second in class in Pro. The number 1, yes, that's the one. Just commentator to TV director. So they're just heading up into the hairpin now, and then they're about to come through the S's. In that group is the number 1. And we'll try and pick them up and show you a little bit of what Teesside Tigers kart looks like. Thank you very much to Lewis for spending some time with us. Appreciate that. And he'll hand back over to David in just a moment. There they are on circuit now. So we've got...
Not that I want to worry, Lewis, but last time we had somebody in the com box, their driver binned it whilst he was live. Nick Smales has survived.
So Chrono have just overtaken Tigers. So I'm not sure who's in for Chrono Team Racing at the moment, but they've just overtaken Tigers now for second in class. And 5th place overall. It must have been in turn 1, just as we cut to them. Because they crossed the line as they were, and now it's Chrono in front. So working their way through the traffic a little bit better than Nick Smales at the moment, but he's still right there. There they are on screen. And in fact, he's side by side. Didn't quite manage to make it through. Of course, one line through that chicane section. Using the slipstream from the 38 to pull him along, as are the two behind, one of which looks like he's making a move. Who is that? That's just overtaken. Is that Newmarket Hornets?
Could well be.
I think it is. And I think JS Racing have now re-lapped Tigers, and they put that 1 lap gap between them again. So I think it's JS Racing that are in there with Newmarket Hornets and Team Chrono, as well as the Tigers. If my eyesight is any good. There goes Chrono. I'm pretty sure it is JS Racing as well. So they've now put the lap that was taken back from them. They've now re-established that 1 lap gap between Tigers and JS Racing. Team Chrono, they are still in front of JS Racing, so they are just under a lap.
Yeah, Tigers have just dropped to the back of this train, as you say, Tom. I've just finally updated my laptop to actually local time, because it was annoying me because I was an hour behind because it was still set to UK time, and it was confusing me how penalties were being applied in advance of the time on my laptop. So we've rectified that.
Well, CBR 113, they got summoned up to the pit lane.
They did, yes.
To race control.
Yes.
Haven't seen what happened.
They had a stern word regarding their speed under the full course yellow.
Was it a second strike kind of situation?
It was a tell your driver not to do that again, or we're going to give you a black flag.
Okay.
So
not as extreme as it could have been.
Type of
but
conversation.
But a severe telling off.
Yeah.
So here we go. So we're following JS Racing now. Newmarket Hornets in behind. Then you've got Teesside Tigers. This group of 5 now contains 4th, 5th and 6th on the road, as well as Newmarket Hornets, who are 14th overall. But it's also 4th, 5th and 6th on the road is 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the pro class. Just a little reminder of our classes here. So we have Elite, Pro and Clubman in that order, based on skill level, a driver skill level, a team skill level. Basically, if you win Clubman, then you instantly go up to Pro for the following race that you enter. If you win the Pro one, you go up to Elite. And likewise, based on your pace throughout practice and qualifying, if you enter in a lower class, you may be reclassified upwards, as we saw with Mad Motorsport. They were originally a Clubman team and were reclassified up to a Pro, as were... I'm just going to try and remind myself who it was. As I look down, I can't remember who it was now. There was another team that was in Clubman, and they were reclassified into Pro because they were rapid. Who was the other kart that was reclassified in qualifying? It was Mad Motorsport was one.
Chrono.
Was it Chrono?
Yeah, they were.
Oh, because they stuck it on pole in Clubman, and we were like, "Well, you can't be doing that."
Yeah, they were Clubman, and
right.
they were like second.
Apologies.
And they were like, no, that's like me playing under 11s football.
So, theoretically, if they were still in Clubman, they would be 5th overall in a Clubman kart. Now, our leading Clubman kart at the minute is in 8th place, and they have run completely and totally problem-free at the moment. They've just very quietly gone about their business.
Whereas Teesside Academy, they've had a problem. They came in on schedule for a pit stop, but it was elongated. Apex Twin in the 5
have had no end of problems.
They've had problems, but they're still out there. But whoever's in that kart at the minute looks fairly on pace.
Yeah. And then you've had, I say no end of problems. They've had a few problems in the 5, but you've got Chrono Team Racing have been in the pits for 2 separate mechanicals. If they were in Clubman, would still be leading by 2 laps in that class. Such was the pace difference between them and Club 73 TTR, who've run problem-free. So a rightful reclassification.
Yes, absolutely agreed.
For them, and also Mad Motorsport as well, who were right up the front and the sharp end of this, not only in qualifying but at the start of the race as well.
We're kind of in that middle, Tom, where we've not got any pit stops coming up, really, with the exception CBR are probably due in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, and we're not at the bottom of the hour, but we do need to speak about something that happened what would have been around about 10 days ago now, and Teesside karting as a whole and the karting community lost a very, very important man to us here at Teesside and the whole Teesside family. Tom admittedly probably knew him a lot better than what I did, but he was a very, very important man in karting, and particularly these karts here in terms of ones that are running a twin engine. We're going to have some pictures up on the screen in a few moments. It's around about a minute 10. Some of the pictures are of the gentleman. It was a guy called Martin Howell, who was a big friend of Bob Pope, who ran Teesside karting for many years. Ran Teesside karting when I first did the British 24-hour back in 2009. The circuit now under the guise of his daughter Kat. We're just going to have some pictures up on screen very, very shortly.
That's Martin Howell there. Very, very much missed here. Not only this weekend, but in the karting community. Probably one of the most important people in the history of go-karting, really. I mean, you saw the names and the faces of people who were involved with things that Martin was involved in. You know, the reason we showed 2 pictures of Lewis Hamilton there, you know, 7-time Formula 1 champion, he got Playscape on the kart. Playscape was anybody who was in the London area. If you wanted to go go-karting, that's where you went. If you wanted to try a hand at it.
I mean, let's be honest, Tom. Like, now you've got an indoor kart track in every major city. That was the very indoor kart track in the UK.
They were the first ones to do indoor karting. They were the first ones to put 2 engines on a kart, or 2 of these 4-stroke engines.
And you saw that in that picture with all them karts indoor lined up on that curve. You know, 2 engines. They're the same engines we're really running now, just with the top fuel tank removed and a central one put in place, you know, with the natural development. But Martin Howell and Bob Pope have got a huge legacy between them in twin-engined karting and indoor karting as well in the UK. And sadly, we lost one of them very, very recently.
And there's, look, without beating about the bush, without them, I wouldn't be here today having this conversation with you. I wouldn't be involved in karting as much as I would want to be. I've always wanted to be involved in karting, and it was through Bob sorting out and beginning what became the Elite Karting League that gave me a foot in the door, managed to allow me to take part in karting, to actually live my dream of being a racing driver, which I've had since I was 3-4 years old when I first watched a Formula 1 race, and Nigel Mansell was driving for Ferrari, and I can remember it as clear as day. And yeah, and Martin was race director for my first ever race meeting at Wilton Mill in the Elite Karting League, and just a lovely man. Completely bonkers. Let's not beat about the bush. Absolutely bonkers. In a very, very good way. I mean that. I don't mean anything bad about him. There's very few. Well, I've never met anybody who's really had a bad word to say about Martin about anything. A lovely, lovely man. And I remember my first proper endurance race where I did commentary was what is now the BPEC Endurance Championship. Did a 12-hour race at PFI, and myself and Alex Goldschmidt, formerly of your parish, were commentating together, and I had my daughter with me, and she was very young at the time, and she basically had to sit there for like 6 hours, 7 hours, and sit there quietly and try not to annoy anybody. And Martin just took 45 minutes out of his day. He didn't need to do, and he just sat there and played with her and spoke to her and chatted to her and just had some fun. Just enjoyed, being young again, or feeling young again, and just being a big kid. And there was no need for him to do that. He didn't have to do it. He did it because he wanted to, because he was a lovely, lovely man. And as I say, without him, I wouldn't be here having this conversation with you. I wouldn't be involved in karting at all. And we missed Bob at the tracks as well. I mean, we saw him, he popped into the commentary box very briefly at the last round at Teesside.
Yeah, he's spending a fair bit of time now.
He's earned his retirement, hasn't he? And you can't blame him for that by any means. God, we'd all be doing what he's doing, given half the opportunity. But, it's thanks to them that I think both of us really are here. I mean, you've not done 2-stroke karting. All of yours has been 4-stroke karting. All of mine has been 4-stroke karting, with the exception of, the odd test day here and there.
I mean, I've done 2 British 24 hours back in 2009, 2010, before the EKL days, but again at Teesside, again on twin-engined karts, Tom. You know, I did the 2015 owner-driver race at Teesside, but we saw as well Martin waving the checkered flag here, and I believe the picture in which he was waving the checkered flag was the 2013 24-hour race here, the final time that open-wheel karts ran on the same track here at the Circuit d'Alan-Prost with the higher karts, when it was a multi-class format back then, back when we were using the old pit lane. You know, Martin waving the checkered flag to bring the curtain down on an era, really, of pro karts racing here at the Circuit d'Alan-Prost alongside the higher karts that we see going round, of course. And then Martin's legacy, of course, continued by his son Gareth, who went on to race British touring cars, taking 3 victories as well at the highest level of tin top racing in the UK. Now the chief test driver for McLaren Automotive is Gareth Howell. So his legacy in motorsport continued by his son, who you saw there in them pictures sat in the number 24 kart, and also alongside Johnny Herbert as well in the second picture that we had on, that we left on with the text at the bottom. The impact that Martin has had upon karting as a whole, and on so many drivers, not just Tom and not just myself, but you know, through sponsorship,
thousands of drivers.
Yes.
And not just direct sponsorship. There are, I mean, Bob and Martin, you know, they pioneered trying to get female drivers the leg up that they needed at the grassroots level.
Yeah.
You know, the ladies teams that used to race in EKL used to race for free.
I'm going to add to that,
for the
Tom.
reason that he wanted to give everybody the same opportunity, the ones that couldn't do it.
There was a picture that I was going to put in, but I didn't, because the picture quality was, you could barely see it because of the sun. But it was Martin watching on as what would have been the Northampton Maidens, the year in which that
my teammates,
they were closing down the leader in the British 24-hour race at the rate of around about 1.5 seconds a lap.
Yeah, I think it was Carly, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Carly or Steph.
I think it was it Carly Latham who was closing the gap. And if it wasn't, it'd have been Stephanie Luttridge now, but it wasn't at the time. Closing down the gap on the leaders in their class. 2 or 3 more laps I think they'd have got there, but you could just see the pride in Martin's face as that team got their trophy for 2nd place, and I believe driver of the event as well.
Yeah.
To the driver that was closing down. You know, as you say, pioneer of female drivers in an era where there wasn't really.
I mean, we're talking 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when, you know, the thought of, I mean, female drivers have always been in and around motorsport, and they've been at high levels, but it's been one-offs. What we had in EKL was full female teams. I mean, we look at it now in what is now the Iron Dames in Le Mans and in GT racing, where it's an all-female team. In karting, it had never been done before, surely. You know, and with you know what they'd managed to achieve, and the spotlight that they shone on that series, and the progress that was being made with women in motorsport was just phenomenal. And you know, we've gone on probably a lot longer than we should about Martin, but you know, we could sit here and talk for another 15 hours and 32 minutes about him. But you know, I personally, he's not here with us anymore, but if he was, I would just say thank you. Thank you to you, Martin. Thank you for everything that you've done for the sport. Thank you for everything that you've achieved with your family and your friends, and what you've given to thousands and thousands of people that have raced in your series over the years, and the opportunities that it's given them I'm not just talking about female drivers. I'm not just talking about young drivers, old drivers. I'm talking about everybody. And I put myself front and centre of that list.
I think as well, Tom, part of that legacy is being continued somewhat indirectly.
I'm getting properly emotional.
Yeah, but I think it's being continued by Teesside Karting. It's now under the stewardship, of course, of Kat Franklin. I can't think of any other tracks that are owned or run by a female. So naturally, that's it's being continued by Bob's daughter,
agreed, yeah.
Kat. We both commentate at Teesside. We have, in proportion of karting, probably a disproportionately high number of females on our grids at Teesside because it's continuously pushed
to the rest of the UK.
Continuously championed. We've got on track here this weekend in that Teesside Academy kart. Of course, we've got Gracie Mitchell, who's really sort of starting out in her car racing career as well. We've got drivers that have come through Teesside as their primary track that are now on Formula One driver, young driver programs. For example, Lizzie Mentia, part of the Alpine Race Her Academy.
Yeah.
In the last couple of weeks, we've seen Amy Frame, who we've seen at Teesside, win a scholarship to race in America in SR1 Radicals. These are drivers that are being, coming through that indirectly, of course, because Martin wouldn't have had a direct involvement in their progression. But
if Martin had coattails,
exactly,
they'd be 20 miles long.
Yeah, and what I will say, we're going to probably draw this to a close because, as Tom said, we could probably go on for around about another 15 hours, 30 minutes and 14 seconds to the end of this race, talking about Martin, his legacy. But I think Tom and I are probably going to take a minute now, just leave the pictures on the screen and just have a minute. So we've got a kart going slowly down the middle of the track. We'll pick that up in a moment, Tom, but I think we're just going to take a moment ourselves to remember Martin and just leave the pictures on the screen for a few moments.
So there we go. Thank you once again, Martin. Thank you for everything that you've done for us. From the bottom of our hearts, we appreciate it. But there is still a race going on.
Yeah, I did mention just before we had our minute
at
there,
the
Tom,
MKT team.
We had a kart going slowly, and it stopped again on the run out of turn 9. You can see it there in the background. Just to the left of the marshal's post, we've got a kart going slowly. It's on the racing line, but it needs to be because it's pitting. It's the 101 of the Met Police. So he's coming into pit lane now. He'll be heading towards the mechanics bay in a few moments' time. In the pit stops, we are roughly awaiting Les Petits Bouchons, Tom, who have sort of gone under the radar a little bit as their ascension towards the top 5, but currently running in 7th place, and they're at 142 at the moment. So they're going to be heading into pit lane for fuel and potentially a driver change in the next 10 minutes.
While I crack this open.
Oh, I demolished mine earlier on. I was in need of a sugar rush as I smashed down my gout original.
Yeah, I'm ready for some original gout. I mean, like, normal service is resumed now. We've done our lovely fitting tribute, and I hope that Bob and Kat think that we've done him justice in the very little time that we got to know Martin. Yeah, back to business. Life goes on, as they say, and races go on, and we've still got 15 hours here to go I keep calling it Teesside, at Le Mans.
Yeah.
It's because it's my first commentary here. That's what's catching me out.
Yes. Yes, it's my first commentary outside of the UK. And,
we're eyeing up the big job, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to do our own Le Mans stream next year. I think we're gonna what do they call it? Not piggyback, not burglarise. What do they call it?
Neither, but Chris McCarthy needs to watch his back.
Where you steal the pictures. We're going to do that. Yeah. Pirate. We're going to pirate it. We're going to pirate the pictures, and we're going to do our own commentary.
No, not pirate it. Like I say, Chris McCarthy needs to watch his back. We're coming for his job.
Another one formerly of this parish.
Yes.
Chris McCarthy, formerly of the Teesside parish, amongst many other parishes that he is.
The commentator that gave me my chance.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm very, very grateful to Chris McCarthy for giving me an opportunity that he really didn't have to get sort of me into commentary at the ripe age of about 34.
Well, speaking of coattails, Chris, we're coming for you, sunshine.
Yeah. Cheers for the opportunity, but you know.
Watch your back.
Watch your back, son. I say son, I think he's younger than me.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely younger than you.
Yeah. I'm not 87.
He's got all his hair.
If I was, I'd be doing the 24-hour trying to break a world record.
Oh, we love you, Chris, and yeah, we need to have a catch up very soon.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
absolutely.
I there's 9 million% chance he ain't even watching this, but
no, not at all.
He doesn't even know it exists.
No.
But you watch your back, sunshine.
Yeah. Oh, but I bet somebody does. Oh, is that Titans? Let's have a quick look.
Titans.
Coming in pits. Got a cart coming in.
It is.
And I'm not sure that's on schedule. I don't know. We'll check. I'm going to see whether he comes in just for fuel or whether he comes in because... The only reason I'm saying that, Tom, is that there's nobody else from Titans here. And it's definitely not on schedule. He's getting out, and it looks like we've got a problem for Titans.
Straight onto the lifter.
Yeah, the cart's getting pushed forward. Chris Blackburn, Jack Morris doing the hard yards, pushing the cart up. And arms folded sternly by the driver from Titans, Tom.
Something at the rear, something smoking.
Yeah.
Clutch, perhaps?
Yeah, clutch exhaust.
Shall I go fishing again?
Yeah. Dispatch him. Look, just thing to note here, Tom, that we didn't see earlier. A tyre wall being erected at the front.
Yeah, I did spot that a minute ago. They were all starting to come out. We've not touched on that yet.
2.5 hours before we touch on that, really. But we'll see in due course. Oh, we've got a driver sideways in the middle of the chicane. Fairly sure that was there was some contact there, but I don't know who. I just got a huge tap on my shoulder from our director. Great spot. As the 55 of Accelerate Kent Brewery was tipped into a spin in the middle of the final complex of corners. It's very single file through through there, and when I say that, I mean you can do it with two of you side by side, but one of you's not coming out the other side. Oh. So we're just back with us. Sorry, went a little bit quiet. Tom's gone off on a fishing expedition, and I was preoccupied having a chat because, well, I like the sound of my own voice. Thought we were about to go FCY. It was potential, but the border's gone back in, so I don't think we are. Guess who's back? Back again. Butterworth's back. Tell us about the problem.
Chain.
Chain?
Guess which one?
Fleetwood Mac.
Guess which chain it was.
The one that fell off. The one on the right of the driver. The one... Not the one where you're smashing curbs. The other one.
What, the one that'd be on the left that runs over all the rumble strips and hits the
That's
curb
right.
in the middle
Oh,
of the
that's
chicane?
right, yes.
Would it be that?
That
Do you
chain.
think it could be that chain?
Could be that chain.
Or is it the one that doesn't touch any rumble strips at all, doesn't touch any curbs, and just stays? Which side do you think went?
I'm going to go on a limb, Tom. I think it's the one that hit the curbs.
You would be correct, sir. Every single one that we've seen that's dropped a chain so far has been the left side, and the reason for that, smashing curbs, smashing rumble strips, and
hubs as
that's
well.
it.
You know, last year we said we didn't see
Titan lost a hub.
Anybody with a hub issue, and they sheared all 3 studs off the left side, one going over the rumble strips.
Well, Titan have been in twice for mechanical issues. The first time was the hub on the left side of the cart. Second time the chain on the left side of the cart. We've said it a million times, and I've said it many times while Titan have been in the pits today. Mechanical sympathy gets you through a 24 hours. You don't see the Belgians, who are currently leading the race, smashing over the curb on the inside of the chicane.
Now, let's be honest, like Titans have quit. Oh, gravel at turn 8.
Oh! How
he's in the 2-1-3 trap.
Tell me that's the police again.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is
No.
either. I think it's...
I
it
think
might be Nameless.
Nameless. I think it's Nameless
I think that's
Racing.
their panel.
In the gravel at turn 8. And like we say, we only saw one
if we
car
had-
in the gravel there last year.
Full
and-
course yellow, full
yeah,
course
FCY.
yellow. If we go 2-1-3 and 42, we've got 1-2-3-4-2. 1-2-2-4-3. 3-4. 1-2. What? Hang on. 8.5 hours. Right. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. If you put all their numbers together.
You're going to need a capital letter and an exclamation mark to make that a secure password.
It's here all week, ladies and gents. Full course yellow.
Right. Who can pit?
Who
can pit under this FCY?
And who's at the front backing the pack
Well,
up?
Le Petit Bouchons have just come in, Tom.
Kat is walking out onto circuit with the yellow flag. Not onto circuit, but she's walking down to the pit lane cut through and telling drivers to slow down.
She did say at the last full course yellow she
1 minute
was
20.
willing to make an example of somebody.
Is it 1 minute 22?
I'm seeing who's coming into the gravel. It wasn't Nameless Racing. They've just gone round. They definitely weren't in the gravel bay, but there's a cart there with a Nauseo panel that's lower down, and it's Accelerate Kent Brewery in the 55 are in the gravel bay.
Bay de Gravel?
Yes, Bay de Gravel has got a new visitor. It's been some resort this weekend, hasn't it, Tom?
Do you know what it needs down there?
It's not getting many 5-star reviews.
An umbrella and some cocktails.
Yeah, honestly. It's not getting many 5-star reviews, is Bay de Gravel. However, people still seem to keep going there.
We're going to make a fortune selling that gravel back to Juicens.
We are, aren't we? What's the going rate for a bag? 25 kilo bag. I reckon we've got 25.
25? Keep going.
Yeah, but
they come in them big bags. They're like 100 kilo, aren't they? Or a ton.
Oh, yeah, the 800 kilo.
You're the 800 kilo. There you go. You're the
in the hippo bag.
Quantity surveyor.
Other animals
you
are
should know
available.
how big these bags are.
Yeah, but I meant the sort of manageable ones, like the little 25 kilo ones.
Right, we've got a pack here that's genuinely going so slowly down the pit straight.
Yeah.
That they're running into the back of each other.
That's the full course. Yeah, I'm a big fan of whoever's backing them up.
I don't mind them backing up.
Back everybody up.
But
for
they
me.
properly backed them up on the pit straight.
Slow them right. Slow them down. Good.
Who is it at the front of that? Is that Apex?
It is.
It is
it's
Apex.
One of the Apex carts. I think it could be the 3.
Going for some screen time.
Yes, absolutely. Get it. There he is on screen. With everybody behind. The big thing there is, what's his nerve going to be like when it goes green?
Yes, things will be puckering up and it won't be lips.
No.
I think Kart Events Belgium, the leaders, are somewhere near the front of that group as well. tell me there's nobody weaving to try and keep their tyres warm. Trying to see where kart events are. Oh, they're mid-pack. About a third of the way back. You can see Jules, the trans DJ.
Yes, of
well,
course.
with the trans DJ name. But he's about a third of the way back in this group. Who else have we got near the front? Is that JS?
JS right in second
JS
place.
in second in that group. Then we've got
Chrono
third. Right behind them.
Yeah.
What Tigers are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tigers are 8th in that group. And then another 5 places back is kart events. So this could seriously benefit kart events, because if they can get back through this traffic pretty quick and hang on to the back of them, there's a free lap in it for them.
Yes, absolutely, Tom. So KBR have pitted under the full course yellow. Accelerate Kent Brewery came in under the full course yellow, but that was because they'd been in the gravel bay.
Do you know what I really want to see? I want to see.
Is it the new Despicable Me film?
No. What I really want to see is, once all the gravel's cleared, I want them to get a message out to everybody except, like, to say to the Belgians, right, you back everybody up and everybody else catch up now, and have the Belgians leading them round once all the gravel's cleared, and then go green.
Oh, you mean like they do in
like in the F1?
Oh, where they
wave them round with it? Yeah.
Oh, I don't like wave round, but we disagree on this.
Let me put it another way. If the leader was doing their job properly, you wouldn't have the wave around.
Yes.
Because they'd be on the back of the train already.
The front, because they'd have backed everyone down to a walking
No,
pace.
the ones in front would be on the back of the crocodile.
Yes.
They wouldn't be...
right.
With me? They wouldn't be in front of the leader as they are now.
Yes.
It'd make it good for us as well, because
Yeah.
Chrono, JS,
I bet
Club
this-
73
I'll
would
tell-
all then be on the back of this group.
I'm going to tell you now, mate. The driver at the lead of this train, there's some twitching going on. When this goes green, it's going to be...
He's done a proper job of
yeah, it's going to be like the first lap, this,
backing
isn't it?
everybody up.
It's going to be like the first lap.
What lap times are we doing?
1:45.
Oh, okay. We're well under
We're proper
well
good,
under
aren't we?
half race pace.
Well good. Right, I'm not going to dip in the live chat. Everyone's been having some great chats between them. If you're watching and we haven't spoken about your team so far, because it's difficult, there's 43 entries out there to sort of get through everybody.
And we've only been on 9 hours.
Yeah, exactly. But if there's anybody that you want to talk about, any teams that you want
Give us
to
some
know
stories.
about, yeah, get yourself in. Let us know. Well, if there's anybody you want us to hear about that we haven't so far, then yeah, let us know in the live chat.
Give us some content. What can we talk
update.
about? We'll
Right.
tell funny stories. We'll tell jokes about them. Whatever you want us to say, within reason.
Yeah.
Oh, and we've gone green, have we? Yes, we are green and racing again.
We are, yes.
And I don't think half the pack have realised.
No.
Certainly not the ones at the front. JS have realised. Chrono have realised. They've gone and bolted. Where's that Apex kart? Oof. Oh, dear. Coming in the pits.
Yes. Wow. Where are we there?
Oh, Catch just walked past us with a broken chain.
Ah.
That's one of about 8 that we've lost so far.
Yep, hand that back in. Really straight. We've got 2 carts coming here, Tom, that I don't know. Do you know when they're going slowly? You can go slowly on one engine and you don't know your engine's stalled. And as soon as you go green, you put your power down, you've got nothing. And they're both
He's
struggling
to get on the weighbridge.
Yeah. They're both struggling. And we've got one, actually, he can't even get up the hill.
That's why, that could well have been why he was going round at 1 minute 45.
Yeah. Right, and that's coming in. No, it's going down to fuel. Well, the engine just needed starting, didn't it? But might as well fuel him while he's in.
373.
373 as well, with a problem. He's going to the
Meanwhile,
mechanics bay.
at the front of this group, we've
Meanwhile.
got JS and Chrono Team Racing who are a lap apart. In the classification, but they are nose to tail on the track.
I've just seen Jules Van Hool in the race leading kart events.be kart put his hand behind to check that his engine is on whilst overtaking somebody. Spinner at 1. Round, not in the gravel though, but spun round at turn 1. Can't quite pick the number out.
The 3 that went in for fueling has now made its way back up to the mechanics bay.
Yes. So went for fuel and now isn't having any fuel.
Right, I'm just going to nip off for a quick comfort break. I will be right back.
Just having a quick look. I think we've got Cara O'Loughlin in that Apex Twin selected parts number 3 right now. Selected works, that car in with a problem. Tom's off for a comfort break. Don't know who he's gone to see at the same time, but we'll see. Penalty for the number 8 kart again, going through pit lane too quickly for the shopping carts entry. 1:34 this time. They were out. That's a personal best in getting through the pit lane too quickly. For them, I'm sure it is. That's got to have exceeded their previous attempt at getting through pit lane. Looks like we might have another PA announcement coming, which normally means somebody's in trouble. We'll see. I'm just going to wait and try and listen, and then I will try and feed back if we do indeed get a PA announcement. So it was an announcement to bring the 55 of Accelerate Kent Brewery up to race control to have a chat. Not quite sure what they'll be chatting about, but normally it's not the weather. So they'll be invited to the commentary box. Right, the first one in that wants to have a little chat, Harry QS. Interesting to know if Harry is a QS, a quantity surveyor. If he is, good choice of career. I too do the quantity surveying Monday to Friday, or I do the talking Saturdays and Sundays. So let's have a quick look. FP4, 6-driver lineup. Here for FP4, Alex Jacks, Glenn Marrison, Tom White, Sam Mee, with Ad Peerless and Simon Peerless as well in that one. We mentioned them early doors, FP4, Southern-based karting championship. Basically, I think the idea is that you sort of do 9 rounds for sort of in the sort of £1,800 mark. Have a quick check on them on Facebook, on Google or any other search engine as well for the FP4 Championship. The idea being it's cost-effective racing. You can do it on a single set of tyres throughout the whole year, a couple of sets of wets. So it does keep things nice and cost-effective, gets people into racing, and then looks like some of them have come together to create a team here for the 2024-hour Le Mans. Another team as well that have been mentioned, Cole Clark Racing as well. A 5-driver lineup for them, having been here last year as well. They've got James Brown, Matthew Glazebrook, Kieran O'Donnell, Will Stevenson and Kai Verona in the seat. 5 of them. Andy Clark, the team boss as well. They'll be at the British 24-hour in 4 weeks' time, with a couple of seats going spare as well. In there. So have a quick look for Cole Clark Racing. They've got a Facebook page, a team page, have Cole Clark Racing. Find them, give them a like, get in touch because there's some seats going at the 2024 British 24-hour race. So, yeah, get in touch with them. That'll be great. Bazman as well saying, well done to Cole Clark. Enjoying watching the race. Commentators are doing a great job.
Well, one of them is.
Yes. Well done, mate. Well done. It's me. What I would say on that
No,
matter,
well done to you, David. We're
going strong.
We're 9 hours now into commentating, and I mean 9 hours straight. Yeah, we've had the odd little, 2 minutes here where we've shown a track guide. We've had the little Martin Howell tribute that we did. We've had the pit stop guide as well. You know, just little bits here and there. But we've been on the air now for 9 hours straight.
Yeah, we've done days of commentary on sprints where you get half an hour for lunch, and in between each race you can sort of mute the audio and have 2 minutes, and then come back and do a grid and things like that. But
this is monster for us.
This is the longest I've done as a single sort of stint. We're going to go to midnight. Yeah. So we'll carry on to the second stream. What you'll notice...
What I was just thinking while I was away there was I will apologise for taking the odd comfort break here and there, but the reason is that my voice is already going. We're 9 hours in. We've got another 3 to go. My voice is already going. I have to be drinking a lot to keep my voice lubricated, and in drinking a lot, it's got to go somewhere.
My voice sounds a lot like that big steel container over there. It's very gravelly. I've been off at turn 1.
I'm going to end up by the end of this tomorrow, when because we come back tomorrow morning and we start at 8 a.m. local, 7 a.m. UK time, and we've got another 4 hours then to go. And I genuinely think by the end of it, I'm going to sound like a cross between Bernard Manning and Macy Gray.
I'll sound like Kermit the Frog.
Hey up, ladies.
Ladies.
You know what trouble is with people today?
That's another trance reference, isn't it, through Kevin and Perry? Ladies.
Evening, ladies. Speaking of references, we referenced Hot Fuzz a lot earlier on. I've just been to the fridge to grab another can. Do you know what I saw in there? Cornetto. I'm not even joking.
I saw it earlier, but there was only one, so I didn't want to take it. Because it's going to be someone's Cornetto, isn't it?
Just one Cornetto?
Give it to me. Oh, gesticulation by Jules Van Hall down the start-finish straight. Not sure what.
At who? Or directed in what?
He was alongside Jared Fox-Whiteley at the time.
Okay.
Who is...
Junior Rotax.
Let's just say a young pretender.
Yeah, Junior Rotax racer. Thinks it's a sprint race.
Very quick.
He is quick. He's also very small.
Yes. He did a 1:03.1 on that last lap.
What did Jules do?
He did a 1:05.6.
Okay.
That might be why.
So he lost 2 seconds at least, possibly 3.
Yes.
For something. Fox-Whiteley's just fully block past somebody coming through the hairpin as well.
Yeah, let's see who the unlucky one is. It's 2:13.
Core blimey.
Yes. Who's in that seat as well?
Oh, and then he's really lost the rear coming
yes.
through the final corner. That's allowed Jules back alongside.
And you'll see him coming through
there. And Fox-Whiteley has held them off for now.
Wow.
But a little bit of awareness from Fox-Whiteley would show him that the leader is directly behind him and shouldn't really be getting in the way too much.
Do you know what? If he let him through and just pushed him
followed
along,
him.
Yeah, the 213 behind, that's Laura Blick in that car at the moment, 213. She's been with that 213 outfit for as long as I can remember.
Well, Core Blimey have been racing in the British 24 for many years now.
Yeah.
I think somebody's opened up the chicken tikka cooker.
Yeah. Yes. Well, someone's took lid off to stir it, hasn't he? Because it went quiet because it wafted through the commentary box as Tom and I just went.
It smashed me in the face like a right from Lennox Lewis.
Yeah, MKT have just got a warning. Yeah, who else wanted a chat and a discussion about? Oh, what I was going to say earlier on is we're going to be going through till sort of midnight on commentary, so in another 3 hours. However, at around about 11 o'clock, we'll give you some advance warning. We will be going to the second link that we've got. If you click the description box at the bottom. It'll open up the bit where it'll tell you like it's race day, join us live. It hasn't named us in it, which is an absolute disgrace, I'll be honest. It should be.
Who wrote that?
It should be saying, you know, the soundtrack.
Where's Rob?
The soundtrack of Sullivan and Butterworth. Really
dulcet
should be
tones.
there. Yeah, exactly. But we've got a race start, then we're going to go into a night one, and then we're going to come back for the final hours.
So there's 3 different links on there for 3 different separate streams.
Yeah, for the bulk of the night one, we are going to
static cameras.
We're going to static cameras. The timing will stay with us, but Tom and I will be resting our vocal cords. But the links are down there, so if at some point you think, oh, what's happened after the first 11 hours or so, why is it all stopped? It's not. We've moved on to the separate links, so just bear in mind that we will be continuing this race over a few links. Just having a quick look at some of the others as well. I think 273, they'd like a chat. Let's have a quick. That's Club 73 Pro. They've been quick when they've been
running.
On track.
Yes, when it's been running, they have been running fast.
Turns out they had a cracked chassis. Because we've had an update from Paula T. I don't know whether Paula's at the track or whether someone sped it back and then she's feeding it to us, but that's wonderful.
113 CBR's in.
Yep, going slowly
place.
this time, which is good.
Yeah,
Good
no
to
speeding
see.
in the pit lane this time.
Yeah.
Well, yet.
But Paula wants to give a shout out to Toby Tozer, who's her son in that kart. TT has moved them up a few places after those early issues as well. And Angus Waddell as well, just saying get into the FP4 boys. Great championship in the south, which was mentioned a few times. If you do want to get in touch with us, press the subscribe button on the TSK Motorsport media page.
Well, if you can see us and you want to leave a comment, you've got to subscribe.
You might as
Give
well
it
press
5
the bell
minutes.
icon as well.
Yeah, you give it 5 minutes. Might as
We're
well
on-
like this stream
We're
as
on
well.
83 thumbs up. I need
Is that
100.
it? We've got 105 people watching right now.
I need 80.
And we've only got 83 likes.
I need 84 thumbs up.
I mean, even if 17 of those 104 watching now just click that thumbs up, we'd be on 100.
We're on 83, and I'm having a look. 87 are the next team. We need to get to 87. That's the next numbered car.
Right, so if we get to 87 likes, we'll give a big shout out to number 87.
Which we spoke to earlier. You had a good chat with.
Can you imagine if we get to
Morris.
999?
Yeah, well, we could get to 101.
If we get to 101,
we could get to 101.
There'll be. There you go. There's your motivation, people. Click that like button. If we get to 101 likes, we will give probably do a 10-minute skit just on the 101 car Metropolitan Police Service.
It wouldn't be an emergency though, would it? Not on the 101.
Not on the 101. No, it's a non-emergency one. But keep hitting those likes. If we get to 101. Hilarity will ensue, guaranteed.
Yes. What we'll do if we can find it, we'll go down the pit lane, Tom, and see if we can find a couple of Andys.
I like it. I like it. We need to find 2 Andys, a Doris. Oh, you know who we need, don't we? Any of the Swans. For those who don't know, for those who don't normally tune into to the Teesside Own and Driver Sprint Series, we've got Paul, Joey, and Holly Swan, who race. They all race the number 95 in the 3 different classes that they take part in. Used to be in the 95, identical to the font of the Lightning McQueen kart from Cars. For obvious reasons that Holly and Joey are young drivers, with Paul being dad. Uncle, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Amongst those. But the line when they win is always...
No luck catching them Swans then.
We're going to get a bill from the producers of Hot Fuzz at the end of this, aren't we?
I think that similar to radio, as long as you don't do something for more than 7 seconds, you don't have to pay royalties. So
Okay.
I think we should be all right.
Someone tag Simon Pegg in this stream, will you? He'll be off filming Star Trek or Mission Impossible or...
He will, won't he?
Something like that. Would you like me to segue between two things that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Simon Pegg went to Fatboy Slim on Brighton Beach. The first one, the Big Beach Boutique.
The one where they expected like 500 people to turn up and like 5 million.
There were 250,000,
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
turned up. And I nearly went to that. I was asked if I wanted to go. There was a car going down full of people that I knew from clubbing, and they were going, and I declined. Probably one of the biggest regrets, but I was working at the time in the pub, I think, if I remember rightly, and I declined to go. But yeah, Simon Pegg and I believe Nick Frost as well. But Simon Pegg and Nick Frost both went, if I remember rightly. I watched the documentary and they spoke to them about it, it's kicking off in the pit lane with somebody missing an engine.
Yeah.
Not missing an engine, but missing an.
Well, it was missing the go on it.
The firing of it, yeah. But Teesside Stig quickly ran over.
He was out them blocks, wasn't he?
He was. He's got his running shoes on.
Nearly jumped start. He were that quick to get to that engine.
But there you go. That Big Beach Boutique, the first one, they were there for that.
Ah.
You can watch it all on YouTube. The whole gig.
Yeah,
it's well worth a watch as well.
Just a quick one as well. Shout out to Kieran at Team Ard from Simon Edgson, Sean Edgson. I'm assuming that's his dad. I may be wrong,
or
but
brother,
you know, I'm
or son.
I'm going to go for a punt. Well, we've just called someone's uncle their dad, so you know what? Don't matter, does it? You know, all family trees have got a branch. Yeah, Team Ard, the 41 entry. Had a few issues yesterday in the practice session, but hopefully it looks like they've got them ironed out. Where are they currently sitting wise? They were in the sort of mid-pack. They still are. They're 21st. It's saying that they're in. So at the moment...
Was it them that just went down there with the
no,
engine?
that was Nameless Racing. He went down the pit lane via our Clark, who didn't seem too angry, but was giving him a word of advice. So it wasn't a full... It wasn't the full penalty.
Have we dispensed with the naughty corner now? They are actually getting a telling off, if you like.
Well, they're figuring it out, though, aren't they, now? We've not had a speeding penalty in a while. It's almost like, you know, the example's been set and they're finally picking up on it, Tom.
I'll tell you what else we haven't had for a while. Anybody in Bay de Gravel?
No, we haven't. Although, whilst you were away earlier, shopping carts beat their personal best. And by that, Tom, I'll show you they beat their personal best. That's how quickly he went down the pits.
Wow.
That's
okay, so we've got a new record for in and out of the pit lane.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, you have to do a 2.5 minute pit stop. They did it in 1 minute 34. Point to point.
Yes.
Which, I mean, it's not like some effort to kind of go and do that, to beat that time by a minute. You can easily do it. You could come in, get fuel, drive down the pit lane, drive straight out again.
Just keeping an eye on this, Tom. We've got the 113 and the 213, the two core blimey entries, running line astern at the moment. In that 113 entry, just going to try and pick the driver out.
Like an orangey red helmet, I think.
Yeah, but we have had a driver change in that one because we had a driver step up out of the 213. And I think that's George Watson, who stepped up out the 213. Should have been driving alongside Laura Blick, who's in that 213. And they're currently line astern at the moment, just working their way through. Who's that on the back of it as well? That Newmarket Hornets.
Yep, they're there on the
in the
third
9.
one.
Who's in that?
You've got MKT there as well. 24 are there.
Lewis Nurse. He is in that Newmarket Hornets, number 9.
Okay.
At the moment.
Another one who's
he's done a few
EKL.
He's done a few
EKL,
24s, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's ex-EKL. Used to race against Lewis.
Yeah, MKT gapping them though in the 12.
I think he's done quite a bit of BPEC as well, Lewis Nerd.
Yeah, I think so.
So no stranger to endurance racing. Still think EKL was one of the best formats for a day's racing that you could have.
It gave a lot of people that didn't own their own machinery an opportunity to go racing at what I would call a decent level.
Yeah, you had ex-British champions in there. You had current British champions in there. You had full-on professional racing drivers entered various rounds, and you had people like myself who were coming into it who had never raced a kart before ever.
George Watson's just been shuffled back there, mainly by the number 24, Le Petit Bouchon's entry, who are currently in 7th place.
But what you had with EKL was you had 12 short races.
I'm just going to say, I'm going to take a little comfort break while you run through what was the format for EKL, and that'll be like a minute.
So they used exactly these karts, these twin-engine Biz karts, 200cc engines, exactly what we're running here this weekend. It was an arrive and drive championship, so these karts were, much like they have been transported from Teesside to Le Mans, they were transported around to the various circuits that we visited all around the UK. We went to Clay Pigeon, Wilton Mill, we went to Rowra up in Cumbria, we went to Ella Park, Teesside obviously, various others as well. I think there was GYG or Landau at various times as well. Basically everywhere. All the major kart circuits in the UK were used at some point or another during its time. And what you had was a short format or a one-day championship that added up to an overall year-long championship. So you had sprint racing in the morning and up to lunchtime. So you'd have 12 short, I think they were 10-minute races with a random grid format, and you would usually have a front, a middle, and a back if you were part of a team of 4. And then you'd have an endurance race in the afternoon. And it was brilliant. All the karts were equal. The driver's skill varied massively, so you could start on pole position in your first ever race, theoretically, or you could start in last. It was all a matter of what team you were with and how it was all organised and how many drivers you had and everything. And it cost 200 quid a day. 200 quid. Crazy. I mean, by today's standards, you know, you turn up, you pay 50 quid, and you go racing for a day. It was just unbelievable value. Anyway, that was the EKL. It was, what it was aimed at as well was to have essentially franchises, a bit like you'd have in, you know, basketball or NFL or whatever, where you've got a team from a town. That was what it was kind of aimed at. So we had things like Coventry Phoenix, we had Bristol Bulldogs, we had the team I raced for, which was Northampton Knights, and the 3 teams that we had. So I was Northampton Dark Knights, which is essentially like the second team.
Like Dark Fruits?
Like CBR 213. So we had a second team, and then we had the female team, we had the Northampton Maidens. Bristol Bulldogs had 2 or 3 entries most of the time. Newmarket Hornets.
Leaders are in, Tom. As are second place
Teesside Tigers just walking in front of me. They were another part of the EKL.
That's where it's come.
Teesside Tigers were very much part of EKL. I mean, Titan Motorsport, they were another one who were part of EKL. So yeah, there's plenty of drivers here and team names that are legacy from those Elite Karting League days. Yeah, Newmarket Hornets, we mentioned them, yeah.
In fact, I want to, if there's anybody watching that took part in EKL and were part of a team, just chuck it in the comments. Just let us know who you are. 'Cause I just want to remember some of the old EKL names that were part of that. Just as we could, the two leaders, KartEvents.be and Club 73 Karting, are both in the pit lane for scheduled pit stops. At the moment, that's going to promote JS Racing up into at least second place. At least second place for JS Racing, and they've got at least another 20 minutes to go. But will they overtake KartEvents.be? We'll see. So Jules Van Hool is out the kart at the moment. Is Kenneth Nessens waiting, or is Jules going to double stint this? We'll see. Kart's just being started by Siver, one of their drivers. He's going to be sent on his way. He's just with a gentle reminder to keep the speed at a walking pace. Great effort by Jules Van Hool in the bright orange suit. Let's see whether he hands the kart over. I think Kenneth is waiting because he's just down there as well, telling him to keep it slow. No unnecessary risks for the race leaders at the moment. JS Racing are down to 1 lap now, just behind them. We'll see whether they do indeed take the lead based off this minimum pit stop time that is going to be required. They're up to second place, JS Racing. KartEvents Belgium leading but in the pit lane. Same with Club 73. They came in earlier though than KartEvents.be. They're back out on track already, are Club 73, and they had a pit stop time of 2 minutes 30.665. That is tighter than a submarine door.
That is how you do it. That is how you do it, ladies and gents.
That is worryingly tight, isn't it? Worryingly tight. KartEvents Belgium, they are out with 2:46 on the clock, so they've lost 15 seconds, but will remain in the lead. You were having a good chat there with Ian.
I was, yeah. We were just having
reminiscing?
We were having a little bit of a reminisce about the EKL days. We were having a little bit of a reminisce about Martin as well, yeah, just having a chat. And Ian was saying that he used to room with Martin as well. So yeah, nice little chat there. And Ian's making his way down for the funeral as well. So
yeah, just having a quick look there. I was right, Sean Edgson is Kieran's dad. Kieran also the safety kart driver at Bayford Meadows.
They have a safety kart?
Yeah, well, clearly, because he's a safety kart driver at Bayford Meadows. Well, I'm spitting bare facts here, Tom.
Okay. Bare truth. with O's and F's.
Exactly.
Bare truth.
Well, facts.
Anyway, wow, safety car.
Yeah. I'd better have lights, like the lights are off on the safety cart.
Right, I'm going to make a bold decision here.
Bold strategy, Cotton?
Well, it's that's exactly what I was going for. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. I'm going to make a bold decision. The sun has now disappeared for the first time in 12 hours.
Yes.
I'm going to take my sunglasses off. There they go, ladies and gents. It is getting real. The sun has fully disappeared. You can see from the length of the shadows that you have here on track that the sun is behind the trees.
But we are on the ground,
behind the pit building. And
where's the sun been all day, Tom?
On my legs mostly.
I was expecting you to mention yesterday's somewhat faux pas, where the sun was in the sky.
No, we haven't got that far yet. Don't worry, I'm gonna very much sell
tomorrow?
you down that river
tomorrow
at some point. Yes, because in fact, you know what? Well, let's do it now. The sun
stick around,
is not in the sky anymore.
Right. I'll tell.
There it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, the sun is in the sky, isn't it, David?
It is in the sky. Yes. I don't know who that fella is because we can't see him, but there's the sun. We're up on the balcony with our camera. That's fantastic.
To give you some context, right? Every time we come here, we buy or bring a little ball that we can chuck about when we're not at the track, just for a bit of fun. We have a good catch up with the people that are around us, and there's a little beach and a little lake at the hotel near where we stay. And so we go down there, we chuck a ball around, and we just have a bit of a laugh, just for something to do. Better than just sitting in the pub and drinking beer. Well, you can do both, of course. We bought this ball yesterday. First thing we did, as soon as we got out of the car, into the car park, I chucked it to David. David air flapped at it like a Jordan Pickford special, and then proclaimed, "The sun is in the sky."
Because the sun was in the sky and I couldn't see the ball.
Flapped at it. The sun is in the sky. Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, appreciate it.
Well,
we hadn't ever noticed
in the air, and the sun was right in my eyes.
But that's not what you said,
mate. You
could have just said the sun was in my eyes.
Mate,
I couldn't get it,
mate. The sun was that bright. You could have chucked one
said,
of my. Mate,
the sun is in the sky.
Right. You could have chucked one of my kids in the air and I'd have dropped them because I couldn't see it. Them.
Because the sun was in the sky.
Chrono in with another problem, Tom. Who right in front of us, Chrono race team, who were leading this race for a long period of time.
5th overall currently.
Yeah, are in with another problem. And what I'm
possibly dropping to 6th overall with CBR 113.
Yeah.
Possibly even lower with LPBRT and BRKT Red.
Tom, what I'm curious about is why Seaver and Jules are still up here having pitted and changed driver because Kenneth's gone out. Normally they'd be sort of relaxing, chilling out, but I don't know why they're still up here. Have they got a problem that they're trying to manage?
Well, the cans aren't on his ears.
No, which means he could be about to go to work. Has he?
Well, no. Normally they keep them on no matter what.
Yeah, but have they got a problem?
Cans are on. They're coming through here now, and there's no gesticulation. Everything looks pretty calm. Pace is still there in the car.
Apparently,
what was the lap time?
Don't know, but apparently the sun looks like a yellow skittle.
Who said that?
JRMS.
JRMS. I love it. I love that you've been with us for so long that you're getting these references as well.
Yes, they did a 102.9, so it's not spectacular, but then JS did a 102.9, 73 did a 102.5, Tigers did a 102.3, but obviously you've got to bear in mind regarding traffic. Chrono are out off the bay. They'll fuel and go.
How long ago did they pit kart events?
5 minutes.
Okay.
But it's worrying for me that Jules has come up and Seaver hasn't gone back to the pit bay.
I don't think it's a worry. The reason I say that is, 1, Seaver doesn't have his gloves on, and 2, he doesn't have the radio on his ears. I think if there was a problem that they were managing, he would be talking them through it, or talking to them about it. I think I don't know, maybe they've just come up just for a bit of a wander.
Stretch of the legs.
I don't know. They're walking towards us, so we'll see if we can grab their attention.
Well,
and
let's
find
just
out
see where he
going.
goes.
Having a chat with Paul.
So let's. They're looking at the times.
Teesside Stig is having a chat with them as well.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, we've got drivers round at the final corner. Contact.
And a few people in the pit lane giving the old shaky hand thing of where they go, 90 degrees on the wrist.
We've got a yellow out at turn 1 as well. And I can't see anybody in the gravel. It's in now. So
I did hear a big bang as carts came together.
Yes.
So perhaps somebody got T-boned.
It was a bit different. It wasn't the metal noise, it was just all the plastic.
I'm looking at Seaver giving the universal signals that racing drivers give. One was pumping the throttle very, very quickly.
Teesside Academy are pitting. The class leader now, Tom, after 73 TTR pitted earlier on. They're 1 hour and 3 in. So have they had an unscheduled stop, or is it just that? No, it's just that Teesside Academy are sort of off kilter with them. But Jared Fox-Whiteley brings the 43 in. That looks like they're following a consistent pattern, our Teesside Academy, because Gracie Mitchell is waiting. Jared started the race and he's the first driver to do his second stint. So it looks like they are on a consistent rotation with Gracie Mitchell following. However, what we will see sometimes is teams will put drivers out through the night on a consistent rotation. As we spoke earlier about CBR, they're putting 2 drivers out that are literally going to do all of their work in the night and then rest up for the rest of the race, and they're going to put 2 fresh drivers in. Speaking to Harry Roddis.
That's the way I like doing it.
And I was speaking to Harry Roddis earlier from Mad Motorsport. I think him and Andy Vesely now are going to back-to-back stint until probably 3 or 4 in the morning, and then leave everybody else to do that last 8 hours fresh as a daisy.
Thumbs up from Fox-Whiteley as he came through there.
He's been good, that stint, Tom. Really
he looks
good.
Happy with himself.
Well, he gapped Jules Van Hool earlier on, and that is, no
mean feat.
Jules is rapid. So,
well, I mean, Fox-Whiteley's rapid.
Yeah,
he's,
do you know what? His dad looks well chuffed. So I think he's done all right. He's either done a really good pit stop, and he's happy with himself, or he's happy with his lad.
It's probably both.
Happy with his lad. Give him a headset, Tom. Give him a
hang
headset.
on.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
come on, Andy.
Go and coax him in.
You needed? You're not needed. You stood up here. He's down there. Come
on.
on.
You're not needed.
2 minutes. Come on.
He says he's needed. What, like a loaf of bread? No, absolutely not. I'd love to chat with Andy just about, like, because it's his first 24.
He's literally running away, giving us the no, and signal.
But things for me, it'd be a different perspective, because we speak to drivers all the time.
We don't speak to dads.
But we don't speak to dads and people that help, and we mention this a lot at the British. That pit lane is packed. But 30% of the people that are there are not driving.
At least.
They're on the radio, they're helping out, they're, bringing food. They're bringing water. They're helping drivers, just through pit boards. We just see one hanging there over, over the pit wall. Hopefully we get another shot, and I want to see him coming down the pit wall. Just let these umbrellas up, Tom, because it's that warm. But there'll be people there that are on that pit wall for the whole 24-hour race. LMS, I think, they've got one person helping them. A lady called Danny, I think she's a nurse full-time, so she's used to doing long shifts, of course, and being on their feet. I bet she's got Crocs on.
And not being paid well enough.
100% she's got Crocs on, guarantee it. Down there, if she's a nurse, she's wearing Crocs. But she's their radio person. She'll be doing 24 hours on the thing. Slow-moving car. Have we? No, we haven't thought we had in the middle of the pack there. But credit to everybody in this paddock that's sort of helping teams out. We'll shout out the team here at Teesside that are over helping out as well later on, particularly from around about 11 o'clock, as LMS, who we were speaking about, are in for a unscheduled pit stop by the look of things. But yeah, we'll chat about everybody down here in the mechanics bay later on, because at around about 11 o'clock they're going to start their, what I would say, hard shift.
Yeah, that's the proper stuff then, is you're trying to balance the service stops, and you've also got mechanical breakdowns at the same time.
105 that lap for kartevents.be. Could have been traffic. Let's see if it's consistent. 105, and then 102 is before that for kartevents.be. That's what I was talking about, Tom. Director's done us a grand job because he's listened, which is good. We like listening because he gives us what we want, and you've got to give the people what they want. See, that's the pit. That's the pit building, Tom. Each steel girder between that has got a bay.
Yeah,
it's probably like 10 foot wide, 10 foot deep. There's a bench in there. There's power in there. So facility's great, and each one's got a pit box in front where the drivers change. But you look at everybody there. There's people walking up and down. There's people on the pit wall with cans on their head, radios. There's people that'll be helping out when the driver comes in. They'll make sure they've got a drink because they want to replenish the, they want to basically refill the tank. you know, you're going to lose so much during the stint as the 55 comes in of Accelerate Kent Brewery, and I would say that's not on strap because they're running down the pit lane. You can see them there.
They're
Accelerate
running
Kent
up
Brewery
towards us at full tilt.
Accelerating towards the pit lane. Just quickly, you're going to want to move that way, gents. Just keep to one side. Because there they go. They're coming in. They've got a problem.
He's just hurdled the barrier.
Clear. And again, running through. They've got a problem. Accelerate Kent Brewery are in with technical issues in the number 55 machine.
It's like watching Colin Jackson back in the day.
It was, wasn't it? He cleared that. It's like a gazelle.
Gazelle. It was like somebody running a steeplechase. He put one foot on the top of it as he hurdled.
Now, having said
straight
that,
over the top of it, just needed a pool of water on the other side.
He ran down here like he was doing the tyre change. He can't do it. He's just got here and then just laid on the floor. He's only come to figure out what's happening. Poor fella.
And they've got a radio with him.
I know. There's all them tyres.
But that's the commitment that you have for your team.
Yeah, absolutely.
How much you care about it.
I'm going to try and chat with him. Before, when he leaves, I want to chat with him. Not that he'll be like that. He'll be tired, Tom.
So I was saying this quietly because I just had a little chat with Paul, and he was saying the Belgians, the kart events .be kart, we call them the Belgians if you haven't been watching up until now. Current race leader are still having brake issues. So they swapped car earlier on, but they've not been happy with the brakes throughout the race. So what they're actually going to do is, when the cart comes in for the service stop, it's perfectly legal, absolutely allowed, 100%, and it's exactly what I've done in the past during 24 hours, and I'm sure you have as well, David. But when it comes in for the service stop, that's when you sort out some other little issues that are ongoing as well. So because you've got to come in and it's got to go up on the ramp anyway,
you tell them we've got
an issue here with this. Can you have a little look at it for us? They say, yes, of course you can, no problem at all. There's a minimum, is it 5 minutes? I think it is.
I'm going to have a look. You've got the regs in front of you. But
I think it's 5 minutes that
I'll have a look. Service
stop is for.
What I will say, Tom, and I'll back to myself, Seaver wasn't here to enjoy the view. He's up here in case them brake issues get any worse. And that's why he's sat up here, just in case. And I knew he wouldn't be here.
I've got nothing here about service stop,
I knew he wouldn't be here for giggles. I knew he wouldn't. We are literally skimming a 17-page document as quickly as we can regarding.
You know what? I'm just going to go and ask.
Yeah. Go on.
2 minutes. Oh. Not even.
Go on.
Not even that.
No. If I find it while you're gone, that'll be brilliant. So I'm just having a quick skim through, but Tom's off just to see what the stop time is. We run to a minimum stop. Normally it's 5 minutes because we don't like to work the team too hard because they've got 43 carts to service, and then the next month they've got 60 carts to service when we do the British. PA. Yeah. Oh, I'm just going to mute my audio a minute, Tom, because I think there might be a PA announcement in a minute, and I like to listen.
Right, so a couple of updates. Number one, right, it's a 5-minute stop, but that is 5 minutes from pit entry to pit exit. So it's double your normal pit stop time. That includes your service stop. It normally takes around 2.5 minutes, maybe even 3 minutes to do your service stop, depending on what you want doing with it. Now, service stop will be change of front tyres, because it's been dry for the whole race. So we'll have a change of front tyres. It'll be a check over of the brake pads. It'll be a full lubrication of the chain, checking of the chain tension, checking of tyre pressures, and a general sort of look over. Now, if you've got an issue with the brakes, I'm not mentioning any names.
Issue with anything, really.
But if you've got but let's just take the brakes as a hypothetical, right? So the cart's got to be up there for 2.5 minutes anyway, and they are going to check the brakes as part of that process. And if you say to them, well, we're having problems with the brakes, at that point, they're going to look at it, and it's not really going to lose you any time in the race. I've just seen Steve point.
104 that time, and then a 106.
Yeah, I think they're coming in.
I think they'll box this one. We could have another. JS Racing could take over the lead.
I think they're coming in. In the
thing
next few laps.
But he's sort of telling them, we've got a cart in with a
I think he's telling them we're coming shortly.
Cart with a problem on pit entry at the moment. We've got an engine stopped. Could it be? Oh, it's the 30. Dr. Vapes. They've got a problem. That's coming up on the stand. Belgians need to be careful here, Tom, because there's only one stand left. So if another cart comes in, we could have a problem.
And yeah, it looks like. And is that them coming? No,
no, it's not. Well, that's the thing. He's got to stay out now because just in case, because if that 19 cart comes to the mechanics bay, he's going to have to queue and wait. So
the other
risky.
The other issue
Will he
that's
stay out?
Going on.
He stays out just in case he stays out.
The other thing that's just going on right now is the sun is setting.
Yes.
The sun will no longer be in the sky.
No, it will not be in the sky.
It will be below our sky and then somebody else's sky. Now, the issue with that is there are drivers out there with tinted visors on. At the point that the sun sets here, you are not allowed to run a tinted visor.
So what they've said, I think, is any driver going out now
has to
have
run
a clear visor.
A clear visor. So, and that includes if you double stint. So you're going to have to change your visor regardless of what happens. You're going to have to change your visor before you are allowed to go back out on track.
Yes.
So that's the other main point, and then of course the other ongoing issue: what's going on with the leaders?
Bonjour. Right. Bonjour. I'm joined by
Ryan Horton.
Accelerate Kent Brewery. Is it Alex Jones in your cart now? You've just been in with a problem.
Highly stressed.
Yes. Talk me through the problem first, before I congratulate you on what was the most majestic jump of a barrier I've ever seen.
I forgot about that.
It was great.
I think it's just using a bit more fuel than we thought it would.
And so he's come in on fumes, has he really? Or you refueled him, and so
he thought there was
you were up on the stand for.
He thought there was a problem with the cart. The marshals have just told us there's no fuel in it.
Right.
But we're out for 20 minutes less than what we were earlier.
Right. So
there may be an issue with the cart.
Yeah. Obviously, now you've got a service window coming up from 11 o'clock onwards. So, as we've just mentioned previously, if you have got a problem and you want them to look at something, when he comes in, you can say to them, look, can you look at this, please, at the same time? Maybe carb bowl, maybe something like that just needs to tighten.
Well, I had going down the main straight, it come off the power.
Yeah.
I thought only one engine was running, but it wasn't the case. We were going to ask them to look at that during the service stop.
Yeah. Now, well, let's go back to the bit, obviously, when we saw your cart coming in slowly. At the time, we had our camera.
Still out of breath.
Well, we had the camera on the pit lane, and we could see you both running down, and we're like, they're running. And then we realised that there's not actually a lot you can do when you get here. So you've run down here like you're changing the tyres.
Well, I thought he was coming in for a pit stop.
And then you got there, realised that you didn't have anything to do, and just laid on the grass for 3 or 4 minutes.
What was
we don't miss anything.
God, I'm still worn out now.
Oh,
it was worth the effort. I'm putting all the effort in. That's what I'm doing.
Let's talk about the race until then. You have looked like you've had a decent amount of pace, though. You have looked quick. You've been all right.
Have you been watching the same race we have?
Well, you were up in the top 15 earlier on. Yeah, you're 25th now, but you've had a problem. But you've run well inside the top half.
I ran pretty well. Yeah.
You did, yes. But you know, for a team as well of 8 drivers, it's always quite tough because obviously you've got to try and match everybody up pace-wise. But things seem to have gone all right.
Yeah, no. You were first time here as well.
Yeah, you're at the British in 4 weeks' time as well. You've done that before, I think, last year. Sure you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were there. I was thinking.
No, we do the Buckmore 24 hour.
Yeah.
Big up Buckmore.
No, big up Teesside. No, choose
Choose your 24-hour wisely.
Sorry,
Pick
Clint.
the one we're
Sorry,
on.
Clint. My new mate.
Oh, good stuff. No, look, thank you for stopping to speak to us.
Yeah.
Often under duress, because people only normally come up here if they've got a problem. Really appreciate
I'll be honest,
that.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I hope the rest of the race is trouble-free.
Take
Really
care.
appreciate it. Thank you very
See ya.
much. There we go. Tom's going to get his headset back from Accelerate Kent Brewery.
Yo, yo, yo.
He worried me when he started with bonjour. Because that's about the limit. That's about the limit.
David's
of my
life
French.
flashed in front of his eyes.
Exactly. Look, my French is limited to the following sentence. Je habite David, je en suis un commentateur.
Je habite David? That
Yeah.
means I live in David.
No, it's je m'appelle David. Je en suis un
Right,
commentateur.
So the limit of David's knowledge
He's
goes
not
to
wrong.
words that are incorrect. You can't even form a full sentence.
Look, it should be, my name is David and I am the commentator. That is
yeah,
all we
and,
need
and
to
you
know.
and you got that wrong.
Mark Mitchell coming round to look at a screen when there's an entire track in front of him.
Yeah. Right, so kart events Belgium still leading. JS Racing, second place overall, first in Pro. Then you've got Club 73 Karting, third on the road, second in Elite. Teesside Tigers, fourth on the road, second in Pro. Fifth on the road is CBR 113, and they are third in Elite. Chrono Team Racing have dropped to third place in Elite now. In Pro. They are seventh overall, and then your Clubman class leaders, 473, are in 12th, and they are. Oh my goodness me, David! They are being hounded now for the overall lead by Teesside Academy. There they are.
Yes.
Gracie Mitchell. Has she overtaken them this lap around? No. Still on the tail of the of Club 73 TTR. That's for your Clubman class lead. I'm glad I had a look down and properly at live timing then, just to see where people were in relation to class lead. And there's a battle raging for the overall class lead here in Clubman. We'll try and pick them up on circuit.
Yeah, we're going to try and pick this up. I think Kev, our director for this hour, is on a mission
Trying to pick out where they are on circuit.
They're currently in turn number 7 and 8.
Yeah,
heading
they're
down
8,
towards
and
this camera.
now they're coming up onto the.
Which is where I think we're going to pick them up now, on screen there.
There.
Yes, absolutely. And then we're going to pick them up on exit as the floodlights are now on, Tom. It's the first time I've noticed them.
Well, they've been on for a good half hour, 45 minutes. There they go through the bottom of the shot now. That's your overall Clubman class lead as they head down the pit straight one more time. What was the gap? What's the gap now?
When you said half an hour to 45 minutes, I thought tea was being delivered.
3/4 of a second it's gone out to. Just slightly slower that time around. I mean, we're talking slightly, less than half a tenth.
It's traffic though, isn't it? If they could just get somebody at the wrong point, Tom, and you catch the traffic. The Belgians have stayed out. They haven't been in yet. We thought they were coming in, but they haven't.
No, as I say, I think they're doing it. They're waiting for their stop. And if it goes in number order, as it sometimes does,
they've just nearly been taken off.
They're number 6, which makes them what number in the numerical order?
Well, like third or fourth. It's either done on. It's not always numerical. It's sometimes in the order
you were running at a certain
like 10
point in the
o'clock or
race.
something like that. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it goes in numerical order, they'd be 5th in the pits. If it goes on the order that you were in at a certain point in the race, they could well be the first one in, or they could well be the 15th one in.
Yes, absolutely.
So we shall see what the situation is as that shakes out.
We've had a fairly steady hour or so, haven't we, Tom? We haven't had
We say that. I mean, Clubman lead is now hotting up.
It's in like full course yellows, trips into the gravel.
Oh
stuff
yeah,
like that.
I think that's 87 Bauer Cancer UK. They're coming into the pits now.
And the way that they've got people running, I don't know if that's on schedule.
I thought that
Dr.
was
Vapes are back.
Yeah, I thought that was our.
They've had some problems.
Right on the tail of the Clubman class leader now is Gracie Mitchell.
Yeah, let's see.
This is the first time
I want to try and
Club
get back
73
on that.
TTR have been under pressure. Really, in the race.
Yes.
Have they had a slow stop or something that's dropped them down the order? Because they were well up there.
I don't think so.
What was that?
Yeah, but they're like seconds, so it's nothing massive. Let's
Oh,
have
right,
a look
okay.
what their pit stop time was.
That's what I just want to get to the bottom of, because they've dropped down quite a few places, and it's not a 6-minute 57.
Yeah, so they have had problems then, haven't they?
I didn't see them on the.
No, could have been. What was that? That could have been during the time we were speaking about Martin.
111 JS Racing are in.
That'll be on schedule.
So apologies for that. Club 73 TTR lost 4 laps at least. And that's what's brought them now to second place in Clubman. We've actually missed the overtake, but that is Gracie Mitchell now leading Clubman class.
Yeah, great effort.
From the 473, you can see there. So it's 43, your Clubman class leader. That is 12th overall.
Speaking to her dad last night, he actually said that given that she's not been in a kart for 11 months, he was surprised at how quick she was getting back into it. But he's through now, and he's gapping the 473.
Yeah, flying along now. What was the lap time last time around?
103, 6-7 tenths quicker.
Yeah, 103.4, but that included an overtake.
Yeah, and also, but now the 473 has only just got through the same traffic.
Yeah, it's a big gap. Well, not even through now. They get side by side as they come through the chicane.
Has got through.
Yeah, has held on. Yeah.
Just a bit of a shout out for the wrong reasons at the moment for the 30 of Dr. Vapes, who were in the pits 10 minutes ago and are back in once again. With problems. Now, where were they? They finished last year's race in second place in the novice class, but they were in earlier on for an 8.5 minute stop. He's been out
done one lap.
Immediately boxed again with what I can only imagine is the same problem. So, Dr. Vapes, the number 30 entry, their flagship entry of the two, the 30 and the 60. Mo Hassan, Harrison Kirkham, Blaise Tunstall, and Marcel Himalevsky, the 4 drivers. Marcel currently leading Club 100 C3 category championship at the moment. Not quite sure who was in that at the moment when it came in. Definitely wasn't Mo Hassan, because we saw him earlier with that bright red chrome helmet. That
very shiny red.
Yeah, it's quite sexy, isn't it, that helmet? So let's see. Let's try and figure out who was in that one. I think it's Marcel Himalevsky. Black suit, white helmet in that car at the moment.
2-minute 40-second stop for JS Racing. That's a quick one. 10 seconds longer than it needs to be, but a good stop. Keeps them well in it. Tiger's now leading pro. Our fastest on 7 stops is CBR 113, but of course one of those was a penalty.
Yes, it was, correct.
But they'd still be the fastest on 6 stops as well. I'm just going to put it over there, because that's annoying me.
I didn't realise you could move them. Good time.
Oh, it goes away. It disappears itself after a minute. Sorry, we're just clicking live timing and things are happening.
Seaside Tigers are in. 1 hour and 45 minutes in to their race. They've had 2 laps worth of penalties and are currently less than 2 laps off the overall lead. Could it be a case of what could have been for Teesside Tigers? Both of them offences for speeding in the pit lane.
Speaking of Teesside things, when's Teesside Stig going out, and what's he going out in?
I don't think he is. Well, he's been going out in every kart that needs work.
But is he allowed to go and have a proper play?
I don't know if he's signed on. We'll see. We'll see.
Because that's going to be something to watch during the night.
We do work him hard, don't we?
Yeah.
He tests all the karts that have been repaired to make sure they're okay.
But he loves it, really, doesn't he?
When
The whole family's here.
Yeah, when he's all 4 of them. Yeah,
and they're not racing.
No,
you
well,
know.
let's put it like so. You've got Owen and Jack in the mechanics bay.
Let's give them a big shout out. Anyway, the family. 'Cause
where was it a minute? Joanne's been on sweeping duty for the gravel, and Amy is in the on the weighbridge. Now, I do need
she's been on the weighbridge, but she's been making lunches and stuff as well.
She sorted me out with a ham
As
sandwich.
has Joanne.
Ham sandwich yesterday, and a hot dog earlier. I had 2. Nick Smales in then as for Teesside Tigers. Let's see who replaces him in the seat. Just want to give a bit of a shout out to Amy. She was one of the drivers out yesterday who was testing karts to make sure that everything was okay. Did have a bit of a mishap, Tom.
Yeah.
When she got distracted.
Yeah.
By a bird at turn 1.
So she says.
And parked it in the gravel.
Yes. So she said. We're just giving you a shout out, Owen.
Owen.
He's there. He's walking past.
Owen. Or as we refer to him as Owen Man.
Owen Man.
Yeah, we were just saying, like, you know.
We were just thanking you for being here more than anything.
I'm going to chuck a headset on him for a minute, Tom. He says no, but he is. You don't get a choice.
He might get called back in a minute. He's working. Hello, Owen.
Hello, Tom. All right.
I'm all right. How are you?
Shattered.
Yeah, I can imagine. Right, so we were just going through what you and the whole family have been doing here this weekend, actually.
The same as we always do for Teesside, can't we? Helping out, mate.
There you go, exactly.
We all have a job to do.
But there's all 4 of you here.
Yes,
and what I was
yes,
saying is,
yeah.
what we were saying is there's all 4 of you here.
Yep.
None of you are even racing. You're just
Nope.
here helping.
Yep.
All 4.
Jack's now in the working with us in the garage now.
You know we've nicknamed him Teesside Stig through this, don't you?
All right, because he goes out with the test.
Yeah. He's now
he loves it. He loves it.
He's Teesside Stig.
Loves it. And it gives them the idea that if there's a problem with the car, not really.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he's doing well today. Yeah, Amy works on the scales with her mum.
Yeah.
Well, just generally helping
and
out.
making lunches and stuff like that. We've
Feeding
talked
us a lot.
Yeah, and they've both been clearing up the gravel as well.
Yeah.
So they've
All
been
get stuck
been
in,
keeping Juicens in business after this race.
Definitely. But yeah, they just love it, mate. They all enjoy it. It's a long weekend, but it's a great weekend.
It certainly is.
And we've got two more to do, haven't we?
Yeah.
2 more big ones. So yes, very good, mate. Enjoy it.
Yeah,
Love
great
it.
stuff. All right, thanks for talking
mate.
to us, Owen.
No
Appreciate
problem.
it and
Take
all
care,
your
mate.
efforts. Are you here all night?
Yes. Yeah,
And you-
I'll probably we'll be here till tomorrow now, yeah. I
And
think.
you'll be doing all the service stops and things like that.
The big
helping
one,
out.
the big service time, yeah.
Great
It's a big
stuff.
one. Cheers, mate.
Thanks, Owen.
Ta-ra,
Thank you
mate.
very much for all of your efforts, and the family as well. All 4 of them here, as we said. And there goes. Who's that out now?
Ian
Is Ian now out in the Teesside Tigers? God, he does love a hand wave, that lad, doesn't he?
He does, doesn't he?
Oh! As he's gone and fully collected.
Who's he? Who's he collected? Oh, and
Is
then
that
up
FP
over
that's
it is
FP4.
FP4. Contact into turn 1.
It was a bit of a late move. I wouldn't say it was late because he was alongside, but it was a bit. There was no way that FP4 knew he was there.
No, we're
Let's
saying
put it that way.
He likes so many hand signals and hand jives and stuff.
Yeah.
He should listen to the music of Jules Van Hool. He'll love it.
Just keep his hands on the wheel and
No,
get
just
down
love it,
to
wouldn't he?
Jules
Like
Van Hool.
that.
Get in the groove with Jules.
Yeah, chucking some shapes.
But yeah, so we'll keep an eye on whether there's anything coming from that. But there he is, still in behind now, Gracie Mitchell. So Clubman class leader, just in front of second place in Pro.
Sievert's finally leaving the pit area.
Oh, he feels safe to walk away
safe.
now, does he?
He's got his headset on, so we're not going to bother him.
Cans are on.
Yeah, but what I will say regarding Siever, it's fantastic to see him here. It's been a fairly tough week for him. We'll not go into too much detail. Arrived this morning, having not taken part in practice yesterday, although been given dispensation based on the fact that he's done 7 million 24-hour
Well,
races.
also he got practice this morning, didn't he?
Yes,
and he
did.
was out for pretty much all of it.
Yeah.
So there were no issues there in terms of his track time here this weekend.
And his ability really speaks for himself. But it's been a tough week for Siever. Wonderful to see him actually here at the Le Mans 24-hour once again. Yeah, that's it really. Don't want to go into it too much, but fantastic to see him here.
I think it will make his week if they can get a win here, that's for sure. Anyway, so we're looking at there's number 8 coming through. There's Gracie Mitchell, there's Teesside Tigers, Ian Nelson coming through as well.
Oh, just in front of the com box, the 213 going for what I would say was a bit of a day trip over the chicane curbs.
Would you like a little giggle about Ian Nelson?
Well, yeah.
He thinks I'm called Ian. I don't know whether that's an age thing or what. whether he just sees a lot of me in him, or a lot of him in me. But he does call me Ian, which I don't correct him on because I find it too funny.
No, absolutely.
And also it's gone on for the last 2 times that I've seen him, the last 2 events that he's been at, that I've been at. He's called me in, so it's now gone on far too long for me to actually correct him. But I do find it funny.
Well, here, Tom, we're nearly at the 10-hour mark of the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour race. David Sullivan and Ian Butterworth on commentary. Oh, we're following the 7. We're following the 7 of KBR. Who's in the seat? He's wearing all black. Let's have a quick look. I think
black and yellow.
It could be James King. Although
it is King. It says it on the back of his suit.
Yes, but there's Ashley King in the team as well. So you were trying to be smart there, Tom.
I'm being factually correct.
You're not big
I'm
and you're not
spitting
clever.
bare truths. It says King on the back of his.
You're not big and you're not clever, Tom. You're not. Oh, something strange is happening to my right-hand side, Tom. A driver is doing something for himself. I've never seen that before.
No.
He's changing his own visor. But
both of us currently utterly speechless that we're looking at young Mr. Fox Whiteley over to our right. Under full supervision of his dad, it must be said.
Yeah, he's just changing his visor from.
But he's changing over to the clear visor. Well, it's actually a yellow tinted visor, which is
like
fine.
an irradium type, isn't it? But it takes the glare of the floodlights away. But it's
clear.
It's
a yellow visor.
Yes,
but there's no tint on it.
Yeah,
I said the word tint. I didn't mean tint.
I'm really, really interested in the next hour or so to see if anybody goes out with something reasonably tinted and gets pulled in. It happens, most 24 hours. Someone's out.
Oh, that got a bit hairy.
Was it that one?
Was
it the King one, or have we got?
No, it was Gracie Mitchell passing Chukta Racing. Ian's decided to go 3 wide,
finish
down into turn 1, and they've all made it out alive.
Barely, but they have. Oh, I thought someone was bringing something to us in terms of something that fell off a car, but I think it's just a bottle in the hand of one of the marshals. We are really starting to it looks on camera, Tom, it looks still quite bright, and it is, but the floodlights are now starting to cast shadows up on this track here at Le Mans, and it's going to be very difficult, particularly for those drivers that go out for the first time in the hours of darkness, that haven't had chance for their eyes to sort of transition whilst in a stint. So they're going to go out
I'm having
later
trouble
on.
with my eyes transitioning, and I haven't been out at all.
Yeah, well, I say we're looking straight here, but not on the screen, but in front of the comm box, the big shadow.
Well, the shadows that were very long from drivers and karts as they went round the track, you can tell, have now fully disappeared, which means it's near enough night time here. As I bend down and reach for my hoodie. Are you going to come and have a chat now?
Yes, he
right,
is.
and Andy, who mugged us off earlier, palmed us off, custard pied us.
Well, Tom, sorry, quickly, Tom. Driver off in the chicane. Let's see if we can get on the static, because we've got a driver off in the chicane. We've got a static camera. It's off there to the left-hand side.
Just being pushed into screen
now.
Yeah,
his problem is there. He's going to get pushed on, but he's going to get pushed on slowly on the racing line. We could have an FCY if we don't
get going again.
If we don't get it going safely. Let's see what happens. It's the 26th of JJH Racing, who've gone off at the chicane. Bright orange helmet, I think it's James Stillman at the wheel of that, manages to get going again without too much time lost, and looks like the car is running okay. So that's all good. So joined in the, well, I was going to say in the commentary box, but it's not, in the commentary gazebo with no sides, by Andrew Fox-Whiteley. Primary job, father of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Secondary job, pit stops and stuff.
And stuff, yes.
And stuff. So, Andy, first of all, it's the first time that Jared has done a 24-hour. It's the first time you've done a 24-hour, kind of. You helped out with the Max Plant team at the British last year.
Yeah.
Jared's helped out on a Weybridge before.
Yes.
Yeah, done a good stint. You arrived Thursday. You know, and you'll be going home tomorrow evening, all being well and feeling fresh.
Yes.
But how are you finding your first Le Mans?
Oh, absolutely loving it. Absolutely loving it. It's didn't know what to expect, but yeah, it's been brilliant.
It really is, isn't it? We're just about getting into the hour of darkness now. Oh, we've just had a. We keep, when we go between cameras, it peaks on the headset, depending on what the microphone's like. And I turned it up so I could hear you, and now I'm going to turn it back down because that hurts. Apologies if it hurt your ears as well. We're just getting into the hours of darkness now, where things are kind of starting to settle down a little bit, with the exception, obviously, when we've had the drivers going off there. But you're doing the pit stops.
Yeah.
What's the plan? You've done every pit stop so far. I'm assuming consistency is the key.
Yeah. We've got a bit of a time scale and a driver order, and myself and Mark Mitchell are sort of doing the pit stops, and the other guys are doing the weight changes.
Obviously, because you can't do your bit up here and get down there, can you? So you've got to do that. You've got to split it as a team, which is the idea. And we've been speaking about obviously the focus throughout most of the stream is on the drivers, but without those behind the scenes, teams can't really function. You've got who's out in the car. Gracie's out now. She's just taken the class lead earlier on from the 473 kart.
Yeah.
They've had a few issues, and she's starting now to move forwards as well. Jared in that last stint looked like he had a lot of pace. And I spoke to him earlier after his first stint. Said he drove the first 10 laps of the race like it was a Rotax race, and then just got the chill out message. And after that was starting to pick them off and head towards the top 10.
Yeah.
There's your car on screen
at
the moment with Gracie on board. His performance in his first 24-hour, I'm impressed, which means that you must be.
Oh, I'm very I'm impressed every time he goes out. Anyway, it's a father thing, isn't it? Yeah, proud of him, very proud.
The team as a whole looks fairly consistent pace-wise.
Yes.
Looks like everybody's sort of, chipping in with the solid stints. That we had a slight trip to the mechanics bay earlier on, but it was on schedule with a pit stop, so not a huge amount of time lost, which was helpful. Any idea what was wrong at the time?
We went into fuel and realised that the exhaust had broken, so we pulled it back in, and the guys did a fantastic job fitting an exhaust really quickly, and we were straight out. I think we lost 6 minutes in total. So
yeah, not a huge amount of time. We know that the 473, who you were racing with at the time, the Club 73 TTR, they had a 6.5 minute pit stop as well earlier on. So in terms of pit stops, pretty much matched there in sort of time lost. So currently now running in P11. I'm guessing now it's just a case of getting it through the night without too many problems, and then assessing it when the daylight hours come in the morning.
Yeah. Well, myself and Jared are going to go grab an hour or so now, and then I'll be coming back to help Mark, and then Jared will be coming back when it's time for his stint.
Yeah, is he going to be just sort of back fresh tomorrow morning? Or has he got a night-time stint? I saw him change his visor, so he must be coming out in the night.
Well, just in case. You never know what's going to happen, so we're just basically going to get everything ready, his suit hung up and everything, and then we're going to go to the camper for a couple of hours, and then he's ready if he needs to be.
Yeah. Andy, well, I'll let you get off then, get some sleep.
Right.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to me, under duress, of course.
Yes.
But thank you very much, really
No problem,
appreciate
David.
it.
Thank you very much.
Andy Fox-Whiteley there, part of the Teesside Academy team, father of Jared Fox-Whiteley, who's just put in a sterling stint to try and drag that cart towards the front. And then Gracie Mitchell taking the reins of that cart, just getting overtaken there, and then now pushing on with the number 41 Team Ard entry. They are currently in 19th place, so they've found their way through. I think Gracie's going to be smart enough. If they've got the pace, I think she'll look to push on to the back of that cart as we pick up that 41 machine in front. Showing a quick look at who's in that. We've got black suit with some red stuff on it. We'll have a quick look. Not 100% sure actually on that one, because we don't have anybody who's been they've told us they've got a red helmet. So. In the background, looks like we've had a driver change for the Optimum Motorsport entry. The number 74 kart has just left the pits after a 2 minute and 51 second pit stop for Optimum Motorsport. And it looks like the driver that qualified that kart at the start of the day is out for their second stint. That's Lewis Goff. Right, into the live chat. That's why the Club 73 TTR entry came into the pits. They had a puncture earlier. Tom noted earlier that they'd had a 6.5 minute pit stop for the Club 73 TTR entry.
473, yeah.
Yeah, it was a puncture that kart suffered. That's why they dropped down the order time-wise.
What did I miss?
Me talking to Andy.
What were you talking about?
I just really wanted to get the sort of
the dad perspective.
Yeah, but also someone that's sort of helping out with the team, that isn't a driver, because we get drivers all the time, sort of tell us, about sort of week really. Like we've had.
What do you do when you're not racing, but you're out a 24-hour race
in
a support capacity?
Monday. Genuinely, since Monday, people have been arriving.
And some of them aren't going home because they're racing here on the other circuit next week.
Yeah, of course. So,
and when I say next week, I mean like from Thursday. Is it Thursday they can test?
Could be Wednesday. It's an RMC event, so they'll have qualifying in the heat on Friday. So I think it'll be Wednesday and Thursday practice.
So he's going to do a 24-hour race. We're talking about Lewis Goff.
Yes, we are. He's back out now.
Right.
He's just gone out actually in the number 74 kart.
He's going to do a 24-hour race, so he'll have been here for a good few days already. Practice Friday, so practice yesterday, racing today, racing throughout the night, racing tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday off to recover from a 24-hour endurance race, and then testing Rotax Wednesday in preparation for a European round.
What a lie. What a lie.
I mean, it's brilliant the way that the schedule's fallen for them in that respect.
Convenient.
Yeah.
One thing that hopefully we'll get a chance to speak to his dad, Sean.
I hope that lad from KBR's got some servicing gloves, because they're his race gloves he's put on there, and I wouldn't be going anywhere near hot exhaust in my race gloves.
No. The other lad though, he's got the proper mechanics gloves.
Yeah,
on.
They're the ones that you want. Yeah.
Yeah, black and orange. Looks well cool and all. It's off-brand though. They wear black and yellow. Did KBR?
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to get that sorted out. Needs to have a chat with his
Should have had some forward planning there, shouldn't he?
We're 50 minutes away from the scheduled service stops commencing. Pardon?
Don't worry. Carry on.
I completely missed it. You can tell me it was funny. I don't know.
I said bedtime.
Oh, not quite.
50 minutes away from service stops.
We're an hour and 50 minutes away from bedtime. We'll be off air at 12 and asleep by 5 past.
That's 12 local, 11 p.m. UK time. I think it's 12 Belgian time as well. If you're watching any of the Belgian supporters are watching,
and we've got a car off somewhere, but I don't know where.
In the midfield, red oval now coming around. They've just rejoined.
Yes.
Red oval now coming around towards you.
Oh, okay,
Right.
It's 32. It's Chukta Racing.
Yes, they were off. I heard it, but I didn't know where it had come from. I think it's you say Chukta Racing. I saw the marshals stand up as well, out of the awning in the middle of the circuit over the start line.
Which gives us a nice little segue to talk about where they've come from. Obviously, we mentioned about Peter Morrison and his Guinness World Record attempts for being the oldest driver to ever enter a 24-hour race, as they take an unorthodox line through the S's. So they said to us during the paddock walk that they're representing Grampian Kart Club. I might have stuttered over that one. Grampian Kart Club with a G.
Which track?
Well, that's the one up in Banff. Banff, which is on the northern coast of Aberdeenshire. Aberdeenshire. Yeah, and it's lovely as Banff. It's a lovely, lovely town. My aunt lives not far away from there. And I was up there fairly recently for a little break. And so Grampian Kart Club is up in Banff. I knew there was a track at Banff, but I didn't know there was an actual kart club and meetings and things like that. So I've just been having a little look into it.
Just been offered a drink, Tom. Do you want a drink? Are we okay?
Pint of gin? Pint of gin, yeah, that would go down very nicely.
Yeah, we're good. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Hello. That's Amy Morris thanking us for the mention. Very welcome. Thank you for your effort.
There was a sarcastic undertone to that.
T-Side Stig apparently is well aware of his nickname. He's been watching us on YouTube. I don't know how he's been watching us, because he's been stood in the pit bay most of the day.
Yes.
And out testing karts.
Yes, he has.
He's a man of many talents. Multitasking. I think he's been watching as he's been going round.
Most people have got an Alfano strapped to their steering wheel. He's got his phone with YouTube on.
And he's still doing 101s.
Yeah. Still the fastest lap of the race by Mad Motorsport, that 101.560 earlier on.
What's happened to 73 TTR? They've dropped down again. Let me have a look. So BRKT Yellow are now second in class. Have they just stopped?
I'll tick him out for you. There.
Yes. So Club 73 TTR, who were leading for pretty much all of this race, the clubman class, I mean, that's a quick stop though, 2:32.5. Very, very quick stop there for them. And was it scheduled? It looks that way. So it might just be that they're a little bit off sequence now because of the issue that they had. What remind me what the issue again was for 473?
The tyre ran out of air.
Ah, puncture. Okay. So they lost 4 laps and an unscheduled stop. They've just been in again, and now they've dropped to 3rd in class, but they're off sequence now. Teesside Academy stopped 50 minutes ago. BRKT Yellow an hour and a half ago. So yeah, we'll wait for that to cycle back through, but it should be Club 73 TTR potentially retaking the lead as the cycle continues.
Yeah, it's quite tight in there, isn't it? We've got loads of teams on that sort of 10 lap down, from LMS in 10th down to basically Titan in 14th, all on the same lap.
Yeah. It's such a shame that we don't, on this particular timing system, we don't actually get the interval difference of how much quicker or slower they were than the car in front.
Yes. Lap on lap.
Lap on lap, yeah. Which
on the one we use for the sprint series, it's green and orange, isn't it? Green up and orange down.
Yeah, and you can really, and especially during endurance races, you can see and you can then commentate like, bang, oh, they were 4 tenths quicker, oh, they were 5 tenths quicker that lap, oh, they were 2 tenths quicker, they're still closing in,
yeah,
and we can make it exciting, but without that little tool, and it's underestimated, that tool. But what's penalties is listed though.
Yes, we've had
how many penalties people have had. So Teesside Tigers, of course, 2 laps. They're in 4th overall still, and are 4 laps down and have just pitted as well. So yeah, they will be right up the front of this one without those penalties. But such is life. It doesn't always go your way, particularly in a 24-hour race.
What we're looking at here, Tom?
Just having a quick look at something. I think they were saying it's a 2:50 stop for them last time around.
Tom's looking internally at the lap times of Teesside Tigers in 4th place.
I'm just being nosy.
Yeah, they had a slow one earlier on. I think that was the lap where Ian made contact at the first corner. Earlier on, they were doing 1:10. They did a 1:10. But they've roughly been low 1:03s, high 1:02s. This is a driver we were speaking about earlier, Tom. Lewis Goff, who will be back here next weekend racing in the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy on the CIK circuit next door. Second time we've seen him in this race. He'd started the race and then has allowed his teammates to do the other stints. He's back out as we commence the hours of darkness here at Le Mans.
Shall we?
Sunset should have been at 10 o'clock, pretty much on the nose. It's now 15:15, so we are officially in the hours of darkness here in France.
Should we do a little piece on Optimum and their history here at Le Mans?
Yes.
Particularly very recent history.
Yes, of course. They were here a month ago for the first time with a McLaren. They raced McLarens in the British GT Championship with both in GT3 and GT4. They race over in IMSA as well in America with Brendan Ireeb and his teammates over there under the Inception Racing banner. Raced at Le Mans under the Inception Racing name. Have raced under Optimum Motorsport with Inception Racing or similar guys as well. Lewis, son of team owner Sean Goff, race winner in the Ultimate Karting Championship, currently running inside the top 10 in both the UKC and the Rotax British Championships in the UK. Has finished on the podium in Europe as well, currently 5th in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy as they head towards the final round at Lonato in 6 weeks' time. Podiumed in the Winter Cup at Campelos, was barely outside the top 5 at Franciorta last weekend in northern Italy. Rained just before the final. It was never been to that track before, not least in wet weather conditions, nor as his team, so to run that high was very, very impressive for Lewis Goff. Plans for the future, I imagine, will be to move into cars, as you'd imagine.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think it'll be long before we see him in his dad's cars.
No, obviously, still in his teenage years, so in due course, I get the feeling that Ginettas will be the way that they'll potentially look to go for Lewis, to get him into cars early. You can race Ginetta Juniors in the UK from the age of 14.
And how old is he now?
He is 13, I believe. 13, 14 is Lewis Goff.
Okay.
Not 100% sure. Haven't been presented with the birth certificate. But a very, very good driver is Lewis Goff.
Yeah,
you
certainly.
See him there. He's just consistently closing in on the karts in front, just picking his gaps, picking his battles.
Watch him duck out really late here. He'll use the maximum amount of slipstream and at the last second dive out. Not there, but into turn 2, I'd imagine.
2's a little bit tight and it compromises your exit. I think this will be a run down to turn 3 and he'll come out round about now, I think. No, the 373s. Obviously, Lewis is happy with the pace.
There
now
he
he cuts the inside on the exit of 3 and just...
Look how much time he didn't lose doing that.
And as well, he didn't...
And he didn't touch them.
No, what I'm saying is, the gap as well, he left a good metre, didn't he? Because I think, he was here watching the GTE team, Inception Racing. He was in the garage, he was in the town of Le Mans, handing out merchandise as the teams present their cars, prior to the race.
We've lost shopping cart. I've just gone off into the gravel at turn 9. We just caught the beginning of it on camera. There they are, just recovering. They didn't go into the gravel, in fact. They kept it on the rumble strip. Looks like they are recovering back onto circuit.
I think they're they'll be
just
doing
waiting for a gap.
3-point turn, won't they, up there at the minute? But yeah, just back to the Optimum. Hopefully we'll chat with Sean next time they're up for a pit stop, which should be before we close the stream. He's been on pit stop duty this weekend. Normally he's just in the garage with a radio and he doesn't even run the team day to day. At an event, that honour goes to his team manager Baz Linders, who, for those of you were drilling down into the intricate details of Formula One in the mid-90s, Baz Linders did a season of FP1 tests with the Minardi team in what I believe to be 1993-94 maybe. Back when the test driver would do FP1 in the morning, Baz Linders drove for Minardi and he's the team manager of Optimum Motorsport. Had the pleasure of meeting him at Alton Park at the beginning of last season when I myself and my son went to the Friday testing at Alton Park, and Sean was kind enough to offer me a look round the Optimum Motorsport garage and have a look at the GT3 car and the new Atura 720S for its first outing in the GT4 class. So yeah, thank you to Sean for that as we continue to follow that 74 kart round of Lewis Goff. Pace-wise, he's doing 103.1s, which he's only 11 seconds, Tom, off KBR in front of him, and he's lapping nearly a second a lap quicker. Down the number 7 entry, the KBR kart in front of him. Pace for Lewis Goff. You can just see as well on the side, tapping the side of his helmet. I don't know if he's got a radio problem.
It's not hindering him in any way.
Well, no, but it will do when he needs to pit.
Well, they might have to get the old pool noodle out again.
Sure, they've got the biggest pit board, that you'll see, it's the height of the pit wall. It's massive, and it's just there as a just in case for these sort of eventualities. When he went round that final corner, we'll see him when we come round this time as well. You can see on the side of his helmet there, you can see it blue. That's the radio.
Yeah.
Generally, it'll be one way. The team can talk to him, and he can't talk back.
No, not with those ones. That's the motorcycle type radios.
It is,
isn't it?
but they had some issues yesterday, I think, with the ear cups and things like that, and certain things you need a button to press to be able to talk to them. It's not an open transmission, so I think it's one way. Certainly the Teesside Academy one is, because Mark Mitchell definitely won't have anybody talking back to him.
We'll keep our eye on that potentially developing situation. What's the gap now?
It's down to 10.1, so we are closing in. It's around about a second a lap on KBR for that Optimum Motorsport entry. Still inside the top 10 in class. They are 8th in class, so still got a chance. A few laps down of where they'd like to be in terms of podium contention.
Here we go, look, ducking out late over the slipstream, beautiful. Used as much tow as he could. Nowhere near the car he was overtaking. Didn't cost him any time. Didn't cost the other car any time.
And you can see
it's a perfect example of how to overtake in an endurance race.
You can see what he's doing as well. When he's made the overtake, he's looking over his shoulder to make sure the cart's not coming back alongside him, so he doesn't turn in unnecessarily and get turned round. Looks like that's Tuccia Racing in front, so again out the slipstream. There's at least a foot between those two carts, so that looks closer because of the camera angle. And he's through, and already look at the gap on exit there that he's sort of opening up. And when we sort of originally picked him up, he's not had a big gaggle of carts to get through, but he's just been sort of picking them off one by one at areas of the track that suit him.
But we've said this about several teams actually that have been here this weekend. Quietly going about their business, and that's the epitome of it right there, is quietly going about their business. Lewis Goff is just getting on with the race. There's still over 12 hours to go. We're not even halfway through this one, and just getting on with it, just clicking the laps off, clicking the time down, keeping out of trouble, not being in contact with other cars, staying away mostly from the curbs and the rumble strips, not hammering the cart, just looking after it. You know, for, what did he say, he was 13 years old?
He's definitely quite young.
13, 14, say. You know, showing maturity well beyond his tender years. I mean, he's had a lot of seat time.
Yeah,
let's not beat about the bush. He's had a lot of karting in his life in those years, but it's been successful, and you're seeing why.
Yeah, it was the leading rookie last year in the Motorsport UK Vera Tours British Championship. So the driver that finished highest in their first year in the junior Rotax class was Lewis Goff, top rookie in that class. Finished 5th in UKC as well, so runs a seeded number in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Also won the 2022 JKC Minimax class as well. So a driver certainly used to running towards the front in pretty much anything that he sits in. And the gap is coming down again, Tom, on the previous lap, 7/10 quicker than KBR.
Just clicked off another lovely overtake there, just nice and clean. I mean, this is how you do it, folks. Anybody that wants to come and have a go, or anybody that's had a go already and is watching us on the stream.
Some people think as well, there's a wraparound on it, let's use it.
Yeah,
you know, we've got no open wheel, we're not going to clip a corner off.
That's what I'm saying. He's not going anywhere near any other car.
We've watched this now for nearly 10 minutes following Lewis Goff, and he's, you know, touch wood, he's not got anywhere near another car, and he's been picking them off for fun.
About to see another one, I think, probably into turn 1 as well. That's one of the Apex twin carts.
Yeah, I think it's the 3, because I think the 5 just clicked through the time. I don't think he's got past just yet. Again, I think it'll be into turn 3. Have a look there, Tom. Now we are almost. The sky's still got a bit of blue in it for the dads, of course.
There's a little bit. There's a little bit of pink over there, which of course means barn's on fire.
Aye. Good. Red sky at night, barn on fire.
That's it.
The 8 have been done for speeding in the pits again. That takes their tally to of additional laps to 7.
Yeah. They're also 74 laps down and currently are wooden spoon holders. They've just been in for gravel as well. So they came in for gravel and then got pinged for speeding on the way out the pit.
Pinged? I love that.
There they are on track now.
There they are,
on camera.
yes.
Out
The
with
yellow helmet.
87 of the Battle Council UK team that we spoke to earlier.
Battle Council down.
I think it was
the
Mo.
inside. Pardon?
I think it was Mo.
It was, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, we've got flashing lights on a car. Changing colours. A bit further behind these. Try and pick out what number that is.
It's Mo that's in it at the minute, Tom, actually. Spoke to him
Ooh.
earlier. Oh, warning for FP4.
Okay. They were the ones that we saw getting spun round a few laps ago, about half an hour ago. Oh, and in fact, they're the ones with the flashing lights.
Right, it won't be for that, though, because if they don't like the flashing lights, they're not going to warn them. They'll just black flag them, won't they? Like a
Well, no, because it might be a case of you've got to turn them off when you next pit.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
But we'll cover it with a warning.
Right, there's Mo, anyway. And that, talking about lights, this is the thing. Teams will put lights on their carts to highlight them to the pit crew. That's a good shot of the sky, isn't it?
Yes.
That's a good shot. That's back where the sun's going down. You can see the red haze across the fence in the background, the fence of the 24-hour Circuit de la Sarthe in the background. From here, when we go up on the balcony, we can see is it Corvette, the corner, then it's karting, then it's down to the Ford chicanes.
Porsche curves.
Yeah, but they're named that. That's a collective of corners, but I'm sure they've named it each one individually now, as well. They're still called the Porsche curves, but they've
Corvette. No, Corvette is the right-hander. That's the entry to the left, right. That is the Porsche curves, and then the final left is karting.
Yes.
So the left, right is the Porsche curves.
Yes, but from up on the balcony, you can see down to the Ford chicane.
Yes.
And then you can even pick out the Goodyear grandstand down at what is effectively the flick through to the right before the Dunlop chicane, which you can't see, but you can see the Goodyear grandstand. You can see for miles up on that balcony. Yeah, but yeah, teams will put lights on their carts to so the pit crew can basically pick out where they are on track.
We did it last year with our race suits, didn't we? We put it on. We had a little thing on our arms, an armband.
Yes, we did. That made us look like bouncers. It made us look double hard.
Yeah, we had a fluorescent lit up armband, and it worked very well.
It did. You could spot me in the gravel at turn 1.
You're welcome, by the way.
Did you provide them?
I did. Out of my own pocket, no less.
In the same way that I provided our mugs, forks, spoons and plates this weekend.
Yes, the mugs that have just disappeared, you mean?
Yes. I don't know if I'll ever get them back. But they were 60p, so I'm not going to cry. I pretty much managed to fit out our kitchen for £4.60. 4 plastic plates were £1. It was 60p each for the mugs. And it were £1.20 for 4 forks and 4 spoons.
how are we getting on here
I'm all right,
time-wise?
mate.
We're at 10:30 at night now. That's 10.5 hours straight commentary from us. What have we got here in the live chats? Oh, Ed White's been on. Hello, Ed. How are Titan Motorsport getting on? Well, it's been eventful. They didn't do particularly well in qualifying. Came in with a issue. Did they change car at one point?
I think they did. They definitely did.
They changed. So they've changed car onto one of the spare carts.
Pre-race,
Then
that was after qualifying. It was after qualifying they did that.
Okay.
It wasn't in the race.
Then they've come in with a hub issue, left rear hub issue that set them back a few laps. Had to go to the mechanic bay.
And by that issue, Tom means the wheel wasn't attached to it.
No,
there was no studs left.
No, but it was, yeah, it made it back on its own power. Then they came back in probably a couple of hours later with a drop chain as well, so that set them back a bit. But Ed, you know what they're like, you've raced with them as well, just head down and getting on with it. So 13th place at the moment. Where are they in class? 5th in class? Of 5?
No, they're further down
6.
than that. They're 7th.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of 7 in class, and in the pits actually, as we speak.
Penalty for Dr. Vape's number 60 entry for speeding in the pit lane. That will be under the watchful eye of our clerk.
Team Titan Motorsport, no penalties so far.
No.
Should stress that as well.
Experienced team, though, of course.
Yeah, and as I said, they're just going about their business. 13th place at the moment, just dropping down slightly now because they are in the pits for, I believe, a scheduled stop.
Yeah. What I would say is, well, not many of our elite teams,
or is it,
have had penalties.
They've been in 45 seconds apparently, and I can't see them. Oh, they're in the fuel bay.
Yeah.
Okay, there they are. Right, so they're just pushing out of the fuel bay now, and will, as we say, go about the rest of their race. I'm sure they will be making places up as the night goes on.
We're at the bottom of the hour-ish, Tom. Do you want to have a quick run through? Because I need a comfort break and I want to go and find out something as well. If that's okay, please. Pretty please, with a glazed cherry on Coke.
No.
Bye.
He says while nodding at him. Yeah, it's absolutely fine, mate. Enjoy. Right, so. Clap my hands and rub them together. Here we go. Right, so full rundown of the order. Kartevents.be continue to lead this one. Very difficult start to the race for them. But another one who's quietly gone about their business. No issues, no issues. Had issues, but they've not had any contact. They've had no penalties. They are just head down and getting on with the job. They currently lead by 45 seconds. Which is net now from Club 73 Karting, because both of them came in within a minute of each other last time into pit lane, and they both stopped 5 times. Also stopping 5 times is JS Racing. They are the leaders in Pro. They've been out there for half an hour less for 50 minutes now, but they're 2 laps down. So they're like... sorry, they are the leaders in Pro. Then you've got Teesside Tigers in 4th. They are 2nd in Pro class. Then 3rd place, rounding out the podium in Elite class, and 5th place on the road overall, CBR Racing CBR 113. They call Blimey Racing, that is called CBR 113. They are 5 laps down, and they've had a 1 lap penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and also a black flag that cost them another 2.5 minutes. So they are due to penalty corrected, they would be 4th overall at the moment. Chrono Team Racing, they are 3rd in Pro, and they are 6th on the road. Then you've got LPBRT, BRKT Red, and Nameless Motorsport. And then Teesside Academy round out the top 10, and they are your leaders now in Clubman. For a long time, it was Club 73 TTR, but more on them when we get there. 11th place is LMS. Then we've got Newmarket Hornets in 12th, Mad Motorsport in 13th, continuing their recovery drive after an early issue. They've been just, again, another one that's been going about their business very well, very, very quickly as well, and consistently working their way back towards a podium in class. And I don't think it will be long before we start seeing them knocking on the door of that. They're a few laps off. I think they're about 5 laps behind. Where are we? Who's into Chrono Racing? So they're 4 laps behind Chrono Racing at the moment. But when pit stops cycle through and things like that, they're not going to be too far off, I don't think. Then we head down to Titan Motorsports. They're in 14th. And the last of the elite class runners, and it's 15th for Team Ard, 16th for Club 73 TTR. Now, they are second in Clubman, just overtaking Team Ard, who've just come in the pits. But Club 73 TTR had a puncture and it cost them about 6 minutes loss. But they were long-time leaders in the Clubman class. And I'm sure they will be looking forward only, not looking behind them. BRKT Yellow in 17th, then it's Optimum MS, who we spoke about not long ago, in 18th place. And they've overtaken KBR now for 18th place. KBR running 19th. Rounding out the top 20, it's Fats and Furious Internationals. And I'll run you through the rest pretty quickly now. Apex Twin Racing number 5 is 21st. Then it's 22nd is Bargain Racing. 23rd is Dr. Vapes Racing. 24th CBR 213. 25th XLR8 Kent Brewery Racing. They've had a few issues over the last few hours that's dropped them down the order. They were well up there at the start. TVP Racing in 26th. Team Rango 27th. TRX Racing TRX Motorsport 28th. MPMC 999, the first of the Metropolitan Police Motor Club. They are in 29th, and then it's MKT, another one who's had several issues as well. They're 30th. 31st is JJH Motorsport. 32nd Cold Clark Racing. 33rd CBR 213. 34th, and currently in the pits, is Dr. Vapes number 30. 35th is FP4, also currently in the pits. Both of them not been in long. Then we've got CBA Motorsport 36th, Apex Twin Selected Works 37th, Bowel Cancer UK in 38th, Club 73 Pro 39th, 40th is MPMC 101, so that's the other police kart. Chukta Racing in 41st, Club 73 AM in 47th, and currently in the pits for 2 minutes and 45 seconds so far. Shopping Carts number 8 is our final runner in 43rd place. They're 17 laps behind Club 73 AM, 78 laps down overall. 7 laps worth of penalties for them, and numerous mechanical issues. FP4K currently up on the mechanic bay.
Yeah, just a quick one. Whilst Tom was running through there, shopping carts came in. They went to everybody's favourite holiday destination.
Gravel Bay.
Yeah, they went to Gravel Bay.
Which it just makes me think of Fraggle Rock now.
What I would say,
down in Gravel Bay.
I know people are supporting the number 8 cart at home, and I'm a big fan. Just because they keep going round, and when they do go round, they go proper quick down pit lane. I'm a big fan. But what I have noticed, they've got a girl helping them out. It's nearly 11 o'clock, almost certainly well past her bedtime.
Oh, I know who you mean.
She's about 10 or 11,
yes.
But whenever they're in for a problem, she comes down to help out. I don't know who it is, but if anybody in the chat can let me know, if she's not too shy, I wouldn't mind getting a headset on her and just asking her about her experience helping out as well here at the 24. Someone we know very well has been in touch, Tom.
Yes.
Should have actually been here, I believe. Racing with Team R.
Yeah, he kept that one quiet when I've been speaking to him on the phone. But yeah, he kept it quiet. But Ian Williams has been in touch and asked, have we had Legato Chat yet?
Well,
which is a gatto cat, I think.
No, does it mean not chat about cakes?
Hashtag cake chat?
Yeah.
Is that what he's getting at?
Gatto chat.
Gatto chat. I thought it was a multi-layered cat.
Ah.
Possibly forest fruit flavour.
I was wondering, I wonder where the music was coming from, but the marshals had put some on to motivate themselves through the inevitable service stops, which are about to commence.
Is it DJ Gilles Van Hool?
Yes. In around 15 minutes. I know what the order people are going to be called in on is, but as, again, with it's strictly confidential, need to know until...
Is it?
Until I tell people. I'll tell you, but not live on air.
I know what it is.
Do you really?
Yeah, because I gave them the sheet of paper that they're using for it.
Oh, well, I know what it is because I went and asked. I didn't ask you. I asked I'm on like
when you were chatting to Fox Whiteley, it was being discussed. That's why I stole it. Yeah.
Oh.
So one of our info sheets has got the order. Read into that what you will. But yeah, no, we haven't had cake chat yet, Ian. We haven't even had cake yet. We have been on air for now a long time.
We've not had what?
10 and we've not been on air 10 hours.
We're 10 hours and 45 minutes in, Tom.
So 11 hours we've been on air.
Yeah. We started at 1:45, didn't we? 11 hours.
You look knackered, mate. I'm not going to lie. you look absolutely shattered.
I'm going to propose that we just carry on through the night.
No. No.
I'm ready for this. Let's go.
Can I do it from my hotel room?
Tom's going to dial in.
You may just hear this for about 4 hours.
Are you going back?
Of course I am.
I'm going to stay.
No, you're not.
I'm staying.
You are not.
I'm not staying live, but I'm going to stay at the track. I'm not going home.
Okay. I'm going back to the hotel.
I'm going to stay at the track.
Means I'll get some peace tonight.
I'm going to find a comfy chair.
But
I'm
yes,
going to have some Froda.
Nice to have you with us, pal, and watching along on the stream. You and Jack as well has been in touch and said, come on, Chukta Racing, Mon the Scots, watching live from back home on the Black Isle. Someone who currently resides in Scotland. I'm not sure which island is black. Black Isle. Get back in touch and tell us which isle is the Black Isle.
I wonder if anybody got my Froda reference. There was a Norwegian footballer called Froda Kip. As in, I'm going to go back and have some kip, which I just called Froda because I find myself amusing. You look perplexed.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Moving on.
What era?
Well, he was born in 78, so...
He's 6 years older than us.
Aye.
So...
So 46, Tom, because you're 40.
I've been on air 11 hours. My brain is like slime that's been mushed by a hand.
Oh, we are enjoying ourselves, though, aren't we?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be anywhere else this weekend. But it's been a long old stint as this.
Right. Ian Williams has just asked, am I having flashbacks to Can You Do Another Stint, David? I'm going to discuss this because it still annoys me.
Okay.
I went out and did my normal stint.
This is last year,
yeah,
people.
I think I was around about fifth on the rota, and I felt quite good. I wasn't rapid, but I was.
When you say the rota, you mean you were the
drivers.
fifth driver of our circulation of five.
Of six.
Six. We had six.
Five. I was fourth. I was fourth. I think James followed me. Luke started the race. Ian followed him, then you.
Yeah, and then you,
then
James.
I went out, and I felt good. I wasn't unbelievably quick, but I was consistent.
Yeah.
And I radioed in and said, right, lads, feeling quite good. Any chance I can double stack? And the radio message back was, no, we're going to stick to the plan. And I went out for my second stint around about 2 in the morning as we stuck to the plan.
Yep.
And I was catching 3 or 4 carts in front of me by like fractions a lap, like tenths. But we were all on the same lap. So I was emptying the metaphoric tank of energy. When with 5 minutes to go before the end of my stint, I got Ian on the radio going, bit of a favour, but do you fancy another stint? To which I replied rather politely with, I'd rather not, but if it's necessary, I'll do it. And he went, yes, it is.
Do you know why that was?
I think it was your fault.
No, I wasn't following you.
I thought you. Was it not you?
No, James was following you.
Right.
And James was ill, and I was ill. Both of us at the same time.
Oh, driver off down there. They're going to save it, though.
But we were both ill in pretty much the same way at pretty much the same time.
Right.
Yes, something did not agree with us, let's put it that way. Yeah, he was due to follow you in the car, and at that particular point in time, couldn't.
So I took one for tea.
I believe Ian had just got out, or I just got out before. So I got out before you, so there was no way I could get back in.
No.
And not being in the condition that I was in either. Ian, I can't remember why Ian couldn't get in. Maybe he'll know. Maybe he'll tell us in the comments. But Luke was away from the track. Oh, hang on. Ewan's been back in touch. The Black Isle is not an island. It's a peninsula of the Highlands. Of course it is, because it's called the Black Isle. I mean, it's not an isle, but it's called the Black Isle.
No.
Thanks, Ewan, for shedding some light on that. 10 minutes north of Inverness.
No Isle of Dags.
Anyway, right. Well, thanks for that, Ewan. Anyway, but no, I appreciate it. The info. Yeah. So that was our situation last year, and these are the things that happen during a 24-hour race. Of course.
Yeah.
It's 24 hours long. There are should we say, bowel movements that take place at various points during the race, and you're supposed to try and time them along with your stints. It doesn't exactly work that way.
And you think, right, we'll stick to that plan.
And then the Uwe Le MacDo as a different
and very,
idea.
Very rarely do we get to stick to that plan. So I double stacked in the night. Went from roughly 2:30 to around about 6 o'clock in the morning ish.
As I said to you the other night when we had a little wander, it's James and I have always got on, and it's one of the very few times we've had crosswords in our entire lives, and I've known him for like 12 years, and we've never really had crosswords with each other. But we were both absolutely shattered and both feeling very much worse for wear. James decided to tell me 4 times the same thing over the pit radio, and I was like, yes, James, I know. Yeah, it was it didn't go down well with James. So, yeah, we didn't speak to each other for about 4 hours after that, and I think I said to Ian, I think we should go back to the hotel and actually just get a bit of kip while Luke and James then eventually circulated, and then we swapped sort of shifts. And I think, looking back, it's actually a better way of doing it. Is not having a rotation of drivers, is having a rotation of 2 with a float, if you like, and then having another 2 with a float. So one person does does a rotation.
Yeah, well,
and the other 2 do shifts.
With Mad Motorsport, they've got 4 drivers, and throughout the night, they're going to pretty much just use 2 drivers for the next 8 hours.
Yep.
And then when it gets light again, 4 or 5 in the morning, the other 2 who are going to be Daisy Fresh are going to be going from there to the checkout.
I mean, we've seen it in the British with MS Soko Select. You know, Connor goes and has a 4 nights kit.
Yeah, he does. And, you know, they'll wheel out like a Wilco who only comes out at night.
He's
like a badger.
Wilco the Badger, he will love that as well, mate. Comes sniffing the air out of his little set at about 10 o'clock,
pops his nose out,
just as the sun goes down.
It's time to go racing.
Yes, I smell 4-stroke. So Wilco pops out, and Wilco, of course, has been doing that for donkey's years. Very much involved with RPM racing engines, which supply the control engines for the series. We've got who was that gone round? Was that Lewis Goff?
Oh, it could have been. Do you know what? It could have been.
I'm just going to see.
We were waxing lyrical earlier on.
We were. We've jinxed him, we've jinxed him by missing it by about half an hour. No, it wasn't. It was. Could it get me live timing up, David, quickly?
No, I'm just looking. Hang on. That's the card. Right, let's have a spot.
Yeah.
I don't know who it was, but they tagged the back of a car.
Who's had a slow lap? It was the leader. I thought it was. It's Kart Events BE.
Yes.
1 minute 12.9.
Yes, it was.
I didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure, but I thought it might be.
He's just tagged the back, hasn't he? There, that's Kenneth Nason's. He's just tagged the back of a car in front and spun himself. Good spot, Tom. I mean, you only confirmed it when you saw the timing, so you could have just.
I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to sound like an idiot, but it was.
No. Own your mistakes.
I saw the fluorescent helmet and I thought instantly it was Lewis Goff,
You've
and then
pretty much just gone. I knew it was him all along.
But yeah, that's. I think that's the way that a 24-hour should be run nowadays. Is you can run it however you like, of course, and whatever works for you and your team. But the amount of shattered people we see at 3:30, 4 in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And they're all broken by that point, and they've still got another 7 hours to go.
At 4 in the morning is the best time to walk down the pit lane. Because it's just full of broken limbs.
It's like an episode of The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen an episode of The Walking Dead, but it's what I imagine an episode of The Walking Dead is like.
If you watched a bit of wrestling in your time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically,
you know when they get smacked by a chair?
No,
is that what you're going to say?
I was about to say, there's about 50 people when you go down the pit lane that look like Undertaker's chucked them off a cage. They look broken in half.
Yeah.
Stop the damn race.
So, yeah, it's a difficult thing. It's a 24-hour race.
Crazy now, aren't we?
But
really?
if you've not experienced one, come and do one, definitely. But yeah, pace yourself. If you've never done one before, bring about 19 drivers, and you won't go far wrong.
Looks like just getting an update from Andy Clark at Cole Clark Racing in that number 19 entry. They've just put, due to unexpected circumstances, we've had to make an early driver change, and Ed Lau, one of their cover drivers, has stepped into the kart. So his first stint is some 10 hours into the race. Right.
Ian Williams says it's a peaceful place at 4 a.m. Yeah, it is, with the exception of the carts that are pounding around the track. But yeah, I know what you mean by that. There's not a lot of chatting going on. There's not a lot of shouting and bawling. Like I say, everybody's pretty broken by that point. I think the best way to do it, the best way to skin this particular cat, is 2 drivers on with a float 2 drivers off with a float and a mechanic, not a mechanic, but a helper that does 24 hours straight, if you like.
Right. The time has come for us
Has
to park the first stream.
Oh.
So in the description below, you will see 3 links. We'll have race start, the night, and final hours.
Just while David takes you through this,
you're going to miss probably
stream,
3 or 4 minutes of action on this first stream on the race start, as we have to basically replace this with the night stream. So in the description you will find the night with a link on YouTube. So click that, open it up in a separate window, and in a few minutes time we will be with us on the night stream. So thank you very much for everybody that's joined us in the day. Hopefully you transfer over onto the night stream here at Le Mans for the next hour or so before we go to static cameras throughout the night. Thank you. Please transfer over, give us a like and a subscribe, and we'll see you in a few minutes time on the night link here for the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour kart race.